death is like the wind always by my side. After a long day of laborious work, the bitter Chen Feng trudged to an internet cafe, logged in, casually selected a rune and entered the game. You dare tower dive me? I'll smash you. Cigarette dangling from his lips, Chen Feng executed a flurry of flashy moves, sending the enemy Dima to a gray screen, countless times trapped in their fountain. A massive wave of minions stacked under the turret, allowing Chen Feng to weave through them with delight. His inventory was fully loaded with legendary items: Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge, the Bloodthirster, Death's Dance, Mercurial Scimitar, every god-tier piece present. The silver blade arced through the air, instantly securing a kill. After a slaughterous combo, a wave of boredom washed over Chen Feng. Ah. Just a noob. So dull. Taking a deep drag, Chen Feng reclined on the sofa, slowly blowing smoke rings. As the smoke dissipated, the computer screen before him suddenly flickered with an eerie red light. What's going on? Computer broken. Manager. Your machines are junk. Chen Feng yelled in frustration, but the next moment a glowing red circle appeared beneath his feet. Manager, with a distorted cry, Chen Feng and the sofa beneath him vanished into thin air, leaving the hastily arriving manager staring in utter shock. Boss. Someone stole the sofa. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Earth. Thick smoke blanketed everything, charred soil everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. Amidst the smoke, the piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. Vibranium shield against a deadly blade, continual clangor. Under Thanos' overwhelming force, Steve's vibranium shield shattered into pieces. Boom. Kicking up thick dust, Steve skidded across the ground, tumbling to a stop face up in the dirt. Bearing the agony, Steve propped himself up, slowly rising from the earth, his eyes filled with a helpless frustration as he stared at the purple-skinned titan before him. Pathetic human. Listen, well, I have conquered the cosmos without personal sentiment. Now you must understand that before infinite power an ant has no right to resist. Thanos wore a look of dominance, his eyes full of contempt as he gazed at the helpless Steve. No one could stand in his way, not a single one. After all this conquest, he was on the verge of completing his grand ambition. As for the ant before him, it was merely futile struggle, a sight he had grown weary of from countless planets. And that very repetition made him feel a touch of boredom toward this meaningless fight. Thanos' resonant words struck Steve's ears like an overwhelming torrent, crashing against his heart with immense shock. Could it be that nothing could stop this time travel reversal, yet the outcome remained so cruel? Struggling to turn his head, Steve looked around. Armor shattered, and unconscious Tony Stark. Face bloodied, the fallen Thor. It seemed truly no one could stop Thanos. Further away, a blue spatial rift churned, pouring out an endless legion of Thanos' army, a dark, overwhelming tide. Deep black armor gleamed with cold light. Under the reflection of blades, an endless horde of alien beasts surrounded Thanos, awaiting the command of their eternal emperor. War banners fluttered, war beasts roared, warships circled. The most powerful forces in the universe were descending upon Earth. Seeing the endless enemy host, Steve propped himself up on his arms and stood firm, breathing heavily. His vibranium shield now shattered, Steve clenched his fists, a determined glint growing in his eyes. Though the enemy was formidable, he would fight these bastards to the death. The vast fleet spanned the horizon, fully armed alien beasts soared over Earth. The final moment arrived. Suddenly a mysterious crimson circle appeared. With a piercing scream, a jet-black leather sofa plummeted from the sky, landing squarely in the space between Steve and Thanos. Where am I? Chen Feng asked, utterly bewildered, voicing a question from the depths of his soul. At that moment he was bathed in a divine red glow, his hands resting on the sofa armrests like an emperor on a throne of thorns, overlooking Thanos before him and the million-strong alien army behind. On the other side, Steve, Captain America, gaped in shock, staring at the Emperor like Chen Feng descending from the sky, completely incredulous. Cap, who is this guy that just appeared? At that moment a familiar voice sounded in Steve's ear. It was Black Panther, King of Wakanda, tearing through space with his million subjects joining the battlefield. Sparks flew as Earth's Avengers rapidly assembled. Who are you? Thanos' majestic voice suddenly rang out, eyeing Chen Feng seated on the throne-like sofa, his gaze tinged with astonishment. Who am I? I'm your damn daddy? Hearing the unexpected question, Chen Feng, already irritated, shot back without hesitation. Deep black wings cut through the air. Falcon Sam Wilson soared across the sky and landed beside Steve. Meanwhile, other heroes started gathering toward Captain America's position. Suddenly the atmosphere on the battlefield turned grim. A battle of revenge was about to ignite. Insolent human! How dare you offend our sovereign? As the words fell, a massive boulder rose from the ground and hurtled toward Chen Feng's face. It was Ebony Maw standing behind Thanos, initiating the attack. Holy crap! Chen Feng saw the flying rock, his face full of terror, instinctively raising his hands. The next moment an invisible red energy wall instantly materialized in front of him. Boom! A loud crash. Dust billowed as the boulder shattered, completely falling as thick ash. This miraculous scene instantly drew the attention of all Avengers. Chen Feng himself was equally dumbfounded. Damn! Was that a wind wall? Did I do that? Cap, what's going on? Falcon Sam asked in amazement. I don't know either. Captain Steve exchanged a look with Sam, both filled with confusion. Could this guy also be a reinforcement? But why did he come out of that circle? You bastard! Are you crazy? Throwing rocks out of nowhere. Did I provoke you? After the initial fright, Chen Feng erupted in fury, jumping up from the sofa and cursing Ebony Maw out. Not that Chen Feng was overreacting. If not for his luck, he'd have been crushed into pulp by that rock. But where is this place? 1 second he was in the internet cafe, and the next a glowing circle on the floor brought him here, and then this ugly guy attacked him. After a moment of shock, Chen Feng carefully surveyed his surroundings. Everything was in ruins, shattered stones, scorched earth, a complete picture of post-apocalyptic devastation. Ho ho! Looks like they're shooting a movie. Huh? Isn't that a purple potato? The likeness is pretty good. No way. Even if it's a movie, it can't be this realistic. Could it be? He's dreaming. Dreaming of crossing into Marvel and bumping into Thanos invading Earth. Waha! That's totally possible, cause he's been rewatching Marvel movies recently. Chen Feng thought smugly. Ho ho, so you're Thanos? The one who looks like a purple potato? The next moment Chen Feng walked right up to Thanos, touching this and that, making comments as if appraising goods. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your golden finger has arrived. Please check it. Just as Thanos' expression shifted from purple to black, a mechanized prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Is this a system? Holy crap. At that moment Thanos' double-bladed sword began to tremble, emitting a chilling hum. Seeing this, Chen Feng realized this was no dream. He had actually transmigrated. That purple potato was indeed the omnipotent Thanos, who could destroy anything. The battle blade shone with cold light. Thanos swung his massive sword, aiming a slash at Chen Feng. He would grind this insolent ant into dust. System. Help. Seeing the butcher knife about to fall, Chen Feng was so frightened he nearly wet himself, crying out in panic. Yet despite his desperate plea, the system remained utterly silent and unresponsive. Chen Feng was on the verge of utter despair. Just as he believed he, the most pathetic time traveler in history, was about to meet his end, a ring of light once again materialized beneath his feet, saving him. It was Doctor Strange who finally arrived, casting the spell of spatial translocation to save his sorry life. Once again Chen Feng experienced free fall, crashing headfirst onto the ground. Tui tui! Damn it! Spitting out dirt in frustration, Chen Feng gasped for breath. Gazing at Thanos' massive figure, he shuddered with lingering fear. He had been literally 1 inch away from death. System. Damn you! Where's my cheat ability? Chen Feng roared in fury. This cursed system was clearly just playing with him. Ding! Detected host carrying hero template loading. Ding! Load successful. Ding! Obtained hero Yasuo the Wind Ninja. Ding! Current equipment Phantom Dancer Infinity Edge Static Shift Bloodthirster Death's Dance Mercury Scimitar. In the next instant a familiar attribute panel leaped into Chen Feng's mind. Huh? Yasuo. This is real? Chen Feng was utterly shocked. What kind of luck was this, starting the game with a full 6-piece Yasuo build? This is going to make me invincible. Gazing at the dazzling array of equipment on the panel, the smile on Chen Feng's face gradually turned manic. As long as he didn't court death with Yasuo's full build, no one on this earth could match him, including that wretched purple-skinned monster. On the battlefield banners fluttered in the wind, war drums thundered. Though the two armies had not yet clashed, an overwhelming aura had already spread across the land. In such an environment ordinary people would absolutely not be able to bear it, they would likely soil their pants before the battle even began. Of course Chen Feng was an exception. System, where's my sword? Swallowing nervously, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, Chen Feng asked. Right now he urgently needed a weapon to steady his nerves. As his words fell, a sharp longsword suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's hand. The blade was narrow and elongated, radiating a cold, frigid gleam. What a fine sword! Chen Feng silently praised it. After all, it was system-made and it looked incredibly badass. Meanwhile, the tension on the battlefield grew ever more intense. From the distant beast army, roars erupted in waves as if they could no longer contain their inner frenzy. They only awaited Thanos' command to swarm out in full force. Is this all we have? Seems a bit few. Doctor Strange swept his gaze over the assembled forces, even casting a deliberate glance at Chen Feng, naturally considering him as part of the reinforcements, and asked Wang, standing beside him. This is few. Wang was speechless. Every sorcerer from Kamartaj was gathered here, and behind them stood the fully armed army of Wakanda. These forces were all they could muster. Captain America Steve turned his head slightly, gazing at the assembled Avengers around him, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Tony Stark adjusted his damaged armor, slowly rising from the ground. Thor, the god of thunder, awoke from unconsciousness and raised his battle axe once more. In the distance, other human warriors were eager to join the fray. Finally, he no longer fought alone. With a thunderous roar, Ant-Man Hank Pym grew to giant size, bursting from the rubble. Fragments of rock scattered everywhere, causing Chen Feng, who was standing nearby, to dodge frantically in panic. Holy crap! Could this guy really transform this big? After his transformation, Ant-Man Hank stood over 70 meters tall, looking like a skyscraper, truly stunning. In front of him, Chen Feng was nothing more than an ant. No wonder this is the Marvel Universe, so many black technologies. Chen Feng dodged falling rocks while marveling inwardly. The Avengers' army had finally assembled. Steve stepped lightly, picked up the shattered vibranium shield in the distance, and gripped it tightly. Then he lifted his head and looked at Thanos' massive army on the far horizon. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly raised his right hand. Avengers, assemble! Charge! In an instant, the Avengers behind Steve, along with all the human warriors, let out a resounding battle cry. The sound pierced through the air, resounding across the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing Steve give the order, Thanos, without a word, simply leveled his blade and pointed it forward. Instantly, an overwhelming horde of monstrous beasts began charging forward on various warships and war mounts, surging toward the human army. The two vast armies were about to collide. Finally, this moment had arrived. Chen Feng stood on a slope, gripping his sword handle tightly, his heart pounding violently. Amid such a grand battle, one could not help but be swept up in irresistible fervor. Just go all out. At the moment the battle erupted, Chen Feng's personal will involuntarily merged with the system. He wanted to help humanity, help Earth win this fight. Death is like the wind, always by my side. The next moment, Chen Feng set foot on the ground and rode the wind. Wind sword technique activated. Chen Feng's figure advanced as fast as the wind in the blink of an eye, surpassing most human soldiers and falling in closely behind the lead Avengers. Steel Tempest. At the moment of convergence with Thanos' monstrous legion, Chen Feng held his sword sideways with one hand and slashed forward. The motion, though seemingly slow, was fluid, as if Chen Feng had always been a master swordsman. It could only be said that with the system's help nothing was impossible. The blade sliced through the air and effortlessly cut into a beast's body. A warm current surged into Chen Feng's body, granting him a feeling of power. He instantly realized this was the effect of the bloodthirster. With every auto attack he gained additional strength. This meant he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Such was the might of the bloodthirster. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the ever-growing power within, a twisted grin spread across Chen Feng's face. At the same time, the sword in his hand swung even more freely. Roar! A snarling beast lunged at Chen Feng and was cleaved in two with a single stroke. Ding dong! The familiar prompt sounded. Without even looking, Chen Feng knew his hero level had increased. He casually tapped his second skill, Steel Tempest. Aiming at a random beast, the skill activated instantly. A powerful gale immediately converged toward the blade in Chen Feng's hand. Holy crap! Chen Feng let out a gasp. The blade howled with wind, brimming with astonishing force. Feeling the wind current in his hand, Chen Feng's heart soared and he bellowed at the horde of beasts ahead, "Hasaki!" A colossal blade of wind rose up, slicing through the air. Boom! The violent gale swept through every beast in its path, knocking them all to the ground, and continued onward toward the Black Order in the rear. What kind of attack is this? Is it manipulating a whirlwind? Captain America Steve widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the super whirlwind that swept past him. It's that kid from earlier, he actually has this kind of power. Doctor Strange was equally shocked. But it can't be possible. Among the more than 14 million possibilities he had seen, Chen Feng's existence was nowhere to be found. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Doctor Strange's mind was a muddled mess. He couldn't figure out where the sudden change had occurred that led to the current situation. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was overjoyed. Each move of the Gale Sword technique unleashed a devastating force, causing Thanos' beast army to scatter in disarray. He had never felt such exhilaration before. The sword in hand grew more fierce with each strike. Damn ants! A furious roar echoed as one of the Black Order Black Dwarfs suddenly descended from the sky, swinging a massive battle axe aimed straight at Chen Feng's head. "Head just you?" Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with sarcasm as he waved his hand. A silver gust of air surged forth, instantly converging atop the sword blade. In the next moment, the sword was swung horizontally. The raging wind struck Black Dwarf, sending him flying and crashing to the ground like a dog falling in a heap. Thanos capable warrior, nothing more. Seeing Black Dwarf tumble, Chen Feng mercilessly taunted. "Roar!" A fierce roar. Black Dwarf quickly got back on his feet and attacked again. "You foolish ant, you're too slow." In his six-piece armor, Chen Feng looked down on Black Dwarf's attack. With the sword in hand, Chen Feng surged forward. The sword blade turned gracefully, summoning a whirlwind that once again sent Black Dwarf flying into the sky. "You are so pathetic." Chen Feng sneered, landing a casual strike on Black Dwarf's backside. "Ah!" Black Dwarf let out a miserable scream as he fell heavily to the ground. "You dare, ant!" On the other side, the Ebony Maw, who was attacking the human warriors of the Avengers, saw this scene and roared angrily, swinging a nearby boulder towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng shivered and instantly activated the third skill on his skill panel. "Face the gale?" Chen Feng grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. In the next moment, a massive wall of wind 10 meters long appeared before him. Duang! The boulder smashed into the wind wall, crumbling like an egg against a rock, turning into a flurry of debris. "Yaha!" At that moment, a cheerful laughter rang out from the sky. Chen Feng looked up to see Star-Lord descending with a gas mask. He was wielding a laser gun, continuously firing at the distant beast army as if playing a shooting game. "Wow! You're making it look easy." Chen Feng looked at this guy who had a divine body but lived like a mortal, utterly speechless. If it weren't for him giving Thanos a hit on Titan, Thanos would have long been dead, and they wouldn't have to struggle so hard against the beast army. Star-Lord can truly be considered the most valuable pig teammate in the Marvel Universe. Help! Just as Chen Feng was in a daze, Star-Lord somehow got cornered by two aliens about to fall into danger. "Hasaki!" Without time to think, Chen Feng threw a steel slash, cutting the two aliens in half. "You are still so pathetic." Chen Feng pulled Star-Lord up, mocking him. That was a mistake." Hearing Chen Feng's taunt, Star-Lord's face turned red with embarrassment as he replied. Just as Chen Feng was about to continue his mockery, a green figure flashed in the corner of his eye. "Gamora!" Star-Lord exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the figure. Chen Feng quickly turned his head and saw a completely green woman. Gamora, Star-Lord's girlfriend and also Thanos' daughter. Of course, to be precise, she was the adopted daughter recognized by the father, killing Thanos. Upon seeing Gamora, Chen Feng had a strange expression. One must admit this woman was exceedingly green. He simply could not understand how Star-Lord, this human, was attracted to her. At this moment, Star-Lord had completely fallen under Gamora's spell, finally seeing his beloved woman again. After receiving the news of her tragic death at Thanos' hands, he had nearly died from the pain. "Gamora, you're back. I thought I had lost you." Star-Lord's eyes brimmed with excitement as he approached Gamora, reaching out to touch her face. However, Gamora was no longer the same Gamora. In the next instant, she executed a swift back throw, sending Star-Lord crashing face first to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, evoking sympathy. Ignoring the reunion of Star-Lord and Gamera, Chen Feng turned and re-entered the battlefield. He still remembered that brutal strike from Ebony Maw earlier. Want to kill me? Then you must pay the price. Wind sword technique. Chen Feng wielded his great sword, transforming into a gale as he traversed the battlefield. Every swing of his sword could sever the heads of two beasts, devouring a wave of minions. In this brutal battlefield, it was either you die or I die. At that moment, Ebony Maw was leisurely strolling across the battlefield, paying no heed to the human warriors charging towards him. As a formidable warrior under Thanos, Ebony Maw possessed his own arrogance, showing no fear in the face of Chen Feng's overwhelming aura. Having fought alongside Thanos for a lifetime, he had seen warriors from various planets, some strong, some weak, but they all ultimately fell at the feet of his master. Basking in the divine power of the cosmic overlord Thanos, he feared no one. Damn ants, let me take care of you. With a thunderous roar, the stones at his feet rapidly gathered towards him. Chen Feng glanced at his attribute panel. His passive skill shield had already refreshed. Hee. Since that's the case, face the gale. Steel slash. Chen Feng shouted, casually slicing through a beast and charging forward. Gale sword technique. A black whirlwind materialized from thin air, sweeping up the loose stones on the ground, transforming into a massive black blade that surged forward. Ebony Maw, take this blade. The giant blade formed from earth and stone, carrying the force of a tsunami, slashed directly towards Ebony Maw's chest. Humph. Child's play. Facing the incoming giant blade, Ebony Maw scoffed coldly. Gray stones erupted from the ground, forming a winding stream of stone under his control, rushing towards Chen Feng's groin. Damn. How vile. Chen Feng exclaimed. He quickly retracted his blade and instinctively closed his legs, jumping to the side. This Ebony Maw actually targeted his vital area. It was truly insidious. Want to run? Ebony Maw, seizing the advantage, refused to relent. The massive stream of stone in his hand seemed to come alive, transforming into a nimble stone serpent, closely pursuing Chen Feng. As expected of the Black Order, this control over stone was on par with a Korean server master. Chen Feng marveled inwardly, but his hands did not hesitate. Horizontal E, vertical E, I move left and right with E. Chen Feng was also quite slippery. With two swift movements, he unleashed two whirlwinds and vanished into the black mist. Want to kill me? You're far from it. I knew you'd be a shameless ant that runs away. Unable to break through, Ebony Maw roared out. Come and kill me. You dead monkey. Chen Feng casually struck down, easily shattering the pursuing stone stream, mercilessly taunting. However, at that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from behind. A massive black figure, fists clenched, descended from the sky, slamming directly towards Chen Feng's forehead. Bang! The war beast's iron fist struck the protective shield around Chen Feng, producing a dull sound. The heavy blow sent Chen Feng flying. Damn! Thankfully I had a shield, or I would have been done for. Chen Feng felt a wave of fear in his heart as he stood up, finding that the shield protecting him had shattered and disappeared. A slight cold wind blew, making him shiver. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, cutting the dazed war beast down. He regained health. This was a life-and-death battlefield. He couldn't afford to waste time. By taking the life of that war beast, he gained a wave of experience. At this moment, Ebony Maw was entangled by a group of human warriors. Chen Feng squinted his eyes, deciding to find an opportunity to reclaim the ground he had just lost. Is it about ambushing? Who can't do that? On the battlefield, chaos reigned as soldiers clashed, fighting fiercely. Only Chen Feng, this anomaly, would engage in brutal slaughter against the minions. Fighting. That's something I could never do in this lifetime. I can only mop up the minions to gain experience. Ding dong. The system notification sounded and Chen Feng leveled up again. This is the brilliance of the system. As long as there are minions, leveling up is unbelievably easy. Chen Feng upgraded his E-skill and charged back into the beast army once more. Smoke swirled and flames flickered. The thick stench of blood mingled with the acrid smell of scorched earth, permeating the entire battlefield. Kill. Charge. Roar. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the endless war beasts of Thanos' army bared their ferocious fangs, mercilessly slaughtering human warriors. Faced with such colossal forms, the human warriors were utterly helpless, able only to dodge in panic. Ha! Just then a dark figure descended from the sky. Its hardened mechanical wings transformed into a sharp blade, plunging deep into the war beast's heart and slaying it in an instant. Captain, what should we do with this hot potato? Hawkeye, having repelled several snarling war beasts, held the gleaming gauntlet and looked at Captain America with urgency. This was the Infinity Gauntlet embedded with the 6 Infinity Stones. This object was a ticking time bomb. If mishandled, it could plunge the entire universe into the abyss. The stakes were immense. On the other side, the severely wounded Steve, still gripping his shattered shield, was locked in fierce combat with the beasts. Hearing Hawkeye's call, he immediately replied, "Get it away as far from the battlefield as possible." Hawkeye was left speechless. What the hell? Everyone's eyes were on this gauntlet, and he was supposed to run with it. Run where? No. We have to send it back where it came from. At that moment, the Hulk transformed from Banner, smacked away a nearby war beast, and spoke up. These Infinity Stones had been taken from the past through a time portal. If they couldn't be returned, it might lead to unimaginable consequences. But we can't send them back. Thanos has destroyed the quantum tunnel. No, there's another time machine. You mean the van? Well, Ant-Man's van was indeed another time portal. Has anyone seen that van? Steve eliminated the enemy before him, enduring the pain in his body as he climbed a slope to survey the area. I see it, but it's not in a very good spot. From the sky came the voice of Valkyrie. Following her gaze, they saw a brown van stuck in a crater, its body riddled with bullet holes. Starting that thing takes 10 minutes. Ant-Man shrank his body and hid near the van with the Wasp also by his side. Start the machine as quickly as possible. Well, bring the Infinity Stones over. After a brief deliberation, Steve issued the order. Meanwhile, Chen Feng paused his slaughter, catching his breath. To be honest, dashing back and forth like this was making him dizzy. After all, he had only inherited the system template of the Wind Swordsman, not the real Yasuo. Sigh. He needed a rest. With that, Chen Feng kicked aside the corpse of a war beast before him. His gaze happened to fall on a van, and he leaned against it, idly watching the flames of battle around him. For a moment it was almost relaxing. Whoa! Are all mages this flashy? In the distance, Doctor Strange hovered in the air, flames swirling around him. He manipulated purple energy to bind a group of war beasts to the ground with effortless grace. Now that was a true mage, defeating enemies without ever getting close. Unlike him, who had to choose a warrior class and slog through brute force. 666. Seizing the moment to catch his breath, Chen Feng slacked off. It wasn't that he was useless, the number of enemies was simply overwhelming. At this rate, he'd exhaust himself to death before he could finish them off. Damn system, are you trying to kill me? But the system ignored him. Strange, you said we had one chance in 14 million. Is this it? Iron Man soared into the air, extinguishing the flames at his feet, and landed beside Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange remained silent, standing still, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng, who was leaning against the van, panting. His expression was profound. This stranger who had appeared was not part of any possibility, he was an anomaly. Whether that was good or bad, Strange couldn't be sure. Yet faced with Iron Man's hopeful gaze, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. If I told you, it wouldn't happen. Iron Man, however, had a flash of insight, as if a thought had struck him. I hope you're right. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and plunged back into the fray. Watching Iron Man depart, Doctor Strange felt a pang of anxiety, recalling the words of his master, the Ancient One, when you toy with time, time will eventually toy with you. Was that figure, that person, the consequence of his meddling with time? Doctor Strange couldn't be certain, but he knew that from the moment Chen Feng appeared, everything had changed. Rustle. The air currents around him stirred like ripples on water. What the hell? Chen Feng, a master of wind blade techniques, was always sensitive to airflow and immediately noticed. He distinctly sensed a faint vibration in his surroundings. Clang. The blade was drawn in an instant, slicing through the air with a slight whirlwind. Damn. Ant-Man mid-flight cursed inwardly as he narrowly dodged Chen Feng's strike. The sensation of the wind piercing his heart made every hair on his body stand on end. Stop him on your side. Ant-Man quickly enlarged and landed beside the van. Oh, it's you. Chen Feng recognized the familiar suit and knew this was the legendary Ant-Man. What are you doing here? I almost sliced you in half. Chen Feng scratched his head and asked. Well, we need to open the quantum realm portal to send the Infinity Stones back. Ant-Man explained as he climbed into the van, but the interior was such a mess that he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Damn, this thing won't even start. The Infinity Stones. Damn, I almost forgot. Chen Feng smacked his forehead, suddenly understanding what Ant-Man was trying to do. The gauntlet with the 6 Infinity Stones was Thanos' ultimate goal. If Thanos got his hands on it, who knew if he might snap his fingers and erase even this time traveler. Where's the gauntlet? Chen Feng was frantic. He didn't know if Thanos had already taken the gauntlet. If something went wrong, he was done for. We need to open the quantum gate now. Captain and the others will bring the gauntlet here soon. Ant-Man, like a cat on a hot tin roof inside the van, yanked at the cables and began working frantically. Time was of the essence. He had to hurry. Bring it soon. What the hell? By then you'll probably be dead. No more fooling around. He had to stop Thanos from taking the Infinity Gauntlet. You get on with it. You'll be back in a flash. Chen Feng called out, then under Ant-Man's astonished gaze charged into the heart of the battlefield. It was safer to keep the Infinity Stones himself. After all, who would entrust their own life to someone else? The Infinity Stones, here I come. On the battlefield, Thanos stood like a colossal war beast, wielding his double-bladed sword and slaughtering the charging human warriors with unstoppable force. On the other side, superheroes like Captain America and the Hulk were also going on a killing spree. The battle had reached its peak intensity. Where is Nebula? As the battle grew more desperate, Thanos realized he had to secure the Infinity Stones quickly to end this pointless fight. She hasn't responded. Corvus Glaive of the Black Order replied immediately. My lord, look over there. Ebony Maw on the other side had spotted something and pointed it out. In a corner of the battlefield, Hawkeye was sprinting at full speed carrying the Infinity Gauntlet. Stop him and retrieve the stones. A murderous glint flashed in Thanos' eyes as he coldly gave the order. The next moment he raised his blade, cleaving through the human warriors in his path, and charged with Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw toward Hawkeye's escape route. Give me the gauntlet. A dark figure flashed by. The Black Panther, clad in his vibranium suit, took the Infinity Gauntlet from Hawkeye and continued sprinting toward the van. Time was critical. He had to deliver the stones before Thanos caught up. Almost there. The van was in sight. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept by. Danger. The Black Panther mid-sprint clearly sensed the threat, but his body couldn't keep up with his instincts. Clang. Thanos' figure like a god of war appeared before the Black Panther. His blade swung through the air, aiming straight for the Panther's body. With a deafening clang of metal, the Black Panther was sent flying like a cannonball. Thanos' Titan strength was far beyond what the Black Panther's human body could withstand. Fortunately, he wore the toughest vibranium suit, or he would have been cleaved in two. Still, the impact knocked the Infinity Gauntlet from his grasp. The Infinity Stones. Still airborne, the Black Panther's heart sank as he could only watch the gauntlet fly away. Don't worry, I'm here. Just then Chen Feng's lithe figure appeared near the Black Panther. He activated his wind control technique and caught the falling gauntlet. Got it. Time to bolt. Give me the stones. Seeing the prize snatched away at the last moment, Thanos' face darkened. The sight of Chen Feng's smug grin only infuriated him further. This damned insect. Give it to you. Who do you think you are? Chen Feng glanced dismissively at the approaching Thanos and flipped him off. No way you're getting the Infinity Stones. Eat my dust. Seeing himself mocked, Thanos' eyes blazed with fury. He swung his massive 10-meter blade, aiming a single strike at Chen Feng ahead. However, Chen Feng, endowed with the power of Gale, had already reached an extreme velocity. Thanos' strike had yet to land on Chen Feng before he had already fled far away. Thanos could only watch as his certain blow missed its mark. Having escaped, Chen Feng dared not let his guard down for a moment. He was after all dancing on a razor's edge. One misstep could alter the course of the entire universe. The gauntlet in his hand was the linchpin of it all. Only by delivering it intact to Ant-Man could the 5 stones be sent back to the past, ushering in a new era. Otherwise it would ultimately belong to Thanos. With a snap of his fingers, that purple-skinned titan could annihilate half the universe. Chen Feng had no desire to be reduced to ashes the moment he arrived in this world. Thus, no matter what, he had to safely deliver the gauntlet to Ant-Man. He cared not for others, but his own life must remain firmly in his control. This had always been Chen Feng's way. Harnessing the Gale's power, he swiftly bounded across the heads of Thanos' war beasts, arriving at Ant-Man's side in a flash. Hey buddy, I brought the gauntlet. You've got to get this right. Chen Feng specifically admonished Ant-Man. He didn't want the guy to make a mistake that would cost him his life. Don't worry, I'll give it my all. Seeing Chen Feng bring the Infinity Gauntlet, Ant-Man broke into a smile. With the gauntlet he only needed to activate the time machine. Hey, what do you mean give it my all? Chen Feng was speechless. He had trusted the guy and all he got was give it my all. How was he supposed to trust him now? But then he thought if Ant-Man couldn't do it, probably no one else could. He had no choice but to trust this guy. Taking the Infinity Gauntlet, Ant-Man quickly busied himself. With one hand he fiddled with various devices while operating something with the other. Chen Feng, watching from the side, could do nothing but stare in anxiety. His worry was justified after he had publicly humiliated Thanos. The purple-skinned Titan was now in a complete rage. At that moment Thanos was swinging his massive blade, cutting down the human warriors in his path as he charged toward Chen Feng. At this rate it wouldn't be long before Thanos found him. Chen Feng could only taunt him verbally. In a real fight he was no match for Thanos. Though he possessed the skills of the Wind Swordsman in this Marvel world, they were clearly insufficient. His development of this golden finger was still in its infancy, with vast potential for deeper exploration. Having only recently acquired this golden finger, he had yet to fathom its true power. He still had immense room for growth. So the most important thing now was to save his own skin. Only by surviving could he properly develop his golden finger and seize the chance to dominate in this Marvel world. Otherwise even the mightiest golden finger would be useless. Chen Feng's heart was filled with anxiety. Meanwhile Ant-Man was drenched in sweat, working tirelessly. He had truly given his all. But unfortunately this device was a backup and even he found it chaotic and hard to figure out. Hey, can you do it or not? If you don't hurry up, when Thanos gets here you'll be the first one he cuts down. Chen Feng was getting truly anxious and spoke up. However, Ant-Man had no time to reply. This thing in his hands was just too difficult to handle. After such a long time of fumbling he had found some clues, but it was still slightly off, different from the time travel machine he had worked on before. Boom! Just then a loud crash came from ahead. Then Thanos cleaved through Iron Man and charged straight over. Insect, are you the one who defied me? Thanos glared at Chen Feng with fury. I'm doomed. Chen Feng's face fell. He had truly bitten off more than he could chew. It's done. At that moment Ant-Man let out a cry of joy. The next instant a brilliant light shone all around. Quick, put the Infinity Stones in. Chen Feng's face lit up with ecstasy. Ant-Man without hesitation placed the stones inside. Thanos, witnessing this, looked utterly grim. He abandoned all restraint and shot forward like a blur. He was hell-bent on obtaining the Infinity Stones. If these insects ruined his plan, his reputation would be lost across the entire universe. Yet as Thanos rushed over, a smile spread across Chen Feng's face. Finally he could breathe a sigh of relief. Once the Infinity Stones entered the time tunnel, everything would revert to the past. He had seen this in the movies. Sure enough, as Thanos lunged, the extraordinary occurred. Thanos' sprinting steps suddenly halted as if a pause button had been pressed. Everything froze, the soldiers locked in battle and all else. In that instant a colossal beam of light erupted from the device in Ant-Man's hand, engulfing the entire battlefield. Everything was slowly enveloped by this light. Nearby the dying Iron Man, Thor, and the green-skinned Hulk all witnessed the scene. They had been too busy fighting Thanos to see what exactly happened, but now seeing everything frozen on the battlefield, they could guess that Ant-Man had succeeded in sending the Infinity Stones back to the past. Yet another question lingered in their minds: who was that young man? Why was he here? Had his appearance changed everything? Of course, the most bewildered of them all was Doctor Strange, who could see countless possible futures yet had never foreseen Chen Feng. Countless doubts swirled in his mind. Would this sudden appearance of Chen Feng alter something? By successfully returning the Infinity Stones, would he change the course of other historical events? The sun shone brightly, birds sang, and flowers exuded their fragrance. Chen Feng stirred slightly, gradually awakening. Slack, the fully automated intelligent butler, had activated the natural light mode, bathing the entire room in a transparent brightness as sunlight streamed in through the windows, illuminating every corner. At that moment Chen Feng scratched his head and roused from his slumber. Ah, so comfortable, he murmured softly. Indeed, this intelligent butler was exceptionally thoughtful, providing him with the finest service. I really must thank Stark. A smile spread across Chen Feng's face as he spoke cheerfully. Yes. The one lying comfortably in bed was none other than Chen Feng himself. Compared to when he first entered this perilous world, he was now far more at ease. Having just transmigrated into the Marvel Universe, Chen Feng's first appearance coincided with Thanos' attempt to seize the Infinity Gauntlet. At the critical moment, Chen Feng utilized the power of the Wind Swordsman to successfully reclaim the gauntlet and handed it over to Ant-Man. Ultimately, Ant-Man lived up to expectations, opening a time-space portal to send all the Infinity Stones back to the past. However, to Chen Feng's dismay, the portal was unstable and upon activation it triggered a temporal rift. The final result was that not only were the Infinity Stones sent back in time, but everyone present was also drawn into the portal and transported to the past. Yet to Chen Feng's astonishment, this transmission seemed to undergo an unforeseen alteration, sending him into a Marvel storyline different from any he had known before. For instance, in the days since being sent back, he had encountered many characters who should never have met. Spider-Man Peter Parker, the Punisher Frank Castle, Iron Man Stark, and other key figures, Natasha director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Hulk, and so on. Over these days, Chen Feng had inevitably shared experiences with these individuals, making him realize that this world had been completely transformed. It was no longer the Marvel Universe he remembered, but a chaotic mess. Utterly disordered. Yet no matter how it changed, he remained himself, the transmigrator blessed with a golden finger. Moreover, he had earned a new title, Arthur the Wind Swordsman. Though transported back to this chaotic world through the time-space portal, the Wind Swordsman template still accompanied Chen Feng, granting him considerable renown in this realm. In several incidents, Chen Feng had opportunely demonstrated his prowess as the Wind Swordsman, inevitably earning the recognition of these superheroes. Even Spider-Man and Iron Man had become his fans. In this world, Chen Feng realized he must make the name of the Wind Swordsman resound far and wide. This was his unshakable duty. However, recently certain matters had begun to trouble him. It seemed he had caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. In these days, thanks to Chen Feng's exquisite swordsmanship, Natasha, that young woman, had become infatuated with him, visiting him daily to spend time together. Yet somehow Nick had learned of this. In recent times, Chen Feng had become a celebrity in the city, with everyone eager to befriend him. But Chen Feng wished to avoid such entanglements. He had his own plans to pursue. Nick sat in his office, a mountain of documents piled on his desk. All these files pertained to one person, the Knight. A knight wielding extraordinary swordsmanship. His blade could vanquish all. This formidable swordsmanship resembled Eastern techniques, and the sudden appearance of such a figure in the city warranted Nick's attention, prompting him to gather this extensive information. Yet upon closer inspection there seemed nothing remarkable, just an ordinary profile. The man's name was Chen Feng. His resume indicated he had appeared not long ago, but his identity listed him as Asian, and he owned a fast food restaurant in the city. It all seemed quite mundane, but Nick was convinced that this man was likely the knight he sought. His intuition told him that the more ordinary something appeared, the closer it was to the truth. Such had always been his instinct. Without hesitation, he dialed a number and made the call. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call came in. Chen Feng was puzzled. Who would call him at this hour? Probably telemarketers or real estate agents. Humph. In any case, it couldn't be anyone good. Without a second thought, he hung up. For such pointless nuisance calls, he would block and report them without hesitation. Trying to scam me? No way. Beep beep beep. Hearing the dial tone, Nick Fury was momentarily stunned. What? Hung up. Nick Fury was dumbfounded. This was apparently the first person ever to hang up on him. After a moment of reflection, Nick Fury roughly guessed Chen Feng's thoughts. An unfamiliar number would make anyone suspicious. However, he reconsidered. Chen Feng was no ordinary man. He must have known Romanoff's background, or he wouldn't have so easily taken a female agent away. The fact that Romanoff had obediently followed Chen Feng also indicated that he was well aware of her identity and the S.H.I.E.L.D. behind her. Slapping his thigh, Nick Fury decided to call again. If Chen Feng answered, it could save a lot of trouble. Damn. It's you again, you scoundrel. Don't you ever give up. Chen Feng frowned, anger rising as he saw the caller ID. Ha! So eager to scam me, huh? It'll make you taste some bitterness. Buddy, I'm not one to mince words, I already told you no. Don't you have any shame? You're different from others, they have thick skulls but you have a thick face. Get lost. Don't bother me again. After a satisfying outburst, Chen Feng hung up feeling much better. Nick Fury, thick face. Harassing him? What on earth? Beep beep beep. Listening to the dial tone, Furious' face darkened to the color of charcoal even though he was already black. What the hell is going on? I haven't provoked him, haven't struck him, how did I get cursed out? Ah, these young people. They certainly have personality. Nick Fury sighed, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia. He was indeed getting old, no longer understanding the thoughts of the younger generation. He'll hack into Chen Feng's computer and send him a message. At this point Nick Fury had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Yes, sir. Hill nodded and quickly began to operate. Chen Feng had planned to rest today, but his peace was disturbed by a phone call from Nick Fury right from the start. Just as he was about to start gaming, a confidential email suddenly arrived on his computer. Damn it, which bastard is sending me an email at this hour? Chen Feng cursed under his breath. Nevertheless, he obediently opened the attachment. Upon seeing this email, please answer the call from number XXX. S. H. I. E. L. D. Director Nick Fury is looking for you. What? S. H. I. E. L. D. Director. What does Nick Fury want with me? After reading the email, Chen Feng finally understood who had called him earlier. Strange. Why would Nick Fury seek me out? I've always kept a low profile and left no trace. Frank doesn't even know my true identity. In his confusion, Natasha's figure flashed through Chen Feng's mind and everything suddenly clicked. Soon Nick Fury called again and Chen Feng finally answered. Damn it. Since they've come knocking, there's no need to hide anymore. Mr. Chen Feng. A deep male voice sounded from the other end of the line. You already know the answer. Just spit it out. Chen Feng replied rudely. I want to know, was it you who dealt with the people from Tom Logistics Courier Company? Nick Fury cut straight to the chase with the question he most wanted answered. What if I did and what if I didn't? Chen Feng answered ambiguously, holding back. If you did, I hope you'll join a team of mine to protect humanity together. If not, I hope that answer doesn't come to pass. Nick Fury spoke earnestly, his tone brimming with confidence, utterly certain that Chen Feng was the one who had wiped out the Tom Logistics Courier Company. Protect humanity? Work together? Ha, you must be dreaming. You're overthinking it. I have no such intention. Besides, I've always been free-spirited and hate being constrained. Chen Feng flatly rejected Nick Fury's invitation. Do you think I have nothing better to do? I don't want to join the Avengers and be tied down by S. H. I. E. L. D. and the U. S. government. Don't rush to refuse. I can offer you. Beep beep beep. Before he could finish, the same sound echoed again. Nick Fury. He felt his old face couldn't take much more. He wanted to pull out a 40-meter-long blade and run Chen Feng through. Furious. Absolutely furious. He had never encountered someone who made him feel so thwarted. Damn it. That brat is as stubborn as a mule. Nick Fury couldn't help but mutter. Bloody hell, this way of refusing someone really gets on your nerves. Director General Ross seems to have located Banner. At that moment, Agent Hill reported. This report temporarily put Nick Fury's thoughts about Chen Feng on hold. Although Chen Feng had flatly refused his invitation over the phone, Fury himself was not one to give up so easily. Give up? That wasn't an option. The Avengers Initiative was something Nick Fury was determined to see through. Especially in recent days, he had a strong feeling that Earth would no longer be peaceful in the future, and he needed these people to safeguard its safety and peace. Since destroying Tom Logistics Courier Company and avenging Big Daddy, Chen Feng felt refreshed and indescribably at ease. Moreover, his relationship with Natasha was growing closer. Since Nick Fury already knew Chen Feng's identity, they could openly stay together like a normal couple. Instead of being a secret couple sneaking around. Darling, do you blame me for exposing your identity? In a cafe, Natasha, who was on a date with Chen Feng, suddenly asked, her expression tinged with guilt. She had only learned today that Nick Fury had discovered Chen Feng's identity and had asked her to persuade him to join the Avengers. How could Natasha not know Chen Feng's character? Joining the Avengers would mean being constrained and managed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. government. Who would want to have their hands tied when doing things? The answer had been clear from the start. That's why Natasha hadn't extended the invitation herself, leading to Nick Fury's intervention. How could I blame you? I foresaw this happening even before I got together with you, so I don't blame you at all, understand? Chen Feng gently stroked Natasha's long hair, revealing a bright smile. By choosing to be with Natasha, he had already exposed his identity to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Chen Feng didn't care now. In this world, power ultimately spoke. Might made right. And Chen Feng's strength was formidable enough to protect himself and those he loved. Hearing Chen Feng's warm words, Natasha's face brightened and she nodded with a smile. Since he often spent time with Natasha, Chen Feng had Peter take Mindy under his wing. Supposedly he could tutor her to improve her grades and also take her along to punish evil, saving Mindy from constantly interrupting their dates. Moreover, since getting that golden pistol, Mindy no longer complained about Chen Feng not being around often. She was completely obsessed with the coolness of the golden pistol. Night fell. New York was ablaze with splendor. The dazzling lights illuminated the city, making it even more prosperous. Time to pack up and go home. Chen Feng stretched lazily and got up to clean his food truck. These days he drove the truck at night, mainly to enjoy the pleasure of cooking and the leisurely, carefree life. Beep. Just then Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Feng groaned in frustration. You again, you one-eyed pirate? Will you ever give it a rest? Damn it. He had lost count of how many times this was. Nick Fury, that bald old man, was really persistent in trying to persuade him to join the Avengers. Hey Baldy, what great wisdom do you have to impart this time? Hurry up, I need to get home. Chen Feng answered the phone rudely. If he didn't answer that old fox, Nick Fury had countless ways to make his life miserable. Chen Feng even considered taking a trip to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. As a warning. Damn, he really needs a lesson. Hey, I'm not calling to lecture you this time. Remember the photo I showed you? That Dr. Banner has completely gone berserk. Our people can't control him. So can you go deal with this problem? But remember, don't hurt him. Just get him to turn back into Dr. Banner. Many days ago, General Ross had approached Tony. He hoped Tony could capture Hulk since he was the famous Iron Man and surely had new armor to deal with him. But before that, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already contacted Tony and specifically instructed him not to agree to General Ross' request. He didn't want Ross to take Banner away to fight the Abomination. He needed a suitable opportunity to invite Banner to join the Avengers instead of letting him rage and transform into the terrifying Hulk. There was no conflict. Tony ultimately refused General Ross. But later somehow General Ross managed to reach the World Security Council and obtained permission to pursue Banner. With some equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross successfully tracked down Banner. This time the news made Nick Fury extremely tense. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence, Banner was secretly meeting with a doctor from New York University hoping to remove the Hulk from his body. General Ross rushed over only to find that Banner indeed couldn't transform. But only Banner himself knew that he had merely temporarily suppressed the Hulk within. According to the original story, when the crisis emerged, Banner would sacrifice himself for the innocent citizens, jumping resolutely from the plane and transforming back into the Hulk. He then engaged in a fierce battle with the Abomination. After a series of explanations, Chen Feng understood what was happening and declared with righteous indignation, I refuse. Chen Feng immediately hung up the phone. This is a mistake made by your people. I'm not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. So why should I help you with this? Dream on. Then Chen Feng continued tidying up his food truck. Really, a perfectly good evening had been ruined by that one phone call. Roar. Suddenly a deafening roar erupted as if it could pierce the sky. In an instant a thunderous crash echoed across the ground. The entire ground shook violently as if a magnitude 5 earthquake had struck. Damn it. Nick Fury, you jinx. When Chen Feng saw the scene before him, he cursed fury under his breath. What the hell? You can plan for a thing but never for the outcome. This saying perfectly described Chen Feng's current predicament and the exasperation he felt inside. In the distance, two massive figures, one yellow, one green, were locked in a brutal close-quarters brawl just 500 meters away. Chen Feng's head was starting to ache. Damn it, why did these two giants have to fight their way over here? New York was huge. There were so many better places they could have chosen, but they had to come here. Big guy, stay away from my food truck. Don't come any closer. Chen Feng now understood just how accurate Murphy's Law was. If you worry about something happening, it's more likely to occur. Chen Feng had just been worrying that his truck might get destroyed by those two mindless behemoths. Sure enough, they were now wrestling their way toward him. They were only 50 meters away. Chen Feng's angry shout caught the attention of the abomination and the Hulk, who both turned to look at him. Where did this little insect come from? Looking for death. The abomination roared, stomping the ground. A violent gust of wind carrying debris and dust surged toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng stared coldly at the abomination. He was furious, deeply furious. He made no move to dodge. Chen Feng snapped his fingers on his right hand. An invisible wall of wind suddenly appeared, blocking all the rubble and dust. Chen Feng sighed softly and sneered, why would you make me deal with such a simple-minded, muscle-bound lowlife? What? Simple-minded? Muscle-bound? Calling me a lowlife? Angry? I'm so angry I could burst. The abomination was filled with rage. His already ugly face twisted into an even more ferocious snarl. Little insect, I'll kill you. It was unclear whether Chen Feng's words or his casual deflection of the attack had provoked him more. At that moment the Hulk seemed less enraged. It appeared that Banner's consciousness was regaining control. The Hulk now seemed to be struggling with Banner for dominance over the body, frozen in place as the internal conflict raged. No one was paying attention to the Hulk now. The abomination, burning with fury, stared at Chen Feng with bloodshot eyes. He felt insulted by Chen Feng's calm demeanor, as if an ant had challenged him. Bang! The abomination let out a wild roar. His feet stomped the ground, shattering it as his massive frame leaped high into the air nearly 50 meters above. Like a meteor, he plummeted down toward Chen Feng. The scene was earth-shattering. The abomination possessed immense power, exceeding level 100 and nearly matching the Hulk's normal level. But when the Hulk grew angry, he could quickly surpass even the abomination's level 100 strength. If hit by such a punch, even Chen Feng wasn't sure he could withstand it. He might be severely injured. This time Chen Feng was no longer as casual. His face turned serious as the wind sword in his hand sang as it was drawn, releasing a terrifying sword intent that pierced the sky. Rip! The void tore open. As the abomination's body scraped through the air, a sea of fire erupted behind him. He drew closer and closer. Boom! A force as immense as Mount Tai crushed the atmosphere, forming a powerful pressure that bore down on Chen Feng, almost making it hard to breathe. Chen Feng's pupils contracted. The next moment, a breathtaking flash of cold light streaked across the sky, causing heaven and earth to change color. Clang! The wind sword in his hand moved, thrusting forward like a meteor, piercing through metal and stone, aimed straight at the abomination. This strike was powerful. It was imbued with a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sword intent. It was the strongest force Chen Feng could unleash by summoning the hero Yasuo. The sword aura swept across the 8 directions, slicing into the abomination's body from all angles. Whoosh! The terrifying sword aura swept past. Yet it only left a faint, clear mark on the abomination's tough skin, failing to penetrate deeper. Seeing this, Chen Feng frowned. Now it was too late to dodge. He quickly released a wind wall which absorbed most of the impact from the abomination's descent. Then, using that force, Chen Feng's figure flickered as he swiftly retreated out of the abomination's attack range. The abomination looked at Chen Feng from a distance and sneered contemptuously, "Hey little insect, are you just going to run away like a coward?" The sword mark on his body was nothing to the abomination. Gamma radiation had altered his physiology. It had comprehensively strengthened his cellular structure, adding over 800 pounds of bone marrow and tissue, making his body incredibly tough and resistant to damage. Chen Feng naturally wouldn't be angered by such a pointless remark. Going head-to-head with the abomination using Yasuo's slender frame would be asking for trouble. Only a fool would choose a direct confrontation. So Chen Feng's eyes darted, and an idea for dealing with the abomination quickly formed in his mind. Perfect. So what if his defense was high? He'll just ignore it and deal true damage instead. Suddenly a flash of light. The wind sword in his hand transformed into the massive axe of the hand of Noxus. At the same time, Chen Feng's aura shifted, becoming more fierce and domineering. Little bug still putting on airs here. Go to hell now. Abomination saw Chen Feng's weapon transform and let out a furious roar to the sky, charging over like a high-speed tank. The overwhelming momentum seemed as if it would erase everything in its path. Seeking your own doom. Chen Feng snorted coldly, relying on his agile footwork to evade the abomination's unstoppable attack. An axe fell. It struck fiercely onto the abomination's back. Although Chen Feng did not cut through his skin, it added a layer of blood rage effect. Damn! You damned little bug! Suddenly attacked by Chen Feng, the abomination grew even more enraged, spinning around abruptly and swinging his left arm like a massive iron club, whistling through the air. A tearing sound, the air was violently shredded in that moment, producing a harsh roar. Possessing top-tier spider sense, Chen Feng had already anticipated the abomination's attack and dodged it in an instant. In the split second of the dodge, Chen Feng swiftly circled behind the abomination and struck another axe blow onto his back. Vile vermin! The abomination roared and shouted in fury, infuriated by Chen Feng's incredibly nimble movements. Once again he charged forward unstoppably. Rumble, the entire ground shook violently, each step sinking into the concrete road. However, Chen Feng would not give the abomination a chance to attack him head-on. Equipping the boots of swiftness, donning the talisman of ascension, and activating the Yasuo's ghost blade, his speed surged dramatically. In the span of a breath he effortlessly evaded the abomination's assault, then quickly swapped equipment: the Black Cleaver Lord Dominic's Regards Duskblade Mortal Reminder and Edge of Night. Combined with the previously equipped Yasuo's ghost blade, Chen Feng's armor penetration had reached a peak. Ruthless Grasp. Chen Feng mercilessly struck the abomination's back with his axe. Bolstered by all these armor-penetrating items, a deep wound suddenly appeared, reaching the bone. Green blood flowed out. But this outcome undoubtedly further enraged the abomination. Turning around with a fierce and malevolent expression, the abomination roared at Chen Feng in impotent fury. A punch was thrown ferociously and violently. Before the spider sense, all this was futile. Fortunately, the abomination was not like the Hulk, growing stronger with anger. This allowed Chen Feng to provoke the abomination without worry. After all, compared to the Hulk, the abomination retained full human intelligence, making him seem more cunning. Shit, this way we can't keep playing. That's a bit cheap. Just as Chen Feng thought victory was in his grasp, the wounds inflicted on the abomination healed at a visible rate, quickly returning to normal. Holy crap! Were those transformed by gamma rays and super soldier serum this terrifying? As Chen Feng complained, the abomination leaped high into the air, stomping down with his massive foot. If he were caught under that, he would surely be crushed into a pulp. Chen Feng jumped swiftly away from his original position. In the moment the abomination paused upon landing, he struck again with several axe blows. 3 massive bloody gashes appeared, nearly revealing the pale white bones within. At that moment, Chen Feng's blood rage finally stacked to completion, entering a frenzied state with greatly enhanced power. The abomination now sensed that his regenerative abilities seemed suppressed by some unknown force, preventing his wounds from healing quickly. This sudden change startled the abomination slightly, his ugly face turning somewhat grim. Your healing has been weakened, now it's my turn to attack. Trash. Chen Feng hoisted his giant axe and charged at the abomination like a whirlwind. Finally, it was his moment to counterattack. The giant axe in Chen Feng's hand seemed to transform into a sharp dagger, dancing wildly in the air. Wound after wound appeared on the abomination's body. Even so, the abomination did not defend. His human rationality had been completely consumed by rage. His fists struck out madly. Every punch hit only air, unable to harm Chen Feng at all. As the wounds multiplied, the abomination seemed to enter a phase of fatigue. His attack speed slowed and his reactions dulled. At this moment a massive guillotine seemed to appear above the abomination's head, opening the path to death. Fear. Deep, profound fear. In that instant it descended. The abomination now appeared utterly terrified. Although no real guillotine hung overhead, the suffocating aura of death pressed down, filling the abomination's heart with panic. Drip, drip. Green blood flowed continuously, quickly staining his yellow body a patchy green. The intense agony further provoked the abomination. His eyes blazing red, he refused to die at the hands of a mere insect. He still had to kill the Hulk. Roar. The abomination howled at the sky. In an instant a terrifyingly brutal aura surged into the clouds, fierce, savage. Even the bleeding wounds on his body healed rapidly. It seemed that in his fury the energy of the gamma rays and super soldier serum within the abomination was fully unleashed, elevating his strength and life form once again. Can't you just die quietly? What's with this final burst? Chen Feng watched the scene, his head throbbing with pain. Damn it. Did this guy get pumped full of adrenaline? While the abomination was recovering, Chen Feng struck directly. The giant axe in his hand was like the scythe of death, radiating dense, astonishing, deathly energy, ready to drag the abomination back to hell. Ultimate skill? Noxian guillotine? An axe cleaved down furiously, dimming the heavens and earth, landing on the abomination's spine. But the expected separation of head and body did not occur. The axe got stuck in the spikes on the abomination's back. A deep gash appeared on the back of his neck, revealing the pale spinal column within. This powerful attack did not kill the abomination. At that moment the abomination slowly stood up, grabbing the axe lodged in his back. You filthy bug, die! Seizing Chen Feng's giant axe, the abomination swung it ferociously. The air was violently shredded, producing a roar. Fast. Too fast. This strike was so swift that it left Chen Feng almost no room to dodge. With a thought he switched heroes in an instant. A blue rod appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Phase Rush instantly teleported him to another location, narrowly evading the attack. Simultaneously the axe in the abomination's hand vanished as Chen Feng changed heroes, returning to the system. You little insect, you have quite a few tricks, but nothing can stop you from dying by my hand. The abomination sneered coldly, then roared and charged at maximum speed. Even faster and more ferocious than before. Chen Feng stood still, this time without any panic. In the next moment time in this area seemed to warp, forming a temporal rift. Since the area was small and the abomination was in a blind rage, he didn't notice this change. Just as the abomination lunged forward, about to land a punch on Chen Feng's head, Phase Rush allowed Chen Feng to dodge the attack once more. And now the abomination had entered the temporal rift cast by Chen Feng. Having evaded the abomination's strike, Chen Feng used the second dash of Phase Rush to swing his rod, directly hitting the abomination's injured back. Time warp triggered. The immense energy within the temporal rift suddenly froze the abomination, rendering him immobile. Insect, what have you done? Release me. I will kill you. The abomination struggled fiercely, but it was futile. He could not escape the temporal imprisonment. At this moment Chen Feng switched heroes again. The sword of the swift wind reappeared in his hand. Time warp could only imprison the abomination for a mere 2 seconds. Thus Chen Feng had to act quickly. He needed to make full use of these 2 seconds to defeat the abomination. Leaping onto the abomination's back, Chen Feng thrust the sword of the swift wind fiercely into his wounded area. Strike. The terrifying power of Steel Tempest erupted. The abomination's face twisted in agony, his spine seemingly about to split in two as he let out an enraged roar. Especially since Chen Feng had swapped his equipment to high damage 100 critical strike items like Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer. As a result, every attack Chen Feng made was a critical hit, dealing even more devastating damage to the abomination's body. The 2 seconds passed in a flash. The abomination's wounds were severe but not yet fatal. His right hand shot backward, fierce and swift, aiming to strike Chen Feng's head. Empowered by the wind force, Chen Feng's speed increased further, allowing him to dodge the abomination's attack instantly. Damned vermin, die! 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 The abomination had completely gone berserk. Punch after punch he launched a storm of attacks at Chen Feng. Moreover, the abomination was originally a soldier transformed. He was well versed in various combat techniques. Soon he managed to suppress Chen Feng with his skills. Chen Feng could only rely on the wind force to dodge the abomination's relentless attacks, occasionally using the sweeping sword chi of Steel Tempest to deal damage. Amidst this barrage of attacks, Chen Feng suddenly felt a gale gathering around him. Abomination stared at Chen Feng in astonishment, speaking with disbelief, "What is happening?" On Chen Feng's body it seemed as though a violent tornado was gathering, slowly taking shape. Before long the tornado grew larger and larger, nearly sweeping away Abomination and everything around it. This was the true power of the Wind Sword Master, the real strength of Yasuo. Chen Feng gazed at the tornado swirling around him, feeling a profound enlightenment. Abomination prepared to die. With a swing of his sword the tornado surged toward Abomination with ferocious speed. Where it passed not a blade of grass remained. Everything was swept into the sky. Facing such a terrifying tornado, Abomination dared not act recklessly and retreated rapidly. However, his speed was too slow. The tornado quickly caught up, lifting him into the air, his body completely beyond his control. Last breath. A surging power erupted within Chen Feng and he instantly soared above Abomination. Clang! A dazzling flurry of sword strikes danced forth. Abomination's body was soon covered with wounds, leaving him battered and bruised. His vitality is truly tenacious, even this couldn't kill him. Watching Abomination still gasping for breath, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel. Those transformed by gamma rays and the super soldier serum indeed possessed astonishing vitality. Nevertheless, after executing last breath, Chen Feng gained the ability to ignore 80% of his enemy's defenses. Moreover, his current equipment boasted high attack power and guaranteed critical strikes. His combat prowess was even more formidable. Before him, Abomination was no longer a block of hardened steel but a fish waiting to be sliced. With a single sword stroke, Chen Feng pierced through Abomination's head, brain matter and blood splattering out in a gruesome display. Even after shattering the skull, Chen Feng remained cautious. He delivered another strike, obliterating Abomination's entire body into fragments before finally sheathing his wind sword with satisfaction. The roaring tornado gradually dissipated. Chen Feng landed on the ground accompanied by countless fragments of flesh. Abomination was dead. With Abomination's demise, Chen Feng turned his gaze to the Hulk nearby, who was still trapped in internal struggle, frantically pounding his own head. Needless to say, Dr. Banner was locked in a fierce battle with the Hulk, striving to regain control of the body. Chen Feng observed the giant with keen interest. After all, in his past life Chen Feng had only seen the Hulk in movies. Now witnessing the Hulk's true form firsthand, it would be a lie to say he wasn't fascinated. "Agent Hill, how is Dr. Banner?" After being rejected by Chen Feng, Nick Fury felt deeply frustrated. It was a moment before he remembered to inquire about Banner. "Director, see for yourself." Agent Hill stared blankly, visibly stunned, without directly answering Fury's question. Fury then approached Agent Hill. Upon seeing the screen, he appeared quite pleased. Dr. Banner was struggling with the Hulk, seemingly on the verge of reverting to human form. "Isn't this a good outcome? Why does it look like the sky is falling?" However, when Fury's eyes caught sight of another figure on the screen, his expression froze, then shifted dramatically. He murmured in disbelief, "Chen Feng. What is he doing there? What the hell is going on? Didn't Chen Feng reject me? What does his presence there mean? Could it be that he's deliberately targeting me?" For a moment Fury's mind raced with countless questions. "Agent Hill, why is Chen Feng here?" Fury turned to Hill. It seems he was running a food truck nearby when the Hulk and Abomination clashed here. Then, Chen Feng killed Abomination. Agent Hill took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on Chen Feng on the screen with awe. Powerful. Too powerful? Even now she couldn't believe that someone as slender as Chen Feng could kill an Abomination. This defied Hill's understanding of the world, hence her shock. However, even greater surprises were yet to come. In the days ahead, New York would descend into greater chaos with the emergence of more superheroes and supervillains, leaving people utterly astounded. Abomination. Chen Feng killed him? Agent Hill's words left Fury utterly bewildered. Having been momentarily stunned, he had missed a flood of information, leading to his confusion. Agent Hill slowly exhaled. After calming herself, she replayed the earlier footage. Upon seeing it, Nick Fury finally understood. He was equally stunned and confused. Fury had suspected Chen Feng might be powerful, perhaps even a gamma-level mutant, but he never imagined such overwhelming strength. Holy crap! This is insane. Abomination, a fusion of the super soldier serum and gamma rays, possessed explosive power. Yet in the end Chen Feng killed him. At this level Chen Feng's strength probably rivals that of an Omega-level mutant. By the way, is General Ross nearby? Fury asked urgently. General Ross is in a helicopter near the Hulk, Agent Hill replied, eyeing Fury with curiosity. Good. Tell General Ross not to harm Chen Feng or Dr. Banner, Fury said with a sigh of relief, the weight lifting from his shoulders. General Ross didn't know who Chen Feng was. Moreover, the Hulk was still struggling with Banner potentially reverting to human form. At such a critical moment it was best to avoid provoking the Hulk lest it lead to even graver consequences. Director, something's wrong. Look. Just then Agent Hill exclaimed urgently. Nick Fury's heart jolted as he turned his gaze to the screen. Oh. Dr. Banner, are you being suppressed? Chen Feng watched with keen interest. The trace of humanity in the Hulk's eyes gradually faded and he began to stabilize. In the end the Hulk gained the upper hand in this physical struggle, at least for now. Prepare to attack this monster. General Ross quickly noticed the Hulk's shift and issued orders. Though Nick Fury had called to advise against harming the Hulk and Ross had verbally agreed. The battlefield changed in an instant and General Ross wasn't one to stick to mere verbal promises. His target was the Hulk. At this moment, if the Hulk could revert to Banner, General Ross would naturally hold back. Judging by the current situation, he still had to intervene. Beside General Ross sat an exceptionally beautiful and intelligent woman, her face etched with worry as she pleaded, Father, you can't shoot Bruce. He's still trying. Just give him a little more time. She was General Ross' daughter Betty Ross. She was also Bruce's girlfriend. I will give him a chance, but whether he can seize it is up to him. General Ross' expression was stern, even his own daughter could not sway his convictions. It was a soldier's duty to defend the country and protect its people. The moment Bruce lost control and was completely overtaken by the Hulk, that would be the signal to attack. You have fun on your own. I'm leaving. Chen Feng yawned, having seen enough. It seemed nothing else was happening, so he decided to head home and rest. Having just fought the abomination, his whole body was now sore and aching. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Oh great, it's you again, you old bald man. What is it this time? Chen Feng's attitude shifted completely upon seeing it was Nick Fury calling. This guy was just too annoying. Get out of there now. No, I mean dodge. Fury's previously calm tone took a sharp, piercing turn. At that moment Chen Feng's spider sense blared a dangerous warning, urging him to flee. Holy crap! A fierce gust of wind howled from behind and Chen Feng darted away with lightning speed. However, the situation changed abruptly. The next instant a massive green fist slammed heavily into the spot where Chen Feng had been standing. Boom! A huge crater instantly appeared. Boulders scattered and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Fire! Fire now! Subdue that monster! General Ross gave the order. All the weaponry on the attack helicopters locked onto the Hulk. Blazing flames erupted from the muzzles and bullets rained down upon the Hulk like a violent storm. Roar! As the hail of bullets descended, the Hulk abandoned his attack on Chen Feng, turning his furious gaze towards the nearby helicopter and roaring up at the sky. General Ross' expression was icy. Unaware of the magnitude of his mistake, he continued to command, don't stop. Get the cannons ready. Let this monster have a taste. As the Hulk's attention was drawn to General Ross, Chen Feng leisurely resumed his phone call. Fury, you old bald man. You couldn't have picked a worse time to call. You almost got me killed. After a torrent of curses, Chen Feng finally vented some of his anger. Aren't you mad? I'm asking you, aren't you mad? Damn it. If not for the spider sense warning, he might have actually gotten hurt. You little brat, watch your language. You're an adult, can't you be a bit more civilized? Fury felt guilty. It was indeed his fault that Chen Feng had almost been put in danger. Fortunately, Chen Feng had reacted quickly enough. He had dodged the Hulk's fist just in time. If he had lost a potential avenger due to his own mistake, Nick Fury would have been utterly devastated and would never forgive himself. Since you're on the scene, help deal with the Hulk. General Ross, ordinary soldiers are no match for that guy. Fury was well aware of the Hulk's power. Especially when General Ross provoked him like that, it was practically suicide. Who was the Hulk? Nick Fury had witnessed the Hulk's state with his own eyes. In a fit of rage, the Hulk lost all reason, his power escalating to terrifying heights. It was simply unimaginable. Although his relationship with Ross wasn't particularly good, he didn't want to see a fellow countryman die right before his eyes. That would be too heartless. I refuse. Chen Feng said callously, hanging up the phone directly. That damned rat, why is he so stubborn? Fury stared at the screen showing Chen Feng's nonchalant demeanor, his forehead covered in black lines. Damn it. So infuriating. This rascal couldn't give him a moment's peace. When had he, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., ever been so humiliated? Agent Hill, have all our people been dispatched? Fury shook his head, knowing that calling again would be futile. Chen Feng definitely wouldn't pick up. He had to rely on his own people. They've been deployed, but I'm worried. Can that weapon Tony provided really handle the Hulk? Agent Hill's face was full of worry. Indeed, if the abomination alone was this terrifying, the original Hulk would be unimaginably powerful. Trust Tony. He is a genius scientist after all, Fury replied. At this point, with things having escalated so far, they had no choice but to place their faith in Tony. Chen Feng in fact hadn't left. A spectacular battle like this was a rare treat, and since it was free to watch, why not stay? At this moment, from the helicopter, heavy weapons like Gatling guns, cannons, and grenade launchers bombarded the Hulk in waves, along with countless bullets from assault rifles. Under such overwhelming firepower, even the Hulk had to be cautious. Not that he was afraid, but he had intelligence too. Just because his defense was incredible didn't mean he would stand there and take a beating. That would be utterly idiotic. New York was filled with countless buildings. Using them for cover, the Hulk entered the attack's blind spots and quickly reached the area beneath the helicopter. Quick! He's appeared. Attack him! General Ross spotted the Hulk and immediately shouted orders to the soldiers beside him. However, he was completely oblivious to the trouble he had stirred up. He was already in grave danger. He still thought that being airborne made him invincible, that the Hulk could never reach him. But the Hulk's next move completely shattered General Ross' composure. Before long, the Hulk rapidly scaled the surrounding skyscrapers. Standing on a rooftop, he was soon level with General Ross' helicopter. The ferocious face and the blazing fury in his eyes sent a wave of panic through the battle-hardened general. Quick! Attack him! Get this plane out of here! Ross yelled in desperation. Seeing the soldiers nearby moving too slowly, General Ross took matters into his own hands. He grabbed an assault rifle and unleashed a furious volley at the Hulk's head. At this point, the Hulk ignored the bullets and shells striking his body. He crushed the rooftop beneath him and lunged madly towards the helicopter. At this moment, nothing seemed capable of stopping his advance. All the bullets and shells were practically deflected by the Hulk's iron-hard skin, failing to cause any real damage. Go! 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 As the Hulk was about to reach the helicopter, General Ross roared at the pilot. But it was already too late. The helicopter was a mere 100 meters directly ahead of the Hulk. The Hulk attacked. The Hulk's multi-ton body began to sprint with explosive force. Like a cannonball, he leaped from the rooftop, grabbing onto the helicopter's landing skid. At that moment, the helicopter issued a dangerous warning due to the excessive weight, its red warning lights flashing. Bruce, it's me. Betty, do you remember me? Betty suddenly poked her head out, gazing deeply at Hulk, trying to awaken the banner within him. Betty. Hulk murmured slowly. Betty. Betty. Ah. Roar. With Betty's appearance, Dr. Banner inside Hulk seemed to show signs of awakening once more. He suddenly went berserk. Consequently, the helicopter began to shake violently and soon the system malfunctioned. General Ross, we may have to make an emergency landing. The pilot lamented, unable to control the out-of-control aircraft any longer. General Ross, still trying to call out to Betty, his daughter, who was concerned about Bruce, roared angrily, Betty, forget that monster and come to me at once. Damn it. At such a critical moment, she still thinks about that monster. Meanwhile, Hulk, struggling with Banner, kept shaking the helicopter, sending it hurtling toward the ground. The pilot shouted again, General, prepare for landing, hold tight. As his words faded, the entire helicopter began to tilt sharply, drawing ever closer to the ground. Don't come this way. Chen Feng, who was below watching the spectacular battle, saw the helicopter flying toward him and panicked. What the hell? I'm just an innocent bystander? Seriously? Why does this happen to me? Chen Feng's shouts could not stop the inevitable. Soon the helicopter crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. It crashed right in front of Chen Feng. Hulk's massive body was thrown far away. This heavy impact suppressed Banner within him once again. General Ross and Betty crawled out of the wrecked helicopter covered in dust. Now Hulk's target suddenly shifted and he glared fiercely at the calm and composed Chen Feng. Murderous intent radiated from him. You still want to fight me? Chen Feng was stunned. I just glanced at you a little longer. Why am I innocently dragged into this? But Hulk didn't care. Growing angrier, he stomped the ground, shattering it, and charged forward like a tank. Faced with this, Chen Feng had no choice but to engage. Sigh, I guess I need to find a better spot to watch the show next time. Chen Feng muttered. Suddenly a massive battle axe appeared in his hand and he exuded a fierce aura. Boom! A deafening earth-shattering thud. The violent force unleashed a terrifying shockwave that swept outward. Hulk's fist struck heavily against Chen Feng's axe. The immense power poured down, sending Chen Feng staggering backward. Incredible strength. Hulk pressed his advantage, swiftly following up with another devastating punch. This strike was even more terrifying and ferocious than the previous one. As he retreated, Chen Feng raised his axe to block Hulk's attack. As expected, Chen Feng clearly underestimated Hulk's power. When the fist met the axe, a volcanic force erupted, sending cracks throughout his body as if his entire ribcage had shattered. With a loud crash, Chen Feng was blasted into a small house behind him, leaving a trail of destruction. Bang! Hulk then stomped the ground, shattering it, and followed Chen Feng into the small house, his immense strength threatening to demolish the entire structure. Chen Feng's body reeled from the violent impact. Though he had absorbed most of the force, the residual energy still left him breathless. After purchasing and drinking 10 health potions from the shop, Chen Feng felt revitalized as if he possessed a healing factor. In an instant his injuries were completely restored and his strength returned. Chen Feng looked at the charging Hulk and realized he could no longer confront him head-on. Without acquiring a more powerful hero facing this Hulk, whose strength surged with anger seemingly without limit, brutal and savage, the best strategy was guerrilla warfare. Using agile footwork to dodge the opponent's attacks, then seizing opportunities for a sneak attack. With a swift sidestep, Chen Feng evaded Hulk's deadly charge and moved to his left. He swung his axe down fiercely at Hulk's back, but it had little effect, leaving only a faint white mark on Hulk's green skin. And mind you, Chen Feng was using a full set of armor-piercing equipment, yet he couldn't even breach Hulk's defense. This clearly showed that using the abilities of the Hand of Noxus against Hulk was still somewhat insufficient. However, if he could enter the Blood Rage mode, he might actually be able to defeat him. Chen Feng's attack visibly enraged Hulk. And the angrier Hulk grew, the more violent his temper and the more terrifying his power became. He threw a punch. In an instant he was right in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng hadn't even noticed how Hulk had turned around, showing just how fast Hulk had become. Fortunately, Chen Feng had been clever enough to swap out the Dusk Blade and Night's Edge for items that boosted his speed, Righteous Glory, and Talisman of Ascension. At the critical moment, Chen Feng narrowly dodged Hulk's attack. This evasion seemed to surprise Hulk, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng swung his axe and struck Hulk again. This attack snapped Hulk out of his daze. He let out a furious roar and charged at Chen Feng with incredible speed. Bang! The two engaged in a back-and-forth brawl, exchanging blows. The surrounding buildings and cars were all smashed to pieces by the rampaging Hulk. Shattered beyond recognition. Chen Feng, relying on his agile footwork and the speed boost from his equipment, dodged Hulk's attacks time and again. As time passed, Chen Feng finally entered the Blood Rage state, significantly increasing his power. His eyes seemed to blaze with fiery heat and his entire body radiated a brilliant light. Wielding his axe that shimmered with a crimson glow, Chen Feng charged at Hulk for the first time. When Chen Feng entered Blood Rage mode, it triggered a bleeding effect. A powerful force appeared within Hulk, suppressing his regenerative abilities. Hulk, kill you? Hulk, though not highly intelligent, knew that the change inside him was Chen Feng's doing. Rage. Fury. A volcano erupted once more. Hulk stomped the ground, shattering it, and leaped high like a human cannonball, his fist shattering the air as it came crashing down toward the charging Chen Feng. The next moment, the massive green fist and the blood-tinged battle axe collided. Boom. Cataclysmic. Instantly a deafening explosion roared and a terrifying energy shockwave swept across the land, annihilating everything in its path. The already damaged buildings in the vicinity were pulverized into dust by the energy wave, leaving a scene of utter devastation. At the center of the energy storm, two figures were sent staggering backward, but in an instant they launched themselves at each other with even greater speed. Noxian guillotine. With a furious roar, Chen Feng seemed to summon a gigantic guillotine above the Hulk's head as a chilling aura from hell suddenly burst forth. In midair, Chen Feng raised the giant axe in his hand, striking down upon the Hulk as if a divine being had descended. The terrifying power descended. All of its might was unleashed upon the Hulk's arms, causing the seemingly invincible creature to kneel. This axe wielded genuine damage capable of directly bypassing the Hulk's defenses. Yet under this strike the Hulk not only remained unscathed but felt his blood boil within. The bleeding effect was instantly negated by the Hulk, whose abnormal regeneration restored his body to perfection once more. The Hulk slowly rose to his feet. His arms gradually lifted and even Chen Feng could no longer suppress him. With a thunderous crash the Hulk's body shook, sending Chen Feng flying back as a powerful force pressed against his chest, squeezing his heart. Quickly changing his weapon, Chen Feng utilized Ike's ability to revert to his state from 5 seconds ago. Chen Feng finally felt a sense of ease throughout his body. Damn it, is this green fat guy really that difficult to deal with? This thought tightened Chen Feng's brows. In the movies the Hulk was completely overpowered by Thanos' military punches, too scared to come out. If only he had Thanos' formidable strength, he wouldn't fear the Hulk at all. In just a minute he could teach him a lesson. Ask him why the flowers are so red? A roar that echoed through heaven and earth sounded. Without a second thought the Hulk charged at Chen Feng once more. Using the time-controlling power of Ike, dodging the Hulk's attacks became considerably easier for Chen Feng. With just a phase shift he could teleport to another location and utilize another displacement to playfully toy with the Hulk. That said, no matter how one looked at it, all of Chen Feng's attacks seemed ineffective, doing no real damage. He needed to employ that technique against the wicked. Chen Feng replaced the blue rod in his hand with the Sword of Gale, slashing down upon the Hulk's back. In that moment a green sword mark appeared. Although it did not breach the Hulk's defenses, it still caused some degree of damage. At that moment countless gales converged around Chen Feng. A furious tornado swiftly formed, seemingly intent on devouring all living beings. Under Chen Feng's guidance the tornado howled and swept toward the Hulk. Under the fierce pull of the tornado the Hulk desperately resisted, but to no avail as he was lifted hundreds of meters into the air. Far from the earth the Hulk's power was greatly diminished. Nothing could support him in unleashing his full strength. Chen Feng snorted coldly, disdainfully, stating, "Now you want to contend with me, you dead green fat guy? Let me show you my might." Observing the Hulk suspended in the air, Chen Feng did not hastily use his skills, preparing to let him float up there a bit longer for some retribution. What the heck? Who did I provoke? Encountering this troublesome brute. If I don't drive you to the brink of insanity, I won't be named Chen. At this moment the Hulk, still hundreds of meters above the ground, had no objects to leverage, rendering him powerless to use his strength, flailing his arms and legs in a futile struggle. As the energy of the tornado gradually diminished the Hulk slowly abandoned his struggle. At that moment Chen Feng made his move. Fast, incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye Chen Feng launched his attack, his body disappearing from sight only to reappear above the Hulk. Gale's absolute cut. Slash. 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 The brilliant sword light illuminated the world. The dazzling sword energy flickered in the air, sweeping with terrifying power, cutting into the Hulk's iron-like body. Unable to exert force, the Hulk relied solely on his formidable defense to withstand Chen Feng's onslaught. After executing a series of lightning-fast sword techniques with a sword in hand, Chen Feng's momentum soared, once more resembling a king of wind overlooking the world. With an overwhelming aura, after using Gale's absolute cut, Chen Feng could disregard 80% of his opponent's defenses, inflicting direct damage. Thus in the next moment the Sword of Gale pierced sharply into the Hulk's chest, the terrifying power of the strike nearly penetrating through him. The Hulk was furious. Chen Feng's attack had thoroughly enraged him, roaring like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The deafening sound waves surged forth, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding space. Suddenly the tornado vanished in an instant. Immediately after, the Hulk plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing down. Boom! The earth shook violently as the Hulk's body sank deep into the ground, creating a massive crater. Chen Feng rode the wind gracefully, descending from high above his figure light and ethereal, akin to a sword immortal, coldly gazing at the Hulk in the crater. Chen Feng calmly stated, "Green fat guy, this time you lost." Upon finishing his words in the next instant, a deafening roar erupted from the crater as a gigantic green figure suddenly leaped out, crashing down onto the ground as if a magnitude 5 earthquake had occurred. The entire city trembled. Shocked. Everyone was horrified. Cold. Everyone felt fear. Is this guy invincible? So terrifying. The Hulk is really angry. The Hulk glared at Chen Feng with fiery rage, clenching his fists tightly, visibly shaking with anger. The wounds inflicted by Chen Feng's earlier strikes had astonishingly healed completely in just a few seconds. Filled with even more rage, the Hulk's gamma particles surged within him, emitting a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and earth, enhancing his already formidable strength. Boom. The moment the Hulk's foot struck the ground, he charged forward like a streak of lightning, almost impossible to discern his form. This big guy is too quick. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain. The Hulk's power far exceeded his imagination. If this continued and the Hulk grew even angrier, who knows what would happen? What level of strength would he eventually reach? Damn it, this guy might be able to battle the Marvel deities. Chen Feng chose to avoid his might. Utilizing the power of the wind, he nimbly dodged the Hulk's attacks. The Hulk, treated like a little dog by Chen Feng, became even angrier, his power surging once more. His speed was almost catching up to Chen Feng. I have a saying that I don't know whether to say or not. Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He could no longer evade the Hulk. If this continued, he would only be passively increasing the Hulk's strength. The sword of Gale vanished from his hand, and the blue rod reappeared as Chen Feng transformed into Ike, beginning to harness the power of time. Creating a temporal distortion in place just as the Hulk entered the range, Chen Feng followed closely, causing their timelines to intertwine. Using the power of time to temporarily bind the Hulk, he unleashed a powerful magical attack, causing significant damage to the Hulk. Ike, this young hero capable of manipulating time magic, was equipped with everything to enhance magical damage. Lich's Curse. The Death Cap of the World Ender. The Book of Killing. The Echo of Laden's Tempest. The Veil of the Banshee. The health regeneration bonuses from these items not only directly enhanced Echo's strength but also allowed the Banshee's Veil to block one of Hulk's skill attacks. No. Hulk was purely a brawler, he didn't have any skills to speak of, did he? Realizing this, Chen Feng felt somewhat speechless and immediately swapped out an item. Zonia's Hourglass. Commonly known as stasis, it grants the wearer invincibility for 2 seconds, rendering all physical and magical attacks harmless to Chen Feng. Moreover, each of Echo's attacks left a time mark on his enemies. After 3 strikes, the mark triggered, dealing massive damage and granting him incredible movement speed. Leveraging Echo's abilities, Chen Feng executed guerrilla tactics to perfection. With powerful magic damage and the speed boost from time marks, he made it nearly impossible for Hulk to even touch his clothes. Hulk was furious. Frustrated by Chen Feng's Hitandran tactics, he recklessly charged into the surrounding buildings. At that moment, the busiest street in New York was reduced to rubble by Hulk's rampage. Chaos reigned. Then something unbelievable happened. Chen Feng's time manipulation failed to restrain Hulk. Clearly, Hulk's power had surpassed the bounds of time. Even the 100-meter dash provided by Phase Rush was closed in an instant by Hulk. The stronger Hulk grew, the heavier the pressure on Chen Feng. Agent Hill, aren't our people here yet? Nick Fury asked, his face grim as he watched Chen Feng being chased by Hulk on the screen. According to the timeline, they'll arrive in 3 minutes, Agent Hill replied, her expression heavy. Chen Feng was a key recruit for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers Initiative, crucial to Earth's defense. Fury's eyes glinted as he suddenly asked, by the way, what about Tony? Have you informed him? Tony seems to be hosting a party at home. He probably doesn't know about Hulk yet, Agent Hill said with a helpless shrug. Though Tony had transformed from a playboy into Iron Man and matured somewhat, he still had a long way to go. Tony was still a wealthy man who loved women and parties. To truly mature and shoulder the responsibilities of a superhero, he needed to experience much more. Damn it. Fury cursed under his breath, his eyes locked on the screen. Hulk was too strong, so strong that even Chen Feng dared not confront him head-on. If things continued like this without any surprises, even Chen Feng might not hold out. Hulk now surpassed Chen Feng in speed, strength, and every other aspect. For Chen Feng, the situation was dire. A quick roll allowed him to narrowly dodge Hulk's devastating punch by a hair's breadth. Yet in the next second, Hulk appeared behind him again, throwing a powerful punch. Boom! At that moment, Chen Feng defended with his blue weapon. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by Hulk's overwhelming force, crashing like a cannonball into the building behind him. Dust and debris filled the air. The scene was utter chaos. The enraged Hulk wouldn't wait for Chen Feng to recover before resuming the fight. Hulk took a step forward, crushing the ground beneath him with sheer force. With a leap, he bounded into the building. Hulk's sharp senses immediately located Chen Feng. He charged like the wind, fists and feet flying, unable to conceal his murderous intent. Hulk's iron fist struck out. A muffled sound echoed from the dust like a great bell, indicating something had blocked his attack. A gentle breeze blew, slowly clearing the dust to reveal Chen Feng. Whether it was S-H-I-E-L-D watching through the screen, or General Ross and his men, everyone who saw Chen Feng was stunned into silence. Holy crap! This is... Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Feng was now encased in hard stone, turning him into a living rock golem. Hulk's fist slammed into Chen Feng's stone form but had no effect. He had completely blocked it. Green Giant, you're still not enough to mess with me. A hint of relief flickered across Chen Feng's face. Now he had some confidence. In the moment, he was smashed into the building. A flash of inspiration struck him. Damn, I almost forgot. I have Malphite, the strongest defense in League of Legends. The fight had been so intense, had forgotten to use this form against Hulk. Without hesitation, Chen Feng switched heroes, turning into the stone golem Malphite. Then in the system shop, he equipped all items that boosted physical defense: Frozen Heart, Iceborne Gauntlet, Thornmail, Ninja Tabi, Randuin's Omen, and Sunfire Cape. With these items, Chen Feng's defense reached a new level. Blocking one of Hulk's punches? Laughable, it was as easy as eating and drinking. As Hulk hesitated in surprise, Chen Feng struck back, his stone-covered fist slamming heavily into Hulk's chest. The next moment, Hulk staggered back a step. Those witnessing this were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. S-H-I-E-L-D was dumbfounded. General Ross and his men were speechless, and even the innocent bystanders caught in the chaos were left agape. Damn! What kind of monster is Chen Feng? A mutant? He was at a disadvantage moments ago, and now he's gained the upper hand. Holy shit! This is insane! Hulk, jolted back to reality by Chen Feng's punch, retaliated with a ferocious blow against Chen Feng's stone armor. Under the immense force, cracks appeared in the stone armor, but they were quickly filled by new stone. With his incredible defense, Chen Feng stood still before Hulk. Just the granite shield's barrier alone made it nearly impossible for Hulk to harm him significantly. Each of Hulk's attacks was like a tickle to Chen Feng. Amid Hulk's frenzied assault, Chen Feng calmly pulled a massive fragment from the ground and hurled it at Hulk. The boulder, as large as a hill, flattened Hulk, pinning him to the ground. But just a second later, Hulk lifted the rock and hurled it back at Chen Feng with a ferocious glare. Boom! Just as the boulder was about to hit Chen Feng, a stone fist shattered it into pieces. At the same time, amidst the swirling dust, Chen Feng charged forward. Despite its seemingly ponderous stone body, its speed was far from sluggish. It was incredibly swift, reaching the Hulk in an instant. It was mainly because hurling the boulder at the Hulk granted Chen Feng an extra burst of speed. Approaching the Hulk, Chen Feng threw a punch. The stone armor on his fist transformed into sharp spikes, poised to stab deeply into the Hulk's resilient skin. Regrettably, the moment these stone spikes pierced the Hulk's skin, they shattered into pieces, disintegrating into dust that scattered across the heavens and earth. Malphite, the stone golem, was originally designed for defense. It was understandable that his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. However, the Hulk, clearly enraged by Chen Feng's attack, let out a furious roar. He then leaped and pounced onto Chen Feng. Thud! 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 Like a berserk brawler, the Hulk unleashed a storm of punches and kicks without a moment's pause. In no time, Chen Feng activated the passive effect of Randuin's Omen, directly slowing the Hulk's attack speed and reducing his frequency. Moreover, with the Sunfire Cape and Thornmail, even while being attacked by the Hulk, Chen Feng could retaliate against him through the effects of these items. In a word, let's hurt each other. The H. I. D. L. D. Agents under Nick Fury's orders stood by silently watching the chaotic brawl between the Hulk and Chen Feng. It was at that moment General Ross and his men who had fallen from the sky were rescued by the S. H. I. D. L. D. agents. They were not severely injured, and since the Hulk issue remained unresolved, everyone stayed put, not leaving. "Let me go up there. I can wake Bruce up," Betty said, her face anxious as she rushed forward. "Don't be impulsive, Betty. That monster won't listen to you." "Come back," General Ross said, grabbing his daughter, deeply disappointed by her foolish behavior. In General Ross' mind, Banner was a monster, an enemy who only brought destruction and ruin. From the very beginning, General Ross had never wanted his daughter to be with Banner, and he certainly would not allow her to do something so pointless now. The Hulk was the Hulk. No matter what, it could not change the fact that he was a terrifying monster. Betty retorted, "But father, on the plane just now, did you see? Bruce wanted to change back too. He didn't want to become the Hulk. So if I just..." "Enough. Please stop uttering such absurd words. Right now before your eyes is not Bruce but the Hulk, the monster that wants to kill us." General Ross angrily cut off Betty's words, handing her over to a nearby soldier. He turned to the S. H. I. D. L. D. agent and demanded, "Why aren't you engaging? Is S. H. I. D. L. D. just here to watch the show?" "General Ross, these are orders from above. We are merely following them." The agent's retort only enraged Ross further, instantly reminding him of Nick Fury's earlier interference in his attempt to capture the Hulk. "Damn it. Nick Fury, I see you're just protecting this monster. What exactly are you trying to do?" At this moment, General Ross was unaware of Nick Fury's Avengers initiative, so he simply believed Fury's actions were biased towards the monster. He directly dialed Nick Fury's number. General Ross demanded an explanation, or he would report this matter to the World Security Council. The U.S. government would not let Nick Fury off the hook either. On the other side of the battlefield, the Hulk and Chen Feng remained locked in combat, engaging in the most primal of brawls. Boom. Fist collided with fist. Muscle met stone. Each impact erupted with a deafening explosion, shaking the world in all directions. Everything around them was reduced to rubble by the shockwaves of their fight, a scene of utter desolation. Amidst this relentless battle, the Hulk's storm of attacks failed to harm Chen Feng. His sky-high defense negated all the Hulk's damage. Moreover, when Chen Feng used the Brutal Strike's ability, it boosted his armor's passive effect by 30%. From start to finish, the Hulk's attacks were like light rain falling on Chen Feng's stone armor, merely creating a few ripples. Thud. Crash. Bang. Under this relentless assault, even the Hulk gradually lost interest in Chen Feng, no longer wanting to fight a stone. Seeing the Hulk hesitating to leave, Chen Feng taunted loudly, "Hey big guy, our fight isn't over yet. Come on." By now it wasn't a matter of the Hulk letting Chen Feng go. Chen Feng wasn't about to let the Hulk leave easily. The Hulk had relentlessly pursued him earlier, and now he would pay back every bit of it. Roar. Hulk. Unstoppable. As expected, provoked by Chen Feng, the Hulk beat his chest and charged like a raging bull. Unfortunately, under Chen Feng's iron-hard defense, such attacks were utterly ineffective. Instead, the thorn mail caused the Hulk to suffer magical damage himself. Sent flying by the impact, Chen Feng carved a deep furrow across the ground, with some stones on his body chipping off. But they were quickly filled by other stones, and he stood up as if nothing had happened. Hulk. Seeing Chen Feng rise again, the Hulk roared in fury and charged once more like a tank. Another ferocious collision. The result was the same. Chen Feng was utterly unharmed. In this endless cycle, the Hulk grew weary, lost his passion, and felt a deep sense of sorrow. Damn it. He couldn't kill or even injure Chen Feng. So frustrating. After countless futile attacks, the Hulk made a choice no one expected. He simply left. Everyone was stunned. The Hulk ran away. And he ran fast. He wanted to get away from this man who frustrated him. "Hey Bruce, do you remember me? I'm Betty." Just as the Hulk was fleeing into the distance, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes stood in his way, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing Betty, the banner deep within the Hulk stirred, making him stop and stare at her. Roar. Hulk must go. With a roar that shook the heavens, the Hulk was about to stomp on Betty's head. No. Banner inside fought desperately to stop the Hulk, and the two were once again locked in a struggle. Bruce, you can do it. You can control yourself. I'll always be by your side. At this moment Betty cheered Banner on, gradually awakening his consciousness. The Hulk was now in crisis. Banner seemed on the verge of regaining control of the body. Meanwhile, General Ross, who had just finished a call with Nick Fury, was furious. What is this? A highly classified S.H.I.E.L.D. document. Can't be disclosed to outsiders? That's all bullshit. I see you're just shielding that monster Hulk. All U.S.H.I.E.L.D. people are insane. Where's Betty? Where did she run off to? Only then did General Ross realize his daughter was standing before the Hulk. His face turned ashen as he berated the soldier. What are you waiting for? Don't you see my daughter is in danger? Attack that monster now. General Ross shouted furiously at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents beside him. But without Nick Fury's orders, these men would not heed General Ross. You lunatics! Ross cursed, snatching an assault rifle from a nearby soldier and charging forward in a single bound. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Scorching flames erupted from the muzzle as countless bullets pelted the Hulk. Roar! The Hulk was enraged once more, suppressing Banner's consciousness. Instead of attacking General Ross, he sped away into the distance. Meanwhile, he noticed Betty beneath him and simply circumvented her. Damn it, that Ross always messes things up. Nick Fury growled angrily, watching the Hulk's swift escape on the screen. They had been so close to helping Banner regain control of his body and revert to human form. But because of General Ross' gunshot, everything was ruined. Now the Hulk had vanished to Waknoshire, and finding him again wouldn't be easy. That was what infuriated Nick Fury the most. Since taking the helm of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had come to understand that this world harbored forces beyond imagination. In truth, Fury had increasingly sensed the rising frequency of supernatural events. In the near future, the United States might be engulfed in a cataclysmic war. When that time came, no one could escape. And S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current strength would be utterly insufficient to counter what was to come. Thus, recruiting all the names on the Avengers Initiative list had become Fury's most pressing task. Today had held great promise for bringing Dr. Banner into the fold, but that hot-headed General Ross had ruined everything. The Hulk's gone. I should head back too. Watching the Hulk disappear from sight, Chen Feng turned and walked toward his food truck. The surrounding scene was one of desolation and ruin. One could hardly believe this was once New York's most bustling street. If the Hulk alone could wreak such havoc when Loki arrived and the Battle of New York began, wouldn't the entire country be ground to dust? Chen Feng now felt the urgency of power more than ever. In his fight with the Hulk just now, he had only prevailed through his incredible defensive capabilities. With his current strength, defeating the Hulk in a direct confrontation was an insurmountable chasm. All Chen Feng could think about was his next draw, to obtain a superhero with the power of a transcender, or even beyond that into the divine realm. Just then Nick Fury called again. What could he want now? Old Baldy, what is it this time? Chen Feng answered with his usual lack of courtesy. Are you injured? And have you considered my offer? S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide you with better equipment and offer protection for your family. Fury spoke with concern. Having witnessed Chen Feng's battle with the Hulk, he could see the young man's limitations. Though Chen Feng had ultimately prevailed over the Hulk, it was a moral victory at best. He hadn't truly defeated him. Fury also knew Chen Feng had a grandfather and a sister named Mindy. One was an ordinary man, the other a girl trained in combat. Neither possessed great strength. Fury knew Chen Feng would protect them, but after the struggle with the Hulk, Chen Feng must have recognized his own shortcomings. Offering such tempting terms now, Fury believed Chen Feng might accept. No need. With those two words, Chen Feng hung up. His current strength was indeed lacking. Even dealing with the Hulk had been a tremendous effort. If Thanos arrived on Earth with the Infinity Gauntlet and all 6 stones, Chen Feng doubted his luck would make him one of the surviving half. Moreover, there was Mindy, his grandfather, and Natasha. Under such cosmic power, they would have no chance of survival. But Chen Feng believed that with nearly 10 years ahead of him, he could rely on the system to elevate his strength to a level capable of confronting Thanos. After all, even Captain America Rogers, a mere mortal, could later block a punch from Thanos. Chen Feng had ample confidence. He would not remain stagnant. His power would surely soar. At that moment in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury stared at the disconnected call, a vein throbbing on his forehead, unable to voice his frustration. That brat Chen Feng, how could he be so? After a moment's pause, Fury composed himself, turned to Agent Hill, and resumed his authoritative demeanor. For now, focus all efforts on the Hulk. We must find him as soon as possible. Spotting General Ross on the screen, Fury frowned and continued, Ross won't give up. He'll use every resource to hunt the Hulk. We must stop him, force him to stand down. The Hulk's display of power has undoubtedly attracted attention. Before we find Dar Banner, we must intercept those with malicious intent. Fury issued the command with gravity. It seemed he would be busy for a while. The world needed peace and stability. Others must not be allowed to exploit the Hulk. Furthermore, the Earth could not withstand the Hulk's destruction. Seeing the nearly ruined New York street on the screen gave Fury a throbbing headache. Though such matters weren't S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility, repairing the streets would cost a fortune and their funding would inevitably be docked. The thought made Fury wince. One more thing, send Agent Romanoff to keep an eye on Tony. We need him on the team. At that moment, Fury remembered Tony, who was probably still partying at home. Bringing the genius scientist into the Avengers had been decided the moment they learned Tony was Iron Man. Brilliant and powerful, he could make an excellent team leader. That was Fury's hope, though he might later regret it when faced with Tony's arrogance. Returning home in his food truck, Chen Feng found Mindy still awake, as if waiting for him. Chen Feng, you're back. Are you okay? Seeing Chen Feng enter the room, Mindy threw herself into his arms, carefully checking every part of his body. Hey, not there. Chen Feng hastily stopped Mingdi's little hand from reaching downward. Damn this young girl, even if she was worried about herself, she shouldn't be so impatient. She almost forgot the boundaries between men and women. Oh, sorry. Mingdi withdrew her hand, a blush immediately spreading across her face. Entering puberty, Mingdi, under Chen Feng's meticulous care, had grown from a naive little girl into a novice female driver. The most amusing thing was that Mingdi would unconsciously crawl into Chen Feng's arms every night, then fall asleep clinging to him. During her developmental years, Mingdi's flat chest had begun to show some promise, so she would press tightly against Chen Feng every time, as if showing off. Chen Feng could only helplessly turn over each time, but Mingdi would still hug him from behind. Eventually, Chen Feng simply bought another bed and they slept separately. Mingdi was only 13 now, with 2 months until she turned 14. Though she was beginning to develop, Chen Feng, despite his fondness for this little girl, had never entertained any thoughts in that direction. Her young age was the primary reason. Of course, her lack of figure was also a factor. It would be better to wait until Mingdi was older and more mature. A cup size, truly not worth the effort? But this little girl Mingdi was mischievous and clever, never acting according to Chen Feng's wishes. Even with 2 beds, she would find various excuses to squeeze into Chen Feng's arms every night. What, I'm scared to sleep alone. I need you to sing before I can fall asleep. I have to lean against you to sleep, and so on. In short, all sorts of reasons would pop up. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished at how wild Mingdi's imagination could be. Taking advantage of her young age, Mingdi successfully rendered Chen Feng helpless. She had to sleep with him every night. But as soon as Mingdi fell into a deep slumber, Chen Feng would leave and go to the other bed. God, it seemed like an earthquake outside just now. Even tall buildings were destroyed. Did you see it? Mingdi, who had been playing a zombie game at home, only noticed the explosion in Manhattan after hearing a violent roar. Remembering that Chen Feng was still outside, Mingdi was filled with worry but dared not go out. She was afraid that if she went out for a moment, Chen Feng would return and then he would have to go looking for her, potentially causing him trouble. Fortunately, Chen Feng returned in time, allowing Mingdi's tense heart to finally relax. In the following days, New York began its massive repair project. The Hulk's destructive power was particularly significant if the U.S. government directly sealed off that street for nearly a month. During this time, Chen Feng continued his leisurely life. Natasha was assigned by Nick Fury to monitor Tony, so Chen Feng drove his food truck directly to a spot not far from Stark Industries' tower. This not only made it easier for Chen Feng and Natasha to date, but Tony also became a regular customer. For Chen Feng's sake, Natasha gave up her most adept skill of seduction, not wanting to displease him. In Natasha's heart, she had already regarded Chen Feng as the one she would protect for life, and she wouldn't allow herself to do anything to betray him. Even when Nick Fury gave orders, Natasha would find other ways to complete them. "My knight, where are we going to play tonight?" Natasha held Chen Feng's hand and asked tenderly. "Of course, to the place that leads to happiness." Chen Feng reached out and pinched Natasha's nose, showing great affection. "My knight, then it depends on whether you can take me to paradise tonight." Natasha's eyes shimmered and her voice was husky and seductive. Seeing Natasha so alluring, Chen Feng couldn't control himself and wanted to take her right there. "Darling, don't you believe in my abilities?" Chen Feng asked teasingly, a playful smile on his face. "I don't doubt you, my knight." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Natasha immediately recalled their dizzying journey 2 nights ago. Thinking about it, Chen Feng would be intimate with her almost 4 times a week, each time lasting until dawn, leaving Natasha exhausted for days. So if she said she didn't believe him now, Natasha was sure she wouldn't get any sleep tonight. Tony stared grimly at the palladium poisoning index on the data panel. He had been Iron Man for some time, but Tony discovered that the palladium in the arc reactor was steadily corroding his body. By now, Tony's body was completely overtaken by palladium poisoning, spreading from his heart to other parts. During this period, Tony was in a particularly bad mood. He searched for a new element to replace palladium, but made no progress. There are just a few elements left untested. If these don't work either, Tony muttered to himself, then paused, a bitter smile spreading across his face. He stared blankly at the ocean view outside the window, as if savoring the last beauty of this world. If none of them work, then he'll just enjoy the final moments. After a long while, Tony snapped back to reality and murmured with forced optimism. "Pepper, contact Chen Feng and invite him to the Stark Expo." Tony dialed Pepper Potts' number. Last time, because he was hosting a party at home, he missed seeing Chen Feng's battle with the Hulk. But when the news broke, Tony used high-tech means to obtain the full video. Watching Chen Feng fight the Hulk on the screen, Tony became increasingly interested in him. Chen Feng was not only a great chef, but also possessed such formidable combat power. This was the kind of person Tony wanted to befriend. "Tony, are you sure you want to invite Chen Feng?" Pepper asked repeatedly. She was worried that Tony would pull something strange again, especially since his last invitation to Chen Feng for the party had left her with a shadow of doubt. "He's practically a god. I feel like inviting him to the expo this time will lead to another incident." "Pepper, just do as I say." Tony's tone was firm and he was about to hang up. "Tony, I've noticed you've barely handled company affairs lately. I'm handling everything. Now Stark Industries is in chaos and I'm overwhelmed. You're the CEO and many things need your personal attention. I have 6,100 things to discuss with you right now," Pepper said somewhat exaggeratedly. She felt Tony had been too excessive lately, dumping everything on her. "Come on, Pepper, as long as the Iron Man armor technology is in my hands, the company will be fine. And haven't you noticed the stock is hitting limit up? That's good progress," Tony quickly replied. "But if you keep ignoring the company and leave everything unsettled, it will surely plant hidden dangers. We've just secured the thermal power plant contract and we need you to. Don't mention fire to me, I'm about to be consumed by it. I don't care about any university speech, nor do I care about some damn court ruling. All I want now is to be left alone," Tony said with utter exasperation. Just then, as if a thought struck him, he suddenly exclaimed with inspiration. "Pepper, I've made up my mind. I'm going to grant you greater authority. You'll handle all these matters." "What authority? Handle what matters?" Pepper, struggling to keep up with Tony's train of thought, asked in bewilderment. "What I mean is you'll manage the company. You'll become the CEO of Stark Industries." Tony's face lit up with sheer excitement, a stark contrast to the torment he had been enduring from palladium poisoning. He had long yearned for liberation, craving the freedom to indulge in carefree pleasures. "What? Tony, have you actually gotten heatstroke?" Are you out of your mind? Pepper was stunned. She stood there almost dumbfounded. She felt as if Tony was daydreaming, spouting such absurdities. Me manage the company? Me become the CEO of Stark Industries? You must be joking. Hey, I'm not crazy. I drink green juice every day. They'll call a board meeting as soon as I get back and announce this decision, appointing you as the CEO of Stark Industries. After uttering those words, Tony felt an indescribable sense of relief. Lately, he had been utterly exhausted. The Palladium issue, the affairs of Stark Industries, and the U.S. military's attempts to claim his Iron Man armor as their own. All of it had nearly overwhelmed Tony, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Now, what Tony needed was rest, relaxation, and complete release. My God, this is too sudden. I haven't even thought about it yet, and I haven't agreed. Pepper was flustered. She had never imagined she would become the CEO of the group so abruptly. Simple. So simple it feels unreal. Yet deep inside, Pepper harbored a sense of unease, perhaps from the hundreds of documents on her desk or from the undertone she detected in Tony's words. It's settled then. While Pepper was still reeling from confusion, Tony had already hung up. With one worry off his mind, Tony's complexion visibly brightened. Though Palladium had poisoned Tony severely, the inner relaxation seemed to slow the toxin's spread. Party see yacht beauties champagne. Tony murmured, lying on the sofa. At that moment, the slightly bewildered Pepper finally snapped out of her daze. After a moment's thought, she decided to call Chen Feng first. They'll discuss the CEO matter with Tony later. This is too significant. So it's better to call and invite Chen Feng to the Stark Expo. Otherwise she'd have to face Tony's scolding expression again. The Stark Expo? At first glance it sounded quite grand. In reality, it was simply an event where various companies showcased their technological products. Uninterested in such affairs, Chen Feng's first instinct was to refuse outright. But after a moment's thought, he suddenly recalled that Tony still owed him a suit of Iron Man armor. Hadn't he delivered it yet? In that case, I suppose I have to attend the expo. I need to remind Tony not to forget our agreement. Although the agreement was unilaterally made by Chen Feng without Tony's verbal consent, still Chen Feng had saved Tony's life back then. The life of a genius scientist and America's richest man. Surely that was worth at least one suit of Iron Man armor. After discussing it with Mindy, Chen Feng agreed to attend the expo. Time flew by. Before they knew it, the day of the Stark Expo had arrived. Chen Feng shook Mindy, who was still nestled in bed, and said, "Mindy, get up quickly. The sun is about to kiss your little bottom." But there was no response. Mindy seemed still lost in a dream with no intention of waking up. "Mindy, the expo will have things even more precious than a golden pistol. Don't forget, Tony Stark will showcase his armor, and he might even give me one." At these words, Mindy's eyes flew open. She scrambled out of bed, staring at Chen Feng with gleaming eyes like a little money grubber. "Really? Is Stark really going to give you a suit of Iron Man armor?" "Of course. Why else would I accept his invitation?" Chen Feng replied with certainty. Having grasped Mindy's preferences, dealing with her became much simpler. Last time a golden pistol had kept Mindy happy for a whole month. The allure of Iron Man armor this time was hundreds of times greater. Subsequently, Mindy quickly washed up, changed clothes, and dragged Chen Feng out the door. Tony's Iron Man armor, now that was all Mindy could think about. Having seen the Iron Man armor on TV long ago, Mindy had fallen in love with it at first sight. Now with the chance to see it in person and possibly even own one, she was beyond excited. "Mr. Chen, Tony sent me to pick you up." As soon as they stepped out, Tony's driver Happy was waiting at the door for Chen Feng and Mindy. "Then let's go." Chen Feng got into the car. That playboy Tony had actually thought things through quite well. In truth, Happy wasn't sent by Tony. He had no time for such trivial matters at the moment. All of this was arranged by Pepper to ensure Tony left a good impression on Chen Feng. One could say that for Tony, Pepper had sacrificed and given a great deal. They drove off. Soon they arrived at the Stark Expo. By then the venue was packed with people, many from other companies. They had come not only to see Stark Industries' latest inventions but also to seek partnerships with Tony. Everyone knew by now, Iron Man was Tony Stark and he had mastered a revolutionary technology. Under Happy's guidance, Chen Feng and Mindy made their way to Tony. At that moment, Tony was conversing with a middle-aged white man. They seemed to be discussing a collaboration, but judging by the man's expression, Tony had once again left someone feeling defeated. Mr. Hammer, let's end our conversation here. My guest has arrived, so I must take my leave. The moment he spotted Chen Feng, Tony abandoned his talk with Hammer and turned to face him. My friend, you've finally arrived. Come this way. With that, Tony draped his arm over Chen Feng's shoulder and led him to another area. The expo was just the beginning. Tony wanted to take Chen Feng to Morocco for some fun. After all, having a chef who could cook superbly delicious burgers by his side was a true blessing. With Chen Feng's secret recipe burgers, Tony could even forget about his palladium poisoning. Immersing himself in culinary delights was also one of Tony's ways to unwind. But before Tony could speak, Chen Feng asked with a serious expression. Mr. Stark, about the Iron Man armor you promised me, it's been days. Have you finished building it? What? Iron Man suit? He stared at Chen Feng in utter disbelief. Chen Feng's sudden words left Tony stunned and he asked with a bewildered expression, what Iron Man suit? Did I promise you one? The Iron Man suit was Tony's life's work and technology, not something he would casually give to anyone. Even Colonel Rhodes had to resort to stealing to get his hands on the Patriot armor, which was actually Tony's retired Mark II. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, staring at Tony, who seemed to be playing dumb, and demanded with a serious expression, I say, Tony, is this how you treat your savior? Come on, buddy, you can't really say you saved me last time. Stain was almost subdued by me, you just landed the final blow. If I had been able to fully charge, Stain would still have fallen to my hands. Most importantly, I never promised you an Iron Man suit, that's just your own fabrication. Tony explained with a clear mind and sharp tongue. No wonder he was the head of Stark Industries and a genius scientist, his mind worked faster than anyone else's. Tony, your words really upset me. If I hadn't arrived in time, you'd be a corpse by now, let alone still being able to shine as Iron Man. The CEO of Stark Industries would have met God, no, gone straight to hell. Chen Feng stared at Tony with a smile, showing no sign of backing down. Every word was righteous and truthful, leaving little room for rebuttal. Buddy, saying that leaves me no choice, but we can't go back to that scene or I'd show you exactly how I would have defeated Stain. Tony shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. Who says there's no way? Of course there is. Let's have a fight between us. Whoever loses, the other's words are correct. If I lose, you give me an Iron Man suit. If you lose, we call it even and I won't hold you accountable anymore. How about that? A barely perceptible glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Hold me accountable? Tony heard those words and felt something was off. As if everything was entirely his fault for breaking his promise and all the blame fell on him. Whether he won or lost, he would end up being the one at a disadvantage. Chen Feng, the way you're putting it is problematic. There's no Iron Man suit between us, so there's no need for me to fight you over it. Tony shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Trying to take advantage of me? No way. He was well aware of his current physical condition, which wouldn't allow him to keep using the Iron Man suit without accelerating the spread of palladium in his body. Once palladium poisoning reached over 90%, even a celestial being would find it hard to save him. Tony still wanted to travel and enjoy life. He didn't want to waste his remaining time fighting others. So, don't even think about it. He flatly refused Chen Feng's request. Seizing on this point, Chen Feng openly threatened, Tony, if you don't dare to fight, it means you have a guilty conscience. So hurry up and give me the Iron Man suit, you owe me. Even Happy, standing nearby, looked at his boss with a hint of embarrassment. The esteemed CEO of Stark Industries, the world-famous Iron Man, had actually stooped to not repaying a debt, truly a shocking sight. Damn it. Tony's head was about to explode upon hearing Chen Feng's words. He had invited Chen Feng to the expo not to argue with him. So he pulled Chen Feng aside to a secluded corner and pulled down his shirt. Chen Feng, I'll be honest with you. I'm suffering from palladium poisoning and I can't find a substitute element. I might die soon, so I don't want to waste my time and energy fighting you. Understand? Seeing the purple-black veins under Tony's skin, Chen Feng was momentarily surprised. He had been so busy that he almost forgot Tony's ordeal in the original story. But it was only a slight surprise. Chen Feng quickly regained his composure and said calmly, "Your palladium poisoning has nothing to do with what we're discussing. But considering your condition, I won't tarnish your reputation even though it wasn't great to begin with. As for that Iron Man suit, I expect you to deliver it to my home within the next few days. I don't need to give you the address, do I?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tony nearly spat blood in anger. Damn it, this isn't how it's supposed to go. Don't you get my point? How did this turn into you pitying a dying man? After thinking for a long time, a gleam of light flashed in Tony's eyes and he said with a smile, "No problem, but I need you to agree to one condition. Come with me to Morocco in a few days." Chen Feng was puzzled and asked suspiciously, "Morocco? What for?" Tony patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and said, "You know I'm poisoned and will die if I don't find a substitute element. There's a car race in Morocco, thrilling and exciting. So how about it? Come play with me?" Hearing Tony's reason, Chen Feng fell into thought. A trip to Morocco seemed harmless and he'd get an Iron Man suit out of it. Plus he could take Mindy along for some fun. Thinking it over, it seemed beneficial with no downsides. "I agree, but after it's done you must send an Iron Man suit to my home." Chen Feng reiterated the most important point lest Tony go back on his word again, leaving him an honest man with no one to appeal to. Honest man? What a load of lies. If Tony knew what Chen Feng was thinking, he would have cursed him out. "Okay, it's settled. When we go back, don't bring up the Iron Man suit you think I owe you." Tony nodded. The two exchanged a knowing smile, having reached a consensus, and walked back happily to Happy and Mindy. "Alright, let me give you a tour of the expo. Little Mindy, there's plenty here you'll love." Tony bent down and said to Mindy with a smile, "I love the Iron Man suit the most. Mr. Stark, can you take me to see it?" Mindy looked at Tony with eager anticipation, showing her deep affection for the Iron Man suit. She really acted like a boy. After all, only boys would be so obsessed with Iron Man and that kind of violent style. "Looks like you two have reached an agreement." Happy stared at Tony walking away with Mindy and suddenly asked, "Yeah, we're heading to Morocco in a few days. By the way, have you noticed Tony's been acting off lately?" Chen Feng turned to Happy and probed. "He's been a bit down lately, probably because he's hit a snag with the suit." Happy recalled for a moment, then answered truthfully. From his demeanor and tone it was clear he knew nothing about Tony's palladium poisoning. In other words, aside from telling himself, Tony had shared this with no one else. No wonder he was so downcast, bearing all the pressure alone, enduring unimaginable pain. The most critical point was that to avoid worrying others he had no outlet for his emotions. This was the most tragic aspect of Tony's current state. Since Tony himself had no intention of revealing the matter to those around him, Chen Feng naturally refrained from meddling and began exploring the expo. The defining feature of the Stark Expo was its array of cutting-edge high-tech products. By now Tony had abandoned weapons development. No missiles or firearms were to be seen here. Instead, there were numerous innovations in new energy and other inventions. In short, Stark Industries was no longer the arms-dealing conglomerate it once was. Chen Feng strolled along, savoring the exhibits with keen interest. Many of these high-tech marvels were things he had never encountered in his past life. They utterly outclassed the rest of the world. Undeniably, the technological level of the Marvel world far surpassed that of his former Earth. The two were simply not on the same plane. There existed an insurmountable chasm, as if one were in the heavens and the other on the earth. During his tour, Chen Feng discovered many intriguing gadgets such as highly intelligent robots and all-purpose household cleaning machines. Unsurprisingly, Tony gifted him all the items that caught his eye. However, Tony was not about to give them away for free. Chen Feng agreed to exchange a daily gourmet dish for each item. Cooking was a breeze for him, posing absolutely no challenge. Even preparing a different dish for Tony every day was well within his capabilities. After the expo concluded, Tony invited Chen Feng for a drink. Chen Feng initially intended to decline such an invitation from a wealthy man. However, Mindy was eager to go since Chen Feng forbade her from drinking at home. She was too young, not yet of age to drink, and alcohol would only harm her. Between Tony's invitation and Mindy's pitiful pleas, Chen Feng eventually relented. Still, Tony dared not bring Chen Feng and Mindy to his home lest Chen Feng catch sight of the Iron Man armor and insist on taking it back, knowing Chen Feng's nature all too well. Tony was well aware of that. They arrived at the most luxurious bar in America and spent a delightful time there. Time flew by. More days passed. Chen Feng continued his leisurely life driving his food truck along the East Coast to admire the scenery, occasionally meeting Natasha at hotels to unwind. The video of Chen Feng defeating the Hulk was broadcast on news channels. All of America was shaken. More and more people learned of the swift sword. His hero points skyrocketed at an alarming rate, surpassing the total he had accumulated over the previous 10+ days. Increased visibility directly boosted his hero value. As time passed, the day to head to Monaco drew nearer. During this period, Tony successfully appointed Pepper Potts as the new CEO of Stark Industries. At the same time, Natasha smoothly infiltrated Stark Industries, becoming Tony's personal secretary, effectively monitoring him. Natasha naturally informed Chen Feng of this matter. There was no need for secrecy, it was merely an open surveillance. Natasha's heart belonged solely to Chen Feng, leaving no room for any other man, neither in the past nor in the future. Chen Feng understood her work and sympathized, so he simply smiled and kissed her forehead. Time flew and the day to depart for Monaco arrived. Chen Feng had prepared early. He called out to Mindy in her room, "Mindy, are you dressed? Happy is already waiting outside for us." "Coming." Moments later, Mindy appeared before Chen Feng, dressed in a sharp boyish outfit, hopping with joy and looking rather cool. "Chen Feng, how do I look?" Mindy's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Feng nodded, "Not bad, very stylish. It suits you." Mindy had not yet blossomed into a graceful beauty, but she carried a spirited, heroic air. Dressed in masculine clothing, she exuded a unique charm. Meanwhile, Happy was waiting outside for them. They sped off and soon arrived at the airport. This was Tony's private jet, so there was no need to wait like on commercial flights. "Chen Feng, you're finally here? Hurry up or the race will start." "Tony, with your private jet, how could we run out of time?" Chen Feng said with a teasing look. He then noticed Tony's pallid complexion. Clearly the palladium toxin in his body had escalated to another level. After boarding the plane, the group quickly flew to Monaco. Located in southern France, Monaco is bordered by France on the northwest and east, with only the Mediterranean coastline to the south. A classic city-state, a micronation. Despite its small size, Monaco boasts a dense population and is one of the highest per capita income countries in the world. Monaco is most famous for the Grand Formula One race held in its city center. This was precisely why Tony chose Monaco to attend the race. Arriving at the venue, Chen Feng spotted a familiar face, Justin Hammer, the owner of Hammer Industries. What was he doing here? Soon Chen Feng understood his purpose. "Tony, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here." "Here for the race too?" Hammer said with a grin. Of course, Tony's expression soured at the words. Was there even a need to ask? Anyone would know he came to Monaco for the race. Tony ignored him, nodded curtly, and turned to leave. "Tony, there's actually something I need to discuss with you." Hammer hurriedly blocked his path. This gesture made Tony's face darken with impatience. "Just say it." With Tony's permission, Hammer quickly smiled and said, "Tony, I'd like to showcase Hammer Industries products at the expo. I promise I won't let you down." Tony, however, seemed utterly indifferent and replied dismissively, "No problem, as long as you come up with something new." With that, he brushed past Hammer and walked away. Chen Feng and his companions walked inside together, paying no mind to Han Ying. Formula One racing was currently the thing that interested Chen Feng the most. A sudden urge to drive a race car himself surged within him. After all, the last time he drove Tony's McLaren, the blood of a man was stirred and the ride was exhilarating all the way. Now witnessing the race in person, Chen Feng felt an itch in his heart. At this moment, as they were about to enter the competition venue, Tony's expression suddenly changed, appearing somewhat pained. He left the group and entered the restroom. Standing before the mirror, Tony pulled open his clothes. The palladium had already spread from his chest to his limbs. According to the numbers on the detector, the palladium in Tony's body had reached 54%, surpassing half. In other words, it might not be long before Tony would leave this world. There's not much time left, so I might as well let go completely. Tony endured the pain, took a deep breath, and emptied all the troubling thoughts from his mind. In fact, during his time away from the U.S. in Monaco, Tony had tested all the remaining elements. The results were unanimous: none could replace palladium. By this point Tony had come to terms with everything, letting it all go. He would savor the last moments of his life to the fullest. Straightening his clothes and suppressing the palladium toxin with the help of medication, Tony walked out of the restroom with a deliberately cheerful expression. Tony looked at Chen Feng and asked, "Chen Feng, do you want to personally take part in an exhilarating race? You mean we should join this Formula 1 race?" Chen Feng looked at the screen showing the racers preparing and asked with some doubt. "Bingo. So are you interested?" "Of course. Then let's go." With that, Tony walked toward where the racers were. "Hey Tony, they might not let us compete." Chen Feng called out to Tony from behind. "Don't worry, anything that can be solved with money is no problem." Tony waved his hand, his words brimming with confidence and the scent of wealth. He looked like a nouveau riche. Indeed, the taste of the wealthy was something else. Chen Feng's imagination was limited by his poverty. Since Tony said it was fine, Chen Feng had no issues either. Cars were a man's romance. Watching a race was for women. Fortunately, at this moment Pepper Potts had taken Mindy and Happy to the viewing stand. Otherwise, if those two were here, they would have definitely stopped Chen Feng and Tony's insane idea. In the eyes of the two women, this was the act of madmen treating their own lives as nothing. And that was the truth. Tony didn't have many days left to live. As for Chen Feng, he wasn't afraid of accidents during the race, as he could summon heroes in an instant. What was there to fear? Then when Chen Feng and Tony appeared in the driver's positions, Pepper and Mindy were stunned, staring at them with wide eyes. "Happy, what's going on? How did Tony get over there?" Pepper immediately turned to Happy, suspecting he had followed Tony's orders and deliberately kept quiet about Tony's plan to race. "Miss Potts, I have no idea about this. Tony never told me he was going to race," Happy explained helplessly. Honestly, he had no clue about this. "Really?" Pepper looked at Happy with suspicion, not immediately believing him. After all, those two had kept things from her many times before. "Look, the race is about to start." At that moment, Mindy's words drew Pepper and Happy's attention to the track. In an instant, all the race cars roared with the engines rev, and then they shot forward. Although Tony had never driven a Formula 1 car, his superb driving skills made him adept on his first try, instantly charging into the leading pack. Chen Feng was different. Even though he was an experienced driver in his past life, he still seemed relatively inexperienced in front of a Formula 1 car. He could only linger in the second group, eating dust behind Tony. Before the race started, Tony and Chen Feng had made another bet. If Tony won, he wouldn't have to give Chen Feng a set of Iron Man armor, and Chen Feng would have to become Tony's personal chef for free. As for Chen Feng, if he won, Tony would not only give him one set of armor, but also an additional set, and with every new invention Tony would prepare one for Chen Feng. In short, both had staked everything and neither wanted to lose. The current racetrack was the battlefield between Chen Feng and Tony. "Haha buddy, looks like I'm going to win." Seeing Chen Feng behind him, Tony laughed ecstatically, thinking about how Chen Feng would become his personal chef for the remaining days, which brought him some comfort. Don't speak too soon. The result is unknown until the last moment. There are many surprises on the track. Chen Feng was behind but showed no panic. They hadn't even completed half the track yet, so he still had a good chance. Who is that? How did someone get onto the track? Get out. Are you trying to die? A madman. Get out of here. Security. Where's security? Quick, drag him out. Suddenly, on the halfway point of the track, a disheveled man who looked like a beggar stood in the middle of the track holding two whips. To anyone watching, he seemed intent on dying, and the surrounding spectators shouted in anger. The man on the track remained unmoved, even curling his lips into a sinister smile. A race car shot forward. Upon seeing the man ahead, the driver immediately turned the steering wheel 360 degrees to barely avoid him. However, due to the excessive centrifugal force, the car was thrown off the track, completely wrecked, and it was unclear whether the driver was alive or dead. But the next race car didn't react in time, and it seemed about to crash into the man. Just as the car was about to hit him, the man swung his whip, striking the car in front. In an instant, the race car was sliced in half. The massive inertia sent the front of the car flying over the man's head, crashing heavily onto the ground behind him, bursting into flames. The following cars, except for a few that veered off to the side, were all destroyed. At that moment, the entire track seemed to become a sea of fire. "Tony Stark, you finally arrived." Just then Tony drove his race car up to the man. "Damn, what kind of monster is this? Tony stared at the man with a grave expression and immediately stepped on the gas. With precise control, Tony's car drifted laterally as it approached the man, slowing down. "You thief, die!" The man muttered softly, then swung his whip down, striking Tony's race car. Bang! The car split in two, but fortunately Tony was unharmed. Tony quickly flipped out of the racing car, appearing somewhat disheveled. Looking at the bare-chested man before him wielding a whip, his expression grew extremely grave. "Damn it! Who is this guy? He actually wants to kill me." Tony pondered but couldn't recall any impression of this person. "Hey buddy, I don't know why you want to kill me, but if you put down your weapon and surrender now, I might be able to plead with the police for you so you won't have to spend too many days in jail." Tony extended his right hand, trying to negotiate with the man. "You need to see this clearly. There are so many people here, you've already been targeted by the police. Surrendering is the wise choice." Without his Iron Man suit, Tony was essentially an ordinary civilian, utterly outmatched by the heavily armed man. "The only way? I can only rely on words to buy some time." Tony believed that Happy and Pepper would understand his thoughts. The moment Pepper saw Tony being struck down by the man, she urgently said to Happy, "Happy, let's hurry over and get the armor to Tony." The suitcase in her hand was currently Tony's only hope. "I got it, Miss Potts, follow me." Happy led Pepper, quickly running to a car and charging directly into the racing arena. Tony Stark, the famous billionaire? The Iron Man who protects the public? Ha ha ha, what a respected identity. All of this is merely stolen from others. The Stark family is nothing but a family of thieves and frauds. Your Iron Man suit is also stolen. The man grew increasingly agitated, pointing his whip at Tony and cursing loudly. "Lies. Anyone can say whatever they want, but if you slander me without evidence, I will lodge a formal complaint through my lawyer." Tony furrowed his brows, rebutting with righteous indignation, buying time. "Evidence? Ha ha ha, do you see this? Isn't it familiar?" The man pointed at a glowing device on his chest, sneering as if questioning. "Arc reactor? No way, how could you possibly have this?" Upon seeing the device on the man's chest, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly shocked. Deeply astonished. Time froze. Tony was left stunned. This resembled his own arc reactor very closely, perhaps even identical. Just one is rather crude while the other is much more exquisite. Their internal principles are actually quite similar. Ha ha ha, now you understand, you filthy little thief. The man swung the whip towards Tony. The air crackled with sound like a striking venomous snake, swift and fierce. Tony dodged. The entire process was perilous as he evaded the man's attack. However, it was clear that Tony was feeling increasingly heavy under pressure. In the next second, he was given no time to react. With a shout, another strike came swiftly. Tony, unarmed, had no qualifications to engage in battle with the man. If Happy and Pepper don't arrive soon, I'm really going to collapse. Even if I risk my life, I don't want to die at the hands of this guy. Is it time to die? Tony, do you need some help? Just as Tony was frantically dodging, a voice he recognized broke through at that moment. Chen Feng, driving a racing car, finally arrived late. Upon seeing the scene before him, he immediately understood what was happening. No need to think. The man is Ivan. He is the one capable of creating arc reactors. But Chen Feng wouldn't have sympathy like other racers. He specifically targeted Ivan. With a sharp gaze, he slammed down the accelerator, roaring toward Ivan while summoning his hero, preparing for battle. You little punk, if you aren't afraid of death, I'll send you straight to hell. Ivan watched as the speeding car charged at him, and with a fierce crack of his whip he struck the racing car. Bang! Sparks flew as electricity crackled. In an instant, Chen Feng's racing car was split in two. Luckily, having used the hero, Chen Feng landed safely on the ground. Without looking back at Ivan, Chen Feng turned to the side where Tony was getting up from the ground, unable to help but chuckle. Tony, you look pretty miserable. It's quite pitiful. Tony, stubbornly maintaining his composure, replied, I was just testing my reaction ability. Watch out. Upon seeing Ivan's whip aimed at Chen Feng, Tony shouted loudly to warn him. Trying to ambush me? With his top-notch spider sense, Chen Feng had already sensed Ivan's attack ahead of time. Yasuo possessed. Chen Feng's reaction and speed were extremely quick. He dodged Ivan's attack effortlessly. Then he charged straight towards Ivan. Forward slash. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, and the two long whips in Ivan's hands were suddenly severed. Before Ivan could react, Chen Feng pierced his arc reactor directly with a sword. Crack, crack, crack. The arc reactor malfunctioned, ceasing its operations. Having lost its core energy, Ivan lost the strongest power he relied on, completely reduced to an ordinary person. Chen Feng's foot pressed on Ivan's chest, sending him flying backward onto the steel mesh. Cough, cough, cough. Who exactly are you? Ivan managed to ask with difficulty. Everything had been within his plans. If not for Chen Feng's sudden appearance, he was absolutely confident he could kill Tony Stark. You aren't worthy to know. Chen Feng turned to leave, exuding an air of dominance. He chose not to kill Ivan. It wasn't necessary. Such matters were better left to Tony. At that moment, Pepper and Happy crashed through the guardrail and rushed to Tony's side, loudly exclaiming, "Tony, we brought the armor for you. Catch." Tony MMP. With your speed, I would have been long gone. Relying on you? I might as well rely on Chen Feng. Tony looked at them speechlessly, having no intention of catching the suitcase. Chen Feng, you're here too. Are you okay? That guy. Before Pepper could finish, she saw Ivan sprawled on the ground. Him saved again. Tony, remember my saving grace. Don't forget to repay me later. Of course, if you forget, it's fine. There are so many people here who saw it, and there will be videos posted online soon, Chen Feng said with a smile. Damn. Are you a ghost? Always asking for repayment. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Tony's face turned bitter, wanting to refute, but found himself speechless. Was it Chen Feng who saved you, Tony? Pepper asked with some skepticism. After all, she had only focused on rushing over and hadn't seen Chen Feng's display of power. Inside the car, Mindy poked her head out and said boastfully, I knew Chen Feng would definitely defeat that filthy beggar. Humph. This racing event was too boring. Let's go back. Tony grumbled as he left the racetrack, continuously muttering that the Monaco police were truly useless, letting such a person in without proper security measures. It was just too unfortunate. Seeing Tony grumbling non-stop, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. Today I once again put on a good show in front of the vast crowd. It seems my hero points are about to surge. My power is overwhelming. One thing that leaves me quite unwilling is that the bet with Tony has yet to yield a winner. Ivan's appearance has both its advantages and disadvantages. The matters that follow are quite simple. With the arrival of the Observer, Ivan was taken into custody and the events in Monaco thus came to a conclusion. On the way back, Tony's expression was not pleasant. It's unclear whether it was due to the Palladium or because Chen Feng stole his thunder, or perhaps both. Tony's extremely dejected expression caught the attention of Pepper, who sat opposite him and asked with particular concern, Tony, is something bothering you? Hearing this, Tony appeared a bit dazed, as if he was escaping into something, gazing out the window. After a while, Tony finally turned his head, looking at Pepper with a somber voice. I absolutely don't want to go home and cancel my birthday party. Do you remember when we stayed at the Cipriani Hotel in Nice during our trip to Europe? Pepper revealed a gentle smile and replied, I remember. Let's go stay there again. It's beneficial for our health, Tony continued. However, Pepper interrupted him, saying, I know, but now is not the right time. There's a huge mess at the company that needs addressing. Tony's thoughts were entirely different from Pepper's. In fact, it was the right time because then we could. Pepper shook her head. The ground did not agree with Tony's thoughts. As the CEO, I must oversee the company to ensure the group's interests. As the CEO, you have the right to leave whenever you wish. Leave. Just treat it like an employee taking a vacation. A vacation? At such a critical moment? It's just a car ride. We only need to recharge to come up with a solution. Their conversation drove Chen Feng, Mindy, and Happy away. On the other end of the plane, they were enjoying delicious food, and without Tony and Pepper's bickering, it was indeed much quieter. In the end, Pepper still refused Tony, which undoubtedly left him very disappointed. That was the main reason. It was still Tony himself who led the topic astray. Initially, Pepper came to show her concern for him, but it ultimately turned into a difficult choice between the company and personal matters. The plane quickly landed in New York. Upon returning home, Tony appeared even more dejected, looking quite upset. Chen Feng had no energy to bother with Tony. After all, he wouldn't die in the end, would he? Besides, why would a straight man care about another grown man? What nonsense. Though he always had plenty of free time aside from hanging out with Natasha, he played around with Mindy and released his immense power in the dark corners at night. Of course, another fundamental reason Chen Feng chose not to help Tony was to teach him a lesson, to make Tony deeply reflect. And don't forget about the armor you promised me. Don't delay it too long or I will come personally to demand it regardless of other matters. Chen Feng also did not forget to remind Tony. That's so annoying. You're rubbing salt in my wounds. Tony's mood worsened. He completely ignored Chen Feng and headed straight for his home. Right now he just wanted to sleep well and forget all the worries in his heart. In the following days Chen Feng returned to his normal life while Tony continued to live in a drunken stupor. In the laboratory he couldn't find a new element to replace palladium and outside there were already news reports condemning his actions during the battle in Monaco. At a time when he was feeling particularly low, Colonel Rhodes arrived at Tony's home. Tony, didn't you say that within 20 years no one could master the technology of the arc reactor? What's the deal with that, Ivan? In a barrage of questions Tony expressed his desire to ignore these trivial matters and leave his house. His mind was in chaos. Palladium arc reactor and a series of other issues, yet the accumulated pressure was nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Annoying. Extremely annoying. Tony, you can't escape this. The U.S. government is now set to reclaim all your armor and technology. I can't withstand the pressure. You must step forward. Rhodes firmly grasped Tony's arm as he tried to leave, speaking sternly. However, at that moment Tony pretended to faint. Tony, what's wrong? Colonel Rhodes asked, his face filled with worry. Especially when he saw Tony's pale face, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. That thing helped me change it. Tony struggled to rise, leaning on Rhodes and pointing at the palladium energy cell on the table. With Colonel Rhodes' help, Tony finally changed to a new palladium energy cell and began to recover. Tony, what's really going on? You don't have to bear such a heavy burden alone. Including me, Pepper, and Happy, we can all help you. You need to learn to accept help from others. Colonel Rhodes said with deep concern. Although he didn't know about Tony's poisoning, he could clearly see Tony's current low spirits. The world has many misunderstandings about me. I know very well what I am doing. Tony shook his head. The two talked for a long time, but in the end Colonel Rhodes still couldn't persuade Tony. Time flew by quickly. Tony's birthday soon arrived. Yet today Tony couldn't feel any happiness as the trifecta within him had spread throughout his body and his physical condition had worsened. He realized that this might be his last birthday. So let's make the most of it and forget everything. Simply put, throw away all the negative thoughts in his mind. This time he wanted to truly enjoy the pleasures of life. At the birthday party Tony invited Chen Feng, Mindy, and many unfamiliar beautiful women. Seeing Mindy reaching for the wine, Chen Feng directly took the glass out of her hand, saying, "You can eat instead of drinking." Tony's birthday party appeared to be quite lively, with a variety of vibrant and dazzling beauties gathered, ranging from stunning golden-haired women to petite and charming ones. There's surely something here that you'll like. Ladies, your Iron Man has suddenly arrived. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Tony descended from the sky in his iron armor, cheerfully exclaiming, "Good King! Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man!" When the crowd saw Tony's appearance, they erupted into cheers. Tony also appeared very excited. No, he should be overly excited. An energy blast hit the glass door, followed by another energy blast hitting the drakes. Chen Feng's face darkened. What the hell is this guy doing? I came here to have fun, not to watch you create this kind of meaningless destruction. Tony, stop it. Pepper quickly rushed to Tony's side, urging him to stop this foolish behavior. However, Tony was completely indulging himself, ignoring Pepper entirely, happily firing energy blasts at will. Seeing Tony enjoying himself so much, Chen Feng turned to leave. At that moment an energy blast struck right beside him. Tony looked at Chen Feng and smiled, saying, "Chen Feng, why are you in such a hurry to leave? My birthday party has just begun." "So does that mean there are many interesting activities?" Chen Feng squinted his eyes. No matter how others looked at him, he always appeared to be smiling with hidden daggers. "Activities? Of course there are. Let me show you right now." Tony paused for a moment, then unleashed an energy bubble that shattered a bottle of fine wine. "Chen Feng, what do you think of this activity?" Having indulged himself, Tony had thrown all his principles to the back of his mind, doing whatever came to his mind. Ignoring the consequences, Chen Feng took a step closer to Tony and said, "I think it's too bland. I have a better idea." "Oh, what suggestion do you have?" "I'm all ears." Tony was captivated by Chen Feng's words and immediately pressed for more. Suddenly a shadow flashed past, accompanied by a chilling flash of sword light. Ling. A terrifying sword intent sweeping across the 8 wastelands erupted in that instant. Silence. A deathly silence. Chen Feng instantly appeared beside Tony, his sword emanating a frosty chill. A bright sword scar appeared on Tony's steel armor. Damage detected. Danger. Inside the steel armor, Tony suddenly heard an alarm from the system, finally realizing what was happening. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Tony shouted angrily. He had invited Chen Feng here not to fight him. Did you not accept my suggestion? This is a more interesting activity, an exciting battle. Chen Feng casually replied, alright, you're sure you want to play this way? Good, I also want to see just how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted from under Tony's feet. The unmatched energy boosted his speed tremendously, and in an instant he charged toward Chen Feng. Everyone, the party is over. Leave this place. Colonel Rhodes quickly dispersed the crowd. If they stayed here they might get hurt, giving the government a reason to go after Tony. Bang! 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 Tony charged at Chen Feng, the energy wave at his palm shooting out like a devastating ray. Seeing this, Chen Feng showed no panic on his face. With a swift flick of the swift wind sword, a barrier of wind suddenly appeared, blocking the 2 energy waves. At that moment, Tony took advantage of the brief interval to reach Chen Feng's front, swinging his fist fiercely. The sound of the wind howled. The air in front of Chen Feng seemed to compress and distort under Tony's immense power. Ping! A muffled sound emerged as Chen Feng braced himself and blocked Tony's iron fist. It must be noted that Tony's steel armor was made of titanium, achieving a terrifying level of both defense and attack. The punch alone could deliver at least 2 tons of force. In other words, even a heavy truck placed before Tony could be smashed to pieces by his punch. However, all of this paled in comparison to Chen Feng's defense, as if it had weakened and completely lost its destructive power. After all, wielding the swift wind sword master Yasuo, Chen Feng could withstand a punch from the Hulk. When comparing Tony's strength to that of the Hulk, it was still quite lacking. While blocking Tony's iron fist, Chen Feng's left hand swiftly thrust the swift wind sword, piercing directly into the steel armor. The alarm sounded again in Tony's ear, forcing him to retreat temporarily to avoid Chen Feng. Oh Tony, why are you running? The activity has just begun. Chen Feng couldn't help but mock Tony at that moment. Humph, Chen Feng, don't get too arrogant. Tony's anger was also provoked by Chen Feng. After all, he just wanted to indulge at his own birthday party. He never expected to be oppressed by someone else. If it were you, could you enjoy it? He was furious. It could be said that Tony was about to explode with anger. This was his home and everything inside belonged to him. He could do whatever he wanted and no one could control him, not even you, Chen Feng. Gathering all the energy to the center of his palm, Tony declared, I will teach this little brat a lesson. Most of the energy within the steel armor was directed to his palm. Swoosh! The air surged violently as endless energy gathered, emitting a dazzling light from the center of his palm. Boom! The energy wave erupted from Tony's palm, rushing towards Chen Feng like a bolt of lightning. Although Chen Feng could block it with a wind wall, it was clearly unnecessary. Chen Feng aimed to defeat Tony in the most direct way, to crush his arrogance. You can indulge, but don't think that no one can control you. You can do whatever you want. Shall I give you a taste of your own medicine? Damn, he wanted Tony to know that in this world there are still people who can keep you in check, who can defeat you. Reflected in the white light of the swift wind sword, at that moment a faint white mist swirled around it. If one looked closely, it would be clear that it was formed by countless swift winds converging. Whoosh! A fierce wind erupted. All the gusts intertwined around the swift wind sword, unleashing a terrifying and awe-inspiring force, shaking the very heavens and earth. At this moment, Chen Feng seemed to embody the wind, becoming the divine spirit that controlled the wind. We need to leave. Rhodes dragged the still-dazed Pepper and Mindy, running towards the exit. The soldier's keen intuition warned him that a terrifying destruction would erupt here. The energy wave surged towards Chen Feng, aiming to penetrate his heart. Too weak. Chen Feng didn't even look. He casually swung his sword and the wind energy split the energy wave in half. It seemed as if he could obliterate the heavens and earth with a single strike. Another slash of the sword emerged, the powerful energy unable to resist the counterattack from Chen Feng. Tony seemed to have lost his fangs and claws, transforming back into a docile little creature. With the swift wind sword, Chen Feng gazed at Tony and said, "You are living in the past. I have grown stronger." After a while, Colonel Rhodes, Pepper and Mindy came over. "Where's Tony?" Seeing Chen Feng, Pepper hurriedly inquired, her face filled with concern. Having witnessed Chen Feng's fight with the Hulk, they understood just how strong Chen Feng was, worrying that he might seriously injure or even kill Tony. "It's nothing serious, I just wanted him to reflect on himself." With that, Chen Feng glanced at a certain spot and then left with Mindy. At that moment, a red figure suddenly burst out of the building, flying into the distance. Did he switch to a new arc reactor so soon? Chen Feng looked at the receding figure and silently thought. Colonel Rhodes said, "They'll go chase him." After saying that, Colonel Rhodes hurriedly ran to the armored suit in the room. Colonel Rhodes gave Chen Feng a hand gesture signaling okay. Receiving this gesture, Chen Feng led Mindy out of Tony's house and returned to his own home. "Chen Feng, I'm so hungry, let's go get something to eat." Walking along the street, Mindy's stomach suddenly growled and she blinked her eyes at Chen Feng. With a pitiful look, Mindy had originally planned to feast at Tony's party, but unexpectedly this incident occurred, turning everything to naught. "This is the second time, isn't it? Last time was that bastard Stan. What rotten luck. Truly rotten." Chen Feng could now understand Mindy's feelings. "When hungry, just eat." Chen Feng took Mindy's hand and led her directly into one of the restaurants. After the two had eaten their fill, they returned home. Mindy had another thrilling night and soon fell asleep on the bed. Meanwhile, Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Tony's indulgence tonight involuntarily reminded him of what was to come. The Battle of New York. The evil god Loki would lead the Chitauri army to attack New York. At that time it would inevitably be a bloody storm. By then his own strength would have grown stronger and self-preservation would be absolutely no problem. However, at this moment his grandfather's face appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. After all, Chen Feng's grandfather was just an ordinary person. During the Battle of New York, all order would fall into chaos. If he were entangled and separated from his grandfather, it would lead to unpredictable consequences. Chen Feng did not wish to see that outcome. He had to reduce this possibility to zero. Perhaps he should send his grandfather to China. Suddenly such a thought appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Future major battles would all occur in the United States. Additionally, China had the protection of supernatural forces, making it a very good choice. The reason Chen Feng had previously refused Nick Fury and left his grandfather in S.H.I.E.L.D. was being familiar with the plot. He knew damn well that staying in S.H.I.E.L.D. was a trap of unprecedented magnitude. After all, his grandfather was also Chinese, so living in China for a while would be no problem at all. Chen Feng could also earn money. It would be perfect for his grandfather to enjoy his twilight years in China and enter retirement. After thinking this over, Chen Feng hurried to his grandfather's room and shared his idea. To convince his grandfather, Chen Feng deliberately demonstrated a portion of his power. After doing this, his grandfather agreed to return to China. Chen Feng's heart finally relaxed. Gazing at the bustling streets of New York outside the window, a determined look shone in his eyes. "Thanos, I won't let you gather all 6 Infinity Stones." Chen Feng would take control of his own destiny, not be manipulated like a puppet by others. The next day, Chen Feng sent Mindy to school. Having resolved a major concern last night, Chen Feng was in a good mood. At this moment, Tony sat at a desk clad in his Iron Man armor, enjoying a delicious donut. Just then a bald, one-eyed black man approached. It was none other than the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. At Fury's invitation, the two entered a restaurant to discuss Tony's condition. Having placed Natasha by Tony's side, Fury was already aware of Tony's palladium poisoning. The first thing Fury saw was the blood vessel on Tony's neck invaded by palladium toxins. He asked with concern, "Haven't you found a way to fix it yet?" Tony was immediately suspicious. He had never told anyone about his palladium poisoning except Chen Feng. Could it be that Chen Feng had told Fury? No need to guess, it was Romanoff who told me. As he spoke, Natasha walked in. Dressed in a tight black combat suit, she appeared particularly seductive and charming. "Oh, so it's my secretary. S.H.I.E.L.D. Espionage is truly remarkable, Tony taunted. We just wanted to understand your situation since I still hope to have you as a consultant for us. H-I-E-L-D. Fury replied. Fury was completely unconcerned. Everything he did was to get Tony to join the Avengers. Helping Tony, he looked as if he were on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, Natasha produced lithium dioxide, a substance that could slightly suppress the palladium. It's useless, Tony said impatiently. This palliative method is completely useless. Have you tried all elements? All energy elements, none can replace palladium. When Tony spoke these words, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He had almost lost all hope, as if life held no promise. Oh, Natasha, what are you doing here? Just then Chen Feng walked into the restaurant and happened to see them. However, in Chen Feng's eyes he ignored the other two and focused only on Natasha. My knight, as you can see, my boss is here. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Natasha's face immediately broke into a gentle smile. She walked over to him and was about to take his arm. Chen Feng, I don't want to eat donuts here. Let's go somewhere else. Seeing Natasha's action, Mindy's expression changed drastically, looking very displeased. She pulled Chen Feng, trying to leave. Chen Feng was speechless. Damn, she's jealous. Noticing Mindy's expression, he felt a headache coming on. How could he forget that there was a major jealousy queen by his side? He should have told Natasha to be more restrained. Alright, let's go eat somewhere else. But I'm very curious about what you two were discussing. Chen Feng first calmed Mindy, gave Natasha a look, and then turned his gaze to Tony and Fury. Didn't I already tell you about the palladium issue? Tony said dejectedly. Fury looked at Chen Feng and asked, do you have a solution? A solution? Chen Feng chuckled matter-of-factly, of course I don't. I'm not a genius scientist. The implication made Tony's face darken like a stone. Damn, isn't that a veiled insult? Calling me useless? Fury, who had held some hope, was also greatly disappointed. To this Chen Feng merely smiled slightly. He continued, although I'm not a genius scientist, someone else is. I believe he can solve this problem. Who? Fury stood up, even more excited than Tony. Tony's father, Mr. Howard Stark. Before Chen Feng could finish, Fury interrupted. As he spoke, the moment that name was uttered, the dejected Tony's dim, lifeless eyes finally showed a glimmer of brilliance. Hope. It was as if he had been in a pitch-black cave and suddenly saw a crack of light. Boom. After a moment of stunned silence, Tony abruptly stood up. His Iron Man armor encased him, and with a burst of searing energy from his feet, he shattered the glass window and flew out. Fury watched Tony disappear into the distance, revealing his white teeth in a grin. It seems he's found what he needs. Let's go now, Mindy. Chen Feng took Mindy's hand and left the restaurant. As he left, he gave Natasha a look as if to say, remember to come out and play tonight. Agent Romanoff, from today onward you no longer need to monitor Tony. Agent Coulson will replace you. I have other tasks for you, Fury said, gazing deeply at Natasha, who was still staring at Chen Feng's retreating figure. Yes, sir. Natasha snapped back to reality. Back home, Tony hurriedly found the video left by his father and finally made a discovery. Early on, when Howard had conceived the idea of the arc reactor, he had proposed a new element synthesized from other materials. However, due to the technological limitations of the time, Howard had never managed to create it. Tony turned off the video. He looked at his father's notes in his hand and pondered for a moment. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Tony projected the architectural blueprint of the Stark Expo. Through the design of its central building, he gained insight. He then conceived a new element that did not exist in nature to replace palladium. With this idea, Tony built a circular accelerator in his home and began creating the new energy source. The light from the circular accelerator focused on the prepared raw materials, and the new element was finally constructed. Yes. I knew it. I'm a genius. Father, you finally did something right. Tony placed the new energy source into the arc reactor, and instantly the palladium poisoning was resolved. A refreshing sensation surged through his body, and Tony felt an indescribable pleasure. Immersed in his lab, Tony had almost lost track of time. From the time he returned home to the creation of the new element, 5 full days had passed. Shortly after Tony created the new element, Agent Coulson arrived at his house. Tony, you look much better. Found the new element? Tony looked at this unfamiliar Coulson and asked with confusion, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Seeing Tony's puzzled expression, Agent Coulson quickly explained the entire situation to him. "I'm here to tell you that I'm going to New Mexico for a mission." However, Tony was not interested in where Coulson was going, nor did he mind Coulson sending people to keep an eye on him. The new element was created. Freed from the affliction of palladium poisoning, Tony was eager to go see Pepper at once. After Agent Coulson departed, a phone call reached Tony's home. "Hey Tony, remember me? Ivan. How did you get out of prison?" Hearing that familiar voice, Tony was momentarily stunned. "Never mind that. I just want to tell you that tonight the history of the Stark family will be rewritten. The crimes your father committed against my family over these 40 years, he'll settle them within 40 minutes. After saying these words, Ivan hung up the phone. Tony looked dazed for a while before tracing the call to find Ivan's location. It was at Justin Hammer's company. So that's it. Tony fell into deep thought, then a gleam of sharp light flashed in his eyes as if suddenly enlightened. Donning his Iron Man armor, he sped toward the Stark Expo. "Pepper, you must not be in danger." At that moment, Chen Feng was extremely excited. He sat upright, staring at the lottery wheel before him. To draw a better hero, he had saved up 2 chances and prepared for a double draw tonight. Even when facing the Hulk, Chen Feng had never been this nervous. "Begin." He spun the wheel, his eyes fixed intently on the pointer. The wheel slowed down and Chen Feng's heart nearly leaped into his throat. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Heart of the Storm, Shen." The system's voice echoed. Chen Feng felt a bit disappointed as Shen was not an ascendant. However, the fully developed Shen still made Chen Feng quite pleased. Shen from the ancient order of the Kinko in Ionia carried out the sacred mission of maintaining world balance. He was born in Dao. He quickly emerged from the birthing star, swiftly slipping from the midwife's hands, displaying immense power from the day of his birth. As Shen grew older, his energy became even more formidable, with both speed and strength experiencing a soaring enhancement. Later he entered the Kinko order to cultivate. Shen mastered the profound power of lightning, transforming into one more chance to draw. System, don't let me down this time. Chen Feng looked at the wheel, silently praying. The wheel started spinning, soon reaching another heart-pounding moment. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Void Walker, Cassidon. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Feng finally broke into a joyful smile. Great. Perfect. Cassidon, a being of the void though not an ascended, had nearly reached half-ascended strength, truly terrifying. Especially Cassidon at his peak, his power was beyond imagination. His innate ability to control space was only slightly inferior to a space stone. This time he still didn't get an ascended, or more precisely a more powerful divine tier hero. But for Chen Feng, the 2 new heroes were still very strong. In particular the Void Walker, Cassidon. As a member of the Void, he was born with the ability to master profound spatial power, making him far stronger than other heroes. Meanwhile, learning that Ivan had been rescued by Justin Hammer, Tony donned his new armor and rushed to the Stark Expo at top speed. Tony had a premonition. Ivan's revenge, he suspected, would take place at the expo because earlier in Monaco he had agreed to let Hammer participate in this expo. Damn it. I was careless. How could I make such a mistake? Pepper. Tony's greatest worry now was Pepper Potts. He hadn't treated Pepper well before, sometimes even poorly, but her place in Tony's heart had risen to the highest point. Whoosh! Like a streak of light, Tony tore across the sky, racing with all his might toward the expo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest Iron Man armor developed by Hammer Industries, made of brand new titanium alloy. At the expo, Justin Hammer was introducing the armor created by Ivan. His confident smile and assured tone showed Hammer's absolute confidence. And Colonel Rhodes. He was also at the exhibition, standing on the stage in his Patriot armor alongside Hammer Industries' Iron Man suits. Just as Hammer's introduction reached its peak, a silver android Iron Man armor descended from the sky, landing on the stage. It was Tony, who had rushed over. Colonel Rhodes asked in surprise, "Hey Tony, what are you doing here?" Rhodes, I was wondering the same. Are you a model hired by Hammer? A runway model? Wearing my armor? When did a colonel need to earn money like this? Are you in a financial crisis? Tony fired off a barrage of questions, looking at Rhodes and the Mark I armor, utterly bewildered. This string of queries left Colonel Rhodes equally confused. What the hell? What is this all about? It was just the you. government showing off its power to the world, equipping the armor with Hammer Industries weapons. Since he owed Hammer a favor, helping promote Hammer Industries made perfect sense. That's why Colonel Rhodes was at the Stark Expo. Tony, you're just in time. Seeing Tony just in, Hammer hurried over, eager to show off. Come see my new Iron Man armor, you'll be amazed. Tony had said if Hammer could produce a decent new invention, he could attend the expo. Now Hammer had done it, and he felt had done even better than Tony. Well, Hammer, what's going on? Just as Tony was about to mock Hammer, he saw all the Iron Man armors aiming at him, including Colonel Rhodes. Fuck. What the hell? With many civilians behind him, Tony realized Ivan was pulling the strings. Without hesitation, he quickly flew out of the venue. Tony, my armor is out of control. What's happening? The moment Tony left, all the Iron Man armors followed, flying out of the venue. Of course, that included Colonel Rhodes. That's why he was so shocked. He wasn't controlling it at all. The Iron Man armors relentlessly pursued Tony, firing all kinds of weapons and missiles. Fortunately, Tony's new armor was the latest model. Relying on the performance advantage of his new armor, Tony dodged the hail of bullets. Damn Hammer! Looking at the swarm of armors behind him, he couldn't help but curse. Motherfucker! If it weren't for Han Mo, this incompetent fool bringing Ivan out of prison, this situation would never have occurred. In fact, Han Mo's intention was to defeat Tony, who looked down on him, and to outshine him by teaching Ivan. After all, Ivan had mastered the technology of the arc reactor, and combined with Han Mo's military-industrial strength, they could surely create an armored suit surpassing Tony's. With so many armored suits behind him, Tony wanted to attack, but they were still in the city, which had a high population, making casualties inevitable. Therefore, Tony flew towards a sparsely populated area. On the way, he utilized the advantageous terrain to destroy a large number of armored soldiers. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes suddenly charged out and knocked Tony from the sky, both of them falling into a small semicircular building. Rat-a-tat-tat. Colonel Rhodes pressed down on Tony and opened fire on him, unleashing a torrent of bullets from his mini Gatling gun as if he intended to drown Tony in a sea of lead. Fortunately, the new armor had significantly enhanced performance in all aspects, and the power of ordinary bullets posed no threat to it. Taking advantage of the moment, Tony grasped the mini Gatling on Colonel Rhodes' armor, slightly adjusting its aim. The two became entangled, attacking each other continuously using various weapons, including fists and kicks, engaging in an exceptionally fierce battle. At this time, Natasha, assigned a different mission by Nick Fury, discovered through some investigations and clues that Ivan was hiding inside the Han Mo industrial building. Thus, Natasha quickly arrived at the location. Using her agile skills, she easily defeated the security guards at the entrance. In no time, she found the control room for the armored soldiers, but Ivan was no longer there. Without any hesitation, Natasha approached the computer controlling the armored suits and used her exceptional skills to disable Colonel Rhodes' automated attack program. Thanks to Natasha's assistance from afar, Colonel Rhodes, who was grappling with Tony, finally returned to normal. Tony, I think I'm all right now. Colonel Rhodes laughed excitedly and lifted his helmet. I'm so glad you're okay, brother. Tony also lifted his helmet and said seriously to Colonel Rhodes, however, we need to think about how to capture that damned Ivan next. Suddenly, as the two were discussing, a large number of armored soldiers descended from the sky, surrounding them in the center. Tony shouted a warning. With Colonel Rhodes' cooperation, Tony used the laser weapon on his wrist to eliminate all enemies. Currently, this was equipment unique to the new armor. It was also a special weapon exclusive to new energy, extremely powerful and deadly. Die. Both Tony and Colonel Rhodes were stunned at the sight. To see Ivan, who had been tormenting them, so easily killed, left both of them dumbfounded. Throughout the process, it seemed that Chen Feng hadn't even used much of his strength. But Tony, I saved your life, and I don't ask for much, just give me another set of armor. However, remember to make it according to Mindy's size. That little girl has been nagging in my ear for quite a while. Chen Feng turned his head, his gaze fixed on Colonel Rhodes, continuing, Colonel Rhodes, right. I remember you are the U.S. Army's Weapons Development Minister. So just give me a set of your latest developed weapons, consider it my payment for saving you. I'm a very generous person. Generous? How shameless. Simply disgraceful. Tony and Colonel Rhodes cursed inwardly. ISC, of course Chen Feng had no idea about their thoughts. If he did, he would surely counter them. What's wrong with me saving you? Heroes are also people who need to eat. How can doing good not come with a reward? With Chen Feng's personality, he wouldn't do something thankless, so after demanding his reward he was ready to leave. After only taking a few steps, Chen Feng suddenly stopped and warned, "Remember what I said, don't make me wait too long. I don't have much patience, especially with you, Tony. There's still no news about the last armor I requested." After Chen Feng's figure disappeared, Tony and Colonel Rhodes finally came back to their senses, looking at each other in silence. Isn't this extortion? It definitely is. After being stunned for a long time, Colonel Rhodes slowly spoke, "So are we being forcibly robbed?" Tony, feeling dejected, replied softly, "Maybe, I suppose." In fact, before Chen Feng arrived, Tony had already thought of a way to defeat Ivan. However, Chen Feng was too powerful, and within a few breaths he had slain Ivan, leaving Tony no chance to execute his plan. Tony felt like crying without tears. Damn! How many times has this happened? What have I, Tony Stark, done to deserve this? How did I end up in such a predicament? Can't the heavens spare me? Suddenly Colonel Rhodes shouted urgently, "Hey Tony, look at Ivan's armor." The arc reactor on Ivan's armor flickered with a red glow, seemingly indicating something was about to happen. "Run! It's going to explode." Tony's face changed drastically as he shouted and propelled himself forward with jets of scorching energy from his feet. Colonel Rhodes followed closely behind Tony. As they burst out, the armor below exploded violently, a terrifying shockwave sweeping through and raising clouds of dust, turning the entire building to ash. Not good. Pepper is in danger. On Tony's screen, the positions of all Han Mo industrial armors appeared, and coincidentally one was located right next to Pepper. All the remaining energy in the armored suit erupted, and Tony sprinted towards Pepper's location at the utmost speed he could achieve. Whoosh! He drew a stunning arc in the air. At that moment, the dark night sky became even more beautiful. Chen Feng stood with his hands behind his back atop a several hundred-meter tall building, watching Tony speed away, sighing, "Ah, the power of love." With the ability of the Voidwalker Kassadin, Chen Feng could freely traverse the void, akin to a mythological being transcending the limits of distance. The night was still beautiful. Standing atop the high building, gazing at the starry sky, he thought about the journey he would embark on through this starry expanse. This was what a man should aspire to. In that moment, all the armored soldiers falling to the ground exploded, starting a fireworks display mesmerizingly beautiful. Tony finally reached Pepper's side just before the explosion of the armored soldiers, narrowly escaping danger. Seeing Pepper, Tony landed on the upper floors of the building, carefully setting her down. However, Pepper's expression was extremely serious, showing no sign of relief at Tony's timely arrival. "Tony, do you know how worried I get every time you do something so dangerous? I can no longer tolerate your behavior." Seeing the angry expression on little Pepper's face, Tony quickly caught her small hand and gazed deeply into her eyes, saying, "I know you've always taken care of me. Whenever I'm in danger, you come to help me. You deserve better treatment. Indeed, Tony, you should treat Miss Pepper better." At that moment, Colonel Rhodes suddenly appeared between the two, wearing a mischievous smile. He had also arrived here at some point, looking at Tony and little Pepper with a serious expression and saying, "Showing affection in public can be quite dangerous." "I didn't say anything wrong. Showing affection leads to quick demise is a saying that holds true. I'm mainly here to remind you not to forget about my things." Before leaving, Chen Feng inexplicably added with a wink and a meaningful smile, "Tony, it seems we need to resolve Chen Feng's matter first." Colonel Rhodes shrugged helplessly. Although he had some authority in the military, casually giving away new weapons to others would definitely land him in a military court. "Don't worry, leave it to me. You can go now." Tony directly issued an eviction order. Damn! Such a wonderful atmosphere, it might still be salvaged. "Do as you wish then, I'll leave my matters in your hands." Colonel Rhodes, being quite perceptive, soon flew away from there. Tony looked at the departing Rhodes and said to little Pepper, "All right, darling, let's continue." Back home, Chen Feng looked at the peacefully sleeping Mindy and had an idea. Hasn't Mindy always wanted to go out? Why not take advantage of this opportunity? It's a perfect chance to take her on a tour around various places in the United States. I'm sure Daddy would agree with my idea. The next day in the morning, Chen Feng began to prepare his food truck, giving it a simple wash. Starting today, Mindy's school was on break, and this trip to New Mexico would last a long time, so it was a good time to clean up. It's time to wake up the little sleepyhead. Chen Feng looked at the now clean food truck and nodded with satisfaction before walking back into the room. The sun was shining brightly. The sunlight nearly reached Mindy's backside. At that moment she lay in bed still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up. Chen Feng gently patted Mindy's little bottom and whispered in her ear, "Little bug, it's time to get up. Today I'm taking you to New Mexico for some fun." Mindy, still half asleep, seemed to have heard Chen Feng's words and struggled to open her eyes, groggily asking, "Huh? Chen Feng, where did you say we're going?" Mindy, looking like a little confused bug, made Chen Feng display a gentle smile as he patted her little head. After a few minutes, Chen Feng finally managed to wake Mindy up completely. At that moment Mindy looked very excited. The eager out Mindy even joyfully bounced on the bed and gave Chen Feng a light kiss on the cheek. Mindy cheered, "We're off. We're going to New Mexico?" Chen Feng started the sports car he had acquired from Tony and turned on the music, getting immersed in the vibrant tunes. When going out, of course, rock music is the best choice. It perfectly matches the excitement of traveling. After some time the two arrived at the airport. The distance to New Mexico was quite far and driving the food truck would take a long time. The outcome was obvious. Chen Feng decisively chose to take a plane. As for the car, he naturally left it with Tony for the time being, as the guy owed him a lot of favors. Once on the plane, it didn't take long for the two to arrive in New Mexico. New Mexico is located in the southwestern United States. With a dry climate and known as the Sunshine State, Cactus State, and Charming State, its scenery is also quite enchanting, featuring red cliffs, deserts, and cacti. It can be said to be a perfect place for leisure and travel. The first thing Chen Feng did upon arriving in New Mexico was to rent a food truck. After all, bringing Mindy around to explore requires a food truck, which not only solves that problem but also provides food for the two, making it a win-win situation. Having money makes everything easier. Chen Feng quickly rented a food truck and even prepared food along with it. "Mindy, let's go." The two set off, once again wandering around New Mexico. "Jian, what are we doing here so far away? It's scorching," Daisy complained beside Jane Foster. In this unbearably hot weather of New Mexico, it's truly unsuitable for the beautiful Daisy, who had to sweat a lot every day. "Daisy, stop complaining. This time I've truly made a major discovery right here in New Mexico. I can feel it coming soon, so let's hurry to find something to eat and continue our research," Jane comforted with a smile. This trip to New Mexico is mainly about searching for an impending storm related to her research on celestial movements. Once we find that storm, it will prove that my research is correct and actually exists. Furthermore, I've also called Professor Eric, who should be arriving in New Mexico tomorrow. "What? You brought the professor? Are you out of your mind?" Daisy looked at Jane in disbelief, as if she were staring at a lunatic. "Daisy, trust me, the professor will support me. Those atmospheric disturbances are related to my research," Jane said confidently. Suddenly a wonderful aroma wafted into her nose. "Wow, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. Let's go eat there." Jane immediately grabbed Daisy's right hand. Following the delicious aroma, they soon arrived in front of a food truck. Jane curiously asked a young Asian man in front of her, "Sir, is the smell coming from here?" "Yes indeed, dear lady. Would you like something to eat?" Chen Feng flashed a warm smile. "Of course, I'd like a special burger and a special sausage." Jane looked at the menu and quickly ordered her food. "I'll have one," while Daisy was also drawn in by the aroma and swiftly made her choice. In the next moment, Chen Feng quickly switched to cooking mode. His flashy yet practical movements left Jane and Daisy starstruck, unable to take their eyes off him. People say that when a man seriously engages in work, he is at his most handsome. Jane and Daisy deeply realized this. "Hey handsome, could I trouble you for your phone number?" At that moment Daisy shyly gazed at Chen Feng and cautiously asked. "Daisy," Jane said with some annoyance. "That's really impolite." Chen Feng was about to smile and say it was fine when suddenly Mindy, looking displeased, approached Chen Feng with a cold attitude and said, "No way. He's not like you, so casual." "What did you say?" Daisy's face turned red with anger. How dare a little girl talk back to her like that? Damn it. I am completely innocent. Up until now I haven't even touched a man's hand. Just when I finally meet a man who makes my heart flutter, I get scolded by a little girl. Mindy, don't speak out of turn. Quickly apologize to this sister. Chen Feng knew what Mindy was thinking. However, such words must be apologized for, otherwise it would show a complete lack of upbringing. If Frank finds out, he will definitely scold himself and might even take Mindy away. But Mindy pouted, unwilling to apologize. There's no excuse. If you say something wrong you have to apologize, otherwise I won't take you out to play next time. Chen Feng's expression was serious, his face betraying no opinion. Under Chen Feng's admonition, Mindy reluctantly gave a perfunctory apology, then stormed into the dining car, not wanting to talk to Chen Feng anymore. Stupid Chen Feng, bad Chen Feng. I won't care about you and other women anymore, humph. Mindy silently vented her anger inside. This is all my fault for not managing her well. To apologize this meal is on me, is that okay? Chen Feng said with a smile. It's fine, after all she is just a child. I won't really hold it against her. Boss, if you're willing to waive the bill I would be very happy. Daisy looked at Chen Feng with a smile, and the little deer in her heart finally started to leap at that moment. Oh my! Is it really springtime? Jian watched Daisy, who was love-struck, and rolled her eyes helplessly. Jian and Daisy quickly finished their meal, praising Chen Feng's cooking. It was definitely the best they had during their time in New Mexico. Subsequently, under Daisy's relentless pursuit, she successfully obtained Chen Feng's phone number. Originally wanting to communicate further with Chen Feng, she was directly pulled away by Jian. After all, Jian brought Daisy to New Mexico not to find handsome guys but to investigate and search for that storm. Watching the two women walk farther away, a smile crept onto Chen Feng's lips. Without a doubt, Thor was about to arrive on Earth. This New Mexico trip was finally beginning to unfold. Meanwhile, back in the car, Jian resumed her work. As for he was lost in a daydream, his mind solely occupied with Chen Feng's face. His eyes sparkled. This Eastern man is not only handsome but also a great cook, and so gentle. He is simply the ideal romantic partner. So lucky. I just wonder if Chen Feng has a girlfriend. Jian was diligently working, saying she come help me process this data. No response at all. She was still lost in his infatuation. When Jian turned her head and saw Daisy, she couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. Covering her forehead, she sighed in disbelief. Hasn't it been almost an hour? Oh my gosh. I'm so over this infatuation. After spending a long time, Jian finally completed the calculations alone and determined the arrival time of the storm. As dusk approached, Dr. Eric arrived in New Mexico. Upon learning that Jian was still chasing after the so-called storm, his expression changed, and he immediately advised Jian, you shouldn't pursue these meaningless things anymore. That storm does not exist. That's right. Jian, let's give up. Daisy beside her continuously nodded in agreement, deeply endorsing Dr. Eric's words. The atmospheric movement patterns are closely related to my research, and after 17 precise calculations, each time only missing by a few microseconds, I can absolutely measure the divine force without error. Just trust me this time, doctor. After much persuasion under Jian's persistent insistence, the doctor ultimately couldn't resist her thoughts and agreed to conduct the research together. Night fell. Daisy drove according to Jian's instructions, arriving at a relatively desolate area. Jian, are you sure this is the right place? It looks so eerie and quite frightening. Under the light, the barren and silent landscape made Daisy feel very uneasy. Just trust me and keep driving forward. Jian nodded firmly, her eyes glued to the computer screen in front of her. Jian, I think you should stop. There's no result here. Dr. Eric tried to persuade her from the side. Just as Jian was about to speak, Daisy in the driver's seat turned her head and anxiously said, Jian, you better come look at this. What is that? Oh my! At that moment, Jian saw a radiant rainbow-like light in the sky that hadn't been there before, her face frozen in astonishment. Shock! Jian was stunned. She hurriedly crawled out of the car, staring at the light in front of her, momentarily at a loss for words. I thought you were just talking about a faint aurora. Dr. Eric, witnessing this scene, took a deep breath, his expression seemingly incredulous. After a while, Jian shouted, quick, quick, quick. Drive? In the next moment following the order, she immediately started the car and rushed towards the light. Although he wanted to leave this scary place, this was about Jian's efforts and research over the past few months. Daisy had to go. The car sped across the desert, quickly reaching the aurora. The originally shimmering sky suddenly formed a huge storm. Whoosh! The terrifying wind and powerful suction seemed to want to pull the car directly into it. That was the might of nature. What are you doing? Just as Jian was preparing to take photos, she realized they were getting further away from the storm's center. She shouted, I don't want to risk my life for just 6 credits. After saying that, he drove the car quickly towards the storm's periphery. At that moment, crack! The sky split open. Inside the storm, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as if a deity were about to descend with a sudden onset of wild winds. Even the car's headlights couldn't bring light in such profound darkness. She could only barely see the nearby road speeding along. What the hell is that, a person? Under the weak light, a vague silhouette was reflected, and Daisy quickly turned the steering wheel to the other side. Bang! A muffled sound. Even within the storm, it was still very clear that they had indeed hit that person. Daisy quickly stopped the car. At that moment, Jian and Daisy stared at each other with wide eyes for a long time. It seemed as if they had come to their senses, grabbing a flashlight and getting out of the car to look for the person they had hit. Legally, it's your fault. Hastily following Jian, Daisy's face was filled with panic. Quick, go get the first aid kit. Jian said to Daisy behind her, looking at the golden-haired man lying on the ground, worry etched on her face as she murmured, please. Please don't die, please. Daisy, who brought the first aid kit, carefully examined the man lying on the ground and asked in confusion, where did he come from? Before Jian could answer, the man lying on the ground suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and the strange woman in front of him. In an instant, the man collapsed again. Jane looked curiously at the blonde man, murmuring to herself, where on earth did he come from? Jane, doctor, come quickly. Daisy shouted loudly, for the blonde man had awakened once more. Moreover, this time he seemed fully recovered. Thor spun around, looking in all directions, and roared, hammer. Father. Heimdall, I know you can hear me, open the Bifrost and let me return. But Thor's roar was utterly futile. Silence. The air remained deathly still. No one paid him any heed. Thor turned around, gazing at the three of them, and asked in confusion, which realm is this? Alfheim. Nornheim. Daisy drew her taser, aiming it at Thor, and replied, New Mexico. Thor stared at the red dot, furrowing his brow. Rascal. How dare you threaten me, Thor, with such a puny weapon? Crackle. Sparks flew. Daisy's taser fired. Thor, having now lost his divine body and become a mere mortal, was unfortunately knocked unconscious by the human weapon, the taser. Jane and Dr. Eric stared in bewilderment, jaws agape at Daisy. Dumbfounded. Stunned. Woe, drawing a gun at the drop of a hat. Treating a patient who just woke up like that, wasn't it a bit too much? What? He scared me. Daisy shrugged innocently, merely acting in self-defense. Dr. Eric sighed, well, you win. The two were at a loss for words. Dragging Thor's bulky frame, Dr. Eric struggled to load him into the car. Soon the three drove away from the desert. The aurora and tornado had vanished the moment Thor descended. After delivering Thor to the hospital, they left his bedside directly. Watching Jane, who had completed the admission procedures and was about to leave, Daisy asked in confusion, Jane, are we just leaving him alone in the hospital? Thor seems to have come from nowhere. It's not good for him to be alone in the hospital, and he might even cause trouble for the staff. After all, Thor was tall and burly, and being grazed by a car didn't faze him at all. Was he really that freakish? He's practically inhuman. How about you stay with him? I need to analyze last night's data as soon as possible. This research is more important to me. Jane remained calm, her face impassive. More important? Could it be more important than my research data? Anyway, I've already sent him to the hospital. He won't die. Hey Jane, wait for me. I'm coming too. Daisy thought for a moment, then trotted to catch up with Jane. Though Thor was handsome, recalling his delirious, seemingly unhinged state from last night made her think better of it. Clearly Daisy's heart was set against it. If she were to accompany anyone, it might as well be the handsome Chen Feng, not only good-looking but also pleasant-tempered, and most importantly not insane. Dr. Eric drove the two back to their crudely built research facility. Soon after, Thor, who had been stunned by the taser, slowly opened his eyes on the hospital bed, regaining consciousness, and stared at the doctor in confusion. Don't get worked up, I'm just here to draw some blood. The doctor explained, kindly gripping Thor's arm. Release me. I am Odin's son, how dare you attack me? Thor, furious, flung off the doctor's hand. I need help. The doctor struggled to hold Thor down, shouting for assistance. Though Thor had lost his divine power and been reduced to a mere mortal, his extraordinary strength now manifested, and none of the medical staff could restrain him. Call security. A nurse screamed. Thor, with no one able to hold him back, dashed toward the door. Until then, a crowd of security guards arrived. Yet facing the towering, immensely strong Thor, they struggled to gain the upper hand for a time. Surround him. The apparent security captain, exerting all his strength to subdue Thor, pulled out a taser and shot it at Thor's neck. In an instant, Thor fell unconscious again. Unaware of what had transpired, the three returned to the institute and immediately began analyzing last night's storm. Doctor, look, this isn't our planet's star chart. Last night's Earth star chart was like this. Jane placed 2 photos before Dr. Eric, forming a stark contrast. Dr. Eric's eyes darkened. Seeing the image, he too fell into confusion, for it was indeed not Earth's star chart. Come see this. Daisy suddenly called out to them as if she had discovered something extraordinary, her voice tinged with awe. Jane and Dr. Eric hurried over. When they saw what was in the photo, their expressions changed drastically. I'm afraid we need to go to the hospital. Jane slipped on her coat and strode out the door. Daisy and Dr. Eric quickly followed it. The image in the photo sent a chill down their spines. In the hospital, Thor was bound to the bed with ropes, unable to move. Damned mortals, how dare you treat Odin's son like this? You have offended the gods. Thor roared, his eyes blazing with fury, but in this isolated ward no one could hear him and no one paid him any mind. Thor struggled with all his might. Yet it was all in vain. Impossible. This is utterly impossible. Thor found it hard to accept this reality. I, the great son of Odin, the god of thunder, Thor, having lost all his divine power. He was merely a slightly stronger, ordinary man. After struggling for a moment, Thor realized clearly that he could not break free by brute force alone. Staring blankly at the ceiling above, Thor's hands kept fidgeting, and after some effort he managed to slip out of the ropes. The three finally arrived at the hospital. They rushed into Thor's room only to find him gone. We have to find him, Jane stated firmly from the car. Did you see what he did? I'm not sure finding him is a good choice. Dr. Eric recalled the photo of Thor standing unscathed within the storm and refuted Jane's suggestion. Dangerous. This is too dangerous. We still don't know Thor's identity, what kind of person he is. If he has a bad temper, we'll be in trouble. He knows everything. He'll tell us what we want to know, so we have to find him. Jane was blunt, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. All right. Daisy had already prepared all the gear. Dr. Eric asked incredulously, you mean we're going to search the entire New Mexico? Exactly, no more no less. Jane was straightforward, then started the car. Suddenly a thud came from the trunk. Thor had crashed into the car door and passed out again. Cough, I think he just escaped from the hospital. Hearing the noise, Daisy turned to Jane, almost finding it amusing. Truly, you find something without looking for it. This guy's luck really wasn't all bad. Take him back. She said each word deliberately. With her help, she could unlock the secrets of the astrological chart. The group returned to the institute. Saul came over afterward, looking at the somewhat familiar Jane, and asked, where exactly am I? This is. After Jane's lengthy explanation, Saul went from utter confusion to complete bewilderment, finally understanding his situation and accepting the fact that he had become a mere mortal. Cast down to the mortal world, stripped of his divine power. What else could he do? I'm so screwed. Saul was in despair. Was he going to spend the rest of his life as a mortal, just muddling through? Thinking about it, Saul felt a pang of sorrow. Sigh. At this point, Saul had no choice. Had fill his stomach first. Saul asked, I'm a bit hungry. Do you have any food here? The only person here who made him feel at ease was Jane. Because Dr. Eric looked at him with unfriendly eyes, and Darcy was the one who had given him an electric shock. Remembering that jolt, Saul was furious. Damn it. I'm the god of thunder. To think I'd be brought down by my own specialty. How infuriating. Of course, they'll arrange it for you right now. Let's go. Darcy immediately thought of Chen Feng, pulled out her phone and made a call. After a brief exchange, Darcy with a bright smile led Saul away. Jane sighed helplessly while Dr. Eric looked bewildered. He was starving. Dude, are you a starving ghost reincarnated? How can you eat so much? Darcy, who had come to Chen Feng's place, stared blankly at Saul, who was still eating non-stop with no sign of stopping, her face full of shock. This appetite is insane. Jane and Dr. Eric were dumbfounded, staring at Saul as if he were an alien, their hearts undoubtedly shaken. Chen Feng glanced indifferently and continued making his own food. Saul wasn't human to begin with, he was just a god who had lost his power. Eating this much was perfectly normal. Saul finished the juice in his glass, smacked his lips and said cheerfully to Chen Feng, "Hey dark-skinned guy, this drink's not bad. Another round?" Saul happily raised his arm, ready to smash the glass on the ground. Chen Feng swiftly grabbed Saul's hand and said calmly, "Buddy, you can't just throw cups around. It's an Asgardian tradition." Saul furrowed his brow and exerted more force, still intent on smashing the cup. "This isn't Asgard." Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, his deep voice carrying a chilling air. "Damn it. Can't you dare provoke the son of Odin, the prince of Asgard?" Saul stood up abruptly, his eyes blazing as he confronted Chen Feng. "You're just a mortal now?" Chen Feng said coldly. He placed his hand on Saul's shoulder. The immense force pressed Saul back into his seat, leaving him powerless to resist. All right, we're all friends here, no need for this." Jane, seeing the situation turn sour, immediately played the peacemaker. For Jane's sake, you'll let it slide this time. After all, you're just a mortal now. Chen Feng's tone was filled with contempt for Saul. "What did you say? I am Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin. I once defeated the frost giants." Saul was furious. Flames burned in his eyes. Seeing Chen Feng's dismissive attitude, Saul was enraged and retorted angrily. "You said it yourself, that was the past. Now you should recognize your place." Chen Feng said indifferently. Saul was taken aback. These truthful words struck a chord deep within him. He was suddenly at a loss for words. He was stunned. Yes. No matter how glorious the past, it was just the past. And now? He was a god exiled by his father, stripped of his divine power, unable even to find his weapon Mjolnir. What right did he have to call himself the god of thunder? That's harsh. Darcy whispered in Chen Feng's ear, "Hey Chen Feng, don't crush his self-esteem too much." Okay. Saul was already a bit unhinged. If they kept provoking Saul and he actually lost it, things would get tricky. In the eyes of Darcy and Dr. Eric, everything Saul said about the Bifrost, Asgard, Mjolnir and so on were all fabrications. They simply didn't believe him. Too ridiculous. This isn't some mythology. Son of Odin, Thor, give me a break. Only Jane deep down was willing to believe Saul's words, hoping to get the real answers from him. "Hey buddy, give us 2 mushroom burgers and 2 beers. Just then 2 burly white men came up to the food truck. Having been in New Mexico for a few days, Chen Feng's food truck had gained some local fame. His cooking was very popular and regular customers came by every day. At that moment a white-haired man asked, "Did you hear about that satellite that fell from the sky over there?" "Of course I heard. But I heard it wasn't a satellite. Someone said it was a hammer. It's really heavy and it seems like no one can lift it." The brown-haired man seemed to know more details. Hearing their conversation, Saul's dejected mood instantly vanished. The next moment, a confident smile quickly spread across his face. He stood up, walked over to the 2 burly men and patted the brown-haired man on the shoulder, asking seriously, "Tell me, where did that thing land?" The brown-haired man, seeing the robust Saul behind him, hesitated for a moment before saying, "Go 80 kilometers west and you'll find it." Upon hearing this, Saul immediately headed west, a knowing smile on his face. "Buddy, after I get my property back, I hope you'll have a match with me." Halfway there, Saul seemed to remember something, turned to look at Chen Feng and said with a challenging tone, "No problem. But I want to tell you one thing, remember your smile right now." Chen Feng gave a faint enigmatic grin. "Me? You'll understand when the time comes." Saul looked a bit puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind the words. Whatever. Why bother thinking about it? Once he got Mjolnir back, why would he fear a mere mortal? I'd have to teach him a lesson. Chen Feng were leaving. Seeing Saul leave, Jane packed up her things and quickly followed. Eric hurried after them as well, unwilling to let Jane get involved with Saul. "Darcy, why aren't you leaving?" Chen Feng looked at Darcy, who was still leaning against the food truck, quietly sipping her drink, and asked, "Dr. Eric is enough to babysit him. Besides, who made your drinks so good?" Darcy said coyly in a low voice. Compared to Saul's mess, Chen Feng was much better. "Vixen. Mindy, sitting next to Chen Feng, stared at Darcy with narrowed eyes and muttered under her breath. Chuyang smiled helplessly. Two women make a drama, couldn't be more true. Jane, would you be willing to take me to that place? Saul walked for a while then stopped. Damn it. What was I thinking? Now that I have no divine power, walking 80 kilometers in a mortal body is way too slow and the physical strain is immense. Who knows how long it'll take? 1 day? 2 days? Jian smiled and asked, can you tell me about yourself? Jian was eager to know every secret about Soul. Jian, come here, I have something to say to you. Eric, who had followed, patted Jian on the back and pulled her beside him. Jian, I have to tell you, this person talking about the Rainbow Bridge, Thor's hammer, they are all mythological stories I read when I was young. You can't easily believe him. Under Dr. Eric's persuasion, Jian ultimately decided to heed his advice. I'm sorry, I can't help you now. It's okay, I still want to thank you. Soul smiled and gently kissed Jian's hand before turning to leave. Seeing that Jian followed his advice, Eric took her back to the research institute. What are you doing? This is a private place, everything here belongs to me. However, upon returning to the institute, Jian discovered that a large group of people had entered her home, taking away all her equipment, documents, and more. Jian, calm down. These people are not someone we can provoke. Dear. Eric immediately grabbed Jian, controlling her actions. But this is my home, they are invading my privacy, my private residence. I want to report them. Jian was still very angry. You should know that all this research equipment and data were painstakingly obtained by me. Hello, I am Agent Carlson from the government. I am here primarily because these items are related to national security and need to be retrieved. Carlson walked over and presented his credentials. To minimize the impact of Thor's hammer incident, S.H.I.D.L.D. has fully taken control of the situation in Zhou country and everything related must be taken away. What you are doing is robbery, it's illegal. Jian continued to argue for herself. However, Eric kept holding her back, knowing how terrifying these people were. In just a few minutes, S.H.I.D.L.D. took everything related to Jian, leaving only an empty house. Jian, I must tell you, we can't afford to mess with these people. I had a friend who was researching ray guns, so once they found him, he disappeared without a trace. Eric was talking beside her. At that moment, she had just returned from Chen Feng wearing a joyful expression, looking very happy. However, not long after his joy, she saw the empty house and astonished asked, Jian, what happened here? Did our home get raided? Jian remained silent. She stared blankly at the sky for a while before driving away from the research institute. Jian needed some time alone to calm down. Meanwhile, at the pet store, Soul seriously told the owner, Boss, I want a horse I can ride. The urgency in his eyes made it clear he was not joking. Sir, we don't have horses here, we only have Teddy Husky and Golden Retriever, the owner earnestly introduced the pets in the store. No horses. What kind of pet store is this? Soul's actions in the pet store happened to be seen by Jian outside, and suddenly she had an idea. Since you have taken everything I own, I must investigate even more. I must say, being hated by a woman is a terrifying thing. Jian walked into the pet store, watching Soul bargain with the owner. She said directly, Soul, I'll drive you to that place. You want to take me? Soul was startled. If he remembered correctly, Jian had just rejected him not long ago. WTF? What happened? Jian actually changed her mind. Yes, let's hurry up. That place is at least 80 kilometers away from here. Even if we drive, it will take a few hours. Jian urged him, not directly answering Soul's question, pulling him out. Damn. Are you more anxious than I am? Caught off guard, Soul was pulled away and looked at Jian in bewilderment. It wasn't until they got in the car that he finally came to his senses. As Jian and Soul locked eyes, both were momentarily stunned, just gazing at each other. It was eerily quiet. After a moment, Soul hesitantly said, Miss Jian, do you really want to help me? Jian twirled her hair, preparing to drive. Otherwise, what am I here for? Such an obvious thing, and you still have to ask. To be honest, Jian really wanted to knock his head to see if there was any rust inside. As the car started, their conversation continued, and at that moment they finally approached the place where Thor's hammer had fallen. However, this area had already been taken over by S.H. I. E. L. D. Surrounded by a tight security net to prevent outsiders from entering. Soul, what are you doing? While Jian was observing the situation inside with binoculars, she heard a commotion beside her and looked over at Soul, who had stood up draping his coat over himself. Soul grinned and said, "You stay here, I will go retrieve what belongs to me." With that, Soul's figure gradually disappeared. Jian watched Soul vanish into the darkness, revealing a worried expression while her heart fluttered, seemingly affected by Soul's actions. "Sir, this area is already under government control. Private access is not allowed. Please take your sister and leave." A guard in a black combat uniform looked at the man and woman in front of him with a stern tone. Before Chen Feng could speak, Mindy angrily interjected, "What sister? I am his friend, do you understand? What's wrong with being younger? Did you eat your family's rice? Just because I'm younger doesn't mean I'm a sister. Why can't I be a friend?" Mindy greatly disliked those who always referred to her as Chen Feng's sister. They were a bunch of oblivious fools, having eyes but not seeing. Chen Feng coughed lightly. He felt quite helpless about Mindy's behavior. Especially when he saw the guard's strange expression, it made him even more awkward. Chen Feng gave the guard a knowing glance and then said, "Just call your leader here. I want to speak to him personally." Unexpectedly, the guard completely ignored Chen Feng, even a bit angrily, saying, "Our leader is not someone you can meet. Just go home, visiting is prohibited here." He hurriedly urged Chen Feng to leave, his expression already showing impatience. "Do you still want to see our boss? You think you're someone important? A mere kid. What happened here?" A man in a suit approached. "Chen Feng? What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Chen Feng's appearance, Carlson was stunned. "How can this be? Why is he here?" Carlson had a confused look full of questions. "I came to New Mexico to have some fun and brought Mindy to see the thing that fell from the sky. But it seems your people don't want me to come in." Chen Feng shrugged. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Carlson could only force a bitter smile. It was the rule here to forbid outsiders from entering, so the guard had done nothing wrong. After all, he didn't know Chen Feng and was merely fulfilling his duty. But for Carlson it was a different matter. Chen Feng was someone even Director Fury wanted to recruit. If Chen Feng completely refused to join the Avengers because of this incident, Carlson believed he would definitely face disciplinary action from the director. That would be a real headache. Thus, Carlson apologized with a flattering smile, then led Chen Feng inside. The guard beside them was dumbfounded, seeing his superior acting so deferential. He realized Chen Feng's importance, his mind churning with turmoil. No way. Could his luck be this bad? He envisioned himself being demoted for offending such an important figure, walking all the way there. Chen Feng finally saw Mjolnir resting on the earth, and a surge of impulse rose within him, to step forward and try to lift it. However, just then, the monitors showed someone breaking in and Carlson's expression shifted. He urgently ordered, "Quick, send someone to check the southwest direction." In no time, several guards arrived at the iron fence on the southwest side, where a hole had already been cut. "Someone has infiltrated." Upon receiving the report, Carlson immediately triggered the alarm and all agents and guards stood ready. Chen Feng said unhurriedly, "No need to rush." "Well, just wait here for him." Carlson nodded in agreement. "There's nothing valuable here anyway. The only thing of note is that hammer that fell from the sky. Whoever broke in is clearly after Mjolnir. Isn't that right? We can just wait here for him to walk right into the trap." On the other side, in the distance, Clint, bow in hand, silently gazed at Mjolnir before him. Outside, Thor, utterly dejected, no longer cared about anything else and charged straight toward Mjolnir's location. Thor believed, as long as he could get his hands on Mjolnir, he would surely regain his divine power and become the god of thunder once more. Relying on his agile physique, Thor quickly dashed inside, now only a dozen meters away from Mjolnir. Having expended considerable energy, Thor caught sight of Mjolnir and a faint eager smile still crept across his lips. "I, son of Odin, Thor the god of thunder, am finally about to return." Thor grasped Mjolnir effortlessly with one hand. "Stop." Carlson, observing from the sidelines, halted Clint, who was about to loose an arrow, as he too wanted to know if this man could actually lift the hammer. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Mjolnir remained utterly unmoved. Thor's face instantly changed, his brows furrowed. He gripped it with his left hand as well, but even with all his might there was still no effect. Mjolnir still stood firm upon the earth. Impossible. This can't be possible. I don't believe it. Thor roared loudly, his hands exerting force again, straining with all the strength he could muster, veins bulging on his arms yet still to no avail. Father Heimdall, let me go back. Thor cried out to the heavens. Only the echo of his voice resounded through the air. Coulson, somewhat disappointed, ordered the guards to subdue the intruder Thor. Thor had failed. He was subsequently taken away and detained by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Coulson watched the departing Thor, muttering in puzzlement, who exactly is this person? At first he had thought Thor might be the owner of this hammer, but given the current situation it was merely his own wishful thinking. Coulson could never have guessed Thor's true identity. Let me give it a try. Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he suddenly walked straight down toward Mjolnir. He really wanted to try. To see if he could actually lift it. Chen Feng, you can't do that. That hammer seems to have radioactive energy and we don't know what dangers it might pose. Coulson quickly called out to Chen Feng, trying to stop him. I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Chen Feng waved his hand, speaking resolutely. You must be joking. What danger could Mjolnir possibly pose? Besides, Chen Feng just wanted to see if he could lift it. After all, in the movies only Vision had managed to pick up Mjolnir, others like Tony Rogers and Colonel Rhodes had all failed. If he could lift Mjolnir it would be quite a feat. Thinking about it, he even felt a little excited. Striding over to Mjolnir, Chen Feng grasped the handle with one hand, then exerted force with both hands, mobilizing all his strength. After a few breaths Mjolnir remained utterly still. It seems that relying solely on my own strength I can't budge Mjolnir even an inch. Chen Feng exhaled deeply, ready to use the power of the hero this time. He summoned the golem. Chen Feng's hands were covered with fine stone fragments and a surge of immense power instantly filled his limbs, making his entire body seem to swell. Chen Feng let out a soft shout. The golem exerted all its strength, but still there was no movement. Chen Feng couldn't help cursing under his breath, even the golem couldn't budge Mjolnir. This time I'm getting serious. Chen Feng murmured to himself. He summoned the strongest hero currently available to him, Kassadin the Voidwalker. His right hand gripped the hammer's handle. Suddenly the surrounding space seemed to warp, subtly distorting. Kassadin's mastery over the void was such that even a slight release of power could directly affect the void itself. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng's left hand also gripped the handle and then he exerted force with both hands. The next moment, the space around him churned violently. As if layers upon layers folded in on themselves, Chen Feng's figure vanished in an instant. Within that space Chen Feng strained with all his might and Mjolnir seemed to shift slightly. But at that moment the surrounding space appeared unable to bear the strain, on the verge of shattering. Chen Feng quickly released his grip, withdrawing his power back into his body. The spatial fluctuations ceased and his figure reappeared. Sigh, this Mjolnir really is incredibly difficult to lift. Chen Feng sighed and walked back to Mindy's side. His own strength was still too weak. If he were powerful enough, lifting Mjolnir would be a trivial matter. Although there was also an element of worthiness involved, Captain Rogers had managed to move it for that reason. The most crucial factor was still strength. Take Thor's sister for example. Hela, the goddess of death. Relying solely on her immense power, she simply crushed Mjolnir. Chen Feng, you just disappeared all of a sudden. You scared me to death. Mindy threw herself into Chen Feng's arms, her voice full of concern. Chen Feng smiled, gently stroking Mindy's head, and softly reassured her, it's okay. Don't you know how strong your Chen Feng is? On Chen Feng's advice, Coulson released Thor. Thor was now merely a mortal, and having just been crushed by Mjolnir's rejection, he was disheartened and unlikely to reveal anything. Thank you, Chen Feng. As he left, Thor's expression was bleak, still immersed in the disappointment of failing to lift Mjolnir. It's nothing. I just hope you remember our wager. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Then he left with Mindy. Wager? Thor was stunned. Only then did he recall the agreement he had made with Chen Feng. Once I regain the power of Thor, I'll come back and settle this with you. At this thought he could only force a bitter smile. Unable to even lift Mjolnir, how could he speak of reclaiming the power of Thor? Thor, are you all right? A familiar voice rang out. Jane rushed to Thor's side, her face etched with worry. Jane, I'm fine. I just need to calm my mind. Upon seeing Jane, Thor's grim expression eased slightly. Yet anyone could tell he was in a terrible state. Did the people inside hit you? Jane asked anxiously. Thor took Jane's hand and said softly, "No, it's my own problem. Let's go back first." Looking into Thor's eyes, Jane inexplicably fell silent and drove him away without another word. In the days that followed with Jane's companionship, Thor's spirits gradually lifted. He confided almost everything about himself to her. Crack! Not far from Thor, a streak of iridescent light appeared in the sky. The air split open, a scene almost identical to the first time Jane had met Thor. Recognizing the arrivals, a smile immediately spread across Thor's face. He greeted them joyfully. "We've come to take you back," the man with the tawny beard said gruffly. As they conversed, another beam of rainbow light descended from the opposite side of the sky. A heavy thud echoed. Something massive had landed. "Who is that now? Has someone else come to Midgard?" Thor asked Sif, puzzled. "I don't know. Only the three of us should have come down." Sif shook her head. Indeed, only the three of them had descended. As the four stood bewildered, the figure finally emerged. "The destroyer. Who brought it here? Could Father have sent it to help us?" They exchanged stunned glances, utterly perplexed. But soon the four realized this thing had not come to aid them. A terrifying energy beam shot from the destroyer's eyes. The powerful shockwave annihilated everything in its path, leaving not a blade of grass standing. The nearby house was cleaved cleanly in two. Even the earth itself was carved into a deep long scar. "Thor, fall back. They'll protect you." Sif gripped her spear tightly. Though Asgard possessed advanced technology, they still wielded the most primal weapons. The tawny-bearded man and another fighter stood shoulder to shoulder, with Sif blocking the advancing destroyer. "They'll take it on." The burly tawny-bearded warrior, tall and imposing, hefted his axe and charged forward. Digging his feet into the ground, he launched himself into the air. He brought the axe down upon the destroyer. Just as the blade was about to strike, the destroyer's fist slammed into his chest, sending him flying into a distant car. Then the destroyer's eyes flared with a dazzling, ominous crimson light. A terrifying energy wave began to build, aimed directly at the tawny-bearded man. If that energy wave struck, the tawny-bearded warrior would be gravely wounded if not killed. "Die!" A furious roar came from behind the destroyer. Sif leaped from behind, thrusting a spear deep into the destroyer's body. In the next instant, the light in its eyes faded and its entire form slumped. But before Sif and the others could celebrate, the destroyer stirred again. Its steel body twisted around unnaturally, its blazing eyes locking onto Sif. "Get out of the way!" Sif was frozen. Fortunately, the two men shouted a timely warning. She vanished in a flash, narrowly evading the destroyer's energy beam. Looking back at a building that had been completely pierced through, Sif shuddered. "We attacked together. Alone, none of them could defeat the destroyer. Only by joining forces and coordinating their attacks might they stand a chance." The three exchanged a glance. Drawing on their long experience in battle, they immediately split up, attacking from three different directions. They formed a pincer, swiftly trapping the destroyer in the center. In that instant, they struck with full force. Sif's spear in hand dashed toward the destroyer like a nimble leopard. The other two closed in as well, their axe and blade glinting with cold light. In the past on Jotunheim, the three had often fought frost giants many times their size. They knew well how to defeat such giants. At that moment, caught off guard by the simultaneous assault, the destroyer hesitated, unsure which target to strike. This gave the three the opening they needed. "Die!" Sif dashed directly beneath the destroyer, driving her spear viciously toward its eye. The tawny-bearded man swung his axe at its neck. The third man struck at the destroyer's back. Clang! Under their combined assault, a metallic ring echoed. The light in the destroyer's eyes dimmed as if its power had been cut. But in an instant, the destroyer's eyes blazed brighter. With a shudder, it unleashed a violent shockwave, flinging the three warriors across the ground with a heavy thud. The destroyer was Asgard's ultimate heavy weapon, designed specifically to counter high-level threats. Its power was terrifying, rivaling even the Hulk's strength, inspiring fear in countless foes. Especially its final energy beam, which could nearly match the lightning unleashed by Thor at full power. At that moment, the destroyer's eyes flared once more, obliterating all. An unstoppable energy beam erupted, sweeping toward the fallen trio. But as Asgardian warriors, they were not weak, and they narrowly dodged the blast. "Too strong? It's the destroyer of Asgard?" Damn it. The three frowned, their expressions grim. The destroyer's power far exceeded their own. Protecting Thor seemed nearly impossible, even their own survival was in doubt. At that moment the destroyer ignored them. Its sole mission on Earth was to kill Thor. Stop it. Don't let it near Thor. Sif cried out urgently, risking her life to charge ahead. Sif, don't be reckless. The tawny bearded man tried to stop her, but it was too late. He could only grit his teeth and follow. They attacked again, but against the destroyer's overwhelming might they were forced back step by step. The destroyer felled them one by one. Both men were sent flying, unable to rise for a long time. Sif was also struck by the destroyer's energy beam, grievously wounded. Having dealt with the three, the destroyer advanced on Thor, its eyes blazing once more. Thor hesitated, stepping back a few paces, then stopping, not daring to approach. He knew, not only knew but understood, that with his current mortal strength defeating the destroyer was impossible. Likewise, fleeing was utterly unrealistic. Asgard. As the destroyer drew nearer, Thor seemed to have made up his mind and charged forward one last time. The result was obvious. The destroyer showed no mercy just because Thor had become immortal, striking him squarely in the face. Thor flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground, his face a bloody mess, his entire body seemingly devoid of breath. Jane, who had been watching silently from behind, rushed forward as fast as she could, embracing Thor's body with reddened eyes and a face streaked with tears. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally arrived. Upon seeing the massive destroyer before them, they were all utterly stunned. Quick, use all weapons to attack it. Don't let it harm anyone else. Coulson commanded the agents beside him. This power is too terrifying. If we don't stop it, this entire area will be reduced to ashes. Chen Feng, what are you doing over there? As he was giving orders, Coulson suddenly saw Chen Feng walking past him and said with a grave expression, "That big guy is too dangerous, come back." But Chen Feng did not stop, stepping forward one pace at a time toward the destroyer. Uncle, no need to worry, just watch closely. Mindy appeared beside Coulson, lollipop in hand, looking like a spectator. Seeing Mindy so calm and Chen Feng so fearless, Coulson began to believe Mindy's words. Wasn't it precisely because of Chen Feng's formidable strength that the director had specially invited him to join the Avengers? Perfect, today let's see just how powerful Chen Feng truly is. Chen Feng stood before Thor and said calmly to the destroyer, "Hey big guy, this one is someone I need. You can leave now." Clearly the destroyer would not heed Chen Feng's words. Its eyes blazed with intense light as it released a beam of energy. Truly you won't listen to good advice. Chen Feng shook his head. A gale quickly gathered before him, forming a barrier of wind that blocked the energy beam. This was a shocking sight. Jane and the others were stunned. Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were also dumbfounded, standing there like wooden statues. Their eyes widened in disbelief. After all, the destroyer's energy beam had turned everything it touched to ash. Its power could only be described as utterly terrifying. At that moment everyone was shaken with only one thought: how is this possible? Their expressions shifted in awe. They were speechless. Chen Feng's strength was truly beyond imagination. The destroyer seemed stunned that its energy beam had been blocked, staring at Chen Feng for a moment. Chen Feng stepped forward. He would not give the destroyer any chance to hesitate. With a forward lunge, Chen Feng charged to the destroyer. In an instant, a crescent-shaped white light flashing like a cold gleam as his sword struck the destroyer. Sword aura soared into the sky. A deep gash appeared on the destroyer's chest, clear and striking, cutting straight through to its core and destroying everything within. However, the destroyer was ultimately made of metal. Despite the massive wound on its chest, it seemed unfazed. The air split apart as the destroyer countered with a punch aimed at Chen Feng, its fist lightning fast, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle and unleashing a terrifying momentum. Sparks flew. A clear ringing sound echoed as Chen Feng swung his sword, effortlessly blocking the destroyer's fist. And judging by his expression, Chen Feng remained perfectly calm throughout, as if he had hardly exerted any effort. The destroyer was a machine unaffected by emotion. Its other fist swiftly swung toward Chen Feng's abdomen. Yet the moment the destroyer's fist touched Chen Feng's body, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate at all. Looking at the somewhat confused destroyer, Chen Feng's face showed a hint of a satisfied smile. My turn. With a thought from Chen Feng, the sword of the gale suddenly erupted with a sword aura that swept across the 4 seas and 8 wilds, slicing the destroyer's fist clean in two. Wrapped in the gale, Chen Feng spun around and appeared behind the destroyer. With a single sword stroke, he struck its back. The terrifying power of the steel tempest carved a massive gaping wound into the destroyer's back. At the same time, the energy inside the destroyer seemed to become unstable due to the damage to its body seething and boiling within. This sword strike was powerful, extremely powerful. The destroyer collapsed to the ground, its power lost. Even though it was made of machinery, having most of its body destroyed rendered it incapable of movement. At that moment, the destroyer was filled with surging chaotic energy, its entire body glowing red hot. The next instant, energy beams shot from its eyes, but without exception they were all blocked by Chen Feng's barrier. But this was not over. The energy within the destroyer seemed uncontrollable, erupting like a volcano. Not good. Chen Feng sensed something was wrong. This big guy seemed about to explode. If it did, this entire area would be affected. And with Mindy nearby, Chen Feng couldn't let the destroyer explode like that. Chen Feng quickly switched to another hero, his body covered in a dense layer of small stones that enveloped him completely. It was Galio the Colossus. After the transformation, Chen Feng immediately selected magic resistance equipment in the shop. Adaptive helm, spirit visage, stoneplate, abyssal mask, sunfire aegis, Mercury's treads. Equipped with these resistance items, Chen Feng walked directly to the destroyer and wrapped his massive hands around it. Even though energy was already leaking from the destroyer's body against Chen Feng's full resistance stone golem form, it was nothing more than a tickle. With a squeeze of his hands, the destroyer's body was compressed, gradually condensing into a small sphere. As the space shrank, the energy inside the destroyer rampaged wildly, emitting endless flashes of red light that grew more violent, seeming ready to explode at any moment. A large alchemical bottle suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's hand, emitting a faint toxic vapor. He uncorked it, stuffed the violently convulsing spherical destroyer inside, and quickly sealed the bottle. The large bottle shook violently as if the energy inside was crashing against its walls. But all was in vain. Under the immense power of the alchemical bottle, even the energy from the celestial realm within the destroyer was refined. Chen Feng looked at the now still large bottle and stored it back into his system. At that moment, aside from Jane's soft sobbing, silence. A deathly silence surrounded them. My God. That's incredible. Is he a mutant? I've never seen a mutant this powerful. So awesome. The soldiers and agents holding assault rifles and rocket launchers stood there dumbfounded, staring at Chen Feng in stunned amazement. Unfathomably powerful? This is simply not human. What a terrifying and earth-shattering force! Everyone drew a deep breath of cold air. In the eyes of many, Chen Feng's strength was akin to a monster, a deity descended from the celestial realm. Overwhelmingly formidable. Didn't I tell you? There's no need to worry about Chen Feng, but you'd better worry about your men, they seem utterly petrified. Mindy, clutching the lollipop that was more than half gone, walked over to Chen Feng. Seriously? If I had known, I would have bought a bag of chips to snack on. As Chen Feng neutralized the destroyer, Shimei and the other two, who had somewhat recovered, quickly approached him. The fear in their eyes as they glanced at Chen Feng was palpable, filled with deep apprehension. This man's strength is terrifying. In all of Asgard there are but a few who could defeat him. It was at that moment Thor became the center of everyone's attention. Just as all eyes were on Thor, a radiant light enveloped his body, its blinding brilliance forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The next moment the bright light slowly faded. Thor, clad in armor and draped in a crimson cape, stood before them completely unharmed. The aura emanating from him was entirely different, sacred and majestic. Thor, now imbued with divine power, compelled the ordinary people around him to bow in reverence. Hammer, come. Thor stretched out his right hand. In the distance a resonant roar echoed as Mjolnir tore through the air, returning to his grasp with lightning speed. Haha, I, Thor son of Odin, have finally returned. Thor let out a confident laugh, roaring towards the sky, releasing the grievances he had harbored these past days. Sif looked at Thor and said joyfully, Thor, your power has returned. We can go back now? Wait, Thor, it seems you've forgotten something. Chen Feng stepped forward, blocking Thor's path. Chen Feng, I am grateful for your help in dealing with the destroyer, but I must return to Asgard now. It needs my aid urgently, Thor said with a smile, attempting to walk past Chen Feng. A man must keep his word, especially after making bold claims. Chen Feng had no intention of letting Thor leave so easily. Defying a divine being, especially the son of Odin. Wouldn't that be interesting? What bold claims? Thor frowned, scratching his head, puzzled by Chen Feng's meaning. Oh, the bet, right? I remember now. Let's do it another time. I need to go see my father now. Thor seemed to dismiss the matter, insisting on leaving. Clang. The wind sword suddenly blocked Thor's path, its intent unmistakable. I want to fight you. Move aside. Before Thor could speak, Sif pointed her spear at Chen Feng, speaking bluntly. Though Chen Feng had displayed formidable combat prowess moments ago, Sif would still step forward fearlessly if he intended to harm Thor. Chen Feng shrugged. By the way, Thor, you should discipline your woman better. Otherwise she might end up dead. With that said, the next moment, boom! Heaven and earth split apart. A terrifying aura surged. Chen Feng's entire body erupted with a world-destroying sword aura, creating a horrifying phenomenon that cracked the sky as if it would pierce through the very firmament. The sword aura swept forward. In an instant it reached Sif. She was immediately plunged into boundless panic, her arm holding the spear trembling uncontrollably as she nearly collapsed to her knees, yielding to the sword aura. In particular, Chen Feng's sword aura was specifically directed at Sif, so others only felt a fraction of its power. But even that fraction was enough to shake everyone to their core. It was terrifying, truly terrifying, as if a sword of Damocles was suspended over their hearts. Move even slightly and it will instantly pierce your heart, killing you on the spot. Chen Feng, stop this. I don't want to hurt you. Thor frowned, his voice booming like thunder, dispersing the sword aura around Sif. Re-empowered with his divine strength, he was the king who commanded lightning, the god of thunder. Sif finally came to her senses, breathing a sigh of relief, though her forehead was drenched in sweat. Her entire back was soaked as well. At that moment Sif felt as if she had encountered the most terrifying existence of her life. In her mind the shadow of extreme fear lingered, consuming her body and soul, leaving her afraid to even look at Chen Feng. A man like a ghost. Fear. Thor, you know you can't return to Asgard without fulfilling this bet. Chen Feng's lips curled, his words brimming with confidence. Mortal boy, let me first test your strength. For Asgard. A brown-bearded man suddenly charged forward, swinging his axe at Chen Feng. Overestimating yourself. You couldn't even beat that fellow, yet you dare to face me. Chen Feng snorted and with a single move sent the brown-bearded man flying. Effortlessly. Without using any force. The immense power left him unable to rise, clutching his chest on the ground. Chen Feng, don't go too far. I didn't want to hurt you, but you've harmed my friend. Thor's expression darkened. He looked furious, raising Mjolnir and aiming it at Chen Feng, his voice low. I, Thor, god of thunder, accept your challenge. Everyone stand back. As his words fell, everyone near Chen Feng and Thor scattered, retreating hundreds of meters away. Chen Feng, I really don't want this. I'm grateful to you, but you've forced my hand. Why so much talk? Chen Feng wasted no words, slashing his sword forward. Space itself seemed pierced as the strike reached Thor in an instant. An ordinary man would have been defeated by Chen Feng's sudden strike. But who was Thor? He was the god of thunder, son of Odin, the war god of Asgard, battle-hardened and experienced. Thor reacted instantly, swiftly blocking the wind sword with Mjolnir. Quick reflexes. Chen Feng shifted his body, using the terrifying speed of his forward dash to suddenly appear behind Thor. A cold gleam flashed. But instead of the expected clash of swords, a clear metallic ring was heard. Thor had used Mjolnir to block Chen Feng's forward dash. At this moment Chen Feng had to admit that Thor, as the god of thunder, was indeed a notch above the wind swordsman Yasuo. Yet Chen Feng would not give up. He wanted to test Yasuo's limits. In the shop, Chen Feng selected attack and attack speed items, equipping them all on Yasuo. Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Phantom Dancer, Berserker, Greaves, Stormrazor, Bloodthirster. With these items equipped, Chen Feng felt his strength rise to another level, his body brimming with immense power. Thor seemed to sense the change in Chen Feng's aura, his gaze turning solemn. Chen Feng took a step forward. His speed was even faster than before. The attack speed of the swift wind sword had also ascended to an entirely new echelon. With a few swift dodges, Thor's once pristine greatsword was now marked by several sword wounds. The speed of the swift wind sword nearly broke the sound barrier, and Thor's gaze could barely keep pace, each reaction a beat too slow. Though Chen Feng managed to strike Thor, the damage inflicted was minimal, primarily due to the resilience of Thor's divine physique. His defense was simply too formidable. Without armor-piercing equipment, the damage Chen Feng could deal was exceedingly limited. Chen Feng pondered inwardly, realizing he would need to expand the 6 slots for equipment in the future. If he could equip himself without limits, it would be truly exhilarating. With Chen Feng's attack speed so swift that Thor couldn't keep up, Thor simply abandoned his pursuit, gripping Mjolnir tightly as his gaze locked onto Chen Feng. Clang! The swift wind sword clashed with Mjolnir. At the moment of collision, a terrifying and overwhelming shockwave erupted, splitting the sky and earth with a thunderous crack. Moreover, the power within Mjolnir was even greater than that of the swift wind sword, momentarily suppressing Chen Feng. Aware of his disadvantage in strength, Chen Feng quickly withdrew his sword to avoid direct confrontation with Thor. Simultaneously, a gust of wind rose beside him, and Chen Feng's speed surged once more, distancing him from Thor. Thor, who had intended to press the advantage, could only helplessly watch as Chen Feng drew further away, then accelerated himself, soaring after him. As the god of thunder, Thor seemed to have lightning swirling around him as he charged, with Mjolnir crackling with brilliant arcs of electricity. A lightning bolt of immense power shot forth like a fiery serpent, hurtling toward Chen Feng with the speed of wind and lightning. The velocity of the thunderbolt was even swifter than Thor himself. In that instant, it caught up to Chen Feng. Chen Feng dared not be careless. He swiftly unleashed a wind wall which alone managed to block the fearsome lightning. How can it block my lightning? Thor was utterly stunned at the sight. The lightning channeled through Mjolnir could sweep through a horde of frost giants. But who was Chen Feng? Merely an ordinary earthling, wasn't he? Could he truly rival a god? No matter how he thought about it, it seemed utterly absurd. Lightning, come forth. Thor, refusing to accept it, summoned another bolt from Mjolnir, aiming to strike the wind wall. This time, it was again blocked by the wind wall, failing to harm Chen Feng. However, the 2 consecutive lightning strikes had completely drained the wind wall's energy, causing it to dissipate around Chen Feng. How can I test Yas' limits with such a passive defense? A thought flashed through Chen Feng's mind. He slightly reduced his speed and finally came to a halt. Seeing Chen Feng stop, Thor steadied himself with a puzzled look, murmuring curiously, "What trick is this Chen Feng up to now?" At that moment, it seemed as though an endless gale was gathering in the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust that blanketed the entire heavens. Gazing into the distance, a colossal tornado had unmistakably formed, howling as it swept across the small town. "Thor, you lose this round," Chen Feng shouted, and the tornado surged madly toward Thor. What astonishing power! Facing the raging tornado, Thor's expression grew stern as he tightened his grip on Mjolnir. For any ordinary person, they would likely flee in terror at such a sight. But Thor, the renowned god of thunder and the warrior of Asgard, was the one who feared danger the least. Otherwise he would not have instigated war in Jotunheim, leading the Allfather Odin to strip him of his thunderous powers and banish him to earth. Whoosh! The wind howled fiercely. The tornado attacked with wild fury, its roaring gales whipping Thor's hair in all directions, yet his gaze remained unyielding as arcs of electricity began to dance on Mjolnir. Crackle! The lightning flickered. Then in the next moment, a terrifying suction force erupted from within the violent tornado, a power capable of annihilating everything. Everything around Thor was swept into the vortex. Only Thor stood firm, unwavering, his eyes fixed resolutely on the tornado before him. Then Thor moved. Mjolnir swung forward with tremendous force. A thunderous bolt of lightning, earth-shattering and sky-rending, shot forth, striking directly into the heart of the tornado. An unparalleled collision. In an instant, a dazzling light flickered within the terrifying tornado as lightning writhed like serpents, coiling around the entire vortex. The scene before them resembled a battle among gods, with celestial phenomena that were utterly awe-inspiring. Truly terrifying. An overwhelming divine presence. Boom! A violent explosion resounded from within the tornado. All the objects that had been sucked in were obliterated by the lightning, bursting into bright flames that shot skyward. Although the lightning raged both inside and outside the tornado, it could not halt its advance. Soon it reached Thor. To call Thor a brute would not be an exaggeration. He charged directly into the tornado. Boom! A thunderous roar. With overwhelming momentum, Mjolnir blazed with radiant lightning, unleashing a torrent of electricity like a raging sea. The entire tornado was engulfed by lightning. From the outside it was a spectacle of immense force transforming into a thunderous cyclone. Witnessing this terrifying celestial phenomenon, all the onlookers in the distance were utterly petrified. Their minds trembled, eyes wide, unable to find calm for a long time. To everyone this was the humble mortal beholding the might of the gods. So powerful. Director, it seems you have another target in mind. Coulson watched the scene before him with a sharp gaze, silently murmuring to himself. After the tornado was completely enveloped by lightning, it gradually slowed down. Soon the terrifying suction force and fierce winds began to fade away. When the tornado finally ceased, the lightning that had covered it dissipated into the sky. The once overcast heavens finally cleared and the bright sunlight once again shone upon the entire land. A figure flashed by with incredible speed. Fast. Extremely swift. So rapid that it was impossible to discern clearly. An awe-inspiring sword aura swept across the entire blood-red sky. At the same moment, countless cold gleams flashed in the air, releasing a terrifying and unparalleled sword energy that caused the very space to tremble. Thor reacted swiftly, spinning around. Crackle, Mjolnir blazed with endless arcs of lightning, forcefully blocking these sword energies. But before Thor could steady himself, a sword broke through his lightning defense, piercing in from the outside and stabbing fiercely into his shoulder. Cracks spread rapidly across Thor's armor in all directions. This was the most powerful sword strike Chen Feng could currently unleash, channeling all his strength and creativity. After shattering Thor's armor, the sword tip directly penetrated Thor's skin and crimson blood flowed, slowly staining his armor. Due to this wound, the lightning that had enveloped Thor suddenly vanished and Mjolnir grew dim and lifeless, as if it had become an ordinary hammer. However, in the next moment, a surging and overwhelming power like a mountain torrent or a tidal wave erupted from within Thor. The terrifying shockwave pushed everything aside, sending Chen Feng flying backward. The gale lingering at Thor's shoulder was also sent flying. A terrifying and unmatched force swept out. In an instant, fierce winds howled, dark clouds gathered, thunder rolled, and the heavens and earth seemed as if they would be torn apart. This is what it means to be a god. This is the true power of the god of thunder. This is Thor's real strength. It's still a bit lacking after all. Chen Feng retreated a full 100 meters before stabilizing himself. Given Yasuo's power, forcing Thor to this extent was already quite impressive. Thor, if you think you've won, you're being too naive. A confident smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. The gale swirling around Chen Feng dissipated and a formidable power erupted violently from within him. The Void Walker, Kassadin. Chen Feng had invoked his power and his entire being seemed to undergo a sublime ascension. At this moment, Chen Feng was no longer a mere mortal. He was a true god who could rival Thor. I am the god of the void. Although Kassadin was not the most powerful of the Void family, his strength could still rank among the top 3. If it were the terror of the Void Cho'Gath, it would be far too terrifying, capable of even devouring the entire earth. Rumble. Unleashing his full power, Thor's body was wreathed in endless lightning as if he had transformed into a sea of thunder. Chen Feng's palm moved. The space around Thor began to warp and the entire expanse of lightning seemed to be swallowed into the void. What's happening? Thor looked utterly bewildered. Staring blankly at the lightning that no longer expanded outward, the expression on Thor's face froze, unsure of what had suddenly occurred. As the god of thunder, Thor's mastery of magic was poor and he could not possibly comprehend the anomalies of the void. Chen Feng's palm suppressed all his divine might, overwhelming. All the lightning was devoured into the void, vanishing from the world. As the lightning disappeared, Thor finally calmed down, staring in disbelief at what lay before him, utterly dumbfounded. Thor asked weakly, Chen Feng, what did you do? He knew this was all Chen Feng's doing, but this power was just too formidable. Nothing much, just calming you down. Chen Feng smiled faintly, arcs of electricity already crackling in his hand. Using the power of the Void Walker while simultaneously wielding Kenan's lightning, this was something Chen Feng had only recently discovered. That day a sudden idea struck Chen Feng. He wondered if he could use the skills of another champion while channeling one. To his surprise, his first attempt was a resounding success. While using Yasuo, he had unleashed the power of Malphite. So now Chen Feng was surrounded by endless crackling lightning emitting a constant sizzling sound. To defeat Thor, he would of course use the power Thor was most adept at. Wreathed in overwhelming lightning, Chen Feng flashed before Thor in an instant, startling him. This was the power of the void, the ability to traverse space at will. Endless lightning rained down upon Thor from all directions, plunging everything into the radiance of thunder. Thor was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, unleashing his own boundless lightning as the god of thunder. It was earth-shattering. The two forces intermingled, erupting into a blazing light that illuminated the sky like the bright of day. Sif and the others were stunned. The agents and soldiers of S.H.I.E.L.D. were shocked. Everyone's hearts churned like a turbulent sea. They all closed their eyes against the blinding light, leaving only the roaring symphony of intertwining thunder in the world. Beneath the intertwined lightning, heaven and earth fell into a profound silence. It lasted for a while before slowly subsiding. The fierce light faded and everyone opened their eyes, hastily looking toward the sky. At the center of where Chen Feng and Thor stood, a terrifying mass of lightning still enveloped the void, making it impossible to discern their figures. A deathly silence fell. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final outcome, anticipation gleaming in every eye. After a moment, the previously calm lightning suddenly surged, expanding outward as a low booming sound echoed from within. Thud! A figure flew backward from within, moving at incredible speed. Before anyone could get a clear look, it crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. In the blink of an eye, rocks flew and dust filled the air. Countless long, terrifying fissures, as if torn open by sheer force, shot outward. The earth, unable to bear the immense power, fractured and splintered in all directions. Look up in the sky. It's Chen Feng. He won. He actually defeated the mythical god of thunder, Thor. This can't be a dream, can it? Oh my god. I can hardly believe my own eyes. A mortal has actually triumphed over a god. When they saw Chen Feng standing in the sky with his hands behind his back, the soldiers below, along with Sif and the others, stared wide-eyed, looking at him in utter disbelief, their expressions brimming with excitement. He had actually defeated Thor. Coulson couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, falling into a daze, unable to snap out of it. Although he wasn't entirely sure of Thor's identity, judging from the power he had just displayed, he was certainly no ordinary person, possibly even an alien. And yet he had been so thoroughly beaten by Chen Feng, seemingly crushed. Shock. Profound shock. He's so handsome. Chen Feng is definitely the most suitable man to fall in love with. He can cook, he's good looking, he seems wealthy, and even his strength is this formidable. Daisy clasped her hands together, pressed them to her chest, and looked up at Chen Feng in the sky with a radiant, infatuated smile. This man. I must win him over. Daisy swore silently in her heart, making this her life's goal. Mindy below also gazed at Chen Feng with adoration, her entire heart now occupied by him. Chen Feng's gaze swept over Thor, who lay in the deep crater, and the lightning in his hand dissipated entirely. Thor was worthy of being the god of thunder, the son of Odin. Chen Feng had unleashed nearly all of his lightning power to defeat him. Chen Feng descended from the sky, approached Thor, and calmly looked at him, now scorched by the lightning. Sif and the other two rushed to Thor's side as fast as they could, their eyes wary as they stared at Chen Feng. Only after sensing that Chen Feng would not attack again did they go to Thor and help him up. Cough, cough. Chen Feng, I have to admit your strength is indeed formidable. Thor coughed twice, looking disheveled as his wounds healed at a visible rate. As a divine being with godly power, Thor's recovery ability was extremely terrifying. Asgard will not let you off. Sif glared at Chen Feng with a fierce expression, speaking through gritted teeth. Seeing Thor beaten to such a state, she had been utterly unable to help, and her heart ached with self-loathing for her own powerlessness. This was a duel between men. I made a promise to Chen Feng. I can only blame my own lack of strength, Thor explained to Sif, not wanting to sour the relationship between her and Chen Feng. Even less did he want to provoke a war between Chen Feng and Asgard. For Thor had a premonition that even Asgard might not be able to defeat Chen Feng. At that very moment, the sky suddenly burst into a riot of colors, and a rainbow-like beam of light appeared in the town. An elderly man with white hair, riding a white eight-legged divine steed, Sleipnir, and holding the eternal spear Gungnir, appeared beneath the rainbow light. Father! Thor, upon seeing the white-haired old man, immediately exclaimed in shock. He was utterly astounded, unable to believe that his father, who had always been within the celestial palace, would personally come to Earth. Who dares to harm Thor and offend the majesty of Asgard? Step forward now, and I shall show leniency. A voice lofty and divine resounded like a great bell, instantly spreading throughout the entire small town. The voice carried a portion of his divine power. The ordinary people upon hearing it felt a surge of reverence and worship, unable to resist prostrating themselves on the ground. It was me. Chen Feng stepped forward unyielding. Even facing Odin, his expression remained utterly calm, betraying no hint of fluctuation. Very well, I respect your courage. Now come with me to Asgard to face the judgment of the divine realm, Odin declared directly, gesturing for Hela and the others beside him to take Chen Feng away. No, Chen Feng, you cannot go with them. Mindy rushed over, swiftly grabbing hold of Chen Feng to prevent him from leaving. Coulson also stepped forward, speaking earnestly to Odin. Sir, I'm afraid I must apologize, but you have no authority to take this man. S.H.I.D.L.D. was originally established as a special department to handle all kinds of anomalous incidents. Extraterrestrials certainly fell within this scope. Insignificant human, you have no right to decide this matter. Otherwise you will be opposing Asgard, a responsibility you cannot bear. Odin completely disregarded Coulson, an ordinary human, and spoke in a loud, imposing tone. This is Earth, not Asgard. Of course I have the right to speak thus. Coulson still argued back tenaciously, his aim being to buy time for Nick Fury to formulate a plan. Odin swung his eternal spear Gungnir, and a terrifying force swept forth. However, just as it was about to strike Coulson, it was blocked by an invisible barrier of wind. Odin bellowed in anger, greatly irritated by Chen Feng's behavior. Asgard? None of my business. Chen Feng retorted coldly, looking at Odin with utter disdain. You? Odin was left speechless with rage. This was the first time he had been treated with such contempt. Thor, having mostly recovered his complexion, now ruddy, interjected persuasively, Father, it's fine. It was merely a wager between Chen Feng and me. There's no need to make such a huge fuss. Thor, he has utterly defied the majesty of Asgard. I must take him back to the divine realm for judgment. Odin stated implacably, his tone filled with unwavering resolve, brooking no dissent. Inside S.H.I.D.L.D. all agents were on high alert. He'll target Odin with the helicarrier. Even if he is the king of the gods, if he makes a single rash move, let him taste the power of Earth's high-tech weaponry. Nick Fury's face was grim as he spoke to Hill, his eyes fixed on the screen. This incident was more perilous than any before it. Tony, I assume you've heard about what's happening in New Mexico. Chen Feng must not fall into Odin's hands and be taken to Asgard. Nick Fury dialed Tony's number, his voice extremely serious. Too bad, I was kind of hoping Chen Feng would get taken away. Tony hung up, muttering to himself as he donned his Iron Man armor. Deep down, Tony was somewhat inclined to let Chen Feng be taken to Asgard, given that he still owed Chen Feng 2 suits of armor and a pile of new weapons. MMP. Every time he thought about it, Tony felt a sharp pain. Damn. Scammed out of so much stuff. Ask him if he's mad. Of course he was mad. Even though Tony prided himself on being a genius scientist, developing a suit of armor required a great deal of time and effort, especially when it had to be tailored to Chen Feng and Mindy's physiques, which was a real hassle. Tony had a WTF stuck in his throat. Damn it, if that kid gets taken away before I arrive. The thought alone filled him with anticipation. Just thinking about it felt incredibly satisfying. Jets of blazing fire erupted from his palms and feet, and he shot forward, piloting the Iron Man armor at breakneck speed toward New Mexico. Likewise, the helicarrier was ready, locked onto Odin, riding the 8-legged steed Sleipnir. The moment he made a rash move, the helicarrier would unleash a full-scale blanket bombardment, making this Asgardian understand that Earth was not to be trifled with. Thor, there is no need for you to defend him. This concerns the dignity and honor of Asgard, which no one may violate. Odin's gaze was haughty, his eternal spear Gungnir aimed at Chen Feng, its tip blazing with intense light. It seems too much time has passed and the people of Earth have forgotten who once taught them. When Odin was still young, the Frost Giants had attempted to invade other realms, engaging in a decisive battle with the Celestial Palace on Earth. The Frost Giants used the ancient Casket of Winters to plunge Earth into an ice age, while Odin led the warriors of the Celestial Palace in a decisive battle against them on Earth. During the war, Odin was unstoppable, slaughtering a great number of Frost Giants. However, due to a moment of carelessness, the Frost Giant King Laufey managed to strike out his right eye. The Celestial Palace paid a painful price but ultimately won the decisive battle. The Frost Giant's energy source, the ancient Casket of Winters, was taken away. Thus when Odin saw Chen Feng and the other humans resisting him, he was filled with uncontrollable rage. He had once been their savior, yet now he was being treated as a foreign invader. Heimdall, bring the warriors of the celestial palace to earth. The majesty of Asgard must be re-established. Odin shouted loudly toward the sky. The next moment a rainbow light spanning half the void appeared and hundreds of soldiers clad in golden armor landed in unison beside Odin. Humans, I will give you one last chance. Hand over Chen Feng and I will forgive this ignorant transgression, Odin declared in a deep voice appearing magnanimous and righteous. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. Coulson shook his head firmly. Meanwhile the soldiers and agents behind him fully armed took aim at the armored soldiers. If on Earth they stood by and watched Chen Feng being bullied by aliens, then S.H.I.E.L.D. would have no reason to continue existing. Ignorant humans, you have no idea the magnitude of trouble you are bringing upon Earth. Odin's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and icy, his tone filled with arrogance and conceit. With a grand wave of his hand, all the golden armored soldiers aimed their spears at Chen Feng and the others. Coulson, take your people and fall back. This is beyond your capability. Chen Feng stepped in front of Coulson, signaling them to retreat. Asgard's technological level was eons ahead of Earth's. Though the soldiers appeared to wield only spears, they could fire energy rays that were faster than bullets and far more devastating. Take good care of Mindy. Don't let her get hurt. Chen Feng handed Mindy over to Coulson. A battle was about to erupt, one even more perilous than his fight with Thor. Mindy had become Chen Feng's only concern. For now Coulson seemed the only one trustworthy enough to protect her. Coulson said earnestly, Chen Feng, you're only one person. Don't be too stubborn. We can help you too. Though Chen Feng had just displayed overwhelming strength, the enemy now numbered in the hundreds, and Odin, mounted on his divine steed, possessed unfathomable power. Chen Feng stood alone. Coulson's heart was filled with anxiety. If you don't want your men to become ashes, retreat immediately. At that moment Tony flew to Chen Feng's side and looked at Coulson as he spoke. Tony, I didn't expect you to come. Shouldn't you be at home forging my battle armor right now? Chen Feng turned his head, glanced at Tony who had landed beside him, and asked calmly. Damn it. This brat always brings up the one thing I don't want to hear. Tony's face twitched with anger as he cursed inwardly. He had traveled all this way and this was the greeting he got. Damn it, do I look like someone who goes back on his word? Tony retorted. A red armor flew in behind him. This is a Mark micro armor designed specifically for Mindy. Let her try it on. As soon as the words fell, Mindy jumped up in excitement and exclaimed, Great! Wonderful! The armor split open, flew to Mindy and enveloped her entirely. Chen Feng, I can fly. I can help you too. This is amazing. Inside the armor, Mindy looked at the screen in front of her, shouting with joy. Jarvis, take Mindy to a safe place. Tony contacted Jarvis and Mindy's Iron Man armor uncontrollably flew backward. Tony Stark would never let Mindy participate in the battle, and he knew Chen Feng would never allow it either. And so it was. The Mark micro armor on Mindy was said to be controlled by Jarvis from the very beginning, with the primary purpose of protecting Mindy. Tony, let me come back. Mindy's piercing voice echoed in his ears. Tony quickly turned off the communication. Let's deal with the problem in front of us first. Seeing the complex look in Chen Feng's eyes, Tony stared at the distant Odin with a stern expression. This man was the greatest threat at hand. As for other matters, they could be discussed later. Tony said to Odin, Alien, you're called Odin, right? Earth is now closed. We don't welcome any foreign races. You can leave with your men. Arrogant ants of humanity. Know that it is because of me that you were born into this world. Odin was extremely arrogant, his words already claiming himself as humanity's savior. The golden armored soldiers beside him had sharp eyes, and the spears in their hands gleamed with light, ready to attack at Odin's command. And don't think I don't know you're up in the sky. Make a move and await your doom. Odin looked toward the distant sky, sneering with unmatched dominance. Those eyes, as clear as a flame, swept across the entire sky. Through the surveillance of the helicarrier, it was as if he was right there staring at everyone inside. A threat. A blatant threat. How did he find the helicarrier's position? Nick Fury stared at the eyes on the screen, his pupils constricting, his face full of shock. Move the helicarrier away from there. Nick Fury immediately issued a new order. The helicarrier was costly, a significant achievement of S. H. I. D. L. D. If it were destroyed by Odin? Damn it. The pain was unbearable. This massive loss was not something S. H. I. D. L. D. could bear alone. As the director of S. H. I. D. L. D. Nick Fury had witnessed many supernatural and superhuman events, but facing Odin, the king of gods, he still felt a chill of fear. This was a legendary deity, and not an ordinary one. The shock that struck deep in his soul was almost unbearable for Fury, an ordinary man. At this moment, because of Odin's immense power and terror, Fury once again thought of Dr. Banner, who had yet to be found, and Chen Feng, who had not yet agreed to join him. The Avengers must be assembled as quickly as possible. Even a mythological being like Odin had come to Earth. Next time, who knew what even more terrifying entity might appear? In short, all plans must be accelerated. Fury had a premonition that Earth would soon face an even more dreadful battle. Warriors of Asgard, prepare. Make these Earthlings understand that Asgard is not to be violated. Odin raised his voice, his words booming like a great bell. For Asgard. Asgard shall not be violated. Asgard shall not be violated. All the soldiers shouted in unison. Their voices combined, powerful and resonant, as if the very heavens and earth trembled. Father, have you not always advocated for peace? Why are you now intent on starting a war? Stop this. Thor looked at Jane beside him, her face full of terror, and felt deep guilt. If not for him, this war would never have come to Earth, and Jane would not have been implicated. Thor, I do wish for peace. But they refuse to hand over Chen Feng and have even insulted Asgard's dignity. This is unforgivable. Odin said solemnly. This war was now unstoppable. Earthlings must be taught a harsh lesson to make them understand their place in the universe. With a hum, energy gathered. The soldiers' spears were aimed in unison at Chen Feng and Tony, their light growing brighter, and an invisible terrifying pressure spread outward. Odin, seated on his steed Sleipnir, raised Gungnir and shouted, "Warriors of Asgard, attack!" In the next instant, countless energy rays howled forth, surging toward Chen Feng and Tony in a sky-covering assault. A flash of light also shone from the center of Tony's palm. Two even more powerful energy rays shot out, violently colliding fiercely with a thunderous boom. The moment they made contact, the impact was earth-shattering. A violent roar erupted and a blazing light burst forth. A terrifying shockwave centered there, swept across the entire world. The shock was immense. Tony's energy rays were clearly stronger. In an instant, just an instant, they completely overwhelmed the opponent, surging irresistibly toward the golden-armored soldiers. A series of explosions, unstoppable, kicked up endless dust and rubble. But Chen Feng was even more brutal. With a flicker of movement, he charged directly into the swarm of energy rays, letting them strike him. Without exception, every energy ray that reached Chen Feng was blocked by a wall of wind, unable to touch him. In the span of a breath, Chen Feng had rushed among the Asgardian soldiers, sweeping his wind sword across. In the next moment, a sword aura that swept across the 8 directions burst forth. Its sword intent soared to the heavens. All the soldiers around him were knocked to the ground by this sword aura, their armor split in two and sliding off their bodies. Moreover, this sword aura not only shattered their armor but also left a deep gash across their chests from which crimson blood gushed out. One sword strike, only one. Under the terrifying sword aura, nearly half of the Asgardian soldiers were lost. Summoning Kassadin and then using Yasuo's abilities really did elevate the power level. Chen Feng looked at the soldiers lying beside him who had lost their breath and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the League of Legends universe, Yasuo was merely a great swordsman, but Kassadin was a product consumed by the void. The difference in their strength was naturally clear. This brat is just too strong, isn't he? Tony stared in astonishment at the soldiers lying beside Chen Feng. Damn it, he had only just managed to defeat 3 Asgardian warriors, and it had taken a great deal of effort. After all, the Asgardian warriors, whether in terms of their weaponry or combat skills, held a subtle advantage in every aspect. Another major reason was that Tony had only recently become Iron Man. His strength was far from its peak. Moreover, his armor had only been upgraded to the Mark 6 and its power was still too weak. For now, Tony defeating 3 Asgardian warriors was already quite impressive. Hey! Do you aliens also enjoy sneak attacks? Just as Tony was stunned by Chen Feng's actions, an Asgardian warrior suddenly rushed behind him and plunged a spear into the Iron Man suit. Tony grabbed it with his backhand. At the same time, the jet thrusters on his feet activated. He flew straight into the sky, then retreated violently backward, crashing into a distant mountain. Only then did the Asgardian warrior fall from Tony's armor. Having shaken off this nuisance, Tony was about to fly back and continue fighting when he realized that all the soldiers had already fallen. Looking again, he saw Chen Feng standing calmly amidst the pile of fallen men, his back straight. The Gale sword in his hand seemed to emit a fierce sword aura like a war god commanding the entire field. Tony stared at the Asgardian warrior he had just knocked down, a storm of disbelief raging in his heart. For a moment he was speechless, completely stunned. What the hell? How can he be this awesome? Does his family even know he's this impressive? Am I here to help or just to be a spectator? A question emerged in Tony's mind. Human, I must admit you are very strong. Odin stared grimly at Chen Feng, speaking each word deliberately. My strength does not require your approval. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he held the Gale sword, pointing it at Odin. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've heard such an amusing remark. Odin laughed, but a cold glint flashed through his eyes. On Gungnir, endless divine power converged and a dazzling star-like point began to form. Odin was furious. He was utterly enraged and began to draw upon his own power. Chen Feng had killed all the soldiers with just 2 strikes, causing Odin to lose face. This was a blatant challenge to him and the authority of Asgard. Odin would never allow a mere human to stand above him and Asgard, acting with such audacity. Father, this battle should cease. You wouldn't want to increase the casualties, would you? Thor pleaded from the side, unwilling to see both sides continue to harm each other. Sif and the others could only stand beside Thor, unsure of which side to support. Logically speaking, as subjects of Asgard, they should have unconditionally supported Odin. But now Thor was standing against Odin. Given the current situation, they found it difficult to choose and could only remain neutral for the time being. Moreover, the power Chen Feng had displayed deeply moved them, shaking their very souls as it surpassed their understanding. He was simply a monster more terrifying than a frost giant. Chen Feng looked at Odin and Odin stared back at Chen Feng. At that moment, the two faced each other from a distance, both on guard, neither launching an immediate attack. Odin was the god king of Asgard with immensely powerful divine energy. However, due to his advanced age, the divine power he could now wield was barely a fraction of its former glory. Furthermore, Odin periodically entered the Odin sleep to regulate his divine energy. At this point, with the Odin sleep not far off, the elderly Odin's divine power was not particularly stable. In fact, it was somewhat chaotic. Most importantly, Thor's sister Hela was still alive. Odin had to reserve most of his divine power to deal with her. Odin also knew he didn't have many years left. He had to eliminate the potential threats surrounding Thor before Thor truly matured. The goddess of death. Hela was one of them. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew like the sound of a battle horn on a silent stage. Chen Feng took a step forward and vanished from the spot instantly. The next moment he appeared behind Odin. Boom! A wild gale seemed to swirl around the Gale sword. A sharp, overwhelming sword aura burst forth in all directions, carrying a fierce wind as it slashed heavily into Odin. But just as the sword aura was about to touch Odin's robe, at that instant Odin's body suddenly became illusory. The sword aura passed straight through, striking the ground. The earth split open, creating a massive chasm that stretched for hundreds of meters. The sword cleaved through the earth. Everyone was shocked. Human child, your strength is not bad, but before a god you are still too weak. A voice rang out as Odin suddenly appeared behind Chen Feng, Gungnir emitting a blinding light. A terrifying energy ray shot forth with the force of thunder, hurtling toward Chen Feng's barrier. A fierce gale rose before Chen Feng, instantly condensing into a wall of wind that completely blocked the energy ray. After repelling this attack, the wind wall's energy was fully exhausted, dissipating before Chen Feng. As expected of the god king Odin, your speed and energy far surpass Thor's. As he spoke, Chen Feng took a step forward, then his entire body rose into the air like an afterimage, entering the void and disappearing from Odin's sight. This was the ability of Kassadin the Void Walker, to traverse the void at will and even remain within it for a period of time. Spatial magic? Quite interesting. Odin's remaining left eye flashed with a sharp light appearing completely unperturbed. After a moment a rift appeared above Odin's head. Chen Feng shot out from it, swiftly swinging his sword at Odin's head. The sword intent surged forth. A fierce and powerful sword aura swept out, instantly rippling through the air at incredible speed, with the Gale sword following closely behind the aura. Excellent move. Odin narrowed his eyes, reacting with divine speed. He tilted his head, dodging the sharp sword aura, but a lock of his white hair was sliced off, fluttering slowly to the ground. At the same time, Chen Feng's Gale sword was blocked by Odin's Gungnir, stopping merely inches from his eye. At that moment Odin's eight-legged steed Sleipnir suddenly attacked, kicking violently at Chen Feng's chest. This was no ordinary horse, but a divine steed from Asgard. The force of this kick was comparable to a small mountain pressing down. However, Chen Feng did not evade, allowing Sleipnir to strike his chest. A dull thud rang out. Sleipnir's hoof was blocked by an invisible barrier, never truly touching Chen Feng's body. Odin was slightly taken aback, and a smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. The Gale sword was swiftly withdrawn. In midair a cold sharp gleam flashed. A sword light shimmering like water snapped one of Sleipnir's front legs. Bright red blood gushed out, staining the ground beneath. Then another rift appeared behind Chen Feng. He quickly retreated into it, vanishing before Odin could react. Sleipnir let out a piercing, agonized cry. The bell tolled, resounding through the entire town, his body racked with excruciating pain. Sleipnir, I will avenge you. Ding dismounted from Sleipnir, patting its head to comfort it. Sleipnir had accompanied Odin throughout his life, not merely as a steed or a divine horse, but as a friend, as family. Chen Feng, you will pay for what you have done. Ding roared into the void, his gaze shifting, growing sharper and more fierce. Old man, worry about yourself first. Chen Feng suddenly emerged from the void behind Ding, his weapon transforming into a massive axe, which he swung wildly at Odin's back. However, Ding's figure flickered. He evaded Chen Feng's assault with even greater speed, his divine power surging and radiating outward. The small stones and grains of sand beside Chen Feng were all seized by the divine power, swelling to immense size and coalescing into a colossal sphere that hurtled toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng gave a cold snort. With a casual gesture he tore the atmosphere, carving a rift before him. In the next moment both the S-H-I-E-L-D agents and Thor witnessed the terrifying sight. Terrifying? Too powerful? A profound ocean-like void energy surged forth from within, instantly engulfing the entire stone sphere, pulling it into the endless abyss. Your mastery of spatial magic exceeds my expectations, but this is where it ends. Odin's expression remained impassive, his countenance inscrutable. A chill ran down Chen Feng's spine. A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. The divine power of Odin trapped within the stone sphere suddenly detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shattered the spatial restraints and exploded right beside Chen Feng. The void trembled. A ferocious, heaven-defying blast wave swept in all directions, kicking up countless stones and sand. The entire town was consumed by a sandstorm, plunged into darkness with the sun blotted out. Even Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, had to take cover behind a large boulder, otherwise no matter how sturdy the suit was, it couldn't withstand the dense high-speed barrage of rocks. After a long while the blast wave subsided. The heavens and earth returned to calm, yet remained shrouded in gloomy ashen dust. Chen Feng, are you alright? Tony's Iron Man suit was covered in dust. He looked up at the sky, searching for Chen Feng, but found nothing. Nick Fury connected to Tony's comm, asking anxiously, Tony, have you found Chen Feng? The moment the surveillance was destroyed by the sandstorm, Fury's heart was filled with dread. Because the last image on the screen was the explosion of Odin's divine power right beside Chen Feng. Not yet, but I don't think he's dead, Tony said with a hint of uncertainty. Such a terrifying explosion at the epicenter, no one could walk away unscathed. But because it was Chen Feng, Tony held on to that sliver of hope. His strength was always unpredictable, constantly revealing new heights. Fury said with conviction, I believe in Chen Feng too. He won't die so easily. In truth, whether it was the earth-shattering duel with Hulk earlier or the feat of defeating Thor with a barrage of thunderbolts, all of this had left an indelible impression on Fury. Chen Feng. He seemed to be an entity that created miracles that made the impossible possible. Even if someone said Chen Feng could defeat the King of Gods, Odin, Fury would harbor a sliver of belief. Tony, don't attack for now. First confirm Chen Feng's survival. Just be wary of Odin for the time being. Fury issued the order to Tony. He also sent commands to the helicarrier to search for Chen Feng and keep a close watch on Odin. Understood. Tony agreed with Fury's assessment, silently searching for Chen Feng on the sidelines. A gentle breeze swept by. Gradually the dust enveloping the town dissipated, finally revealing its true visage. Odin stood beside the divine steed Sleipnir. Caressing its fur tenderly, Odin channeled his divine power slowly into Sleipnir's body. The wounds on its claws healed at a visible rate. Odin's divine power was truly profound and wondrous, possessing the formidable ability to restore life and mend flesh. Father, have you killed Chen Feng? Thor, unable to sense Chen Feng's presence anywhere in the sky, asked Odin in astonishment. I merely upheld the dignity of Asgard to let these earthlings know that Asgard is not to be trifled with. Odin stated calmly, his tone indifferent, as if Chen Feng were merely an ant killed without a second thought. Father. Thor clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head. Although Chen Feng's actions in challenging him to a duel had been somewhat excessive. However, he had to admit, it was he who had first accepted Chen Feng's duel, and Chen Feng had simply chosen to proceed. Looking at the devastated town reduced to ruins and Jane's shattered state, all of this was his fault. Thor prepared to return to Asgard. Your exile is over. After healing Sleipnir's wounds, Odin stood up, looking at his son beside him. His gaze softened considerably, clearly showing that he still valued this son of his. Odin, it seems you've truly grown old, unable to even sense whether I'm dead or alive. At that moment a sardonic voice echoed from the sky and Chen Feng's figure materialized. What? You're not dead? Odin stared at Chen Feng standing before him, alive and well, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Impossible. How? It's simply impossible. At that time his divine power had detonated right beside him. How could he not be dead? And why was he so clean and pristine? How could he be completely unharmed? A flood of questions swirled in Odin's mind. He simply couldn't fathom why such a bizarre thing had occurred. Not only Odin but everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. It was an utterly incomprehensible event. They refused to believe Chen Feng was still alive, with some even thinking the figure in the sky was merely a ghost or a projection. Tony shouted inwardly with excitement, I knew you wouldn't die, you bastard. Awesome. But in an instant Tony felt something was off. Damn it. He probably shouldn't be this thrilled. It would be better if Chen Feng died, then he wouldn't have to continue developing that Iron Man suit. Tony felt a pang of sorrow again. Director, we've found Chen Feng. Not only is he not dead, but he seems completely unharmed. Safe and sound. A message came from the helicarrier. Just from the tone one could imagine the person with wide eyes, mouth agape, utterly shocked. Stunned. Lost in thought for a long time. Should we attack? No, well, just watch from the sidelines. Fury vetoed the idea, inwardly ecstatic. Chen Feng was not only alive but unscathed, which fully vindicated Fury's judgment. And with the situation developing as it was, Fury was eager to see just how far Chen Feng could push Odin. After calming himself, Odin's eyes flickered. A power as formidable as the deep sea erupted from him once more, and the Gungnir in his hand blazed with light again. This time I miscalculated. But next time you won't be so fortunate. Stein was unconcerned about how Chen Feng had weathered his divine explosion. All that mattered was defeating him once more. As for Stein, he believed he absolutely possessed the strength. Since I could defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. Chen Feng merely chuckled at Odin, his expression seemingly indifferent. Though Stein's divine explosion was sudden and swift, its actual power fell far short of what Chen Feng had anticipated. Just as the divine power was about to strike Chen Feng, he directly slipped into the void, executing a masterful feint. Even as the divine energy entered the void and struck him, it caused no harm whatsoever. The main reason was likely that Odin was unwilling to expend most of his divine power against Chen Feng, holding back his strength to deal with the formidable Hela. However, it was precisely because of Odin's decision that Chen Feng emerged unscathed from the void, as if nothing had happened. Father, Asgard's majesty has already been demonstrated. These earthlings surely understand now. You need not confront Chen Feng further, we can return to Asgard. Thor quickly interjected, trying to dissuade him. The battle had nearly destroyed this small town. Another clash would likely devastate all of New Mexico. Jane and her friends were still here, and the ones who would suffer were these innocent humans. Thor, stay out of this. I will decide. Odin persisted stubbornly, then suddenly shouted toward the sky, Heimdall, bring Thor and Sif back to Asgard and then dispatch a full squad down here. Odin's words made Thor's face turn pale. This was tantamount to declaring war on Earth. Heimdall, you must not obey my father this time, if this will ignite a war. I know you yearn for peace. Thor shouted as well, desperate to prevent this battle. Odin threatened, Heimdall, send the soldiers down. This is the king's command. You know the consequences of disobedience. At the Bifrost, Heimdall was torn with indecision. Caught between Odin's command and Thor's counsel, he found himself in a dilemma, uncertain of the right course. Heimdall, send the soldiers down or you will be stripped of your position and banished from Asgard. Odin sneered coldly. Hearing this, Heimdall's expression shifted drastically. Exile from Asgard was a fate worse than death. A rainbow beam appeared in the sky. The next moment, a fully equipped squad of Asgardian soldiers materialized around Odin. Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents wore grim expressions as they beheld the near Tuthusan strong army. Tony flew to Chen Feng's side, his gaze serious as he looked at him. But all he saw was a face as calm as a still lake. Hey! Aren't you the least bit nervous? At that moment, watching the Asgardian soldiers now on Earth, Thor's eyes dimmed, a bitter, helpless smile twisting his face. After all that talk, in the end I couldn't stop my father. As the god of thunder, as a prince of Asgard, I have failed utterly. Chen Feng, I advise you to return to Asgard for judgment. You see the situation now, otherwise Earth will suffer unbearable harm. Odin stared coldly at Chen Feng, his demeanor suggesting he had already secured victory. This time it wasn't just a few hundred men. It was a full contingent of nearly 2,000 elite warriors, better equipped than the previous soldiers, true champions, formidable without doubt. With these ragtag soldiers you've brought? Chen Feng sneered, utterly unimpressed by Odin's threat. He was not one to bow to any intimidation. What did it matter if Odin was the All-Father? Did he truly think Chen Feng feared him? His intention is to destroy Earth, isn't it? Tony's face darkened. He looked at Chen Feng beside him, the arc reactor in his palm aimed at the Asgardian soldiers. Order the helicarrier to target all firepower on the Asgardian troops. Fury watched the screen, squinting as he issued the command. Damn it! Fury was seething with rage. Even a legendary figure like Odin, the king of gods, had no right to act so arrogantly on Earth, threatening human lives. Many were deeply displeased. All weapons on the helicarrier were deployed, every last one trained on the Asgardian warriors now in New Mexico. If they so much as twitch their weapons, armor-piercing shells, heavy missiles, energy weapons, tactical nukes, all sorts of advanced arms, will unleash a devastating strike. Mere mortals, do you truly believe your Earth weapons can defeat my Asgardian soldiers? How naive and foolish. Odin looked up, sneering disdainfully at the helicarrier hidden in the clouds. Attack! Warriors of Asgard! Odin swept his hand downward. In that instant all the soldiers' spears blazed with brilliant light and rays of energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The sight was terrifying, like an apocalyptic calamity. Fury commanded, fire. At that moment the helicarrier unleashed a furious barrage. Countless missiles screamed through the air, tracing perfect arcs. Boom! All the missiles struck the energy shield formed by the Asgardian soldiers. Yet despite their devastating power, the shield remained unscathed. When conventional Earth technology clashed with Asgardian science, the disparity was stark, like a child trying to strike an adult forever out of reach due to its small stature. This is too much. Agent Hill said gravely. Director, all our weapons are useless. Her face was pale. They had never imagined the chasm between Earth and Asgard could be so vast, like an insurmountable abyss. Continue the attack. Fury's expression was equally grim, but he still ordered the helicarrier to keep firing. He refused to believe, refused to accept, that even under such relentless assault the Asgardian soldiers could hold out. Yet the final truth told Nick Fury the old master was still the master. Asgard's weapons and technology were eons ahead of Earth's. After all, the Asgardians had emerged long ago. With lifespans of nearly 5,000 years, they had naturally advanced their technology to a level Earth could not yet hope to match. When the helicarrier's first wave of attacks ended, Asgard had not lost a single soldier and their energy shield remained intact. Damn, all flash and no substance. Are those S.H.I.E.L.D. Idiots using weapons from Hammer Industries again. That's just pathetic. Tony stared at the utterly unscathed soldiers, unable to resist voicing his doubt and sarcasm. He had hoped to witness S.H.I.E.L.D. put on a grand display, but the result was utterly disappointing. A profound letdown. Our weapons need an upgrade. Agent Hill murmured her opinion from the side. Nick Fury nodded. After this unexpected battle, Fury realized that the pace of innovation and replacement must be accelerated. Otherwise, when the aliens truly invade S.H.I.E.L.D. won't even have the weapons to fight them, becoming lambs waiting for slaughter, utterly defenseless. What a joke. Hey Chen Feng, why did you rush out so fast? Leave some for me this time. I came to help, not to stand by like those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents watching the show. Seeing Chen Feng suddenly charge out, Tony shouted from behind and quickly followed. Tony didn't want to be a mere spectator this time, otherwise he might as well stay home and watch the live broadcast in bed. Damn it. Can't you let me show off just once? Do you think you can take on an entire Asgardian squad alone? How arrogant, watching Chen Feng sprinting toward them, his face full of disdain. This was a testament to the strength of the Asgardian soldiers, and a stark contrast to Chen Feng's power. The next moment, just as Chen Feng was about to reach the Asgardian soldiers, countless energy rays shot out wildly from both sides, raining down like a storm. Its destructive force was even more terrifying than before. Even if the Hulk were here, one misstep would mean defeat. Suddenly, small stones began to appear on Chen Feng's body, completely enveloping him. A fierce, wild, and ancient aura burst forth. Crackling sounds filled the air as muscles bulged and bones thickened. In that moment, Chen Feng's figure unknowingly doubled in size, transforming into a steel giant. Within the city, Chen Feng equipped all the items that enhanced magic damage. Laden's Echo, Rabadon's Deathcap, Void's Staff, Sorcerer's Shoes, Hextech, Rocket Belt, and Banshee's Veil. At the same time, a magical shield appeared around Chen Feng, and all the energy rays striking it were effortlessly blocked. Overwhelming. With a single move, Chen Feng charged irresistibly toward the Asgardian soldiers. Suddenly, several missiles launched from in front of him, exploding against the soldiers' shields, creating a massive crack. The once impenetrable energy shield was breached just like that. Incredible. Nearly 3,000 Asgardian soldiers stood dumbfounded. Chen Feng seized the opportunity, instantly plunging into the midst of the Asgardian soldiers like a rampaging tiger. He charged straight ahead like a towering mountain, blocking the view of all the soldiers. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across heaven and earth as an immense majestic energy erupted from among the soldiers, spreading like a volcanic explosion that swept through the entire landscape. It stirred up a violent gale, forcing those nearby to shield their eyes involuntarily. Chen Feng's monarch-like aura and overwhelming power struck deep into everyone's hearts. It felt as if a mountain pressed down on their chests, their faces pale with horror, their breathing labored. At the same time, Odin, the king of the gods, his expression drastically changed, as even he was slightly oppressed by the residual force of this power. Clearly he had miscalculated Chen Feng's strength. A trace of tension finally flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the Asgardian soldiers. He was no longer certain which side would emerge victorious. Before long, Chen Feng and the Asgardian soldiers were revealed before everyone's eyes. At that moment, everyone present was stunned. Their eyes wide, mouths agape as if holding an egg, they stared at an unbelievable scene, utterly frozen in shock. The entire venue fell silent. Nearly 2,000 soldiers lay on the ground, their armor shattered, each one lifeless. Annihilated. All of them dead. For a moment, the thick scent of blood permeated the entire town. Some, unable to bear the stench, began to retch violently. It was too horrifying. No one could have imagined that nearly 2,000 elite Asgardian soldiers would all fall at Chen Feng's hands in just a short time. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Odin, usually calm and expressionless, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth at this sight, his heart bleeding. Damn it. Damn it all. 2,000 elite soldiers, an entire full battalion, dead just like that. This was way too fast. After all, the population of Asgard is small, estimated at just over 100,000, and those who can become elite soldiers are even rarer. The small population of Asgard is not an unfounded claim, but based on solid evidence. When the death goddess Hela escaped her imprisonment and returned to the palace, she almost single-handedly killed all the Asgardian soldiers who opposed her. Although Hela's immense power played a part, the main reason was the scarcity of Asgardian soldiers. Additionally, when Thor led the Asgardian people away, a single ship was enough to take them all, which directly indicates Asgard's small population. For this very reason, the death of these 2,000 soldiers made Odin's expression so grim. He was absolutely furious. "Chen Feng, I will make you taste the bitterness of pain." Odin growled fiercely, flames of rage blazing in his eyes. "Heimdall, send 2 more squads. I want them to know what despair means." Odin shouted into the sky, his Gungnir already aimed at Chen Feng. "Heimdall, do you still want to see Asgardian warriors die in vain? Listen to me, do not open the Bifrost." Thor struggled to stop his father. At this moment, Odin's actions were even more reckless than Thor had imagined. Asgardian warriors should not be sent to their deaths because of his rage. Sending more men to fight Chen Feng would only result in unnecessary losses. But Odin's thoughts differed from Thor's. He deploying more Asgardian soldiers was not to fight Chen Feng but to deal with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Though furious, Odin hadn't lost his senses. He knew that sending Asgardian soldiers against Chen Feng would only lead to their deaths. So then, Chen Feng would be dealt with by Odin himself. Just as Odin was about to speak, Chen Feng's figure flickered and he suddenly appeared beside him, his stone-covered fist striking out fiercely. The sudden attack caught Odin off guard. Fortunately, he reacted in time, raising his arm to block in front of him. A blast of air exploded. Chen Feng's fist slammed heavily into Odin's arm, producing a dull thud. A powerful numbing sensation shot through Odin's arm. Odin frowned slightly. It had to be said that Chen Feng's formidable strength was indeed surprising. A mere human, yet he could unleash power comparable to that of a god. In the next instant, another fist shot out, faster and more powerful than before. The space before Odin seemed to shatter from the punch, warping and distorting. Bang! Gungnir met Chen Feng's fist, a dazzling light flashing at the spear's tip, majestic, sacred and awe-inspiring, as its vast aura radiated outward. Like a flash of lightning, the strike landed on Chen Feng's stone-covered mouth. However, this divine power only shattered a layer of the rocks on Chen Feng's mouth, failing to inflict any substantial harm. At this moment, Chen Feng gathered his strength, his entire body erupting with a formidable aura. With a tremor of his frame, the power in his fists surged dramatically. The force of the punch exploded outward. The overwhelming power directly sent Odin staggering back several steps before he managed to steady himself. Cough! That terrifying force still lingered within Odin's body. Even as a divine being, he found it agonizing, as if his internal organs had been displaced. Truly formidable. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, gazing at Odin, whom he had sent reeling, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. By utilizing the power of Kassadin the Void Walker and combining it with the strength of other heroes, the might of his attacks instantly elevated by several tiers. Had he directly used Yasuo or Malphite, Chen Feng would surely have been unable to inflict significant harm upon Odin, the king of the gods. After all, Yasuo was merely a mortal. Even at his peak, he would be at most a master swordsman. Similarly, Malphite, born of molten rock, would only be a titan of strength at his maximum level. Compared to a god, there existed a vast chasm. But Kassadin was entirely different. Having survived being consumed by the void, upon reaching his peak he could contend with gods and demons. More importantly, Odin's current power was less than a tenth of his former glory, far from his terrifying prime. Furthermore, he was constrained, hesitant to unleash his full divine might against Chen Feng, which led to his current predicament. Human Chen Feng, do not be so smug. Odin aimed his eternal spear Gungnir at Chen Feng and hurled it with force. Gungnir, defeat him? As his words faded, a radiant holy light blazed forth. The eternal spear, like a streak of light, tore across the sky and arrived before Chen Feng in an instant. However, a flicker of alarm passed through Chen Feng's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a rift suddenly appeared before him. Before the eternal spear could react, it plunged headlong into the void. But in the next moment, Chen Feng sensed a dangerous aura in the air and quickly dodged to the side. The eternal spear grazed past his ear, immediately turned around and came at him again. The eternal spear Gungnir. Its ability was simple yet incredibly powerful. It was a spear that once thrown would always hit its target, a divine weapon with a 100% accuracy rate. It could pierce anything it struck and would then automatically return to its owner's hand. However, the claim of piercing anything was clearly not absolute. An opponent far stronger than Odin could easily block Gungnir's attack. The reason it could break through the void was that Chen Feng's strength was on par with the weakened Odin, not overwhelmingly superior. The void he could tear was merely superficial, which was why Gungnir could break through it. At this moment Odin also charged forward, his body erupting with terrifying divine power that swirled around him. A sacred majestic aura swept across the heavens, compelling one to bow in worship. It returns to its owner, doesn't it? Then you'll send you back right now? An idea struck Chen Feng. A rift appeared before him and he stepped into the void. Gungnir followed closely, also charging into the emptiness. In the next instant Chen Feng appeared behind Odin. Before Odin and Gungnir could react, he immediately used Echo's power to control time. Time. The flow of time around Odin and Gungnir was frozen, moving at a glacial pace. Meanwhile Chen Feng remained in normal time and flashed behind Odin in an instant. However, Odin erupted with even greater divine power. The temporal force was dispelled in that very moment. Simultaneously Gungnir burst forth from the void, seemingly about to pierce Odin's back. Not good. Odin's pupils contracted. Without a trace of hesitation he directly recalled Gungnir to prevent himself from being harmed. No joke. Even with his divine body, being struck by Gungnir would result in severe injury. He wouldn't risk his life. Having just recalled Gungnir before Odin could relax, a vast and piercing sword aura like a crescent moon descended from behind him not far away. The void rippled and split. At this moment Odin had no time to react. He could only muster as much divine power as possible to his back in the shortest time to block this terrifyingly powerful sword aura. A cold light flashed past. Without a surprise, the armor on Odin's back was severed, directly shattering into several pieces that slowly slid off his body, revealing his back. Divine power surged forth instantly, rapidly protecting Odin's body. However, in that fleeting moment he couldn't gather much power. The sword aura soaring to the heavens cleaved through the divine power and landed solidly on Odin's back. A gash suddenly appeared, accompanied by the flow of crimson blood. The energy released from the divine blood permeated the air, which seemed to fill with the scent of blood. Odin's face hardened, appearing extremely grim. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly endured the pain and turned around. Die! A cold gleam flashed in Odin's eyes as Gungnir thrust out fiercely. Well met. Chen Feng chose not to dodge. Instead he leaped high into the air, his weapon transforming into a massive axe. Like a reaper harvesting lives, he swung it down with force, aimed at Odin's neck. In that instant it seemed as if a massive guillotine had appeared above Odin's head, like a blade that claimed souls. The aura of death spread. Chen Feng's axe, heavy with momentum, forced Odin to recall Gungnir. Divine power instantly flooded into Gungnir, causing its size to swell. It fearlessly met Chen Feng's colossal axe. The moment the two collided, a violent roar erupted. The terrifying shockwave tore apart everything around them. Everything crumbled, everything perished. The deafening sound caused everyone nearby to cover their ears, their faces filled with terror. Gungnir, enveloped in Odin's divine power, blocked Chen Feng's ferocious assault. But Odin's entire momentum was firmly suppressed by Chen Feng. He could only defend passively, having lost the initiative to attack. You human! I am the king of the gods. How could I lose to you? Odin flew into a rage. In that instant divine power surged wildly within him. Centered on him, the atmosphere trembled. Overwhelming divine power erupted, sweeping in all directions. With nearly all of Odin's power unleashed, Chen Feng was abruptly sent flying by this even more formidable divine force. Due to this surge of divine power, the entire sky dimmed. A massive rift tore open in the heavens, with endless clouds churning in and out. Dark clouds gathered and fierce winds howled. Chen Feng was slightly startled inwardly. He hadn't expected Odin, upon unleashing his power again, to be so terrifyingly formidable. It was only fitting after all for the king of the gods. The dignity of Asgard brooked no challenge. Divine power gathered in Odin's palm, condensing into a sphere. His eyes blazed with divine light as he hurled the orb toward Chen Feng. The divine power within the orb erupted at that very moment, leaving naught but desolate sand and stone in its wake. All else was obliterated, reduced to ash. Chen Feng watched the orb hurtling toward him, bright arcs of electricity dancing across his hand. In the span of a few breaths the arcs swelled to an immense size, instantly enveloping a space 10 meters in radius. Crackling. Sparks flew in all directions. Lightning surged wildly. Chen Feng condensed the endless arcs of electricity into a sphere nearly 30 centimeters in diameter. Go! Chen Feng swung his arm with force and the sphere was hurled forth. In an instant it collided with the divine orb. At that moment a crack suddenly appeared at the point of their convergence, pulling them both into the void. Boom! Energy surged like a raging sea. Even within the void a deafening roar could be heard. Heaven and earth lost their color. The void containing the two spheres began to tremble, the entire space quaking as if on the verge of being torn asunder. Yet in the end heaven and earth fell silent. The energies of both spheres spent themselves entirely within the void, leaving the real world untouched. This isn't over yet, Chen Feng. Having unleashed most of his divine power, Odin had no intention of ending the battle so easily. He took a single step forward and appeared before Chen Feng in an instant, divine power shrouding his eternal spear as he thrust it with terrifying momentum. Chen Feng was not to be outdone. He immediately summoned the wind to gather before him, blocking the attack of the eternal spear. At the same moment he unleashed the power of time, briefly binding Odin in place. Lightning danced and flickered in Chen Feng's hand. Furious lightning. The bolt struck Odin relentlessly, nearly piercing the divine protection around his body, almost reaching his flesh. The attack was futile. Odin recovered swiftly. With a thought his divine power surged forth, once more pressing down upon Chen Feng with overwhelming force. A rift appeared, abruptly swallowing all the divine power into the void. A sword aura capable of severing all things held forth. A sense of danger gripped Odin's heart, compelling him to defend. Chen Feng and Odin exchanged blow after blow, each unleashing their most formidable techniques in a relentless assault upon the other. Odin relied on his formidable divine power and indestructible divine body, while Chen Feng employed a greater variety of versatile heroic skills and abilities. This extremely fluid switching and combination of abilities left even Odin bewildered, unable to discern Chen Feng's pattern. Unpredictable and elusive, even after unleashing the bulk of his strength, Odin found himself trading blows with Chen Feng without gaining the upper hand. This threw Odin off balance, his agitation growing. To be reduced to such a state by a mere human, if word got out he would be unfit to be the ruler of the 9 realms. And indeed it was so. Due to Odin's impatience, the divine power within him grew increasingly unstable. The next moment, when he sought to release his power, his body seemed to seize up, grinding to a halt. A perfect opening? Chen Feng thought, his eyes lighting up. He would not let this opportunity slip. He threw a punch. Boom. Odin flew backward like a cannonball, crashing helplessly into the ground, carving a deep ravine, his former dignity utterly shattered. How pitiful. How tragic. Who could have imagined that the ruler of the 9 realms, the revered All-Father Odin, would be beaten to such a sorry state? Father. Heimdall, open the Bifrost, let us return. Thor shouted into the sky, his voice thick with urgency. No. Heimdall aimed the Bifrost at, Father, don't speak. They'll take you back to Asgard. Thor quickly interrupted Odin, his heart aching at the sight of his pale father. This battle had prematurely triggered Odin's sleep, causing the divine power within him to become chaotic, nearly berserk, rendering him capable of using only a fraction of his strength. This gave Chen Feng the opportunity to defeat Odin. The Bifrost. Aim. Could it be? Chen Feng silently pondered Odin's last words, his brow furrowed. After a long moment of deliberation, Chen Feng finally recalled the meaning behind Odin's words. The Bifrost was not only capable of spatial transport, bringing Asgardian soldiers anywhere. More terrifyingly, the power the Bifrost could unleash was nearly comparable to a planet-destroying weapon capable of annihilating any planet at will, a strategic asset on par with a superpower's nuclear arsenal. Thus the implication of Odin's words was clear: he intended to use the Bifrost's energy to destroy Earth. Chen Feng's face shifted, rage surging within him. His family was still on Earth. Damn it! Was he insane? To kill everyone on the entire planet just for the hollow dignity of Asgard and his pathetic pride after being defeated? What was this? The wrath of a sore loser? Chen Feng would not allow such a despicable act to occur. If Odin dared to continue, even if he was the All-Father, so what? If you provoke me, I'll kill even a god. Chen Feng was determined to make Odin meet his end, to keep him on Earth forever. Far away beneath the Himalayas. In Camartage, the Ancient One and Mordo were watching the events unfolding in New Mexico. Upon hearing Odin's final words, their expressions both grew grave. Sorcerer Supreme, did you hear that? Odin intends to activate the Bifrost, a planet-destroying weapon. Once it's aimed at Earth and fired, the consequences will be catastrophic. Mordo urged anxiously by her side. And so? The Ancient One remained composed, meeting his gaze with a calm question. We should mobilize now, lead all the sorcerers to New Mexico and drive Odin from Earth. Mordo looked intently at the Ancient One, whose expression remained utterly placid, and declared loudly, protecting Earth is our duty as sorcerers, Sorcerer Supreme. Let me lead the team there. Mordo's earnest attitude and words moved the other sorcerers present, who turned their gazes to the Ancient One. They had come to Camartage to learn magic. Besides growing stronger, their primary mission was to protect Earth. I need to think it over. The Ancient One shook her head, not rushing to give orders. Instead, she gazed thoughtfully at Chen Feng as if pondering something. In Chen Feng, the Ancient One seemed to perceive a bright future, a glimmer of hope for Earth's survival. Moreover, judging from the battle just now, the potential Chen Feng displayed was undeniably immense. He could face the divine King Odin head-on and hold his ground. He had even managed to defeat Odin, though the primary reason was the instability of Odin's divine power, causing his strength to plummet. Still, there was no denying that Chen Feng's talent and abilities were among the best on Earth. Especially his mastery over time and space, which even the Ancient One deeply acknowledged. If Chen Feng were to join Camartage to study magic, his future achievements would be boundless. This thought suddenly emerged in the Ancient One's mind. Sorcerer Supreme, make your decision quickly, we may not have much time. Indo urged, his anxiety palpable. Time. Time was the scarcest resource now. As long as Ding remained on Earth for even a second, the Bifrost could fall at any moment, unleashing a star-destroying energy that would annihilate the planet. Having just disengaged from battle, Odin's complexion gradually recovered, his weakened aura fading as if he had once again become the revered king of the gods. His regal demeanor was unmistakable. Yet this was merely a facade. The divine power within Odin had only stabilized slightly, and he could no longer wield it with the same might as before. To put it bluntly, Odin was now a paper tiger, all show no substance. Heimdall, by my command activate the Bifrost. Ding's rage burned fiercely, his commanding tone filled with unyielding resolve that left no room for doubt. He intended to make Chen Feng and all of humanity understand why Asgard was the ruler of the 9 realms and why Odin was the king of the gods, the father of the heavens. Heimdall, you've already made one mistake. Do you see those thousands of dead soldiers? Do not err further. Chen Feng snorted coldly, his palm crackling with blinding lightning that swiftly extended to the Gale sword in his grasp. The almost sky-piercing sword aura combined with the wild and arrogant lightning power radiated a terrifying presence that shook everyone. Odin, I wouldn't mind leaving you here on Earth forever. Chen Feng spoke with a cold gaze, releasing an icy aura. The air temperature dropped noticeably. And then at that very moment, a golden circle of light appeared silently before them as the Ancient One led the mages of Camartage to New Mexico. Earlier she had hoped Odin would leave, but she hadn't anticipated his stubborn, almost deranged determination to use a star-destroying weapon against Earth. Odin, leave Earth and return to Asgard. The Ancient One warned without hesitation, her body radiating a dense aura of magic. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One's current power was no less than Odin's. She had no fear of him. Her only concern was that this lunatic might actually use the Bifrost to blow up Earth, endangering billions of lives and countless other beings. How could the Ancient One not be enraged? All the mages beside her began chanting softly, conjuring magical weapons in their hands, their eyes fixed on Ding. Earth's Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, I didn't expect your magic to reach such heights. But compared to a star-destroying weapon, which is stronger? Odin smirked, a strange defiant smile playing on his lips. Even at this critical juncture, Odin refused to set aside his pride as the king of the gods. Retreating in disgrace was too humiliating. Afterward, how would the 9 realms mock him? Thor, your father is blinded by rage and he seems on the verge of the Odin sleep. I hope you will make the right choice. The Ancient One spoke calmly. Though she knew Odin's words were for pride's sake, she still harbored some fear of the star-destroying weapon. There was no choice. Its power was too immense. Thor looked to the sky and said, Heimdall, open the Bifrost and send us back to Asgard. This time he trusted that Heimdall would understand the gravity of the situation as he did. At that moment Heimdall on the Bifrost nodded. He thrust his sword down and turned it, and the Bifrost's power instantly enveloped Odin, Thor, and the others. Within moments their figures blurred and vanished, about to leave Earth. Seeing this, the Ancient One finally relaxed. But only for an instant. The next moment her expression shifted dramatically as she stared in disbelief at Chen Feng, who had plunged into the light. The Ancient One's face was a picture of shock. What is he doing? Going to Asgard too? Chen Feng, come back. That's an alien planet. Tony also noticed and shouted urgently. Damn it. If he goes to Asgard, he'll be walking right into the tiger's den. And coming back will be a huge problem. Tony, can you bring Chen Feng back? Nick Fury's voice came through the communicator, tense and worried. Understandably so, Chen Feng was a talent Fury had his eye on for the Alliance, and he couldn't let him get into trouble. Looks like I can't. Tony had rushed out at full speed, but before he could reach them the beam vanished, leaving him with a wry smile. The beam disappeared and Odin, Thor, and the others had all left Earth. Of course Chen Feng, who had charged in at the last moment, was also gone. Chen Feng, what exactly are you trying to do? The Ancient One gazed at the sky, unable to fathom his intentions. Sorcerer Supreme, we should return. Mordo looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents slowly gathering around along with Tony in his Iron Man suit, and spoke to the Ancient One beside him. Tony flew up to the Ancient One and demanded word by word, who are you? Where did you come from? But the mages ignored him, all eyes on the Ancient One. Judging by your clothes, are you from India? A Brahmin? Or? Tony rambled on, spouting everything he knew about India without caring if it was right. The Ancient One merely glanced at Tony, traced a large golden circle in the air with her right hand, and within it appeared the image of Kamartaj. But none present had ever seen Kamartaj, so they were utterly bewildered. All the mages lined up neatly behind the Ancient One stepped into the golden circle, which blazed with light and vanished from sight in an instant. Tony, they just left like that? Fury, watching from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, was stunned by the sight, his face full of surprise. Why didn't you stop them? Stop them? How? Come on, these people look tough, especially the leader who even threatened Odin. Easy for you to say, you try stopping them. What can I do? I can't draw circles, and who knows if there's an ambush in there. Tony shrugged, annoyed by Nick Fury's words. With that he hung up the communication. If Odin could be scared off by the Ancient One, what chance did he, a mere human, have? Still, Tony was quite worried about Chen Feng. Going to an alien planet wasn't like taking a casual trip to enjoy the scenery. This Tony. He's got the same temper as Chen Feng. Fury listened to the dial tone, twitched his mouth, sighed helplessly, and felt a chill in his heart. These little troublemakers were all a handful. Notify the authorities in New Mexico to handle the town's affairs and recall all our personnel. There's no need for them to remain there any longer. After issuing a series of commands, Fury turned to leave, but suddenly stopped as if recalling something, and said to Agent Hill, "Oh, and bring Dr. Eric back with us. We might need his help." At that moment, through the passage opened by the Rainbow Bridge, Chen Feng followed closely behind Thor and the others, soon arriving in Asgard. "Thor, are you all right?" Heimdall, seeing Thor before him, hurried over. "Quick, take father back, he's about to enter the Odin sleep." Thor's tone was urgent, his face etched with worry. Hearing this, Heimdall's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly cleared the way. Thor, carrying Odin, flew with all his might toward the palace, casting all other matters aside. Sif and the other two swiftly followed. In moments they vanished from the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, duty-bound to guard the Rainbow Bridge, could not leave silently praying for Odin's safety. After all, Thor had not yet fully matured, and Asgard's greatest reliance remained Odin the Allfather. Who is there? Just then Heimdall sensed a peculiar aura and swiftly turned around. A human. Chen Feng. When Heimdall saw the newcomer's appearance, he was utterly stunned, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What the devil? When had this Chen Feng followed along? He hadn't noticed a thing. So you're Heimdall? I'm telling you now, you don't have to stand here guarding the Rainbow Bridge anymore. Go enjoy yourself. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. But the implied meaning in his words made Heimdall stare intently, his grip tightening on his longsword. No need to guard. Could Chen Feng's aim be to destroy the Rainbow Bridge? Whatever it was, Heimdall knew it boded no good. Heimdall, a word of advice: don't try to stop me. Chen Feng stood there, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, soaring into the sky, commanding attention with an undeniable dominance. Heimdall was horrified. Only then did he recall the battle between Chen Feng and Odin, and how Chen Feng's two sword strikes had annihilated all the Asgardian soldiers. God of slaughter. Heimdall had witnessed these battles clearly, and they were etched deep in his heart. So when Chen Feng uttered this threat, Heimdall's heart quailed, a flicker of retreat stirring within him. No. I am an Asgardian warrior, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. I will never allow this. The hesitation vanished swiftly. Heimdall suddenly roared in fury, summoning his courage as he brandished his longsword and charged at Chen Feng. Suddenly a beam of icy energy appeared from behind Heimdall, freezing him entirely with no resistance, turning him into a block of ice. Loki, wearing a golden horned helmet, slowly emerged from behind Heimdall, chuckling softly. Finding an opportunity like this is no easy feat. In Loki's hand was the casket of ancient winters, the frost giant's source of power. A human. I never expected you to dare come to Asgard. I don't know whether to praise your courage or call you brainless. Loki's gaze was openly mocking, utterly dismissive of Chen Feng. I thought I'd have to deal with two, but now there's only one. Thanks to your cleverness. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, seemingly unsurprised, as if he had long sensed Loki lurking in ambush. Release him, you pathetic, insignificant human ant. Loki was enraged by Chen Feng's attitude. The casket in his hand radiated a bone-piercing chill. Chen Feng sneered, you don't really think that thing can defeat me, do you? Of course not, there's also my power. Loki laughed arrogantly, seizing what he thought was Chen Feng's moment of carelessness. The casket suddenly emitted an energy ray of extreme cold. Though Loki had witnessed Chen Feng defeat both Odin and Thor, he still believed in his own ability to overcome him. After all, Odin's divine power had been unstable then, and Thor had just reclaimed Mjolnir, becoming the god of thunder again. Loki chalked it up to luck, not entirely Chen Feng's true strength. Moreover, Loki was fundamentally different from Thor. His forte was magic, not close combat. This was another reason for Loki's confidence. And then there was the casket in his hand. This was the frost giant's source of power. Its might was not to be underestimated. Ridiculous. A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Sword aura surged skyward. The next moment a sword intent, carrying world-destroying power, was unleashed, shattering the void wherever it passed, colliding heat in with the icy ray. Layers of energy ripples spread. The casket's freezing ray and the terrifying sword energy clashed, exploding with power. In an instant the entire world fell silent. Then a thunderous roar erupted from the Rainbow Bridge. The void trembled. A gale swept in all directions, engulfing Chen Feng and Loki, whipping their hair. How can you be this powerful? Loki's eyes were filled with shock. Nonsense. How could he not be astounded? The casket, as the frost giant's energy source, possessed the power to freeze the entire earth into an ice age. Even Odin in his prime would struggle against it. Yet now Chen Feng's seemingly effortless sword strike had shattered the freezing ray. Holy crap! Is he really this overpowered? Loki's gaze faltered. Such terrifying strength now made him wary, his earlier confidence no longer intact. In truth, it wasn't that the casket lacked power, but that Loki's own strength was insufficient. He hadn't reached the level of Laufey, the frost giant leader, and thus couldn't unleash the casket's true potential. The two stared at each other. The next moment Loki vanished from Chen Feng's sight, reappearing behind him. The casket in his hand blazed with a frigid light, unleashing a terrifying world-shattering energy. A massive icy ray shot forth. The frost swept across. Everything it touched was frozen solid, even the void itself. An overwhelming chill surged forth, as if the entire Rainbow Bridge were encased in ice. Isn't that obvious? Even your father couldn't stand against me, let alone you. Everything you're doing is futile. Chen Feng's face remained impassive. In his hand, dazzling arcs of lightning suddenly appeared, blooming like a lotus, surging skyward as lightning flickered within a 5-meter radius. The icy ray, upon nearing the thunderous region, was shattered by the violent power of lightning, turning even the entire frozen beam into dust. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The sky, covering lightning like a ferocious eagle, surged towards Loki's position, its terrifying force striking directly against his body. At that moment Loki's body was charred on the outside and tender within, with even the fragrance of cooked meat wafting out. Damn it. Appearing once again at the end of the Bifrost, Loki looked at his scorched clone and said with some lingering fear, "This damned monster. Good thing I was clever enough not to face him with my true body." As the god of mischief and naturally the most intelligent deity in Asgard, Loki would not directly engage Chen Feng in battle. Instead, he sent a clone to probe Chen Feng's true strength. The result of this probing undoubtedly tightened his heart, sending cold sweat dripping down his forehead. As he pondered how to defeat Chen Feng, only one answer surfaced in his mind: impossible. Yes, utterly impossible. With his current power, Loki simply could not defeat Chen Feng. No matter how many schemes he devised before absolute strength, they were nothing but a joke. With no other choice, he could only try to lure him away and approach stealthily. In the end, this was the only somewhat reliable plan Loki could conceive. Loki had heard every word Odin spoke on Earth without missing a single one. Thus, to secure his throne, he decided to harness the power of the Bifrost to destroy Earth. It was merely a small planet bearing no connection to him. Destroying it would be akin to avenging Odin and fulfilling his wish. Perhaps. When Odin awakened from his slumber, he would surely look upon him with newfound respect. This would place him in a favorable position in the struggle for the throne. By secretly framing Thor, seizing the throne would be within reach. The thought made Loki a little excited. He also planned to activate the Bifrost to annihilate Jotunheim, erasing his shameful history once and for all. He would be the future king of Asgard, not a descendant of the frost giants. "Chen Feng, do you think this has defeated me?" Suddenly Loki appeared before Chen Feng, once more, a sharp dagger in hand. Licking his lips, he said, "They'll show you what a true god is. How powerful a god can be. Still playing these childish games, are you?" Chen Feng coldly fixed his gaze on Loki. Upon the blade of the wind sword a faint breeze swirled and danced. Before Loki could react, a lightning-fast sword aura swept out in an instant, ruthlessly slicing across his waist. Loki's eyes widened as he stared at his bisected body, his pupils contracting in sheer disbelief. Damn it. How the hell am I supposed to play this? Killed that fast and I haven't even taken 2 steps. At the far end of the Bifrost, Loki watched his clone fail to last even 3 seconds and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Now he was still nearly 400 meters from the Bifrost's control center. At this rate of elimination, he would need to summon tens of thousands of clones just to reach it. Chen Feng flickered into view before Loki and said coldly, "Loki, should I call you clever or foolish?" What? How was he discovered? Chen Feng's sudden appearance shocked Loki deeply, causing him to instinctively step back. As a mage, Loki understood that once Chen Feng closed the distance, it would be a death sentence. Maintaining distance was an eternal truth every mage must remember. Chen Feng reached out to grab Loki. "No need. I don't intend to kill you. I want you to witness firsthand the greatest event in Asgard's history. Capture me. Dream on." Loki would not surrender without a fight. Divine power surged and churned within him, rapidly cycling as his speed suddenly increased, dashing into the distance. But Chen Feng was faster. In an instant he seized Loki by the neck and lifted him into the air. Loki was so frightened he almost wept. "Loki, as the first witness, you should feel immensely honored, not wear such a miserable face." Chen Feng glanced at him with disdain, then carried Loki to the Bifrost's control center. The power of time bound Loki in place. Chen Feng walked onto the Bifrost and a massive battle axe suddenly materialized in his hand. Chen Feng focused his spirit to its peak state, channeling all the power within his body into the colossal axe. An aura of terrifying magnitude erupted forth. An aura surpassing all things, shaking heaven and earth. The force carried by this axe strike seemed as if it could split the cosmos, unstoppable and invincible. With all his might, Chen Feng swung the colossal axe. That blow, heavy and powerful, crashed down upon the Bifrost, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed across the realms. Loki, struck by the shockwave, his face twisted in agony, his expression one of pure suffering. Even the time power binding Loki was loosened by the overwhelming sound wave. Loki slowly regained the use of his hands, and the divine energy within him began to seep out. But Chen Feng paid this no heed. The axe, as heavy as Mount Tai, struck the Bifrost again. After several blows, countless cracks appeared on the bridge, spreading wildly in all directions. Another axe fell. The surface of the Bifrost began to shatter, the fractures growing more pronounced. It seemed that just one more strike could sever the bridge entirely. Just then, due to the continuous shockwaves, the time power binding Loki was finally completely dispersed and Loki regained his freedom. Seeing the Bifrost on the verge of being shattered by Chen Feng, "No! Stop right there!" Loki roared in fury, charging forward with a sharp dagger clutched tightly in his hand. "Damn it! This accursed human!" Loki's eyes blazed with rage. He could not allow Chen Feng to destroy the Bifrost or his plans would be utterly ruined, dashing any hope of contending for the throne. For the throne? To become the master of Asgard? So what if Chen Feng was powerful? So what? Now, with eyes reddened by desperation like a gambler who had lost everything, Loki threw caution to the wind. He would stop Chen Feng at any cost. His eyes were bloodshot. His greed for power drove Loki nearly to the brink of madness. But Chen Feng paid him no mind, not even sparing a glance. He swung the colossal axe once more, bringing it down with immense force. Then, before Loki could arrive, the Bifrost shattered with a thunderous crack. Only the endless abyss remained. No! Witnessing this, Loki's eyes nearly split open, his entire body trembling with fury. It's over. Everything is over. My throne, the master of Asgard. Instantly a murderous glint flashed in Loki's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, his killing intent unmistakable. Die! This human must die! In his rage, Loki thrust his dagger towards Chen Feng's chest. An ant trying to shake a tree. Chen Feng looked at Loki coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Let me send you on your way. As the dagger approached, Chen Feng suddenly leaned back, evading Loki's attack. His right hand struck out, landing a heavy blow on Loki's back. Like a speeding chariot, a colossal force surged into Loki's body. Under the immense power, Loki screamed uncontrollably, his body plummeting toward the abyss. Loki! From behind, Thor, draped in a red cape, rushed over, frantically trying to save Loki. In truth, the thunderous sound of Chen Feng severing the Bifrost shook all of Asgard. Everyone sensed the commotion, and Thor was no exception. Thus, after settling Odin, Thor hastened to the Bifrost without pause. But by the time he arrived, the bridge had already shattered. The only thing Thor could do now was save Loki. After all, he was his brother. Watching Loki die was absolutely out of the question for Thor. Rushing over at lightning speed, Thor caught Loki's hand the moment he fell from the Bifrost. Loki, I've got you. Come up. Thor strained with all his might to pull Loki up, his face flushed crimson and veins bulging on his forehead. Grab my hand now, use your strength. But alas! After the Bifrost was severed, Loki seemed to lose all faith, utterly despondent and crestfallen. Was he to be pulled up by Thor and remain in Asgard watching him become the new king? No, even if I die, I will never witness such a thing. Thor, thank you. A faint complex smile curled at the corner of Loki's lips. Then, under Thor's incredulous gaze, Loki let go of his right hand. His entire form dropped into the abyss, vanishing from sight. No! Loki! Thor roared into the abyss, but by now nothing could be undone. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, watching the brothers' emotional drama with weary boredom, and yawned. After a series of battles, he was a bit tired. Now he should be thinking about how to return to Earth. Chen Feng, why did you push Loki down? After a moment, Thor turned to Chen Feng with a dark expression, demanding an answer. Thor, didn't you see? He attacked me first. I was just defending myself. Besides, you failed to hold him. Are you blaming me? Chen Feng shrugged nonchalantly, utterly unconcerned about Loki's fate. Thor was left speechless. What you say makes sense, but something feels off to me. Speaking of which, can I use Kassadin's spatial ability to teleport myself back to Earth? Maybe I should give it a try. Muttering to himself, Chen Feng waved his hand, and the void around him began to warp. The next moment, a spatial rift appeared beside Chen Feng. It startled Thor, who thought Chen Feng was about to fight him. But Chen Feng simply turned and stepped into the rift, vanishing in an instant. Thor froze, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He felt a pang of guilt. No, it wasn't nervousness, definitely not. Was he, the god of war of Asgard, actually so wary of a mere human? It doesn't work after all. Chen Feng reappeared on the Bifrost, disappointment clear in his eyes. Although Kassadin possessed the power to control space, the void he could traverse was shallow and limited in distance. Returning to Earth from Asgard was still beyond his reach. If only I had the space stone. At this moment, Chen Feng yearned even more for the space stone. With it, he would be like a tiger with wings, able to traverse the universe freely without any restrictions. Chen Feng turned to Thor and asked, Thor, you're still here. Good. Are there any other ways in Asgard to send me back to Earth? This sudden question caught Thor off guard and a surge of fury welled up within him. Damn it. When you chopped down the Bifrost, didn't you think about how to get home? Now you're spouting this pointless hindsight. What good does it do? None. Thor replied curtly. None. Then you'll have to stay in Asgard for a while. If I get bored, you'd better find me some sparring partners, or else I'll have to practice on Asgard itself. Chen Feng said as he began walking toward Asgard, acting as if he were already a guest. Hearing this, Thor felt like cursing. Damn. Can you not threaten me so blatantly? It was then Thor realized how foolish his earlier words had been. This was clearly like keeping a tyrant in Asgard. Thor quickly chased after Chen Feng, completely forgetting about Heimdall. Heimdall, still frozen, watched Thor and Chen Feng recede into the distance, utterly helpless. Not long after Chen Feng left, a golden circular portal appeared before him, revealing a vista of snow-white mountains on the other side. Chen Feng studied it curiously, deeply intrigued. Chen Feng, come back. A gentle female voice emerged from within, startling him for a moment. Who are you? And where is this? Chen Feng fired off a series of questions. Until he was certain he wouldn't step inside. What if it was a trap? Stay calm. I am the guardian of Earth, the Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme. This is Kamartaj beneath the Himalayas. The Ancient One explained slowly. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt somewhat assured and prepared to enter. Thor, it seems I can't stay in Asgard this time. I'll visit again later. You must give me a proper welcome. With that, Chen Feng stepped into the golden portal, which vanished instantly. His presence along with his aura disappeared from Asgard. Chen Feng's parting words left Thor with a headache and a sense of dread. The first time he came, he destroyed the Bifrost. Next time, will he tear down the palace? And welcome. If possible, Thor wished never to see that menace again. Not long after Chen Feng left, Thor returned to the broken Bifrost. Gazing into the pitch-black abyss below, his eyes shimmered with emotion. He thought of Jane far away on Earth. Without the Bifrost, he wondered if he would ever see her again. After staring for a long time, Thor sighed and turned back to the palace. With Odin in slumber and Loki fallen into the abyss, Asgard now rested on Thor's shoulders. He suddenly felt the weight of his burden grow immensely heavier. Through this ordeal, Thor deeply realized his own inadequacy. He was still too inexperienced. The destruction of the Bifrost, while eliminating the threat to Earth and preventing the frost giants from entering Asgard. But it also trapped Asgard's soldiers, and the 9 realms under Asgard's rule might soon fall into chaos. Thor might not yet understand the immense trouble Chen Feng's destruction of the Bifrost would bring to Asgard and the 9 realms. Stepping through the golden portal, Chen Feng arrived at Kamartaj in an instant. Before him stood a woman in a robe, none other than the Ancient One who had appeared during his confrontation with Odin. Chen Feng extended his right hand and said with a grateful smile, Master Gui, thank you for bringing me back to Earth this time. You're welcome, it was also my duty. Master Gui gave a slight bow as if accepting Chen Feng's thanks, but did not extend her hand. This left Chen Feng a bit embarrassed. Ahem, it was his first time being rejected. Just as Chen Feng was about to withdraw his hand, Mordo suddenly stepped forward and firmly grasped Chen Feng's right hand, asking excitedly, was the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard truly destroyed by you? Chen Feng turned to look at Mordo, puzzled as to why Mordo was so agitated. Indeed, the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard has been severed by me. Their so-called planet-destroying weapon no longer exists. Hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Gui nodded. After expelling Odin back to Asgard, her greatest concern had been their use of the Rainbow Bridge to destroy Earth. At that time, they would have had to exert tremendous effort to block the Rainbow Bridge's attack. But now Chen Feng had single-handedly resolved the issue completely. How could I not be stirred? Master Gui, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Many people are anxiously awaiting news of me. Chen Feng imitated Master Gui's gesture and returned a bow. Back on Earth, the first people Chen Feng thought of were Mindy and Tasha. They must be extremely worried after learning of his disappearance. Chen Feng also longed to see them. However, since Gui had brought him to Kamartaj instead of teleporting him elsewhere, there must be a reason. I brought you to Kamartaj for only one purpose, magic. Gui made no attempt to conceal her intentions and stated them directly. Magic? Are you going to teach me magic? Chen Feng pointed at himself, a look of astonishment on his face. Surprise and disbelief. Master Gui nodded. Yes, I hope you can learn the magic of camouflage. The strength and talent Chen Feng had displayed had impressed Gui. The future of Earth required Chen Feng to protect it. Gui herself also intended to pass on the position of Sorcerer Supreme to Chen Feng, allowing him to continue guarding Earth against incursions from the Dark Dimension. Will you personally teach me magic? Chen Feng was more eager to know this answer. Of course. I will explain the principles of magic to you, and you may peruse all the tomes in the library. Truly mastering magic ultimately depends on yourself. I am merely a guide. Gui revealed a gentle smile and quietly awaited Chen Feng's answer. There are also many magic-wielding mages in the League of Legends. If I could combine the magic of Runeterra with that of camouflage, I might achieve an unimaginable height. As he pondered, a new idea suddenly emerged in Chen Feng's mind. Runeterra had ascended beings like the ancient sorcerer Zerath and the Rune Guardian, the wandering mage Rise, among others. They all commanded the purest magic of Runeterra. Although Chen Feng had not yet acquired these champions, it was only a matter of time. For now he'll master the magic of camouflage first. Later he'll combine it with the magic of Runeterra, and the fusion of the two will surely produce extraordinary new magic. With these thoughts, Chen Feng beamed at Gui and nodded. I agree. I can stay at camouflage to study magic. Hearing Chen Feng's response, Gui's slightly tense heart relaxed. Mortal, prepare a room for Chen Feng. He will be learning magic with us for some time. Gui then left with Mortal. She still had her own affairs to attend to and could not stay with Chen Feng. Mr. Chen Feng, please follow me. Mortal gestured for Chen Feng to follow, leading him toward a distant building. From the looks of it, that was where guests were housed. Mr. Chen Feng, this is the first time I've seen the Sorcerer Supreme so warmly receive anyone. You must have great talent for learning magic, Mortal chatted along the way. Perhaps, Chen Feng replied tersely without engaging further since he wasn't very familiar with Mortal. Chen Feng, you're wrong there. The Sorcerer Supreme never misjudges people. You surely possess remarkable talent. And judging by the Sorcerer Supreme's demeanor, she seems inclined to make you the new Sorcerer Supreme to wield the Eye of Agamotto and protect Earth. Mortal dismissed Chen Feng's words, flattering him somewhat. Chen Feng said nonchalantly, Master Gui has her own considerations. I'm simply interested in magic. Chen Feng felt there was an underlying meaning in Mortal's words, but he didn't bother to guess. Anyway, after learning magic, he would just pack up and leave. What Sorcerer Supreme? Protecting Earth. Chen Feng couldn't care less about such things. Don't you believe me? I have a feeling. Besides. By the way, do you have a phone here? I need to make a call. Chen Feng bluntly interrupted Mortal, unwilling to continue this tedious topic. A phone? There's none here. But once you master magic, you won't need a phone. Mortal shook his head. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt troubled. I should have brought a phone with me. Then I could have let Mindy and Tasha know my situation so they wouldn't worry. Before reaching the room, Mortal kept rambling to Chen Feng about talent and the inheritance of the Sorcerer Supreme. The implication was clear. He seemed to be pressuring Chen Feng into admitting that his purpose was to inherit Gui's position as Sorcerer Supreme. From Mortal's tone, Chen Feng could clearly sense a hint of jealousy, even resentment, toward the favorable treatment Gui had shown him. Chen Feng didn't understand why Mortal harbored such emotions, nor did he want to know. Joking. If he really tried to mess with me? Ha! Chen Feng have 100 ways to make him regret it. Anyway, he was staying here only to learn the magic of camouflage. Once he mastered it, he would return to New York, which was his true home. However, what Chen Feng didn't know was that Mortal was once a hereditary noble. To learn magic, he had proactively sought out Master Gui, and it was only after a long time that Gui accepted him. During his study of magic, Mortal also displayed his talent, advancing rapidly and soon becoming the strongest among all the new mages. It was at that time that Mortal began to see himself as Gui's successor, the future Sorcerer Supreme, behaving as if he were superior to others. He often made decisions on his own, acting like a minor leader. During this period, Gui's indulgence toward Mortal's behavior naturally led him to believe that she was grooming him as her successor. That was why, upon seeing Gui's warm reception of Chen Feng, he grew jealous. Consequently, Mortal kept probing Chen Feng's thoughts. Mo Du mistakenly believed that he wanted Jiang Chen to openly acknowledge his desire to inherit the position of the Supreme Sorcerer. From the very beginning, Master Gui had no intention of making Mo do the new Supreme Sorcerer. She had a better candidate in mind aside from Chen Feng. Of course, Chen Feng had no intention of becoming the Supreme Sorcerer either. He merely wished to understand the laws of this world. In response to Mo's incessant questioning, Chen Feng chose to ignore him, quickening his pace to step outside the room, finally freeing himself from the clinging Mo. Even in a paradise like Taiji, human hearts were still restless. Chen Feng sighed, then cast aside all distracting thoughts. Now he simply wanted a good night's sleep to rest. After battling against Thor and Odin and even going to Asgard to sever the Rainbow Bridge, all these unbelievable events had unfolded in Chen Feng's life. Any other person would find it hard to believe, perhaps even cursing him as insane. Exhausted in both body and mind, Chen Feng fell asleep the moment he lay on the bed. Meanwhile, back in his room, Mo's face turned pale as he conjured a sharp knife with magic in his hand, muttering to himself, "Still pretending in front of me. I've seen through your desire for the position of Supreme Sorcerer long ago. If you truly want to compete with me, you'll end up in a dire situation." With a whoosh, the magic projectile was thrown, embedding itself into the wall before him. A cruel glint flickered in Mo's eyes. Whoever dared to vie for the position of Supreme Sorcerer with him would only face death. The next day in the morning, Chen Feng stretched and finally rose from his bed. Although he had slept on a wooden board, he felt quite comfortable. Upon entering the hall, Master Gui was already seated, as if waiting for Chen Feng. All the sorcerers were training, some strengthening their bodies, others practicing spells. Those who studied magic might not excel in close combat, but that did not mean they were weak. On the contrary, their physicality was even stronger than that of ordinary people. "Chen Feng, today I will explain the principles of magic to you." With that, Master Gui stood and approached Chen Feng. Placing her finger on Chen Feng's forehead, the environment around them shifted in the next moment. Chen Feng seemed to enter another dimension where a kaleidoscope of colors filled the space and all sorts of bizarre creatures appeared in his view. In the next moment, these entities underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into even more arcane objects. Amidst the constant change, it felt as if something primordial was guiding them, becoming the central axis. Suddenly, the space around them shifted and both Chen Feng and Master Gui found themselves in a realm of overlapping dimensions. Everything appeared so minuscule. The space expanded and flipped upwards, passing through their bodies with unfathomable intricacies. Chen Feng stared in awe at the spectacle before him, yet the profundity of magic seemed to open a new door for him. Seeing this, Master Gui smiled and waved her hand, causing the heavy space to vanish, transforming into a place familiar to Chen Feng, Brooklyn. With another wave of her hand, the scenery shifted to Washington, D.C. After displaying a series of remarkable locations, Master Gui returned them to their original state. They returned to the hall of Taiji, surrounded by simple wooden furnishings. "This is the world of magic and the essence of its principles. I've given you the most fundamental concepts, now you must learn and explore them yourself." Having said this, Master Gui resumed her seat, no longer uttering another word. Chen Feng nodded in understanding and slightly bowed to Master Gui before stepping outside. The next place he needed to go was the library, which housed the treasures of magical tomes. Learning was a personal endeavor, and now it was up to Chen Feng to comprehend. Practicing magic in the training ground, Mo clenched his fists as he watched Chen Feng's seemingly enlightened expression, recalling his own memories of apprenticing under Master Gui. Back then, Master Gui had sent him directly to the library to learn the most basic principles of magic. Only after he had grasped a certain level of magic did she begin to teach him the principles. But what about now? Chen Feng receiving such treatment only indicated that Master Gui intended to nurture him as her successor. After spending decades to reach his current status, he vowed not to let a mere youth ruin it. Mo thought to himself, his piercing gaze fixed on Chen Feng until he disappeared from view. It was clear Chen Feng had become Mo's number one enemy. Before long, Chen Feng arrived at the library. He politely asked the librarian, "Mr. Wade, as a novice in magic, which books should I start with?" "A beginner, huh? The true explanation of magic origins and basic theory of magic are the most suitable for you." After pondering for a moment, Wade informed Chen Feng of their exact locations. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude and quickly found the two books, beginning to read them earnestly. However, as he held basic theory of magic, his head began to feel heavy. "What the hell? It's so thick. I feel as if I'm back in school enduring a torturous life." While he thought this Master Gui had already explained the principles of magic to him, but truly learning magic was an entirely different matter. At least for now, Chen Feng couldn't assimilate the knowledge from basic theory of magic with the profound scenes he had witnessed. He felt as if his mind was a muddled mess if the magical knowledge seemed like ancient texts incomprehensible in their inherent meaning. After a while, Chen Feng muttered an expletive and set aside basic theory of magic, opting instead to look at true explanation of magic origins. A different book, yet the same problem persisted. Chen Feng couldn't connect the principles of magic that Master Gui had shown him with the actual text. After browsing for a considerable time, Chen Feng not only made no progress but instead became even more confused. Could it be that I truly lack the potential to learn magic? This doubt arose in Chen Feng's mind. Next, Chen Feng set aside the two most basic magic books and turned to explore more advanced tomes. Perhaps these overly simplified magic books weren't suitable for someone like him who already grasped the principles. If those more profound texts might be a better fit. However, after reading through them, Chen Feng realized he had been overly optimistic. The advanced magic books were even more incomprehensible. Chen Feng skimmed through them like a passenger on an airplane, but he didn't gain any useful knowledge. Everything that entered his mind was discarded in the next moment. As he walked out, Chen Feng felt his mind was foggy. He hadn't understood or retained any magical knowledge. Yet for the sake of the arcane magic, Chen Feng persevered through the headache, determined to continue reading. After all, the world Master Gui had shown him and the mysterious techniques were captivating. All of this made Chen Feng yearn for more. He spent a full 8 hours in the library before stumbling out in a daze. As he exited, he completely ignored Wade's greeting, his mind filled with incomprehensible magical symbols and texts. Chen Feng felt that if he stayed inside for even one more second, he would definitely go insane. Perhaps I'm just not cut out for this. Walking down the street, Chen Feng naturally thought to himself, every profession has its experts. Now he could finally grasp the true meaning of this phrase. As Chen Feng walked along the path, he was closely watched by Mo Du, who was hiding in the shadows. Observing the dejected expression on Chen Feng's face, Mo Du's expression fluctuated, uncertain of Chen Feng's situation. Is this brat truly troubled by magic, or has he made some progress? Mo Du pondered, drawing from his own experiences. This expression definitely indicated he was troubled by magic. But at this moment the subject was Chen Feng, someone who had been guided by Master Gui before learning magic. It was very likely that his experience was unlike that of an ordinary person, so Chen Feng might have actually learned a lot. Still pretending, you little brat. Don't even think about taking the position of Supreme Sorcerer. Mordo's eyes flickered with a chilling murderous intent as he gazed at Chen Feng. As long as Chen Feng existed in this world, the title of Sorcerer Supreme would remain one step further away. Only by erasing Chen Feng from this world could the threat be eliminated. Therefore, Chen Feng, you must die. Mordo made up his mind. The path to becoming Sorcerer Supreme was always fraught with thorns, as the Ancient One had rightly said. But I will clear all obstacles along the way. As Chen Feng's figure gradually receded, Mordo returned to his room to devise a plan. Back in his room, unaware of Mordo's intentions, Chen Feng reluctantly recalled the magical knowledge he had seen that day, determined to try once more. Yet the result remained unchanged. Chen Feng failed once again. Oh well, things will sort themselves out. He'll deal with it tomorrow, or perhaps seek guidance from the Ancient One. With such thoughts, Chen Feng collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. In the following days he practically lived in the library, only to return each day disappointed. Still, it wasn't entirely fruitless. At least he had grasped the most basic magical knowledge, though he remained unable to cast spells. As time passed, the secret of Chen Feng's inability to use magic gradually spread, becoming known to most mages in Camartage. Many mages envied Chen Feng. This brat, personally taught by the Ancient One, couldn't even use magic. Look at his brutish build, he's clearly not cut out for magic. What exactly did the Ancient One see in him? Strong and good at fighting? This man has no right to stay in Camartage, let alone aspire to inherit the title of Sorcerer Supreme. He's living in a dream. More and more mages harbored resentment toward Chen Feng, believing he should no longer remain in Camartage. However, the Ancient One did not heed these opinions. She still believed that Chen Feng could find the truth of magic. For the Ancient One had placed her hopes for the future upon Chen Feng. As for the slander, Chen Feng paid it no mind, refusing to engage with these detractors. You say I can't do it? They'll do it just to prove you wrong. They'll make you eat your words. With this resolve, Chen Feng tirelessly studied the magic. Though he made progress, the final results remained unsatisfactory. Another evening, Chen Feng returned from the library, his mind brimming with magical knowledge, his spirit somewhat weary. On his way back, he encountered scornful glances conveying that he should leave. Chen Feng dismissed them as insignificant, completely ignoring them. Even the Ancient One had said nothing, yet these grasshoppers jumped about with glee. Sighing deeply, Chen Feng prepared to rest when he suddenly realized he could summon a hero again today. Instantly, his weary heart surged with energy. He communicated with the system in his mind. System, today you must give me a hero proficient in magic, preferably the ancient wraith, Zerath. Chen Feng silently prayed within. Even if he ignored those people, their behavior still irritated him immensely. Having a chance to teach them a lesson would be ideal. Activate. Chen Feng shouted inwardly, his eyes fixed on the spinning wheel before him. He hoped that this time the system would heed his plea. Slowly the wheel decelerated and the pointer finally stopped. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rune mage, Rise. Please check the hero interface. The next moment the system's voice resounded in Chen Feng's mind. Rise? That immensely famous rune mage? Chen Feng's tense face finally broke into a joyful smile. Good. Excellent. It didn't disappoint my expectations. Then in the hero interface, Chen Feng saw the newly acquired hero shining brightly. Rise. In Runeterra, Rise is one of the greatest mages, and his understanding and mastery of magic are unparalleled. In his youth, Rise witnessed his homeland being destroyed by a red rune, and from then on he embarked on the path of collecting and sealing runes. The magic of all Runeterra fundamentally originates from the world runes. They are the very source of magic. In the process of collecting world runes, Rise deepened his understanding of the principles behind these runes, mastering them thoroughly. Thus Rise eventually became a grand mage proficient in magic, reaching the peak of power. Looking at Rise before him, a glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Excitement, thrill, and anticipation. The grand mage who mastered the deepest magic of Runeterra combined with the magic of the Marvel world, what sparks would fly. It was highly anticipated. Chen Feng wanted to rush into the library immediately to test it out. But unfortunately the library had already closed its doors near midnight. Everything had to wait until tomorrow. All night he couldn't sleep from excitement. He eagerly studied the runic magic that Rise commanded. As long as Chen Feng used the hero Rise, he could become a grand mage proficient in rune magic, effortlessly casting all kinds of spells. This undoubtedly gave Chen Feng great confidence, believing that he would achieve significant progress the next day. That night was the longest Chen Feng had ever spent in Camartage. He eagerly awaited the dawn, yearning for the bright sunlight to appear on the horizon. At the break of dawn, Chen Feng directly entered the library. Wade was just opening the library door, tidying up a few things. Did someone just greet me? By the time Chen Feng's figure disappeared among the bookshelves, Wade reacted, glancing around suspiciously. There was no one. Only the breeze from outside. Am I starting to have auditory hallucinations? Wade muttered to himself, then smiled helplessly. I must be getting old. At that moment, Chen Feng, deep among the bookshelves, was completely absorbed in the knowledge of magic, oblivious to the outside world. Now Chen Feng only wanted to focus on magic and learning. The magic of Runeterra and the magic of the Marvel world, though belonging to different realms, shared remarkable similarities. Magic was truly wondrous. Once you mastered one form, you could quickly grasp others through analogy, leaving behind all mundane distractions. As time passed, Chen Feng, now proficient in rune magic, gradually comprehended the magic of the Marvel world. Combined with the magical principles the Ancient One had shown him earlier, everything suddenly clicked and he understood it all. When one truly understands something, they easily become immersed in it. Chen Feng was in such a state, the vast ocean of magical knowledge in the library captivating him as he learned and observed with fervor. Eating and sleeping were completely forgotten. Aside from necessary bodily functions, Chen Feng devoted all his time to learning magic. He aimed to master the magic of the Marvel world in the shortest time possible, reaching the level of the Ancient One. Though it sounded like a fantasy, Chen Feng was genuinely confident. Sorcerer Supreme, where has Chen Feng gone? I haven't seen him for days. In the hall, Mordo asked the Ancient One with confusion. He has now understood the truth of magic, the Ancient One said lightly without elaborating. Mordo, you need not concern yourself with Chen Feng. I will handle it. You should focus on assisting the other disciples, the Ancient One added, looking at Mordo. Yes, Sorcerer Supreme. Hearing this, Mordo nodded outwardly. However, his hatred for Chen Feng intensified within. Damn that Ancient One. She must be secretly giving Chen Feng extra lessons. Leaving the hall, Mordo clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, his eyes filled with resentment. Ultimately, the Ancient One had never taken him seriously nor ever considered him as the successor to the Sorcerer Supreme. Everything before was just a deception and illusion created to make him work as her laborer. Furious, Mordo twisted the Ancient One's past actions into a different meaning, emitting a dangerous aura. Ancient One, Chen Feng, you want take the position of Sorcerer Supreme from me? Mordo fell into madness, his reason completely consumed by rage. On the fourth day, Chen Feng had been in the library for 4 days without food or drink. During these 4 days, he voraciously read every magic book, nearly going through the entire library. This brought him a deeper understanding of marvel magic. The magical principles taught by the Ancient One seamlessly integrated with the knowledge in the books. Moreover, Chen Feng attempted to connect the runic magic with marvel magic. He conceived a grander idea to create a new form of magic by combining rune magic and marvel magic. If successful, it would be a unique magic in the world entirely under his control. But the difficulty of creating new magic far exceeded Chen Feng's expectations. At least for now, he had no clue. Another day passed and Chen Feng had finished reading all the magic books in the library. His mastery of marvel magic had reached a level of proficiency such that even against Mordo, who had studied for a long time and achieved some success, he would not be at a disadvantage. However, to confront the Ancient One, Chen Feng could only rely on runic magic. That was his deepest mastery. As for the mystic arts, they were still not refined enough to contend with the Ancient One. Logically speaking, Chen Feng had only studied the mystic arts for 5 days, merely skimming through the library's magical tomes without even attempting a single spell. To think he could rival the Sorcerer Supreme in the mystic arts, are you certain your mind isn't addled? It was nearly time to return. Chen Feng glanced at the books surrounding him, a sudden sense of relief washing over him. All he needed to do now was to master the mystic arts he had learned, bringing them to a level comparable to his runic magic. This process would no longer rely on magical texts but required constant practice. After days without bathing, a strange odor clung to him. Chen Feng scratched his head, releasing a nauseating stench that even he found hard to bear. Disgusting. He had to hurry back for a hot shower or he would surely vomit. Mr. Wade, farewell. Chen Feng darted past him like a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. Wade stood there bewildered. What just happened? Was I hallucinating again? This time Wade was utterly perplexed, seriously suspecting he might be suffering from early dementia. He muttered, guess he'll need to find a spell to fix these auditory hallucinations. Wade let out a wry laugh, shook his head, and resumed reading the French transcript in his hands. After nearly 5 days in the library, more and more mages of Camartage began to speak ill of Chen Feng. Where had that kid gone? No one had seen him for days. Had he fled Camartage in shame? That's quite possible. After studying magic for so many days, he couldn't even master the simplest incantation. What a disgrace. We thought he was something special, but he's just a magical idiot. Good thing he left early, or I'd have to train him myself. In the eyes of these ignorant fools, Chen Feng's diligent study in the library had become a form of escapism. Of course, only the Ancient One knew the truth. Chen Feng had not fled, he had been studying in the library all along. From his current state, the Ancient One was full of confidence in him. Though the Ancient One had forbidden Mordo from discussing Chen Feng, he had been monitoring him all along and discovered that Chen Feng was indeed learning within the library. Upon learning that Chen Feng was constantly reading in the library, Mordo sneered, calling it a fool's effort. How laughable. Especially when he saw Chen Feng leave the library with such confidence after just 5 days, he was utterly contemptuous. The library of Camartage held nearly all the magical knowledge of the mystical world, and even he had only grasped a fraction of it. Only those at the level of the Sorcerer Supreme could claim to have mastered all the magic in the library. Yet Chen Feng, after merely skimming through everything, acted so arrogantly. Who did he think he was? The new Sorcerer Supreme? How ridiculous. Mordo's disdain for Chen Feng grew even stronger. Such a man was not only hypocritical but also insufferably arrogant. Why did the Ancient One see fit to make someone like him the Sorcerer Supreme? In what way did Chen Feng surpass him? Since you've come out, I'll show you that magic isn't as simple as you think. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Mordo strode out of his room. Back in his room, Chen Feng enjoyed a hot bath, washing away all the odors before preparing to leave Camartage. He had learned all the magic there was. There was nothing left to hold him here. After packing up, he arrived at the hall, bowed to the Ancient One seated on the floor, and paid his respects. Ancient One, I have mastered the magic. Now I come to bid you farewell. I am leaving Camartage. After all, it was the Ancient One who had brought him back from Asgard and taught him magic. He couldn't just slip away in silence. He had to at least say goodbye. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the Ancient One was visibly surprised but asked calmly, do you not wish to remain in Camartage? No. Chen Feng shook his head immediately. In this godforsaken place with no phone or internet, he would surely go mad. Moreover, Mindy and Teresa were waiting for him in New York. Seeing the resolve in Chen Feng's eyes, the Ancient One knew he could not keep him but decided to try once more. I am advanced in years. The position of Sorcerer Supreme must eventually be passed on. Before he could finish, Chen Feng refused decisively. What a joke. Inherit the title of Sorcerer Supreme. This position, coveted by countless, held no appeal for Chen Feng. He had only come to learn magic with no intention of becoming the Sorcerer Supreme or protecting the earth. Just then Mordo burst into the hall with a group of followers. The Ancient One and Chen Feng looked back in surprise while the other mages of Camartage were utterly confused. What was this about? A send-off? A fight? Mordo, what are you doing with them? Even the usually patient Ancient One was slightly angered by the scene. Sorcerer Supreme, we haven't seen junior brother Chen Feng in days and have missed him dearly. Hearing he was here, we came specially to see him, Mordo said with an unhurried smile, and the other mages nodded in unison. Missed me dearly? Ha! Hearing Mordo's words, Chen Feng almost laughed out loud. With those loathsome sarcastic faces you've shown me, do you really take me for a fool? Sorcerer Supreme, is Chen Feng leaving? Mordo asked, noticing Chen Feng's neatly packed appearance. Upon entering the hall, Mordo had overheard the Ancient One suggesting Chen Feng inherit the position of Sorcerer Supreme, which ignited his fury and made him storm in. He had missed Chen Feng's subsequent explanation. Seeing Chen Feng so well prepared only reinforced Mordo's belief that he was there to seize the title of Sorcerer Supreme. But in the presence of the Ancient One, Mordo forced down his rage and maintained a semblance of calm. I'm here to leave Camartage and inform the Ancient One, Chen Feng said. Chen Feng shrugged, unwilling to waste time here. What? Leave Camartage? Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Chen Feng, you've only been in Camartage a few days. Leaving so soon, are you sure about this? Mordo pressed, feigning concern. Damn it. I was all set to screw you over. How can you just walk away like that? After all the time I've invested, it would all be for nothing. Indeed, Chen Feng replied with a squinting smile. Otherwise, why would I come to bid the Ancient One farewell? Wait, I recall you've been holed up in the library lately, diligently studying magic, right? Mordo grabbed Chen Feng's arm, his face beaming with feigned friendliness. To an outsider, it would seem Mordo genuinely cared for Chen Feng. What's the matter? Chen Feng subtly pulled his hand away, a hint of displeasure on his face. Damn it, who said we were that close? I didn't realize you were that kind of person. I'm not going to have a bromance with you. It's nothing major, just that we senior brothers are concerned about you. We hope you can learn magic and descend the mountain. Mordo flashed what he believed to be a warm and amiable smile and said slowly, if you leave Camartage without learning anything, others might form a bad impression of Camartage in the future. So? Chen Feng asked directly. I hope you can demonstrate the magic you've learned, preferably by sparring with your fellow senior brothers. That way we can identify your weaknesses and provide you with better guidance. Mordo spoke with an air of righteousness. He stared intently at Chen Feng, his gaze laden with meaning, and released an inexplicable pressure as if to compel Chen Feng into agreement. An ordinary mage might have succumbed to such pressure and agreed. But it had no effect on Chen Feng whatsoever. Chen Feng thought to himself, it seems Mordo is dead set on a magical duel with me. I've had enough of him anyway. Since that's the case, why not oblige him? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and grinned. He then turned his gaze to the Ancient One, as she was ultimately the authority here and he needed her approval. Supreme Sorcerer, our intentions are for junior brother Chen Feng's benefit. Please allow us to spar with him. Mordo also turned to the Ancient One and spoke earnestly. The Ancient One looked at the two before her, pondered for a moment and then nodded, but remember, this is to be a friendly match. No one is to be harmed. Yes. Mordo and the mages beside him replied solemnly. Junior brother Chen Feng, please. Mordo extended his hand towards Chen Feng, inviting him to the training ground outside. The group proceeded directly to the training ground. Due to its location at the foot of the Himalayas, a bone-chilling cold wind blew there and snowflakes fell from the sky, making it immensely cold. The Ancient One watched them, a profound light swirling in her eyes. In truth, she had long noticed Mordo's hostility towards Chen Feng but had never called him out on it. Instead, she hoped Mordo could overcome his inner jealousy and greed and not be enslaved by them. After all, although the Ancient One did not intend to pass the title of Supreme Sorcerer to Mordo, she still expected him to become a valuable assistant to the next Supreme Sorcerer. At the very least, to be able to aid the Supreme Sorcerer in times of crisis. She hoped this battle could awaken Mordo, calming his restless heart and focusing all his mind on the cultivation of magic. The Ancient One let out a long sigh and then walked out. Upon arriving at the training ground, Chen Feng and Mordo stood facing each other, their gazes locked. Junior brother Chen Feng, you've just arrived and only have a superficial understanding of magic. Let Mage Han Wei spar with you. You are evenly matched and can learn from each other, identifying your respective flaws. Mordo pointed to a somewhat stout middle-aged man behind him. No need. Actually, I would prefer to spar with you, senior brother Mordo. Although my skills may not match yours, competing with a stronger opponent makes it easier to find my shortcomings and motivates me more. So I implore you, senior brother Mordo, to grant my wish. Chen Feng spoke seriously, his tone seemingly filled with sincerity. Kid, are you looking down on me? Han Wei behind him grew somewhat angry and demanded harshly. Chen Feng cast a contemptuous glance at Han Wei. It's not that I look down on you. With all due respect, aside from the Ancient One, everyone present is trash. These fourth-rate mages were not even worth sparring with. It would only be a waste of my time. Moreover, Chen Feng could tell that these men were all led by Mordo. Even if he fought one, he would inevitably have to face Mordo in the end. It was better to be direct and challenge Mordo. The Ancient One suddenly stepped forward and said firmly, Han Wei, do as Chen Feng says. Seeing that even the Ancient One had spoken, Han Wei silently retreated to the back, casting a venomous glare at Chen Feng along the way. The message was clear: just wait until senior brother Mordo teaches you a lesson. Mordo was taken aback. Supreme Sorcerer, is this really acceptable? The Ancient One said, it's fine. Junior brother Chen Feng, then I shall spar with you. But rest assured, I won't use my full strength. Mordo looked at Chen Feng with impeccable politeness. Uttering a magical incantation, a golden spear materialized in his hand. I, however, will be going all out. Chen Feng replied, defying expectations. At that moment, Chen Feng and Mordo walked to the center of the training ground and a great battle was about to erupt. The others watched from the sidelines. This brat Chen Feng is too arrogant, daring to challenge senior brother Mordo directly. Maybe losing to us would be worse. Losing to senior brother Mordo might save him some face. Does he think he can walk away unscathed? Senior brother Mordo will show him. An inexperienced little brat, still wet behind the ears, daring to challenge senior brother Mordo, utterly overestimating himself. This magic rookie, once defeated by senior brother Mordo, should just get out of Camartage. The crowd buzzed with discussion, none of them believing Chen Feng could win. Mordo had been by the Ancient One's side for a long time and was already the second strongest in Camartage. Chen Feng's recent behavior had also earned him the contempt of these mages. This time Chen Feng did not use any hero card, relying solely on his own strength and his grasp of marvel magic to engage Mordo. He made his move. With a single stride, Chen Feng's speed was incredible, nearly impossible to track. This surpassed the maximum speed an ordinary person could achieve, and even Mordo, a mage who had tempered his body, admitted he was no match. The main reason was the system's silent transformation of Chen Feng's body. After all, every time he used a hero card, his body had to endure their immense power, and over time this environment subtly changed him. In an instant, Chen Feng's feet flashed and he charged before Mordo. With a sweep of golden light, a sharp long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Not good. Mordo reacted at that moment. He thrust his spear towards Chen Feng, but the next moment a golden portal suddenly appeared. Seeing the golden portal before him, Mordo immediately released the spear. Then the golden portal abruptly closed. The entire spear was severed in two and then dissipated directly in midair. What? Mordo's pupils constricted. He broke out in a cold sweat from Chen Feng's attack, his face turning pale. Fuck. If I had let go a moment later, it wouldn't have just been the spear that was cut but my hand too. Damn brat, when did he even master such profound magic? Mordo cursed inwardly in anger while quickly retreating. Chen Feng's strength exceeded his expectations. He couldn't let this continue or he would definitely be defeated. If he lost, where would Mordo put his face then? Trying to run? Watching Mordo immediately create distance, Chen Feng sneered. His form flickered and he followed once more. When it came to pure speed, Chen Feng feared no one. In an instant he caught up with Mordo, chanting another magical incantation. With a wave of his hand, countless blades materialized around him, raining down upon Mordo like a tempest. At the same time, Chen Feng brandished his magical longsword, thrusting it toward Mordo with lightning speed. You brat! Faced with the dense onslaught, Mordo found no escape and could only condense two shields before him, fury blazing in his heart. Ha, too naive! Chen Feng chuckled as the ripples of magic spread in all directions. Before the sky-filling blades, a golden light suddenly appeared. Then in the blink of an eye the blades vanished, only to reappear behind Mordo. This sudden turn of events, even Mordo, caught off guard, could not anticipate it and had to spin around at his fastest speed. His dual shields barely managed to block the endless blades, but his back, left unguarded, was completely exposed before Chen Feng. Though forged from magic, these swords were no less formidable than real weapons. With a single swing, a terrifying sword aura enough to shake heaven and earth swept toward Mordo's back. At the critical moment, Mordo let out a long roar, unleashing his strongest power without reservation. The surging magic tore apart everything around him. The next moment a golden circle appeared beneath his feet and he stepped into it without hesitation. Yet even so he was a beat too slow. The sword aura behind him still struck his back fiercely. Boom! A heavy sound rang out. Mordo emerged from the golden circle, stumbling and falling ungracefully to the other side of the training ground. A bloody wound gaped across his back. His aura was withered, on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Chen Feng took a step, appearing beside Mordo in a flash, his magic sword aimed at him. He said calmly, "Senior brother Mordo, you have lost." Chen Feng's expressionless face and flat tone seemed to declare to all present that this was merely a trivial feat. Shock. The entire assembly was stunned. The disciples stood agape, eyes wide, staring at the two figures in the arena, Chen Feng, who stood aloof with his sword coldly proclaiming victory, and Mordo sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. This stark contrast deeply stirred the hearts of everyone present. Is this still the magic idiot we knew? Wasn't that golden circle already a high-level spell? I can only condense a dagger right now, but he's already forging a longsword. Someone tell me, am I dreaming? Is all this fake? Everyone was struck dumb. Holy crap. That's insane. In just a few short days, Chen Feng had defeated Master Mordo, who had studied under the Ancient One for decades, and it was a crushing victory. No tricks. Beyond disbelief, the crowd was filled with awe. No wonder the Ancient One valued him so highly. He was a true magic prodigy. At that moment, under the gaze of all, Chen Feng walked expressionlessly to the Ancient One's side and asked flatly, "If no one else wants to spar with me, I'll take my leave." Chen Feng's eyes swept the room. Mordo's lackeys all lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. Some even took a step back, their foreheads and backs drenched in cold sweat. An indescribable fear. That icy stare made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, wishing only for Chen Feng to leave quickly. Too terrifying? Why the hell did you hide your strength all this time? They muttered inwardly. The Ancient One sighed. Chen Feng, if you wish to leave, I cannot stop you. But I hope you will remember Camartage and lend us your aid when needed. Chen Feng said nothing. With a wave of his hand, a crackling rift opened beside him, glowing with deep light. Without pausing, he stepped into it and vanished from Camartage. Such talent, even if he never became the Sorcerer Supreme, would surely make him one of Earth's most crucial protectors. The Ancient One gazed at the closing rift, lost in thought for a long moment, murmuring to herself, "Why aren't you taking your senior brother Mordo back for healing?" She barked at the cowering mages, still trembling with their heads bowed. Her tone carried a note of disappointment, as if lamenting the lack of promise. If these mages were all she had to rely on, the future of Camartage looked bleak. Still the Ancient One had another successor in mind, one who could lead Kamartaj and the mages of Earth. Stepping out of the rift, Chen Feng looked at the familiar surroundings and let out a long breath. Finally back. Without lingering, he headed straight home. It had been only 10 days since Chen Feng left New York, but the house felt cold and empty. No one. He scanned the room but found no sign of Mindy. She must have been taken by Frank or Tony. Chen Feng dialed Tony's number and asked directly, "Hey Tony, is Mindy with you?" Chen Feng? You're back. Tony's voice, filled with surprise and joy, still held a note of disbelief. Of course it's me. Tell me quickly, is Mindy there? Tony's affairs were none of his concern. Mindy was all that mattered to Chen Feng. After a long pause, Tony finally collected himself and said, "Well, Frank wanted to look after Mindy, but he's been too busy, so he asked Pepper to take care of her." "Tony, you talk too much." Chen Feng hung up abruptly and a rift appeared before him. The next moment, he arrived at Tony's house. "Where's Mindy?" Chen Feng asked the stunned Tony. Tony's mind was reeling. Tony stammered, You're at my house." Seconds ago he was complaining about Chen Feng hanging up on him, and now the man stood before him. This method was no less impressive than Asgard's Bifrost. "Didn't I say? Mindy is with Pepper at Stark Tower. I'm not about to babysit a kid, too much trouble." "I've already told Pepper I don't want kids," Tony muttered, but by then Chen Feng had already vanished. Tony stared at the spot where Chen Feng had been, a vein bulging on his forehead. Damn. Does he think my place is a revolving door, coming and going as he pleases? At that moment a rift opened inside Stark Tower. Chen Feng stepped out, hands behind his back, and immediately spotted the little girl working. Admittedly, Tony had done well in handing over the company to Pepper, leaving himself little more than enjoying the fruits of labor. "Chen Feng?" Pepper was startled. Her reaction was identical to Tony's, which Chen Feng had come to expect. "Yes, it's me. So where's Mindy?" He cut straight to the chase, as he didn't see Mindy here. "She's in the next room. Shall I take you there?" Pepper was still a bit dazed but began to rise. "No need, keep working. I can go alone." Chen Feng smiled at her, then vanished from the office in an instant. What just happened? Xiao Wuyang muttered to himself and dialed Tony's number. Chen Feng, who had arrived at the side bedroom, saw Ming playing an electronic game inside, and a wicked smile spread across his face. Got him. A flicker of light danced in his eyes. Chen Feng knew Ming was engrossed in a bloody game again. He didn't make a sound, just stood by the side quietly counting the seconds as he watched Ming. It seemed Ming had grown a little taller, and the aura around her felt fresher. Could it be that she missed me too much every day? Chen Feng couldn't help but indulge in a bit of narcissism, while Ming Di remained completely unaware that someone had entered her room. Phew, finally beat that level. Next one, let's go. Just then Ming Di suddenly turned around and immediately spotted Chen Feng standing at the doorway. Her sparkling eyes blinked several times. Ming Di seemed frozen, staring intently at Chen Feng. Silence. Utter silence. The air was extremely still. Chen Feng said nothing, only smiled at Ming Di, giving off a feeling as gentle as a spring breeze. Chen Feng, is it really you? Ming Di seemed incredulous, asking cautiously, afraid this was just another dream from which she'd wake to find Chen Feng gone. Silly girl, of course it's me. Chen Feng walked over slowly and tenderly. Don't come closer. Stay right there. Suddenly Ming Di shouted loudly, stopping Chen Feng in his tracks. Chen Feng was bewildered, having no idea what Ming Di meant. I need to see if this is a dream, Ming Di murmured to herself, then gave herself a hard slap. Ow. That hurts. Oh, Chen Feng, you haven't disappeared. This isn't a dream, it's real. At that moment realization dawned on Ming Di, and she threw herself into Chen Feng's arms, her eyes red and tears streaming uncontrollably. What, Chen Feng, where did you go? You were gone so long I thought you were dead. You scared me to death. You have to make it up to me, you hear? Ming Di clung tightly to Chen Feng, refusing to let go, terrified he would vanish again. She cried her heart out, enough to move even the most hardened soul to tears. All right, I promise, Chen Feng said, both amused and exasperated, gently patting Ming Di's head and offering endless reassurances. Then from today on, without my permission, you're not allowed to leave me like that again or disappear without a trace. And you have to take me to fun places every day for dates and... Once Ming Di started talking, she chattered on non-stop. Chen Feng's head began to ache and he could only smile wryly. Fine, I agree to everything you say. After much coaxing from Chen Feng, Ming Di finally fell silent, nestling tightly in his arms. The front of Chen Feng's clothes were soaked with her tears, a testament to how much she had missed him. The two held each other for a long time. Finally they parted reluctantly, but Ming Di still firmly grasped Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng said, "Let's go say hello to Sister Pepper and then we'll head home." He led Ming Di out of the bedroom. In the office, Pepper had already calmed down. Seeing Chen Feng emerge, she smiled and asked, "Are you heading back? Sorry for troubling you to take care of Ming Di these past few days. You'll take her back now so you won't have to worry." "I didn't cause any trouble for Sister Pepper at all. We had a great time," Ming Di immediately retorted like an angry little lioness. "Ming Di is right, we had a lot of fun. If you ever get the chance, feel free to come visit me again," Pepper said with a slight smile and a nod, clearly fond of Ming Di. Especially when she had called Tony earlier and heard him say he didn't want children, Pepper had scolded him fiercely before angrily hanging up. Chen Feng hadn't expected Ming Di and Pepper to get along so well. He could only reply with a wry smile, "Sure, I'll bring Ming Di to play again sometime." "Well then, goodbye, Miss Pepper." "Thank you. Bye-bye, sister." After a brief exchange, Chen Feng led Ming Di out of Stark Tower. Along the way, Ming Di was overjoyed, dragging Chen Feng all over New York to play at various fun spots. To make it up to Ming Di, Chen Feng joined in her wild fun. SHIELD Headquarters. After receiving Tony's call, Nick Fury finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. But soon his expression turned stern as he looked at the technical agents and asked in a low voice, "Why did I have to hear from Tony that Chen Feng was back? Can any of you answer me that?" Indeed, Chen Feng's safe return was good news. But it also exposed SHIELD's technological shortcomings. They couldn't even detect him in time. Silence. Everyone fell silent. They truly hadn't spotted Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng had used void teleportation and SHIELD's current technology was nowhere near capable of monitoring the void. It was understandable that no one had immediately found Chen Feng. "Director, you can't blame them entirely. The abilities Chen Feng used are beyond our imagination. We should give them more time." Hill interjected on behalf of the agents beside Nick Fury. In truth, she understood the challenges of developing new technology better than most, so she also knew how hard they worked. "Hill, I only have one thing to tell you: time is running out. Even the Asgardians have come to Earth. Who will be next? How powerful will they be? We can't predict, but they'll certainly be no less formidable than the Asgardians." Director Fury looked at Agent Hill with a grave expression, then turned to the researchers and shouted, "I want you to upgrade all high-tech equipment in the shortest possible time to a level capable of countering alien technology." The Asgardian invasion had clearly served as a wake-up call for Nick Fury, making him realize the immense burden on his shoulders. And most critically, there was little time left for Earth. "You'll go check on Captain Rogers." After saying this, Fury hurried away. Captain America Steve Rogers had recently been found by SHIELD agents in an iceberg along with a cube-shaped crystal, the Tesseract. It had been handed over to Dr. Eric Selvig for analysis to uncover the energy hidden within. But for Nick Fury, Captain America was the most important asset, a key member of the Avengers. Although the Avengers initiative had yet to be approved by the World Security Council, Fury believed that once he assembled this group, they would have no reason to oppose it. Chen Feng spent almost the entire day accompanying Ming Di on outings. Happy times always passed quickly, making one forget many things. Thus the matter of calling Natasha was forgotten by Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, there's a huge real-life shooting range ahead. Let's go play there." After spending time with Chen Feng, Mindy completely transformed into a little girl, no longer the cold, ruthless, and decisive hit girl. Even though there were far more powerful weapons at home, Mindy still preferred playing live-action CS with Chen Feng. "Alright, since I promised you." Chen Feng nodded helplessly. After all, he had promised to accompany Mindy, though he was already feeling somewhat weary. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, Chen Feng felt a chill creeping down his spine, a sense of unease stirring within him. Instinctively he sensed that something unpleasant was about to befall him. However, since he was accompanying Mindy, Chen Feng chose not to dwell on it. If misfortune truly was destined to come, he couldn't stop it anyway. Let it come when it does. After all, with his current strength, Chen Feng feared no adversity. Little did he know the impending event was far from what he imagined. That was so fun, Chen Feng. Let's come here every day from now on, Mindy exclaimed excitedly as she walked out of the venue, a blissful smile gracing her face. Chen Feng smiled. All right. Seeing Mindy so joyful brought him great happiness. It's getting late. Let's head home. Tonight I'll cook for you myself. Chen Feng took Mindy's small hand and led her homeward. Great. Great. I haven't tasted your cooking in days. The moment she heard Chen Feng would cook, Mindy cheered, her eyes sparkling. Anyone who had ever tasted Chen Feng's cooking would undoubtedly share Mindy's excitement upon hearing those words. He had to admit his Chinese culinary skills were among the finest in all of America. Otherwise Manhattan wouldn't have had crowds waiting daily for Chen Feng's fast food truck. He had even been featured in the New York Times, gaining considerable fame. Back home, Chen Feng began meticulously preparing the meal. Mindy stayed by his side, doing nothing but quietly watching him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with affection. After a delightful dinner, having played and eaten to her heart's content, Mindy fell into a peaceful sleep under Chen Feng's company, her face brimming with happiness. This little girl. Fighting Odin wasn't this exhausting. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh, gently stroking Mindy's head as his mind wandered through 1,000 thoughts. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling so late? Chen Feng looked at the unfamiliar number, puzzled, but still answered the call. Chen Feng, you're back. A magnetic female voice came through the phone and Chen Feng immediately recognized it. Tasha. Why are you calling from an unfamiliar number? Hearing Tasha's voice, Chen Feng's face lit up with a joyful smile. When a woman takes the initiative to call you and shows such concern, it speaks volumes about the depth of her love. I just finished my mission and got news of your return. Tasha's voice carried a hint of joy. Chen Feng replied tenderly, I've missed you too, my dear. But then her tone shifted, becoming stern and reproachful. Missed me? From what I've heard, you've been back since morning and now it's almost midnight, and I'm the one who called you. Chen Feng. Faced with Tasha's barrage of questions, he could almost picture her livid expression. Damn it. No wonder Head felt that ominous chill on his back while playing with Mindy this afternoon. MMP. Now he finally knew the reason. After a moment's pause, a sharp glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he explained with utmost seriousness, you are on a mission. I didn't want to distract you. I only just learned you'd finished and I was about to call you. It was a flawless explanation, and even Chen Feng wanted to applaud himself. I'm a genius. Coming up with a solution so quickly. But Tasha remained suspicious. You knew I was on a mission. Of course. I personally went to the SHIELD headquarters and asked Nick Fury about your whereabouts. Chen Feng lied without a flicker of shame. Alright, then you'll go ask Nick Fury right now. Holy crap. Do you have to be so serious? Chen Feng hadn't expected a woman's mind to be so meticulous. Flustered for a moment, he quickly composed himself. I miss you so much. I long to hear your voice every second. Besides, Nick Fury is probably resting now. Let's not disturb him. No worries, I have 2 phones. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt a surge of irritation. WTF? Carrying 2 phones on a mission, what's wrong with that Fury guy? Doesn't that massively increase the risk? Chen Feng's mind raced, burning through nearly 100 million brain cells in an instant. Right? I can enter the void. My speed surpasses electromagnetic transmission. I can definitely get there before Tasha. Without a moment's hesitation, a rift appeared beside Chen Feng, and the next instant he was inside SHIELD headquarters, but Nick Fury was nowhere in sight. At that very moment, Tasha had already dialed Nick's number. Smiling slyly into the other phone, she said, My knight, care to explain yourself? Say the right thing and I'll hang up this call. Tasha seemed to relish Chen Feng's predicament, speaking with such confidence. Chen Feng kept his composure. How could that be, my dear? Every word I said is the truth. As he spoke, he silently mouthed a question to Agent Hill about Nick Fury's location. A seasoned sharp-witted Agent Hill could easily read his lips. Just as she was about to respond, Chen Feng quickly raised a finger to his lips, motioning for everyone to stay silent. For some reason, at the sight of Chen Feng's gesture, every agent in S. H. I. E. L. D. held their breath, their breathing slowing to a near halt. Agent Hill immediately caught on, pointing in a direction and silently mouthing the answer. Having received the information, Chen Feng flashed an "okay" sign, then vanished into the void, disappearing before the eyes of all the agents. Only then did everyone exhale, returning their breathing to normal. They looked at each other in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. This unimaginable ability left every S. H. I. E. L. D. agent present utterly astounded. Was that Tasha's voice on the phone just now? Hill hesitated, recalling the alto familiar voice. The next moment Chen Feng appeared in a room marked, "Do Not Disturb," and finally found Nick Fury. At that moment Fury was about to answer Tasha's call. He was startled to see Chen Feng, his face a mask of shock. He tried to speak, but Chen Feng clamped a hand over his mouth, silencing him completely. Seizing this moment, Chen Feng rapidly mouthed his purpose to Nick Fury, wondering why Fury still wasn't answering his phone. On the other end of the line, Natasha stared suspiciously at the unanswered call, her heart filled with unease. That Nick Fury fellow might be resting now. I'll ask him about your whereabouts tomorrow. Let's not disturb his rest, that wouldn't be good. Chen Feng artfully diverted the topic, conveying all his intentions to Nick Fury without reservation. Only then did Nick Fury nod, giving Chen Feng a reassuring look. Chen Feng dispelled the magical bindings on Nick Fury, who then answered the call. Chen Feng himself re-entered the void and returned home. "Director, what were you doing? It took you so long to answer." Natasha's tone carried a hint of complaint. "I was dealing with Avengers matters. Is there something you need?" After replying, Nick Fury asked immediately. Natasha directly posed the question while Chen Feng remained utterly composed, showing no concern at all. The result was as expected, exactly as Chen Feng had anticipated. It was seamless, perfectly turning his lie into reality. Even after hanging up, Natasha scrutinized everything again. With her years of espionage experience, Chen Feng was definitely up to something. At that moment, Chen Feng, having gained an advantage yet still acting aggrieved, shamelessly asked, "How could I possibly deceive you? Tell me, how will you soothe my wounded heart? Even so, I called you first. You should be the one compensating me," Natasha weakly retorted. Since Nick Fury had said so, she wouldn't truly argue like a child. Chen Feng said with a hint of suggestiveness, "All right, then you'll come and make it up to you tonight. How about that? But I'm in Florida right now, over 1,000 kilometers from New York. How will you get here?" Chen Feng's words delighted Natasha, but the thought of the distance instantly dimmed her expression. "If you're willing, I can come." "Are you willing?" Chen Feng asked nonchalantly. "Of course I am." But before Natasha could finish, a rift suddenly appeared beside her, and the man she had been longing for stood before her. "I told you, if you're willing," Chen Feng said, smiling at Natasha. "My night." There was also Mindy at home. She was probably about to wake up. If she found me gone, she'd surely start questioning. On Natasha's end, Chen Feng had left a note in advance to ease her worries. "Is this forcing me to make a choice?" Chen Feng finally gazed deeply at Natasha, clenching his fists. "A choice? I won't make one. That's what children do. They'll have both." He cast one last profound look at the sleeping Natasha, and as a rift appeared behind him, Chen Feng departed. Back home, Mindy hadn't woken yet. It seemed yesterday's wild fun had left her tired. Chen Feng didn't disturb the sleeping girl and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A standard American breakfast: eggs, toast, and a cup of hot fresh milk. These simple foods under Chen Feng's preparation emitted an irresistible aroma. "Chen Feng, what delicious food are you making now?" Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Mindy, clad in cute pajamas, half awake, wandered into the living room. Chen Feng chuckled, "Little bug, finally awake. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Breakfast is ready." A simple meal, but because of Chen Feng's effort and presence, Mindy's face was radiant with a happy smile. It was the weekend, but Mindy still had to go to school. Though she was extremely reluctant and wanted to skip class to stay with Chen Feng. Under Chen Feng's insistence, Mindy eventually relented and obediently went to school. After sending Mindy off, Chen Feng began pondering how to manage the relationship between Mindy and Natasha. He needed Mindy and Natasha to get along harmoniously. This wasn't particularly difficult for Chen Feng. With a little ingenuity and his smooth-talking skills, he wasn't worried about them not getting along. The beach here was beautiful, even by American standards one of the best. Consequently, many people visited here every year. Throughout the journey, Mindy kept shooting sharp glances at Natasha, complaining bitterly about Chen Feng's decision. As for Natasha, she felt no discomfort. Being an adult who had weathered many storms, she wouldn't stoop to bickering with a little girl. Besides, Chen Feng had been intimate with her countless times. This little girl was still a novice. So Natasha ignored Mindy's resentful eyes and instead smiled at Chen Feng. Chen Feng noticed Natasha's demeanor and was very pleased with her attitude. The only one left to deal with was Mindy, this young girl just entering adolescence. Unable to bear the flirtatious glances between Chen Feng and Natasha, Mindy said irritably, "Chen Feng, I don't want to go to Miami anymore. I want to go home." Chen Feng tried to soothe her. "Mindy, we're almost in Miami now and the car is almost out of gas. We can't go back today." This was the critical moment. Once they got through this, things would become much simpler. "Fine, fine." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mindy immediately turned her head away, her little face puffed up with anger, radiating a palpable sense of grievance that everyone in the car could sense. Mindy is still young. Once she sees the scenery of Miami, she definitely won't feel this way, Natasha said with a conciliatory smile. She could also tell that Chen Feng wanted to improve the relationship between her and Mindy. For her night, Natasha was willing to do this. "Young. I'm not young. I'm 14 already." Mindy suddenly jumped up as if trying to prove herself. "You're not young, indeed you're not." Chen Feng quickly stepped in to smooth things over, glancing at Mindy's chest. This little girl had developed quite a bit recently, turning into a little bun. On the road, both Chen Feng and Natasha could feel Mindy sulking, but things went smoothly and they finally arrived at the Miami beach. The first purpose of coming here was naturally for Chen Feng to mediate the relationship between the two. The other purpose was to admire Natasha's stunning figure in a bikini. As for Mindy, Chen Feng initially had no thoughts about her. But looking now, she actually had some assets too. At that moment, a refreshing sea breeze blew, lifting Natasha's bohemian dress and revealing her perfectly curvaceous figure. Even though he had seen Natasha's body many times, it always gave Chen Feng a refreshing surprise. A sense of novelty and amazement. Natasha always revealed something inadvertently. This was one reason why Chen Feng was so infatuated with Natasha. "Humph." Mindy, seeing Chen Feng's gaze, let out a displeased snort. "I can too. I have this kind of figure too. I can also capture your attention." At that moment, harboring this thought, Mindy vanished from Chen Feng's side in an instant. When she returned, she was wearing a very eye-catching outfit. Chen Feng was stunned. Damn, what was going on in this little girl's head? Tasha walked over to Chen Feng, taking his hand and saying, "Chen Feng, let's go to the beach." Mindy naturally would not show weakness, also grasping Chen Feng's other hand, her eyes revealing an indomitable spirit. In pain there is joy. This is the best descriptor for Chen Feng at this moment. The 2-day trip to Miami seemed shrouded in clouds, with the two of them constantly at odds. However, as time passed, it also indirectly drew them closer. Chen Feng continuously adjusted the situation, playing a significant role. With this trip coming to an end, he began planning the next one. In the days that followed, Chen Feng would intentionally and unintentionally bring the two out together, and as the frequency increased along with Chen Feng's heartfelt confession, Chen Feng felt that the heavy stone in his heart had finally been set down. For a moment he felt light and his breathing became easier. Nick Fury stared intently at the cryogenic chamber before him, his expression serious. It began. Nick Fury issued the command. The technicians of S.H.I.D.L.D. immediately activated the machinery. "Rogers, you must wake up." Nick Fury clenched his fists. Although he had confidence in modern technology, his heart was still filled with anxiety. Time passed swiftly. Inside the cryogenic chamber, the chill surrounding Rogers gradually dissipated, and it seemed he was about to awaken. "Where am I?" he wondered. Slowly opening his eyes, Rogers gazed at the unfamiliar environment before him, his mind a muddle. He had been frozen for too long and his previous memories were now quite hazy. In the vast boundless depths of the universe on a dark planet, Loki looked at the tall muscular figure before him and calmly asked, "Are you sure you will help me return to Asgard?" The tall figure sneered, speaking with extreme confidence, "Of course, Asgardian. The Tesseract has awakened, you just need to help me get it. The throne of Asgard will be yours." At the same time he handed Loki a scepter glowing with light, continuing, "The Chitauri will assist you, do not let me down." After speaking he vanished into the darkness. On the desolate dark planet only Loki remained, gazing at the scepter in his hand. "Chen Feng, the throne of Asgard, you all better wait for me." Soon Loki also left the planet, his eyes filled with the flames of revenge. "Mindy, it's time for school. Today your sister Tasha has gone on a mission, so I'll take you." Chen Feng patted Mindy on her little backside, a proud smile on his face. After more than 4 months of adjustment, guidance, the relationship between Natasha and Mindy finally reached the state that Chen Feng desired. In particular, Chen Feng's domineering declaration astonished both Mindy and him, and the subsequent heartfelt revelations played a decisive role. Especially in the past 2 days, Natasha had come to Chen Feng's home to live with Mindy. What delighted Chen Feng was that Mindy took the initiative to chat with Natasha, sometimes even sharing whispers typical among young girls, excluding him from their conversations. Chen Feng felt both joy and worry, somewhat helpless. After all, resolving the conflict between the two was itself a matter worth celebrating. "Is Sister Natasha leaving?" Mindy blinked her sleepy eyes, her tone a bit forlorn. Chen Feng smiled. "Yes, she has a mission to complete." Mindy sighed and slowly shrank back into her blanket. Without Sister Natasha she didn't even feel like going to school. Chen Feng looked at this scene, chuckling helplessly. Their relationship was too close. It seemed to have its downsides as well. Inside a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D.R. Eric was testing the energy of the cosmic cube. Suddenly the energy of the cosmic cube underwent a mutation. A terrifying wave of energy surged upward, engulfing the base, shaking everyone inside. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, and they all looked towards the cosmic cube with serious expressions. Director, the cosmic cube has suddenly released a surge of energy autonomously. This energy is continuously rising, posing an imminent explosion risk, as if it has been affected by something. Coulson immediately reported the situation to Nick Fury, awaiting his decision. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression changed drastically. "Quickly evacuate all personnel from the base at the fastest speed, and also relocate the prototype of the second phase that is still in development. We must hurry, I'm heading there right now." After hastily issuing his commands, Nick Fury rushed towards the evacuation base. Upon arriving, Nick Fury saw Coulson greeting him and nodded. He directly asked, "How is the evacuation of personnel and the prototype going?" "Most of the personnel have been evacuated and the prototype is still being transported," Coulson reported truthfully. "What?" Nick Fury's expression seemed ready to explode with anger, yet he restrained himself, grimly scolding Agent Coulson, "When the cosmic cube's energy begins to act erratically, you should have evacuated the personnel and the prototype without waiting for my command. Sometimes one must learn to assess the situation and be adaptable." His stern words instantly darkened Coulson's face, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "Even if I had issued orders immediately, the outcome wouldn't have differed much." However, Coulson refrained from voicing this, keeping it buried within. After all, Nick Fury was his direct superior, and given the urgency of the situation, it was understandable for him to express such sentiments. "Dr. Eric, do you know where the problem lies?" Upon spotting Dr. Eric, Nick Fury hurriedly chased after him. "Dr. Eric replied with a serious expression, "The cosmic cube itself is a source of energy. We can currently only detect the small amount of gamma radiation it emits and lack the technology and conditions to control it." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury felt a tinge of disappointment and turned to the person beside him, asking, "Has anything unusual occurred?" "Everyone is fine. I suspect that since the cube serves as a gateway to another part of the universe, the saboteurs might not be here but behind the gate." As soon as these words were spoken, Nick Fury's mind cleared instantly due to Hawkeye's statement, and he rushed to the front of the cosmic cube. The energy of the cosmic cube surged abnormally. A massive wave of energy surged forth, and a blue portal suddenly appeared, opening the gateway to the universe. Loki emerged from the portal holding the scepter, a sinister smile on his face that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. "Everyone get out of here quickly." Nick Fury barked orders, drawing his firearm and aiming it at Loki, sternly saying, "Drop your weapon." Loki coldly glanced at Nick, showing no regard. If you don't, I won't show mercy. Fury's eyes flashed with a determined light, and he had no intention of hesitating to pull the trigger. A beam of energy faster than his movement struck Fury in that instant, sending him flying backward into a dark corner, his fate unknown. Director. Damn it. He reacted in the blink of an eye. Just as he knocked an arrow and prepared to shoot, a faster energy beam knocked the bow from his hands. Coulson looked at Loki with confusion, not understanding why he hadn't killed him. The surrounding agents drew their guns, aiming at Loki, ready to open fire. Yet in the next moment, a surge of immense energy erupted from the scepter. Everyone was instantly struck down by the terrifying shockwave, collapsing to the ground. Loki approached Clint and Dr. Selvig with a smile. I need 2 helpers. In an instant, a sinister red energy emanated from the scepter, instantly taking control of Dr. Selvig and Clint. After controlling them, Loki went to the Tesseract, directly took it, placed it in a briefcase, and vanished from the base. After a while, Fury slowly rose from the ground. Having been a soldier in his early years, he had developed the habit of wearing a bulletproof vest, which thankfully saved his life. Seeing the Tesseract gone, Nick Fury picked up his communicator and called Coulson. The Tesseract has been stolen by the enemy. From this moment on, the war has begun. Fury's grave words on the other end of the line plunged Coulson into deep thought. Needless to say, the power Loki had just displayed far surpassed that of any S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Coulson, I need you to do something quickly. The Avengers initiative must be completed as soon as possible. On the other end of the communicator, Fury's stern voice came again, filled with urgency. Yes, sir. What do you need me to do? Gentlemen, the Tesseract is lost, taken by an Asgardian. I can assure you that more severe consequences will follow, even more terrifying than Odin's invasion. Nick Fury looked at the holographic projection of the council members, his face stern. The Avengers must be assembled. Fury, you're planning to rely on those monsters. That's power you can't control. Even if they can handle the Asgardian, what then? Don't forget the destruction Hulk caused in Harlem. The senator glared, disapproving of Nick's plan, and immediately vetoed it. But Nick Fury was undeterred. The most pressing matter is that an Asgardian god has declared war on us. We can't count on his brother to help us, and Phase 2 is still in development, completely unable to handle the current situation. The priority is to restart the Avengers initiative and gather those extraordinary individuals to deal with this. Otherwise, we can only wait for the U.S. and indeed the entire human world to be destroyed by the Asgardians. Nick Fury's impassioned words plunged the council members into silence. A deathly stillness. They exchanged glances. It seemed that aside from summoning those superpowered monsters, no other agents could handle the situation. After some discussion, most senators supported Nick Fury's plan, allowing him to proceed with the Avengers initiative. In a dimly lit basement, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was practicing boxing. Freshly thawed from the ice, he still struggled to adapt to modern life, spending much of his time training alone in the basement. Occasionally he would visit his old flame Peggy Carter, but time had left its mark on her face. Between them, only the memories of the past remained. Time had changed too much. Director, what brings you here? Nick Fury appeared, approached Rogers, and handed him a file. Captain, it's time for you to step up. This. Rogers took the file with curiosity and began to flip through it. It contained the candidates for the Avengers. For instance, the Hulk who rampaged in Harlem. Tony Stark in his Iron Man armor. Thor wielding Mjolnir. And S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agents Clint and Natasha. And of course a picture of Captain America himself. So I've been in your plans from the start. Rogers closed the file, raising an eyebrow at Fury. That's right, Captain. We've been looking for you. From the look in Rogers' eyes, Nick Fury knew he wouldn't refuse. Damn it, I have to handle this myself. I really need to update the armor. Tony muttered to himself while repairing the power lines for Stark Tower underwater. With the help of the laser from his palm, he finished the repairs quickly. Stark Tower was on the verge of a complete upgrade. Using the arc reactor technology, it would become a self-sustaining energy building. Just as he returned to Stark Tower, Tony found Chen Feng and Mindy there, a puzzled look on his face. Tony, Chen Feng needs to talk to you. Pepper quickly walked over to Tony. Tony looked at Chen Feng, sensing an ominous undertone in his smile. What is it? Tony couldn't stand the feeling. It's good news, of course. As your friend, do you think I'd screw you over? Chen Feng pulled Tony aside, not wanting to embarrass him. Tony thought, damn. Like I'd believe you. With your personality, you'd definitely screw me over. You've screwed me over every time before, and now you're being so enthusiastic. It's definitely nothing good. I haven't even seen my Iron Man armor or the latest weapons yet. Don't tell me you've forgotten. As soon as he opened his mouth, Tony's expression exploded, veins popping on his forehead. Chen Feng thought, see? I told you you'd screw me over. MMP, how did I forget about this? And I came looking for you myself. Tony fell silent as if pondering how to respond. Chen Feng was in no hurry. He had all the time in the world today and could afford to wait him out. Mr. Stark, I need to speak with you. Am I interrupting? Agent Coulson arrived uninvited. No, not at all. Haha, I couldn't be happier. Tony grabbed at the lifeline, ecstatic to see Coulson. He hurried over to Agent Coulson, beaming. What is it? The sudden change in attitude caught Coulson off guard, and he instinctively stepped back. What the hell? Since when was Tony so friendly with him? Coulson then handed Tony the Avengers Initiative file, which contained profiles of various superheroes. But both files had one thing in common: Chen Feng was not included. The main reason was that Chen Feng's power was too great, fearing it would cause panic among the senators. After all, he had fought the Allfather Odin to a standstill, and single-handedly annihilated all the Asgardian soldiers. Such a being, capable of rivaling an entire nation, would undoubtedly strike fear into the hearts of many senators, driving them to devise every possible means to eliminate Chen Feng. The danger is far too great. Tony, I hope you'll accept. The situation is critical now. The Asgardians have already taken the Tesseract. No one knows what their next move will be, but it's bound to be perilous. Perhaps the entire United States won't escape unscathed. Coulson spoke with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Tony's attitude shifted. Initially, he only wanted to use Coulson to shake off Chen Feng, but now the thoughts in his mind had changed. Coulson, is Natasha also out on a mission? Chen Feng suddenly asked from the side, catching Coulson off guard. This usually aloof person was actually initiating a question. That's right, Agent. Natasha has her own tasks. Coulson didn't elaborate. In S. H. I. D. L. D. Every agent's mission must be kept strictly confidential. It was the agency's rule. Seeing that Coulson wasn't going to tell him, Chen Feng didn't mind. He merely wanted to know if Natasha was involved in the plan. Chen Feng, regarding Natasha's matters, I hope you won't interfere. Before he could finish, Chen Feng answered his phone, signaling Coulson to be quiet. Darling, I need to go to a poverty-stricken area in India to bring back Dr. Banner. I know you had a big fight with the Hulk in New York last time, so could you come with me? Natasha's voice carried a hint of pleading as she asked softly. Chen Feng agreed without a second thought, looking for Dr. Banner. Of course, no problem. Agent Coulson, standing nearby, felt nothing but awkwardness. He had just been about to ask Chen Feng not to bother Natasha, and then she called. Ahem. Isn't this a classic case of meddling? Chen Feng twirled his phone and smiled. Folks, you heard that. I'm off to find Dr. Banner now. I'll excuse myself for a while. Mindy, you stay here with Sister Pepper today. I'm going to complete a mission with Sister Natasha, Chen Feng instructed Mindy. Mindy, already aligned with Natasha, naturally agreed, appearing quite obedient. Miss Pepper, I'll leave Mindy in your care. And Tony, don't forget what I just said. With a snap of his fingers, a crack in the void appeared behind Chen Feng. Having said that, he stepped into it and vanished instantly from Stark Tower. Tony and Coulson were both left speechless, staring at each other with wide eyes, each seeing the helplessness in the other's gaze. So exhausting. Chen Feng seemed to be the one person who could always get the better of them both. In no time he appeared beside Natasha. She was in a dilapidated warehouse surrounded by a group of reckless men in black. Just finished. Chen Feng glanced at the men lying on the floor. Of course, darling. Without another word, Natasha leaped into Chen Feng's arms and kissed him deeply. The two embraced tightly in that old warehouse, the air itself becoming hazy. Chen Feng pinched Natasha's bottom and said with a smile, "All right, you little minx, don't you have a mission to complete?" "Yes, but Dr. Banner is in India now, which is a long way from New York," Natasha said with a wry smile. "India? Far from New York?" Did Chen Feng care about such things? Over these past few months, although he hadn't drawn a hero with the power of an ascendant, he had drawn one with the power of a half-ascendant. The Harbinger of the Void, Malzahar. He was an elder of the Void race, even slightly more powerful than Kassadin. Now Chen Feng's mastery over the power of the Void had reached an even higher level. The distance he could traverse and the depth he could enter the Void had both seen a qualitative leap. Moreover, Chen Feng also knew the magic of Kamartage. Through recent practice he had become more proficient with it, making traversing space an effortless task. A rift then appeared before the two. Chen Feng took Natasha's hand and stepped into the void. The next moment they emerged in a slum in India. The place was filled with stinking garbage and haphazardly built shacks made of rags. The environment was even worse than New York's 6th Street. Chen Feng couldn't fathom how Dr. Banner managed to live here. "This way. Dr. Banner is over here." Natasha looked at the display on her watch and led Chen Feng in another direction. Soon they arrived at a dilapidated room and walked straight in. "Who are you?" Seeing Natasha and Chen Feng enter, Dr. Banner appeared very nervous, backing away quickly and even assuming a defensive stance. "Don't be nervous, Dr. Banner. We've come to take you back to New York," Natasha quickly explained, fearing he might run away or get angry and transform into the Hulk. "New York? No, I'm not going back. Leave now." Dr. Banner waved his hand dismissively, refusing outright. Natasha slowly approached Dr. Banner and said sincerely, "But we need your help now. The Asgardians have taken the Tesseract and we don't know what they plan to do. The gamma rays it emits, only you can help us find it." "I'm not going back. Please leave." Dr. Banner turned his head away, issuing an order to leave. "Why? Earth needs your help now or it will be destroyed by the Asgardians." Natasha was getting agitated, her voice rising. "I said I'm not going back." Dr. Banner suddenly spun around and roared in anger. A green glow abruptly surged on his neck and his entire demeanor changed in an instant. Chen Feng pulled Natasha behind him, shielding her. Meeting Chen Feng's gaze, Dr. Banner suddenly snapped out of it. He took a deep breath to calm his heaving chest and turbulent emotions. "Please just go." Dr. Banner seemed somewhat dejected or perhaps worn out. He tried his best to control his anger, but it would always slip beyond his grasp in unguarded moments. Banner didn't want to become that monster, that creature he himself found so repulsive. "I won't go back to New York. Even here I can't control myself. In New York you'll definitely turn into a monster." Banner muttered to himself as he walked deeper into the room. Clearly he deeply loathed his transformation into the Hulk. In truth, Banner lost his memory during the periods he transformed into the Hulk. But every time he saw news reports of the Hulk destroying yet another city, causing countless innocent people to flee in tears and lose their homes, Banner felt an immense pain in his heart. That was precisely why he chose to flee New York, to escape the place he had harmed. From beginning to end, Banner believed he was a monster, a being that only brought danger and destruction to others. Even when Natasha invited him to become a hero who would save the Earth, Banner still saw himself as a monster in his heart. Someone like him who only brought destruction didn't deserve to be a hero. "Chen Feng, what if I could teach you a way to control your anger?" "Control anger?" Banner was momentarily stunned, as if shocked by Chen Feng's words. "What if you could control the Hulk?" Chen Feng spoke again. Chen Feng's words thoroughly shook Dr. Banner. He slowly turned his head to look at Chen Feng, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Really? Can you truly teach me how to control my anger?" It was evident that Dr. Banner desperately wished to escape this volatile state, to master his own body and no longer be dominated by the Hulk. "When it comes to controlling one's anger, I dare say that if I claimed first, no one would dare claim second," Chen Feng stated with unwavering certainty. Even without drawing upon the inspirational wisdom and anger management techniques from his past life, the runic magic and mystic arts he commanded contained numerous spells for tempering rage. With but a small application of his techniques upon Dr. Banner, he could immediately stabilize his emotions, allowing him to seize control of his own heart. Chen Feng. Natasha expressed a hint of concern. After all, she had witnessed firsthand the Hulk's fury when Dr. Banner transformed, a power capable of demolishing an entire city. If Chen Feng were deceiving him, Banner might transform into the Hulk right here, leading to trouble. Chen Feng asserted confidently, "Trust me." Seeing Chen Feng's confident smile put Natasha somewhat at ease. Having witnessed his mysterious and unpredictable abilities, she held deep trust in him. "If you can teach me a method to control my anger that actually works, I will help you search for the cosmic cube." Dr. Banner stated his terms. "Deal." Chen Feng smiled and extended his right hand, but Banner hesitated. "It's fine. Since you've chosen to trust me, give it a try." These words finally prompted Dr. Banner to extend his left hand, grasping Chen Feng's. Determined to be free from the Hulk's influence, Banner decided to take a leap of faith. "Excellent." Chen Feng did not withdraw his hand, instead he silently chanted a mystic incantation. A ripple of arcane energy began to emanate. In the next instant, Dr. Banner felt an extraordinary coolness wash over his heart, as if cleansed by a gentle breeze, bringing profound peace and tranquility. His mind seemed to drift to a deserted island where the sea breeze and ocean waves cascaded over his body. Both his mind and body experienced the most exquisite stretch, an indescribable sense of relief flowing and surging within him. As time passed, the Hulk's ferocious rage was suppressed to its lowest state, almost imperceptible. "It seems quite effective. Combining runic magic with mystic arts truly makes it stronger." Chen Feng had already withdrawn his right hand, observing Dr. Banner's state with a pleased nod. "Excellent." Since mastering the mystic arts, Chen Feng had focused on merging the two magical systems, finally creating a new spell. Though this was merely the successful fusion of the most basic runic and mystic spells, it provided a foundation and experience for deeper integrations. Today's demonstration yielding such remarkable results filled Chen Feng with immense excitement, affirming his future path of development. "Thank you. You didn't let me down." After a long while, Dr. Banner emerged from this relaxed state. For the first time, he smiled. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng then imparted to Banner much of the motivational wisdom and classic quotes on stress relief from renowned figures that he had learned in his past life. Dr. Banner listened with a contemplative expression, his demeanor revealing profound insight. "Chen Feng, how did I not know you were so knowledgeable?" Natasha's eyes sparkled, gazing at Chen Feng like an adoring fan, once again feeling his charm. "There's much you haven't discovered yet, not just here but also here. In time I'll show you everything." Chen Feng first pointed to his head, then to his lower body, looking at Natasha with a meaningful gaze. "Pervert." Meeting Chen Feng's intense stare and witnessing these two gestures, Natasha blushed deeply and spat softly. "I can go with you to New York now, but let me pack up first." Dr. Banner, seemingly oblivious to their flirtation, walked toward the house. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and asked impatiently, "Hey Bruce, do you really have anything valuable to bring?" Dr. Banner paused, scratching his head. "Alright, I suppose I don't have anything essential to take. Except for a few pairs of pants that have been with me for a long time." "Let's go." "Well, prepare everything you need. Just bring yourself." The task that had seemed challenging for Natasha was quickly resolved with Chen Feng's help. A crack leading back appeared before the three of them. Staring at this dark, profound void, Dr. Banner's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a void?" "Exactly. Let's go." "You. Wait, has SHIELD mastered such advanced technology?" Dr. Banner asked excitedly. SHIELD. Hey, do you really think they're that impressive?" Chen Feng retorted. This left Banner momentarily speechless. If not SHIELD, then is this Chen Feng's own ability? "Come in." Before Banner could react, Chen Feng pulled him into the void. In the next moment they appeared within SHIELD headquarters. Chen Feng's arrival in this manner once again stunned all the personnel. "You again, Chen Feng?" Agent Hill approached the trio, sizing up the disheveled Dr. Banner. "Again? What do you mean?" Natasha's eyes narrowed, suddenly intrigued by Hill's remark. Nothing, maybe he missed me too much. You know that old bald fury has been trying to recruit me into his so-called Avengers. He probably talks about it so much that even his subordinates are influenced, Chen Feng replied quickly, showing no flaw. He couldn't help but think women's intuition was truly terrifying, almost suffocating. Natasha nodded with a hint of doubt, temporarily accepting Chen Feng's explanation. Stunned. How can he be so domineering and arrogant? The surrounding staff were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had heard someone speak about the director like that. Awesome. Truly epic. Impressive, my friend. Old bald head was the worst possible assessment of Nick Fury. Chen Feng cleared his throat and asked, Agent Hill, where is your boss, that old bald fury? On the helicarrier. As Hill finished speaking, the three before her vanished into the void, leaving her utterly bewildered. And a group of staff in absolute shock. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng had taken Natasha and Bruce Banner to the helicarrier. At that moment, Nick Fury was in the control room overseeing his subordinates' preparations. Chen Feng, how did you? Before Fury could finish, Chen Feng silenced him with a single glance. Fury glanced at the shadow Tasha beside Chen Feng, immediately understanding the situation, and turned to ask her. Agent Romanoff, it seems your mission is complete. Is this Dr. Banner? Nick Fury walked over to Dr. Banner, extending his right hand in welcome. I'm glad you could join the Avengers. Banner expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, all of this is thanks to Mr. Chen Feng. Chen Feng? What did you do? Fury tilted his head toward Chen Feng, utterly perplexed and bewildered. Good grief, what has this guy done behind the scenes again? Nothing too remarkable, just a small favor, helping Dr. Banner gain control over the Hulk within him. However, Chen Feng's next words left Fury utterly stunned. His face was full of shock. Damn it, is this what he calls a small favor? Come on, being able to control the Hulk inside Dr. Banner, no one else in the world could probably do it, right? He says it so casually, is he showing off? Fury felt a bit disheartened and didn't want to continue this topic with Chen Feng, it was too humiliating. What are you all discussing? Just then Captain America Rogers walked in. Fury introduced, Captain, let me introduce you, this is Dr. Banner and Agent Romanoff. They'll be your teammates from now on. Yes, I've seen them in the files. I hope we can cooperate well. Rogers flashed a set of perfect white teeth, his demeanor meticulously rigorous yet somewhat old-fashioned and efficient, much like someone from the 90s. It seemed he hadn't yet adapted to the rhythm of modern life. After a brief exchange, Fury led Dr. Banner to the scientific research department. To locate Loki using the gamma rays emitted by the Tesseract, Banner's help was essential. Chen Feng, Tasha, and Rogers. The three of them took a moment of leisure on the deck of the helicarrier, conversing while enjoying the cool sea breeze. Before long, the helicarrier seemed to start moving and a strong wind began to blow. Tasha, let's go inside quickly, soon it will be hard to breathe out here. Rogers looked around and asked, is this a submarine? Tasha smiled, you'll find out soon enough. Moments later, a fierce wind swept up from the sea surface, tousling their hair. The helicarrier gradually lifted from the sea, soaring into the sky under the influence of immense energy. Only then did Rogers understand what Natasha meant. At high altitudes, oxygen becomes extremely scarce. On the other side, under Loki's control, the Eye finally made a move. I need you to create a distraction to divert S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, helping the Doctor obtain the material needed for the research, iridium. Create chaos. I'm very good at that. Besides, it's truly time for all humans to recognize their future king in advance. Loki held his scepter, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the scene shifted. Loki appeared at a gala event. Using an instrument to obtain a man's retinal data, he bypassed the security system and entered. Panic erupted on the scene. Everyone frantically ran outward. Loki's sudden appearance was immediately detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury promptly issued orders. Rogers, Natasha, Tony, and Chen Feng all headed toward Loki's location. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Eye, having received the data, successfully obtained the iridium. Everyone at the gala fled into the streets. Loki unhurriedly pursued them, now clad in golden armor, draped in a golden cape and holding his scepter. Towering above all, a domineering aura that looked down upon the world burst forth. Using illusions, Loki surrounded everyone, shouting, "Foolish mortals, kneel before me. Behold your new king." Terrifying power erupted. The void trembled. Under the pressure of Loki's divine might, everyone involuntarily fell to their knees, unable to lift their heads. Look at yourselves, how weak, how pitiful, how helpless you are. You humans are like rats living in the sewers, greedy and incompetent. That's why you urgently need a new king to lead you toward a bright future. Loki walked slowly through the crowd, savoring this condescending feeling. You're nothing but a tyrant. An elderly man stood up and rebuked angrily. Insignificant mortal, what did you say? Loki fixed his gaze on the old man, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. I said you. Before he could finish, Loki's scepter suddenly blazed with light and a beam of energy shot out. But at that moment a shield appeared before the old man, deflecting the energy beam. Ah, a fearless one appears. How amusing. I thought Earth was nothing but a bunch of cowards. Loki smirked, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Decades ago I taught a dictator a lesson, and that man was beaten to the ground by me. Rogers spoke while advancing toward Loki, swinging his shield at him. Loki casually parried Rogers' attack with his scepter, remarking sarcastically, "It seems the dictator you dealt with before wasn't much. Dealing with you is more than enough." Rogers spun around, appearing behind Loki, and threw a punch. However, for Rogers, who had only recently awakened from the ice, his strength was still weak and he couldn't yet contend with Loki. Loki's form flickered, vanishing before Rogers' eyes, then reappearing behind him, striking him in the back. In pure combat, Rogers was no match for Loki, constantly on the defensive. It seemed Captain America still had a long way to go before he could go toe-to-toe with any opponent. Chen Feng stood aside, silently watching the two fighters. Rogers was currently being overwhelmingly defeated. It was a miserable sight. In the future, Rogers would be able to withstand a direct blow from Thanos, who wielded 6 Infinity Stones. Seeing him like this now, the contrast was immense. Should I make a move? Chen Feng squinted, watching a figure speeding toward them in the distance. Boom! A laser suddenly struck Loki as Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, arrived. Another reckless little insect. Perfect, let me show you the true power of Earth's future king. Loki sneered at Tony, hovering in the air as his scepter gleamed with a radiant light. Boom! A much more massive energy ray coalesced and blasted forth in an instant. Even with his Iron Man suit, Tony couldn't withstand this attack. Sparks flew from the chest plate of his armor. ZZZT. He was knocked out of the sky, crashing violently onto the distant street. Insignificant ants, and you dare to dream of defeating the great god of mischief, Loki? Loki looked contemptuously at Rogers and Tony lying on the ground. Damn it, I was just starting to get serious. Tony abruptly soared from the ground, the energy repulsor on his chest blazing with dazzling light. In an instant, a terrifying, unmatched energy ray blasted forth, draining the air around it completely as a dreadful shockwave swept outward. Overreaching? Loki sneered. A surge of violent energy erupted from his scepter, forming an energy barrier before him. Tony's repulsor blast was entirely absorbed upon impact. In a flash, the energy barrier suddenly shot out a beam of energy, striking Tony with immense force. Tony had no time to react before the energy shattered his defenses, white smoke billowing from his suit as sparks flickered and crackled. Loki laughed. Hit by your own blast, doesn't it feel wonderful? Before the god of mischief, Tony in his unupgraded Iron Man armor was no match at all. Jarvis immediately reported to Tony, suit damage at 60%. Propulsion system compromised. Power system breached. Damn it. Tony cursed under his breath. He tried to fly again but knew it was impossible. He could only force himself to stand, sparks leaping from various parts of the armor. If only the Mark 7 weren't still in its testing phase, Tony would have made that arrogant Asgardian pay. So you insignificant ants don't think anyone can save you? All of humanity is nothing but a lowly inferior species. Loki walked arrogantly among the crowd, speaking with calm disdain. His gaze toward everyone was filled with mockery and contempt. From now on, I, Loki, the great god of mischief, shall be your only king. I will lead you toward a brighter future. Loki spread his arms, savoring the feeling of superiority. Dream on. Go back to Asgard. Tony shouted in fury. The last remnants of energy in his armor converged at the center of his palm. Before Tony could attack, Loki struck. A beam of energy from his scepter blasted Tony into a distant building. A cacophony of shattering sounds erupted, terrifying the fallen people even more, trembling uncontrollably as if mourning their doom. Little bug still trying to cause trouble. Loki kicked the charging Rogers, sending him flying. Rogers lay on the ground, his chest tight, struggling to breathe. See that? These are your so-called superheroes. Before me, the great god of mischief, they are nothing but waste, falling with a single blow. Loki walked toward the elderly man who had just cursed him, releasing a murderous aura. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, that's the best way to establish authority. If I were you, I'd put down that old man. Just as Loki grabbed the old man by the neck and lifted him high, Chen Feng stepped out of the shadows. Another reckless fool seeking death. Loki turned his head, but before he could finish, his gaze suddenly contracted. Shock. Deep shock. He stared blankly at the alto familiar face, frozen in place. Perhaps even Loki himself didn't notice the flicker of fear in his eyes. So it's you, Chen Feng. Loki's face darkened, recalling the battle on the Rainbow Bridge. Back then Chen Feng had also grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high, just like now. It felt as if history had reversed and yesterday had returned. I got the scepter from him. I don't need to fear Chen Feng anymore. Loki thought of the towering figure on that planet, glanced at the scepter in his hand, and a surge of confidence dispelled his fear. This is my confidence to defeat Chen Feng. Times have changed. I suggest you kneel and beg for mercy, maybe he'll spare you. Loki's eyes gleamed with sharp confidence as he smirked. Oh. After a journey through the cosmos, you found the courage to challenge me. Chen Feng's gaze was playful. Loki felt a heavy weight in his heart at Chen Feng's expression, sensing an inexplicable unease. The next moment, a gentle breeze swept by and Chen Feng's figure vanished. A flash of white light appeared. A streak of sword light, cold as lightning, cut through the air, accompanied by an aura of destruction that seemed to split the heavens. Loki had felt this presence before. Now experiencing it again, he found it even more terrifying. Impossible. Loki roared, the energy within his scepter surging violently. As he formed a barrier, a massive energy ray blasted forth. Fierce. Overwhelming. Domineering. Irresistible. With a casual sword strike, the sword aura swept across the realm, shattering the incoming energy ray instantly. A single sword stroke tore through the world. Terrifying, unparalleled power wreaked havoc, shredding all energy. How can he be this strong? Loki stared in horror at the shattered energy, his pupils pale. The thought of fleeing crossed his mind. But Chen Feng gave him no chance. The energy shield shattered. A sword strike landed on Loki. Explosive force detonated Loki's golden armor, cracking inch by inch, disintegrating into dust that vanished into the air. Like a cannonball, he crashed miserably to the ground. Dust flew in all directions. Rubble scattered everywhere. A massive spiderweb-like crater appeared on the ground. Countless cracks spread outward as if the entire earth would shatter. I told you, you're nothing but a waste. Chen Feng looked down at Loki with contempt. Like a king, he dominated heaven and earth. His calm eyes exuded a cold, aloof aura, as if despising all. Only then did the people on the ground raise their heads, staring in shock at Chen Feng, utterly speechless. Silence. Absolute silence. An alien, a god of Asgard, had been beaten without the ability to fight back. Everyone was stunned. Rogers looked at Chen Feng in awe, lost in deep thought. Chen Feng's swordsmanship had never been mentioned in the files. Nick Fury hadn't told Rogers much about Chen Feng's abilities. Too strong. Such power is nearly unmatched. Silence reigned. Everything ended with Chen Feng's single strike. Everyone gaped at the indifferent Chen Feng, their hearts churning with turmoil, long unable to speak. That little dear Bambi, did he run away again? Tony slowly flew out from the building. Seeing no trace of Loki, he looked at Chen Feng and Rogers in confusion. Neither of them paid Tony any attention, which irritated him. Damn. Chen Feng, I can understand, but Rogers. We're supposed to be a team. Can't we help each other? A figure crawled out of the ruins and slowly approached the group. Look who we have here, our great god of mischief reduced to such a sorry state. Tony approached Loki, the energy cannon in his palm aimed at him. Loki revealed a strange smile and said calmly, I surrender. Realized you can't beat us, huh? Should have done this earlier, saved yourself a beating. Hearing Loki's surrender, Tony looked smug and arrogant. as if he had completely forgotten that he was the one beaten to this state by Loki. After securing Loki in cuffs, the three left the area and returned to the Quinjet Natasha had piloted. Looks like your mission is complete. Natasha glanced at the cuffed Loki. But it was strange. Loki's relaxed demeanor was nothing like that of a captive. Her years of experience as a spy gave Natasha a sudden ominous feeling. After locking Loki away, Chen Feng went to chat with Natasha, leaving the still contentious Rogers and Tony alone. Wait, I think Loki's capture is highly suspicious. This is all too abnormal. His expression tells me there's definitely a scheme. Rogers, having been a soldier in World War II, was more adept at observation. He immediately noticed something amiss. Tony said dismissively, "What scheme? He lost to me, couldn't beat me, and got captured. Nothing wrong with that. A scheme. A problem. Impossible doesn't exist. All I saw was Loki getting beaten black and blue and surrendering on the ground." Tony was utterly indifferent. "As a veteran of World War II, I solemnly tell you Loki is definitely up to something." Rogers held his ground, pressing Tony. "I think you've been working out too long and it's addled your brain." Tony sneered, not wanting to continue this pointless argument with Rogers. Natasha looked at Chen Feng. "Do you think those two can coexist peacefully? They'll be on the same team. If the team can't get along, forget about fighting together. None of our business. As long as I can protect you, that's all that matters." Chen Feng leaned close to Natasha, pinching her plump bottom. "What a nice feel." Just then the Quinjet shuddered as if something had landed on it from above. "Looks like someone's here." Natasha was startled, staring at the ceiling with a grave expression. Chen Feng smiled and soothed her. "Don't worry, I'm here, aren't I?" Caressing Natasha's cheek, her mood gradually calmed. "That's right. With Chen Feng here, there was nothing to fear. Even if the Quinjet exploded, it wouldn't be a problem." A thunderous sound erupted and a red figure swiftly flew into the Quinjet's hatch. The figure moved so fast that no one except Chen Feng could see his face clearly. "This is private property, no outsiders allowed." Tony aimed his energy cannon at the red figure, warning sternly. Clang! A heavy hammer struck Tony's armor, sending him flying to the side. Then the figure grabbed the captured Loki and flew out of the Quinjet. In the blink of an eye, the red-clad man and Loki vanished from the aircraft. "Damn that big hammer!" Enraged by the blow, Tony was furious. After donning his new Iron Man suit, he charged out, chasing after the red-clad man and Loki. "Captain, I suggest you don't get involved in this mess. Their power is beyond what you can handle." Natasha looked at Rogers, who had already strapped on a parachute, and offered a serious warning. "You'll be fine. I know what I'm doing." After a polite reply, Rogers walked to the Quinjet's hatch and jumped. Natasha sighed. "These people, none of them follow orders." Chen Feng chuckled. "Maybe letting them fight it out will solve the problem. You know, male bonding often starts with a brawl. True, many deep friendships are forged in battle." Natasha pleaded. "Chen Feng, let's follow them too." "I'm still uneasy." Chen Feng replied helplessly. "All right." After landing the Quinjet in a certain spot, Chen Feng opened a portal and stepped through with Natasha. On a dark hillside, Thor had stopped there with Loki. "Thor, how did you come to Earth? Wasn't the Bifrost destroyed?" Loki looked at Thor with confusion and doubt. "Normally, without the Bifrost, leaving Asgard would be impossible. Father used all his power to send me to Earth." After explaining, Thor continued, "Loki, the Tesseract is here. I need to take you and it back to Asgard. You must miss Mother and Asgard too." Loki shrugged indifferently at Thor's words and said coldly, "Asgard? I've long wanted to leave that place. I've seen a world unlike any other, discovered greater power, and uncovered the secrets of the Tesseract. I will use this power to rule Earth." At that moment, Thor realized with insight that someone mysterious was aiding Loki behind the scenes. "Loki, come back to Asgard with me. The power of the Tesseract is beyond your control." Thor pressed Loki's shoulder, continuing to persuade him. But Loki was obsessed and wouldn't listen to Thor. His plan was already halfway through. He just needed to wait a little longer to fully harness the Tesseract's energy and open countless portals. Then his rule over Earth would begin. "Listen to me, brother." Before he could finish, Tony flew out, swiftly crashing into Thor. "I'm listening." Loki sneered as he watched Thor disappear from sight, speaking belatedly with a tone full of sarcasm. Knocked away by Tony, Thor landed in a dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Anger flared in his eyes as he warned sternly, "Mortal, don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. This is Asgardian business. It has nothing to do with you and you have no right to interfere." Tony was unperturbed, laughing. "Hey kid, you think wearing your mother's cape lets you act out a Shakespeare play? I suggest you hand over the Tesseract and take Loki back to your Asgard. Maybe then it'll go easy on you." Tony's blunt words ignited Thor's fury. Arrogant. Too arrogant. A mere mortal dared to provoke him, Thor, the god of thunder, the great son of Odin. Blazing with rage, Thor roared and hurled Mjolnir with all his might. Before Tony could react, a deafening crash struck his armor. Boom. Tony was sent flying by a terrifying force, crashing to the ground with a piercing screech, carving a long trench hundreds of meters long. Beep beep beep, suit severely damaged. Please repair immediately. Jarvis's warning sounded. Tony frowned. He had underestimated this brute's strength. Mortal, this is just the slightest warning. Next time it will not be so simple. Boom. Maker. A thunderous explosion. The scorching shockwave from the blast swept through the area. An energy cannon suddenly fired from behind, striking him and sending him flying. Asgardian, this is my ultimatum. Hand over the Tesseract and take Loki off Earth. Tony soared into the air, pursuing Thor. The clash of metal echoed. The sharp sound of metal striking resonated as Thor swung his hammer, colliding with Tony's armored arm, igniting sparks in the air. The sonic wave from Thor surged outward. At that moment, the entire forest trembled under the force of the wave. Mortal, do not force my hand or you will die. Thor shouted in anger, relentlessly striking Tony's armored suit with his hammer. He had come to Earth to retrieve Loki and the Tesseract, not to play games with Tony. Hand over the Tesseract and I will let you go. Tony smirked, his energy cannon ready to fire. Boom! Dust was kicked up, trees were toppled. The explosive sounds rumbled as the overwhelming firepower created a stalemate. Yet during the ongoing battle, Tony's armor sustained more and more damage, and it was clear that it wouldn't last much longer. Once again, Thor's hammer struck fiercely against Tony. At that moment, Tony was low on energy and could only raise his arm to block the incoming attack. The energy cannon at Tony's palm emitted light once more. However, compared to before, it was dimmer and its power had plummeted. It hardly inflicted any harm on Thor. It shot out like a severed kite, plummeting from the sky. Zizz! Lightning flickered. Thor's figure flashed as he followed closely behind Tony, his hammer glowing with a chilling light, arcs of electricity dancing upon it. Mortal, I warned you long ago. Thor's speed suddenly surged as he caught up to Tony, ready to strike down with immense force. A heavy impact. A shield appeared out of nowhere, unexpectedly colliding with Thor's hammer. Asgardian, leave him alone. Rogers suddenly jumped out from the thicket, catching his shield. Who are you? Thor questioned, gripping his hammer as he looked at Rogers, who was dressed in a star-spangled uniform. Rogers stood in front of Thor without answering, instead directly countering, "What are you here for?" Thor, somewhat irritated, replied, "I am here to put an end to Loki's schemes." Although Thor came to retrieve the Tesseract and Loki, he was fundamentally there to help humanity. He did not expect Tony to be so unreasonable, complicating matters. Then let actions speak. Put down the hammer. Rogers pointed at Thor's hammer, unaware that this statement was a monumental mistake. No, that's a terrible idea, he loves that hammer. Tony interjected. During the Battle of New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. had shown Tony the significance and importance of the hammer to Thor. However, it was too late. You want me to put it down? Thor's angry voice erupted. It was evident that he was furious, his muscles tensed. No one can make me put it down. Not at all. Thor stomped the ground, leaping high, raising his hammer, the brilliant arcs of electricity flashing as he aimed at Rogers. Duong! The energy unleashed, a resounding boom erupted. In an instant, the entire mountain trembled, the ground shook, and tall trees fell. A light as bright as daylight burst forth, illuminating the entire mountain. The terrifying energy wave spread out, flattening the ground within 100 meters, leaving only charred earth. Yet Rogers' shield withstood Thor's attack. It even sent Thor flying back. Next to him, Chen Feng shielded Natasha, watching the shield with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Moments later, as Thor stood up, he looked at Rogers, who appeared almost unscathed, with a dumbfounded expression, shock written across his face. How is this possible? You mortal are unscathed. The words escaped his lips in disbelief. This strike could have crushed even the frost giants of Jotunheim. Yet it was effortlessly blocked by a mortal wielding a shield. What a joke. He isn't that Chen Feng guy. I don't believe it. Shadows clouded Thor's heart as he gripped his hammer readying for another attack. Hey kid, how about we talk this out? At this moment Tony stood in front of Rogers raising his palm, the energy beam aimed at Thor. What gives you, a mere mortal, the right to stop me? Thor's gaze was indifferent as lightning flickered on his hammer once more. Then I can say stop, right? Chen Feng finally stepped forward, his calm demeanor and tone seeming to transcend all beings. The imposing aura of authority. Chen Feng. Upon recognizing Chen Feng's appearance, Thor was momentarily stunned and his grip on the hammer loosened as he lowered it without thinking. Both Rogers and Tony also lowered their weapons simultaneously. Under the intense gaze of Chen Feng, all three calmed down. Natasha, who had been following Chen Feng, stepped forward and said, "Gentlemen, we are now on the same side. It is imperative we unite to resolve the issues with Loki and the Tesseract." Sure enough, after a moment of contemplation, Thor nodded and sheathed his hammer. "Let's find Loki and then return to the helicarrier to discuss our next steps." Natasha observed Thor's movements without leaving a trace. "All right, I don't want to cause more trouble. I just want to bring Loki and the Tesseract back to Asgard. If we can cooperate, I have no objections." Thor agreed. Chen Feng watched as Natasha swiftly resolved the conflict and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, beautiful women are more adept at resolving disputes. If Thor, Rogers and Tony had continued to argue, they might have caused chaos. However, Chen Feng himself was unaware that he was the greatest contributor to stopping the conflict. With a snap of his fingers, a black rift appeared before Chen Feng and the five of them stepped inside, vanishing from the spot. They arrived at the mountainside. Loki remained there, surprisingly not having escaped. "Thor, you're back. You didn't finish what you were saying earlier." Loki looked at Thor, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. The tension was palpable. "Loki, hand over the Tesseract. You have no chance of winning." Thor's face was stern, his gaze fixed intently on Loki. "You ask me about the Tesseract? Who knows where it is, Thor?" Loki smiled, an inscrutable expression in his eyes. It seemed he had ulterior motives. Natasha, not buying into Loki's ramblings, cut straight to the point. "Take him back. S-H-I-E-L-D. We'll make him talk." After escorting Loki back to the Quinjet, the group soon arrived at the helicarrier. "Lock him up. I'll interrogate him myself later." Fury watched Loki being escorted and his brow furrowed. Loki still wore a relaxed expression, showing no fear as he smiled at Nick Fury. "I hope our conversation will be quite pleasant." "I guarantee it won't disappoint you," Fury said in a low voice. Soon Loki was taken to the glass chamber that once held the Hulk. The security measures inside were extremely tight. Even with his divine power, he couldn't directly breach this glass chamber. "Next, Captain Chen Feng, Agent Romanoff, Thor, Tony and Bruce, you all stay here. I'm going to interrogate Loki." Fury glanced at the group and left alone. "Loki, tell me your purpose for stealing the Tesseract and why you surrendered and came here. Otherwise, with just a flick of my finger, you'll fall straight down from 20,000 meters. Fury stared at Loki inside the glass chamber, threatening him solemnly. From the start, Loki had been beating around the bush, not revealing a single piece of information and spinning tales to cover himself. Fury had run out of patience. Loki, on the other hand, asked with a smile, "Then why do you want the power of the Tesseract? Is it to share endless energy with all of humanity?" "Don't make me laugh." Fury looked at Loki, said nothing more, and merely flashed a meaningful glance. "Did I hit the mark? You want to use the Tesseract's energy to forge an even more powerful weapon of mass destruction?" Since Fury remained silent, Loki began speculating aloud to himself. "Hey, leaving so soon? Next time you come, I hope you'll be better prepared." Nick Fury gave Loki a deep, lingering look, then turned and left without a word. Meanwhile, in the conference room, all the Avengers except for Chen Feng, an outsider, were gathered. No one was still missing, the one controlled by Loki, Clint. "I think Loki is stalling for time." "Thor, do you know why?" Steve asked from his seat. Thor pondered for a moment before telling the group, "Loki has a Chitauri army. He plans to lead them to conquer Earth. Before he could finish, Bruce interrupted the conversation between Thor and Steve. I think we should focus on the Tesseract now. And there's one thing I don't understand. Why did Loki need the Iridium? Iridium can act as a stabilizer, allowing us to expand the portal at will and keep it open longer, Tony added. Bruce nodded in agreement with Tony's words, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Maybe we two can work together. The pleasure is mine, Dr. Banner. Tony and Bruce exchanged words back and forth. Chen Feng watched the scene from the side, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The science bros are online. I think we need to start with Loki's scepter to find the Tesseract. Tony approached the lab bench and glanced at the data Bruce had calculated. I agree. Tracking gamma rays will take some time. The scepter might speed up the search. Bruce nodded excitedly. After being on the helicarrier for so long, he had finally found a kindred spirit. Entering the lab, Tony called out to Bruce, who was studying the scepter, and asked curiously, Bruce, I'm really curious. How do you control your anger? Is it deep breathing, hitting your head hard, or keeping a bucket of cold water handy? Tony's somewhat nonsensical questions left Dr. Banner with a helpless smile. Steve suddenly walked into the lab, seeing Tony's reckless behavior, and scolded, Do you realize your actions could threaten all our safety? Steve had read the files and knew full well how terrifying Dr. Banner could become when he turned into the Hulk. Perhaps the entire helicarrier would be sunk by him. However, Tony was unfazed and changed the subject, saying, Don't be so tense, big guy. I think the one you should really watch out for is Director Fury. That guy's a master spy. With that, Tony popped a blueberry into his mouth and looked at the awkwardly smiling Dr. Banner. Steve was taken aback. Tony's words set him thinking, and he seemed to catch on. He asked Bruce, Has the director really been hiding something? Bruce hesitated for a moment before finally saying, The director tried to use the Tesseract's energy to develop the energy industry, but the only person in the world who could achieve energy self-sufficiency is right here. Bruce looked at Tony and continued, So why wasn't he brought into this project? Tony handed Bruce a blueberry, agreeing with his words. Big guy, I think that alone warrants a full investigation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony said as he walked over to Steve, offering him a dried blueberry. I had Jarvis start running decryption programs hours ago. Steve refused Tony's snack and scoffed at his behavior. I suggest you drop it. We shouldn't be suspicious of each other. Everyone must follow orders. That's what a team does, not gossiping behind backs causing division and sabotaging. With those words, Steve left the lab without looking back. Captain America had his own principles. What Steve obeyed was not some superior's orders, but the justice in his heart. Steve was more than just a soldier for America, he was a spiritual symbol representing freedom and justice. Just like how he falsified his records to enlist or disobeyed orders to save Bucky on his own. Well, a simple-minded, muscle-bound jock indeed. Dr. Banner, let's continue. Tony shrugged, unbothered by Steve's departure. To him, Steve was just a gym rat. No point in that topic. Forget it. Better to hang out with someone with a brain. It's much more comfortable. Tony walked over to Dr. Banner to continue their discussion. After Dr. Selvig was controlled by Loki, we secretly moved Jane to a safe place, so you don't need to worry about her safety. Coulson sat in a chair, pulling up a photo of Jane to show Thor. Seeing that Jane was safe, Thor finally felt a great weight lifted from his heart. I don't think Loki controlling Dr. Selvig was a coincidence. Loki is working with that mysterious man just to get back at me. Coulson looked puzzled at Thor's words. Mysterious man? So Loki's invasion of Earth is backed by someone? Thor nodded gravely, but then let out a sigh. As for who that mysterious man is, I'm not entirely sure yet. At this, Coulson and Thor both fell into silence. What stands in the light can at least be seen. But the enemy lurking in the shadows, that is the most terrifying of all. You never know when they will strike. Chen Feng looked at Natasha, who insisted on going to the glass chamber, and took her small hand in his. Are you really going to face Loki alone? Darling, trust me. I may be a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not as powerful as you in combat, but in other aspects I am no less capable than anyone, perhaps even more so. Natasha's voice brimmed with confidence. As a member of the Avengers without superhuman abilities, she had been specially recruited precisely because of the unique strengths she possessed that others lacked. Very well, but I'll stay close by. If anything seems off, I'll intervene immediately. Chen Feng, seeing the resolve in Natasha's eyes, ceased his objections yet remained determined to accompany her. Loki won't cause any trouble. Natasha chuckled softly, planting a gentle kiss on Chen Feng's cheek. It felt truly wonderful to be cared for and protected. Entering the glass chamber, Natasha began her interrogation of Loki while Chen Feng silently waited outside, his gaze fixed intently on every move the trickster made. Loki, what have you done to Clint? Where is he now? Natasha demanded. In years past she had been a notorious assassin, her days steeped in bloodshed, killing, and survival. The one who had rescued her was Clint. Thus Natasha had always felt indebted to him. Now that Clint was in peril, she was determined to save him. Loki's eyes gleamed with mockery. Do you think saving Clint will clear all your debts? Have you forgotten the blood that stains your past? I will make Clint kill you with his own hands, then awaken him so you both can taste that heart-wrenching pain. Natasha's emotions seemed to waver under his words as she turned away sobbing, You are a monster. Loki sneered, I am not. That green fellow is. Suddenly Natasha spun around, her expression instantly composed. So your plan involves Banner. With that she cast a mocking glance and strode out of the glass chamber. Leaping into Chen Feng's arms, she lifted her chin proudly. My knight, how was my performance? Impressive, wasn't it? Chen Feng chuckled softly. You almost fooled me. With acting like that you could win an Oscar for Best Actress next year. With his eye of truth, he was never deceived by mere appearances, so he had known from the start that Natasha was putting on an act. It had to be said. Her performance was truly remarkable. As a seasoned spy and agent, Natasha possessed many skills that were beyond the grasp of those who relied solely on superhuman abilities. This kind of interrogation relied not only on surface-level acting but also on a psychological battle of wits. Natasha spoke with a hint of concern, We need to find Dr. Banner immediately. He might be in danger now. Hey Banner, look what I found. S Phase 2 Plan. Tony, holding the data decrypted by Jarvis, placed it before Banner. After all, Loki was the god of mischief, master of all manner of cunning schemes. Director Fury, perfect timing. I was just about to look for you. At that moment Nick Fury entered the laboratory, apparently intending to ask Banner about the progress of tracking the Tesseract. Tony, what is it? Tony picked up the documents on the table, his tone accusatory as he questioned, I want to know what Phase 2 is all about. Startled by Tony's interrogation, Fury's expression immediately turned serious. Phase 2 is S plan to develop advanced weapons using the Tesseract. Rogers and Thor entered together, answering Tony's question in Fury's stead. While Jarvis was cracking S files, Rogers had not waited idly, he had conducted his own investigation. He soon discovered the weapons left behind by Hydra years ago and immediately understood what intended to do. Dr. Banner, do not leave this room for now. Before Fury could react, Natasha and Chen Feng hand in hand entered the laboratory. Loki is trying to use you. Natasha walked toward Banner with a grave expression. But Banner, without even listening, turned his head away from Natasha's gaze and looked directly at Director Nick Fury. Can you explain why is using the Tesseract to develop weapons of mass destruction? Fury pointed at Thor and said bluntly, because of him. Me? What the hell? Why me? Thor's head spun at the accusation, he pointed at himself in utter bewilderment. Damn it. Who have I offended? Not a word said and I become the scapegoat. Fury continued to explain, ever since Thor came to Earth and Odin descended, we became aware of the existence of other life in the universe. To protect Earth from alien threats, had to initiate Phase 2. Thor retorted indignantly, his voice sharp with reproach, it is precisely because of meddling with the tesseract that Loki and his allies were drawn here. Tony suddenly interjected, so you wanted to build weapons to intimidate these extraterrestrial beings. But before Fury could answer, Rogers stepped up to Tony, his gaze warning, Tony, watch your mouth. You're nothing but a man who plays hero inside a suit of armor. Tony sneered coldly, that's laughable. Should I become a hero like you? Don't forget you're just a lab experiment, Rogers. Rogers glared at Tony intently. Put on your armor and fight me. At that moment the tension between them was palpable, explosive, each unwilling to back down. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Tony and Rogers, those old rivals, were indeed at odds from the very start. Their love-hate relationship was quite something to behold. And it seems that Rogers' shield had been forged by Tony's father, so there was some connection between them after all. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Fury turned to Natasha. Take Banner to his room. Banner, however, grew furious. Are you trying to lock me up again? His sudden outburst silenced everyone, their gazes turning to him. The memory of the Hulk's devastating battle and his confrontation with Chen Feng was deeply etched into their minds. They understood more clearly than ever just how terrifying Banner could become when he fully transformed into the Hulk. Dear. Banner, calm down. I have no intention of imprisoning you. I simply want to move you to a quieter environment. It will benefit you and us all. Fury's gaze remained fixed on Banner, his words deliberate and unhurried. So you're saying I can't control my anger, that you're afraid I'll become the Hulk, that you fear me? Or do you despise me deep down? Banner grew even more agitated upon hearing Fury's words. It was clear he was extremely sensitive about the Hulk and did not accept the monster within himself. Dear. Banner, I assure you that is not my intention. I hope you can stabilize your emotions. No one here dislikes you. Fury's expression shifted slightly as he tried to soothe Banner with a gentle tone. I would never believe in a bunch of agents from your S.H.I.E.L.D. After learning that S.H.I.E.L.D. secretly created large-scale weapons of mass destruction, Banner's impression of them worsened. Hearing such words at this moment was somewhat understandable given the emotional turmoil. The others fell into a brief silence, their gazes fixed on Banner. Yet no one dared to speak up to dissuade him. They were afraid that any misstep could lead to Banner becoming even angrier. They had only met a few times and barely knew each other's personalities. Banner, you should calm down and put down that weapon in your hand. At that moment Chen Feng stepped forward. It was only then that Banner realized he had been gripping the staff tightly, which was radiating a blue light. Unbeknownst to him, he might have already influenced everyone's minds except for Chen Feng. Suddenly the computer beeped, startling everyone. Dear. Banner immediately approached the monitoring device, looking at the screen before announcing to everyone, we've found the whereabouts of the target. Meanwhile, based on the signal from the staff, they located the airborne mothership piloting an F-35 fighter jet and quickly arrived above the mothership. Without any warning, the bomb detonated, striking directly at the mothership's propulsion system, destroying it in an instant. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the mothership and a fierce shockwave swept through the testing room, knocking everyone to the ground. However, under Chen Feng's protection, Natasha remained unaffected. In contrast, Banner was thrown out of the room. Chen Feng, go check on Dr. Banner. Make sure he doesn't turn into the Hulk. Fury looked at the large hole where Banner had disappeared and anxiously glanced at Chen Feng. Let's go check on him. Natasha too felt a sense of urgency, fully aware of the terrifying consequences if Banner transformed. The massive mothership could easily be pierced by him. At that point, everyone on the ship would be in extreme danger. In a blink, Fury's voice rang out, Team Leader Tony, you go fix the propulsion system to prevent the ship from falling. Let me deal with this big guy. What can he help with? With his large hands. Tony glanced dismissively, clearly unhappy with Fury's arrangement. If you don't want to work with me, then leave. I can handle this on my own. Rogers, enraged, was about to charge out directly. Fury's expression turned serious as he scolded, you fools. At a time like this, I expect you to help each other, not bicker. That's utterly pointless. This speech also prompted Tony to put aside his grievances and fly out of the mothership. Just this once. When Chen Feng and Natasha reached Banner's side, the situation had drastically changed. Finally. Thud. The heartbeat sounded like thunder. Banner, propelled by the blast's shockwave, could no longer contain his rage and his body began to enlarge slowly, his fair skin gradually turning deep green. Natasha, get back. Chen Feng waved his hand, creating a rift and pushing Natasha inside. No, Chen Feng, I want to stay with you. Natasha shouted loudly, but with her limited strength she could not resist and could only enter the rift. Looking deeply at Chen Feng's back, she ultimately left. Roar! An angry roar echoed at that moment as Dr. Banner completely transformed into the Hulk. Chen Feng calmly looked at the green giant before him, showing no sign of tension, utterly unfazed. Hulk invincible? The Hulk turned to see Chen Feng standing casually in front of him, feeling ridiculed, and let out a thunderous roar. An immense shockwave surged forth. His hair flew wildly in the wind. Chen Feng's gaze was filled with endless tranquility, as cold as ice. The Hulk took a step forward. The terrifying force of his massive body made the entire mothership tremble. He charged at Chen Feng. The air itself was violently compressed, producing a sharp thunderous sound. This space seemed to shatter, becoming vaguely distorted. Come at me. Chen Feng smiled at the Hulk, and just as the Hulk's fist reached him, he retaliated without hesitation. The stone-encased fist collided heavily with the Hulk's iron fist. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, creating a shockwave centered around their battle. A thunderous explosion resonated, accompanied by a tumultuous wave of energy that shook the entire mothership violently. Everyone struggled to keep their balance or fell to the ground, staring blankly into the distance. One punch did not knock Chen Feng down, instead it astonished the Hulk, leaving him in shock as he looked at Chen Feng. Taking advantage of the Hulk's moment of distraction, Chen Feng threw another fist upwards, landing a direct hit on the Hulk's jaw, sending him flying. The Hulk crashed against the metal plating of the mothership, spinning wildly, his mind momentarily dazed. The last time he had fought the Hulk, Chen Feng could only defend passively and was unable to gain the upper hand. Now, after more than a year, Chen Feng's strength had reached an astonishing level. He didn't need any enhancements or other abilities. With just the pure strength within his body, he could knock the Hulk away with a single blow. Such terrifying power and rapid improvement left everyone in awe. Hulk angry? The Hulk shook his head, anger surging as he had been knocked away by Chen Feng. His power increased once more alongside his fury. The Hulk charged without a hint of fear, his ferocious eyes fixated on Chen Feng as he lunged forward, causing the air to explode with a deafening sound. But Chen Feng, did he need to evade? No. He wouldn't. He didn't need to. Chen Feng clapped his hands together, unleashing a violent sonic wave. In an instant the sonic wave dispersed the Hulk's explosive force, crashing into him with overwhelming power, shattering his defenses. The terrifying sonic wave struck the Hulk, producing a low rumble as he struggled to advance, arms raised in front of him, barely moving forward. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Feng darted forward, appearing right in front of the Hulk. He punched through the Hulk's defenses, the impact causing a bulge in his spine as if a mountain had pressed down on him, making his eyes bulge out. However, this was just the beginning. Chen Feng threw another punch, landing powerfully on the Hulk's head. The Hulk staggered, his mouth spewing curses as he appeared as if he were drunk, swaying unsteadily. Countless punches followed, leaving the Hulk unable to distinguish between directions. Finally, a heavy blow landed squarely on his face, causing the Hulk to stagger and collapse to the ground, struggling to breathe. His body gradually shrank, the green skin fading away, returning to Dr. Banner's appearance. However, there was no obvious bruise on Banner's face. After all, Chen Feng had fought the Hulk, not Dr. Banner. At most he felt slightly hurt, his mind a bit dazed and confused. It's nothing. Put your clothes on. Chen Feng shook his head and tossed a set of clothes to Banner. At that moment an F-35 fighter jet flew in front of Chen Feng, unleashing a storm of bullets that shattered the glass window before him. A sharp sound like a sword unsheathing rang out. A flash of cold light appeared and a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sword aura burst forth. The surging bullets before him were all cleaved in two by this sword aura, scattering to the ground. This sword aura, completely unimpeded, pierced straight through the F-35 fighter jet, destroying it. A violent explosion erupted as the F-35, like a broken kite, plummeted from an altitude of 20,000 meters. After witnessing the destroyed fighter jet, Banner expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chen Feng. You saved me. Chen Feng glanced at the Hulk and said, no need to be polite. Try to control your temper as best you can. Don't turn into the Hulk over every little thing. Hey, I heard Banner got angry so I came. Thor suddenly walked in, but upon seeing Banner, who was now wearing a shirt, his words trailed off as if he had arrived too late. How are the repairs on the helicarrier's engines going? If they aren't fixed, the entire carrier will crash. Banner asked Thor as he put on his clothes. I'm not too sure, but Fury should have sent someone to fix them. Thor shook his head. Banner suddenly recalled something. Right, they must be after the scepter and Loki. We'd better go check on it quickly. Upon hearing this, Thor's expression instantly turned grave and serious. Tony, having flown outside the helicarrier in his Iron Man armor, made a sharp turn and flew directly to the engine area, meticulously inspecting the damage. Shit! All the circuit boards are completely wrecked. Looking at the information scanned on the screen, Tony felt a throbbing pain in his head. This was a disaster. It was going to be a huge problem. Damage to this extent, even he would find it incredibly difficult to repair. Tony stared at the engine before him, finally letting out a deep breath as if he had made a decision. No other choice. They'll have to manually turn the rotor to start the engine. This decision was overheard by Rogers, who arrived at the helicarrier's engine control switch. If the rotor spins too fast, Tony could get ground to a pulp. Don't worry, I'll guard this red lever for you. Rogers, holding an M16 assault rifle, stood guard at the red lever. At that moment, Tony pushed the rotor. The energy within the Iron Man armor erupted, driving the massive blades forward, slowly beginning to turn. Soon the rotor spun faster and faster, and power was restored. The engine roared back to life. But Tony was caught within the rotor, seemingly unable to escape. Get out! Rogers, who had been watching Tony closely, suddenly pulled the red lever. Tony broke free. With the engine restarted, the helicarrier finally stabilized, gradually descending towards the ground. Even with the engine fixed, we can't stay at this altitude of 20,000 meters for long in this condition. Well, you actually did something useful this time. Tony flew over to Rogers. I just didn't want to see a bloodbath, Rogers said with a smile. Despite the words, a glimmer of mutual respect could be seen in their eyes. Meanwhile, Hawkeye had infiltrated the helicarrier. Using his exceptional skills, he successfully uploaded a virus into the computer system, destroying all networks. This operation also brought Hawkeye to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Agent Romanoff, Hawkeye is your assignment. Coulson transmitted the information to Natasha via communicator, also indicating Hawkeye's location. Do you need me to take care of him for you? Chen Feng asked from the side. No need, darling. I'll handle Hawkeye myself. Loki was right about one thing, I owe him a debt. A determined look flashed in Natasha's eyes. With the specific coordinates, Chen Feng and Natasha appeared before Hawkeye in an instant. Hawkeye looked at Natasha and the man beside her, asking with a puzzled gaze, your new boyfriend? Even under Loki's control, the memories in Hawkeye's mind hadn't vanished. Yes, this is my man. Wake up, Hawkeye. You're being manipulated by Loki. Stop fighting for that guy. Natasha yelled sharply, trying to awaken him. But Hawkeye, controlled by the scepter, paid her no heed. He drew an arrow from his back. His sharp eyes fixed on Natasha, he notched the arrow and prepared to shoot. But Natasha was no pushover either. Their agent ratings were similar, and she reacted swiftly. Her right hand shot out quickly, grabbing Hawkeye's bow, while her left hand struck upwards from below. Hawkeye felt a chill in his lower body and, abandoning his bow, hurriedly blocked Natasha's attack. Damn! That was too vicious. If that hit had landed, he would have been crippled at the very least, and losing his fertility would have been a nightmare. Hawkeye, who still wanted more children, was enraged by Natasha's attack. He suddenly flipped his bow in his hand. The seemingly smooth bowstring was actually razor sharp. The slightest touch against Natasha's skin would surely draw blood. Natasha pushed Hawkeye away with force, then drew back and hurled a dagger. Hawkeye quickly rolled aside to dodge the sharp blade, then notched another arrow, the cold glint of the arrowhead ready to fly. Natasha lunged forward in a swift stride, not giving Hawkeye a chance to shoot. The two engaged in close combat, and for a time neither could gain the upper hand. Chen Feng watched the two grappling with narrowed eyes. If Natasha were in danger, he would strike without a moment's hesitation, beating Hawkeye to a pulp. The next moment, Natasha made a rapid turn. Before Hawkeye could react, the edge of her hand slammed viciously into his head. Struck with such force, even Hawkeye's extraordinary physique couldn't withstand it. His head swam and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Well done. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up and came to Natasha's side. He gently wiped the sweat from her brow, a hint of surprise in his heart. Especially that first kick of Natasha's, it even made Chen Feng feel a chill. See, darling? I told you to trust me. Was I right? Natasha raised her chin proudly, gladly accepting Chen Feng's praise. Yes, I underestimated you. Chen Feng gently stroked Natasha's hair, saying softly, now that you've repaid your debt to Hawkeye, from now on your heart belongs only to me. No one else is allowed to occupy this place. As he spoke, Chen Feng placed his right hand over Natasha's left chest, staking his claim. Natasha wrinkled her cute nose and smiled coquettishly. Silly, my heart has always been only for you. It was a good thing Hawkeye was unconscious. If he were awake, seeing Chen Feng and Natasha flaunting their love so openly would have caused him even more pain. What a bitter pill to swallow. The blow from the depths of the heart is undoubtedly more sorrowful than any physical injury. When the time comes, my eyes will long for my wife Laura more than ever. After a while, Chen Feng finally separated from Natasha, who despite being a level 9 agent was almost gasping for breath, feeling somewhat oxygen deprived in her mind. Let's take Hawkeye back. Director Fury must be eager to see him. Chen Feng looked at Natasha's flushed face and grew even fonder of her. Natasha nodded. The two returned to the main control room with the unconscious eyes. At this moment, Thor also arrived at the place where Loki was held, and upon seeing Loki still confined in the glass chamber, he let out a slight sigh of relief. But before Thor could relax, the glass chamber in front of Loki suddenly opened its door. How could this happen? Seeing this, Thor's expression changed drastically as he rushed toward Loki. He understood that Loki must not be released, otherwise with the power of the Tesseract Loki would pose an unimaginable threat to Earth. Not to mention the guy standing behind him. You made a move, Loki? Loki smiled, spreading his arms wide with a mocking gaze fixed on Thor as if deliberately waiting for his arrival. Loki! Thor shouted, rushing towards Loki. However, all he was met with was an illusion of virtual shadow. Thor instantly passed through Loki and crashed into the glass chamber, the tremendous impact knocking him to the ground. At the same time, the sound of the glass chamber's door closing echoed. Thor quickly realized this was a trap, turning around to see the already tightly closed glass chamber furiously swinging his Mjolnir. A dull sound reverberated. The entire glass chamber shook violently. However, it merely trembled, leaving a small crack on the glass surface without inflicting any substantial damage. Standing outside the glass chamber, Loki chuckled, ha ha ha, this trick really works well on you. From childhood to now, you've only grown in size, yet your mind remains exactly as it was before. Long before the virus was implanted in the helicarrier, the glass chamber had automatically opened. And Loki knew that Thor would definitely come looking for him, inevitably falling for his illusion, which had now succeeded. Growing up with Thor, Loki knew him like the back of his hand, just like the bugs in Thor's mind. I hope this time you can be a bit more sensible and not think that brute strength can solve everything. Sometimes brains are more important than brawn. Loki slowly walked to the switch, not forgetting to taunt Thor with a word. Loki, don't make another mistake. Don't be like a child who never grows up. You only know how to pull these meaningless pranks. Don't let that person behind you sway your thoughts. Thor inside the glass chamber tried to awaken a glimmer of conscience in Loki. He has always believed that Loki is his brother, still holding a hint of hope in his heart. What he could bring me is everything I desire. You are merely a distraction. Thor clearly overestimates Loki. Remove your hand from that button, or I will make you understand the feeling of separation. Surrender immediately. Coulson suddenly appeared behind Loki with a weapon, sternly shouting. But Loki only smiled slightly, appearing extremely unusual. Before Coulson could react, a staff pierced through his abdomen. Ugh! Coulson let out a painful groan, all his strength dissipating as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Once again, Loki used illusions to deceive Coulson. No. Inside the glass chamber, Thor, witnessing this scene, was furious, his eyes about to burst with rage. Loki, stop now. I can still plead for you before our father. If you continue down this path, you will fall into an abyss. An abyss? Ha 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 ha, do you think I will fall, or will you? Loki sneered coldly. He approached the button again without any hesitation and pressed it. The glass chamber suddenly emitted a wave of hot air and was then ejected from the helicarrier, plummeting from a height of 20,000 meters. Thor, my brother, please help me find out what the abyss is like, Loki said, watching Thor fall, revealing an extremely delighted smile. Until Thor vanished from sight, Loki slowly walked away, finding an aircraft and boarding it to leave the helicarrier. As Thor plummeted from the helicarrier, he felt himself getting closer to the ground, his brow furrowed. Even though he was a god with an incredibly powerful physique, falling like this would surely lead to unimaginable injuries. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, gathering all his strength. The veins on his arms bulged as lightning crackled and a tremendous force surged from within him. Crack! Thunder rumbled. Mjolnir struck heavily against the glass chamber. The glass began to crack, the immense power leaving a large fissure on it, as if just one more strike would shatter it. In the next moment, Thor violently struck again, and the incredibly hard Mjolnir finally unleashed its might, directly creating a massive opening in the glass chamber. As the glass chamber was about to fall to the ground, Thor flew out through the opening. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. The glass chamber crashed to the ground like a meteor. The surrounding area was devastated, resembling a post-apocalyptic scene with flying sand and stones, the dust swirling around as the nearby woods were completely buried. One could see how immense the force of this collision was. Thor was not unscathed either. Although he escaped from the glass chamber, he could not stop the inertia and ultimately crashed into a vast plain in the distance. A deep trench appeared, extending for several hundred meters. It was only after crashing into a massive rock that Thor finally came to a stop, feeling somewhat dizzy. Thor rubbed his head to alleviate some of the dizziness and looked up at the sky, weakly roaring, Loki! Loki! Loki has escaped, Coulson has been injured, and the helicarrier has been destroyed. This series of events heralded the perfect execution of Loki's plan. The Avengers were completely outmaneuvered in their first encounter with Loki. Nick Fury arrived outside the glass chamber, seeing Coulson, who was on the verge of death, hurriedly rushed to his side, grasping Coulson's right hand. Coulson, stay awake. Look at me. Pierced through the abdomen by Loki's staff with blood all around, Coulson breathed heavily, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, his entire being now very weak. Looking at Fury, Coulson said earnestly, it's okay, boss. Let me give this group of problem children some motivation. Coulson's words came from the depths of his being. Fury, always composed, struggled to contain his emotions as he spoke earnestly, Coulson, I will settle this debt for you. As for these Avengers I've gathered, I will make them unite completely, forging them into a single force. Coulson nodded, his eyes brimming with unwavering trust. Chief, I believe you can. When the matter concluded, Fury gathered everyone together and said with a solemn expression, everyone, we lost this time. We not only lost Thor, but Banner nearly went out of control and the helicarrier suffered unprecedented damage. Even my best friend Coulson fell. Hearing Fury's words, everyone was visibly moved and silently lowered their heads. Each person fell into deep thought, realizing that if they had worked together in unison instead of quarreling fiercely, they could have thwarted Loki's scheme. Thor would not be missing, Banner would not have raged, and Agent Coulson would not have fallen. Now it was too late. No amount of talk could reverse the situation. Only Chen Feng sat leisurely in his chair, legs crossed, paying no heed to Fury's lecture. Instead, he reached out and touched Natasha, groping around, earning a glare from her as she rolled her eyes, and gave him a shove. Chen Feng smiled, thick-skinned, releasing his hands to show innocence. Fury noticed Chen Feng's actions but had no control over this man, besides he wasn't A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, so Fury had to let him be. I've decided to activate the Avengers Initiative. You are all part of it, so I hope you will cooperate this time and crush Loki's scheme, driving him off Earth. Fury looked at the people before him, suddenly raising his voice with unwavering determination. But no one responded. Everyone sat silently in their chairs, mute. Captain, give me an answer. Fury suddenly turned to Rogers. The only one here who would still heed him was Captain America Rogers, whose heart was filled with a sense of justice. Rogers replied with vigor, yes, sir. But his attitude failed to meet Fury's expectations, seeming lacking in conviction. Coulson's death is something none of us wanted. Henceforth I do not wish to see any more members fall. I want to see you working together, to see you standing united against the enemy. Fury finally spoke from the heart, looking at those present. These last words seemed to awaken everyone, and they finally responded. Then each went about their own tasks. Chen Feng, let's go see Clint, Natasha said, and Chen Feng's expression soured. Damn it. Didn't we agree to cut ties with him? Why go looking for him? Natasha explained with a smile, Clint has been with Loki for a while. From him we might get information about Loki's plan, perhaps even the secret of the Tesseract. Fine, Chen Feng shrugged helplessly. Fury, well, go retrieve Hawkeye first. Chen Feng waved to Fury, then took Natasha's hand and walked out. When they reached Clint, he had already awakened, but his crimson pupils showed he was still under Loki's control. With Chen Feng's help, after a while Hawkeye finally returned to normal. Alright Clint, can you tell us now what Loki intends to do with the Tesseract? What is his plan? What secrets does the scepter hold? Natasha seized the moment Clint was clear-headed, firing off a series of questions fully demonstrating her interrogation skills. But just as he had regained clarity under Natasha's barrage, Hawkeye's mind suddenly became chaotic again. Countless thoughts seemed to race through his mind, causing a piercing pain. Natasha, I think you need to give him some space. He's just recovered. Chen Feng stopped Natasha, shaking his head. If this continues, Clint will end up an idiot. Alright, I was too hasty, Natasha reflected with a wry smile. The two waited by Clint's side for him to recover before continuing their inquiries. On the other side, Tony and Rogers, two people naturally at odds, found themselves in the same room. Tony's face was dark, feeling deeply guilty over Coulson's death. Rogers sighed and told Tony, "You're not at fault. It's all Loki's doing. He must pay for Coulson's death. We should join forces to fight the external enemy now. Put aside all dissatisfaction and self-blame. Once we defeat Loki the culprit, we can discuss these matters." Rogers' words moved Tony, reminding him of how Rogers had helped him escape the turbine outside the helicarrier. Perhaps it was time to let go of the past and focus on the present. Coulson's vengeance will be mine to claim. None of you interfere. Tony added as a condition of his compromise, marking the reconciliation between the two. Just then Tony seemed to realize something and said gravely to Rogers, "Captain Loki is a very arrogant man. He used his schemes to pick us off one by one, only to showcase his brilliance." Hearing Tony's words, Rogers had an epiphany and quickly added, "So everything Loki does is to flaunt himself. He wants to become the king of Earth and have everyone kneel before him in submission." Tony's eyes flickered as he took a deep breath. Just like at that party last time, he could have caused a commotion elsewhere to draw our attention, but he chose the party, the place with the most elites and dignitaries. In other words, what Loki needs now is an audience. He wants the whole world to know him, acknowledge him, and accept him as Earth's ruler. With that, Rogers and Tony had a breakthrough. Both were immensely excited, knowing that with a clear direction, finding Loki would become much simpler. Tony moved quickly to the screen as if searching for information. "I know where he'll go. Stark Tower." After a moment, Tony clenched his fist and looked at Rogers with confidence. That's the perfect stage for Loki to put on his show for everyone. But before Tony could celebrate, his face fell. His expression darkened. Stark Tower? Loki would showcase himself at Stark Tower, meaning the final battle would take place there. Damn it. Of all places, why did it have to be that one? Tony cursed under his breath. He had just renovated Stark Tower not long ago, spending a considerable amount of money, and it was currently in pristine condition. If a fight broke out with Loki there, it would surely lead to disastrous consequences. Damn it, Loki, of all places you had to choose Stark Tower. Tony couldn't help but mutter a curse. This left Rogers puzzled, wondering why Tony had suddenly lost his temper. However, Rogers didn't press the issue. He merely patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "Tony, let's deal with Loki first and then we can talk. Right now we need to inform them quickly, and we must head to Stark Tower at the fastest speed possible." After Rogers finished speaking, he left the room and headed to the control center of the helicarrier. Tony watched Rogers walk away until he disappeared from sight, complaining to himself, "Is this what you call cooperation? I spent half a year renovating that place, can't they consider my feelings?" Fuming, Tony followed suit and left the room, making his way to the control center. Dr. Banner and Nick Fury were already there, quietly searching for Loki's location. "We've detected something. The energy from the Tesseract is rapidly increasing and is about to reach a critical threshold." As Rogers stepped into the control room, Dr. Banner suddenly shouted. Upon hearing Dr. Banner's shout, Fury stood up, his eyes lighting up. "It's downtown Manhattan, specifically at Stark Tower." Banner had not finished speaking when Rogers directly answered. "That's right, it's Stark Tower. How did you know, Captain?" Dr. Banner looked at Rogers with some suspicion, not understanding how he could find the location faster than himself. After all, Rogers was from the last century and was not familiar with the current high-tech equipment, nor did he possess the ability to track the cosmic radiation emitted by the Tesseract. I told him. Tony walked into the control room, interrupting Captain America, who was about to respond. Rogers could only shrug helplessly, his expression one of confusion. All right, you take the credit, sure. It's not like I'm in it for the accolades. Banner looked at Tony, focusing on the main question. Tony, can you access the surveillance of Stark Tower through Jarvis right now? Tony replied nonchalantly, confidence oozing from his tone. Of course, no problem. Jarvis followed Dr. Banner's instructions. I'm sorry, sir, all surveillance equipment in Stark Tower has been compromised and cannot be transmitted. The estimated time to breach is 20 minutes. The voice from Jarvis made Tony's face stiffen. He felt the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward. Cough cough, it's fine, don't panic. I'll try again. Seeing the suspicious expressions on everyone's faces, Tony felt a bit embarrassed. Jarvis, crack at using the fastest method. Don't let me lose face in front of these people. Tony maintained his composure, quietly communicating with Jarvis. I'm sorry, sir, even with the fastest method it will still take nearly 15 minutes. The cold mechanical voice of Jarvis returned, thoroughly disappointing Tony. Damn it. Are you kidding me? How can I show off now? At that moment, Fury suddenly said sternly, Dr. Banner, initiate monitoring for the Tesseract's target location. Focus directly on Stark Tower. Following Fury's instructions, Dr. Banner quickly pulled up the surveillance of Stark Tower. At the top of Stark Tower, Dr. Eric had successfully activated the Tesseract, and its astonishing energy surged forth. The heavens trembled. The energy formed a beam of light that reached the sky, soaring into the heavens, extending to an unimaginable extent. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically, each looking exceedingly serious. Time is no longer on our side. We must come up with a plan quickly, or else the Chitauri invasion that Fury spoke of will soon descend upon Earth. By then everything will become much more difficult, posing a massive crisis for the Earth. Fury's face grew heavy, worry etched across his features. With the second phase of the plan failed, the only ones who could stop Loki now were the Avengers present. Fury looked at Rogers and said solemnly, Captain, this mission will be led by you. Be sure not to let me down. If he is the captain, what about me? Tony, though reconciled with Rogers, did not intend to let him take the lead. Fury said earnestly, Tony, you will assist the captain. He is a seasoned soldier who has experienced 2 wars and has rich combat experience. Trust the captain. Tony looked at Rogers and said resignedly, all right, given that Rogers participated in 2 wars and has contributed to our nation's bright future, I reluctantly agree. But if your decisions are wrong in any way, I will directly challenge you. With a smile on his face, he thought, damn it. Tony may have verbally agreed to let Rogers be the group leader, but that didn't mean he would follow his orders. As long as Rogers made any mistake, Tony would definitely voice his objections, even putting him in a difficult position. Don't worry, Tony, I won't give you that opportunity. Rogers smiled slightly, not caring about Tony's intimidation. Having gone through countless trials in World War II battling the Red Skull, Rogers had matured significantly. His grasp of the battlefield and understanding of the dynamics of battle were beyond what anyone here could match. Very well, I also don't wish for you to catch me off guard. After all, this is not a drill but a real conflict where a single mistake could lead to the death of countless people. After saying this, Tony's expression grew serious. What Loki wanted was not merely to show off, he sought to dominate the Earth. And in this process many innocent civilians would be caught in the crossfire. All they could do was to minimize those casualties as much as possible. Dr. Banner, when it's time for you to exert your strength, don't hold back. Tony approached Banner, patted him on the shoulder, and couldn't help but think to himself how terrifying Chen Feng's power was. Strong. Very strong. Not just ordinarily powerful. Even someone as strong as Hulk had been thrown off balance, ultimately reverting to his normal state. Dr. Banner felt a bit embarrassed, gripping his head, his gaze resolute. I can control my inner anger well now. I will not falter at a crucial moment. The previous incident where I lost control and transformed into Hulk on the helicarrier was indeed my fault. If it weren't for Chen Feng being there, I don't know what kind of damage it would have caused. Thus Banner had always harbored a sense of guilt, and he wished to contribute as much as he could in this conflict. Fury said, Dear Banner, it's good that you feel this way. Go with Captain Rogers, he will lead you to Stark Tower. And Tony? Isn't he coming with us? Banner looked at Tony, who appeared utterly at ease, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Dear Banner, don't forget I'm the man in the iron suit. Tony declared with pride. Simultaneously the repaired Mark 6 armor enveloped him within seconds. Boom. A torrent of energy flames erupted beneath him and Tony's figure shot out of the helicarrier, soaring into the thick clouds and vanishing from sight. "You'll go ahead and greet that little dear Loki. Don't be too late or you'll only see him crushed beneath my feet." Tony's arrogant voice echoed through the communicator as if victory was already assured. "Yeah. Banner Captain, move out. The helicarrier will provide fire support whenever needed." Fury spoke with a grave sense of responsibility. In truth, the helicarrier could only offer limited assistance. Ultimately defeating Loki depended on the Avengers' own efforts. "Let's go." Rogers nodded and led Banner toward the fighter jet. But as he reached the door he turned back and asked, "By the way, what about Natasha and Clint?" "Rest assured, Captain. With Chen Feng handling it, they'll reach Stark Tower soon enough," Fury replied with certainty. Without further words, Rogers departed. All the Avengers had witnessed Chen Feng's power, there was no need for concern. After Rogers and Banner disappeared, Fury let out a long breath, a sharp glint flashing in his remaining eye. This joint battle would surely help these mismatched individuals grow closer and forge a true sense of unity. Natasha stared straight at Clint and confirmed again, "Clint, are you certain Loki plans to activate the Tesseract at Stark Tower?" "No doubt. Though my memory is hazy, I vaguely recall Loki saying he would showcase his power to Earth on the grandest stage in New York." Clint pressed his forehead, his brows furrowed tightly, his tone utterly resolute. Chen Feng suddenly remarked with a sigh, "It seems our god of chaos craves recognition from people worldwide. Perhaps it stems from a painful childhood, lacking love and never being valued." "Clint. Natasha. What? Lack of love? Painful childhood?" Both Natasha and Clint stared at him wide-eyed. They were utterly dumbfounded, their expressions screaming, "How do you know about Loki's childhood and why does it sound so authentic? Did you live in Asgard too? Or did you pick up some gossip from elsewhere? Hey, why are you staring at me like that? I'm just speculating based on intuition. Generally people with such thoughts have experienced an imperfect or painful childhood." Chen Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Their gazes were rather intimidating, as if they wanted to see right through him. Natasha was fine. But Clint? "No thanks. I have no interest in men. Let's hurry and inform Fury, then head to Stark Tower." After a moment Natasha snapped back to reality and spoke with excitement. "They might already know and be on their way to Stark Tower." Chen Feng's words once again drew their attention. "How do you know that?" Nevertheless, Natasha decided to find Fury first. She was still uncertain about Chen Feng's predictive abilities, a mistake could cost precious time. Yet in the end it was Natasha herself who delayed the best opportunity. Sure enough, when they found Nick Fury, they learned that Captain Rogers, Tony and Banner had already left for Stark Tower. Chen Feng smiled, "Don't worry. With me here we might even arrive before them." He comforted Natasha, whose expression had dimmed. Clint silently turned his head away. Staying by their side was pure torment, he was constantly force-fed their affection. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Natasha finally calmed down. Indeed, with Chen Feng around, reaching Stark Tower was but a blink of an eye. Compared to Rogers and Banner, who were flying in a fighter jet, they would undoubtedly be faster. "Let's go, beautiful." Chen Feng snapped his fingers and the void shattered like a mirror, revealing a rift leading directly to Stark Tower. Chen Feng said impatiently, "Hey Clint, why are you turning away? Are you coming or not? If not, well, go ahead without you." WTF? Clint was utterly bewildered. He had only wanted to give them some privacy by not watching their lovey-dovey display. Was that so wrong? "And we won't wait for you? Damn it." Clint was speechless. But reality was harsh, he dared not argue and silently stepped into the rift. In the blink of an eye the three vanished from the helicarrier. "It's all up to you now, young ones." Fury gazed into the distant sky, muttering to himself. After immense effort to assemble this team, their purpose was to protect Earth. At that moment Tony had already arrived at Stark Tower. Squinting, Tony looked at the Tesseract activation device atop Stark Tower. Without a word he aimed his palm directly at it. A terrifying energy blast erupted, violently striking the device. The result was only a massive explosion. It failed to truly damage the Tesseract. After all, the Tesseract was already active, its boundless energy surging forth. "Tony, don't bother trying to break the Tesseract. Its power is beyond your imagination. It will bring change to Earth, ushering humanity into a new era." This is the first step toward the cosmos. Just like when Armstrong set foot on the moon, you cannot stop it. History is the driving force and no one can stand in its way. Dyar. Eric Selvig, standing beside the Tesseract, shouted with immense fervor. Tony ignored him, barely sparing a glance. Selvig was merely a pawn brainwashed by Loki. He himself might not even realize he could perish under the Tesseract's energy. For now the priority was the mission. The Mark 6, whether in power or performance, could no longer meet the demands. He had to activate the Mark 7. Tony silently murmured to himself. Then the Iron Man armor slowly descended from the sky, landing on the circular platform of Stark Tower. Upon landing, the Mark 6 armor on Tony's body disassembled and fell away. Tony stepped into the interior of Stark Tower, where Loki was casually seated in a chair observing Tony's approach. "Ah, the insignificant little insect, you've come as well. It seems your mind is still sharp, quick enough to guess I'd be here." Tony calmly walked toward Loki, gradually approaching a table. As Loki's attention wavered, he slipped a bracelet onto his wrist. This was the key to activating the Mark 7 armor, a hidden ace that bolstered Tony's confidence. "Loki, believe me, you won't succeed. Your father came to Earth before, and in the end he left with his tail between his legs back to Asgard. You must know about that. So I advise you to be smart. If you don't want to be beaten like a mangy dog and slink away in disgrace, surrender now." Tony's fierce words enraged Loki instantly. Fury consumed him. Loki was nearly incandescent with rage. How dare a mere mortal speak to him like this? Who did this wretch think he was? Loki snarled, "Insignificant mortal, do you think you can oppose a god? You are nothing but a tiny ant. I will make you understand the cost of angering me." Loki raised his scepter, its tip glowing with a brilliant azure light, as if a beam of energy was about to be unleashed. Tony's expression shifted, but he forced himself to remain calm, pointing at Loki. "You've already angered all of us. Well, show you the might of Earth's people. The blood debt you owe cannot be escaped. It must be repaid." Tony and Loki advanced toward each other, their gazes locked in a silent battle of wills, neither willing to yield. Loki sneered disdainfully, his face twisted in malice. "Is that so? Then I suppose I should say I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. Let me send you on your way." As he spoke, Loki struck without warning. The scepter, gleaming with azure light, stabbed directly into Tony's chest. Clang! Sparks flew. A sharp metallic ring echoed. The expected outcome did not occur. Loki, whose trick had never failed before, was stunned, a look of confusion and bewilderment flashing in his eyes. How is this possible? Tony was also taken aback, his chest heaving as he let out a deep breath. He was still without his Iron Man armor. Being struck by such a sharp scepter should have meant instant death, just like Coulson. What's going on? Loki withdrew his scepter and stabbed again at the same spot, but again only a clear clang resounded. Tony remained unchanged, no wound appearing, but he stared at Loki with a bewildered expression. Loki could not understand. The scepter, possessing boundless power, had been stopped by an Earthling. This was the secret weapon given to him to conquer the world. But now it could only mock Loki. Heartbreaking, isn't it, Loki? The arc reactor on Tony's chest had saved his life. Without it, this would never have worked. Loki stared at the scepter in his hand, his gaze flickering. He couldn't comprehend it, not at all. Some god, you are so useless. You're failing, Loki. A playful smirk crossed Tony's face as his eyes gleamed, fixed on Loki. But Loki raised a hand, cutting off his words. His face twisted with uncontrollable rage. Loki grabbed Tony's body and hurled him with immense force. Cough, cough. Tony lay on the ground, his face flushed, breathing labored, now dangerously close to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Just one more push. One more and Tony would plummet from Stark Tower hundreds of meters high. Little insect, do you think you can challenge the majesty of a god? Do you think that because the scepter is useless against you, you can do as you please? What do you think you are? A lowly mortal? Loki roared in fury, unleashing a surging boundless power like a vast ocean, shaking the very heavens and earth. Loki, believe me, you don't want to throw me down there. Tony watched Loki drawing closer, a hint of panic in his expression. Damn it. The ground is at least 200 or 300 meters below. If I fall, it'll be nothing but a bloody mess. The most critical point was that Tony still hadn't donned the Mark 7 armor. He was for all intents and purposes an ordinary man. And the Mark 7 was still in its testing phase. If the sensors failed to connect it to his body, disaster would strike. It can't fail, can it? Relying on your insignificant status? Loki sneered. Then without hesitation, he viciously kicked Tony, who flew back like a discarded sandbag, shattering the glass behind him with a loud crash as he was hurled out of the tower. Falling through the air, Tony urgently commanded, "Jarvis, activate the Mark 7 armor now." In the next instant, a suit of Iron Man armor burst out from within Stark Tower, racing toward Tony at top speed. In the nick of time. Just as Tony was about to crash into the ground, the Mark 7 armor finally encased him. Boom! A tremendous burst of energy erupted. The repulsors in his palms ignited with blazing flames, providing counter-thrusts that propelled Tony back up to the top floor of Stark Tower. Tony, now clad in his new armor, stood once again before Loki. "I told you you didn't want to throw me down. But you wouldn't listen." In an instant, Tony raised his right hand and a beam of energy shot forth from his palm. Loki's scepter also emitted a dazzling light, but his reaction was a fraction slower. The energy beam struck Loki, sending him crashing to the ground, the scepter clattering away. At that moment, the tesseract on the top floor seemed to complete its activation. A pillar of brilliant light shot into the sky like a blazing sun, reaching into the depths of the cosmos. Above New York City, a chasm thousands of meters wide tore open in the sky. The portal finally opened. The future of humanity had arrived. We are entering a new era, welcoming a new light. There. Eric Selvig, standing beside the tesseract, shouted excitedly. "Time for you to take a nice long nap." A tranquilizer dart shot from the Iron Man armor, striking Dr. Selvig in the neck. Soon Dr. Selvig collapsed to the ground unconscious. Finally, some peace and quiet. Tony let out a long breath, his ears finally relieved. Loki rose to his feet, his eyes burning with malice. "Peace and quiet, little insect. Are you dreaming? My army is coming and you will all die." The scepter returned to his hand. Suddenly a beam of energy blasted forth. But Tony paid no heed to Loki, igniting his thrusters and flying at full speed toward the portal. A torrent of Chitauri poured through the portal opened by the tesseract, descending upon Earth. To augment their strength, the Chitauri had transformed their bodies into machines with over 80% composed of mechanical parts. Thus their combat prowess was far greater, and a single one was a formidable foe. It was like the insurmountable chasm between an ordinary human and a cyborg. Tony's repulsor beams swept out from his palms, each shot triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Micromissiles rained down from his suit like a furious storm. Yet against the endless tide of Chitauri, it was like a pebble cast into the ocean. Even Tony was overwhelmed and plunged into the fray. Countless Chitauri swarmed toward him with relentless tenacity. Despite his blazing firepower, they pressed their assault. The temperature inside his suit soared and his speed waned. Tony shouted into his communicator cap, "I need backup. One man can't hold this line." A massive explosion tore through dozens of Chitauri, forming a mushroom cloud in the sky. The scene was earth-shattering. But it was merely a drop in the bucket. More Chitauri continued their assault, their movements unyielding. Rogers ordered Tony, "Hold on a little longer. We've reached the target." The Quinjet touched down and Rogers and Banner leaped out together. The moment they saw the scene, their expressions turned grim. Chitauri blanketed the sky like locusts, a sight that chilled the blood. Rogers turned to Banner and said, "Doctor, now's your chance. Go help Tony. As he is now, he can't provide aerial support." "Why did it jam?" Banner was bewildered. He too was at a loss. He tried, but the Hulk had inexplicably retreated back inside. Typically, the Hulk loved to take over his body and rampage. This strange behavior made Banner turn his gaze toward Chen Feng. What had Chen Feng done while I wasn't looking? How bizarre. Tony flew overhead, shouting, "Hey! Don't just stand there gawking. Can't you see the sky is full of Chitauri? If you don't get here soon, you'll be drowned by these bugs." With superior speed and agile maneuvering, Tony weaved between skyscrapers, engaging the Chitauri in a deadly dance. Meanwhile, more and more Chitauri entered Earth, and even a colossal semi-mechanical leviathan emerged from outer space. Chaos. Absolute chaos. New York City descended into pandemonium. The Chitauri army attacked mercilessly and countless civilians fled in terror. New York's police force was paralyzed with fear, unable to evacuate the crowds in time. A terrifying sword aura swept out. All Chitauri within 200 meters were shattered by that annihilating energy. Captain, you should be directing the battle. If you keep standing there dumbfounded, New York will be devoured by these bugs. Chen Feng's remark jolted Rogers from his momentary daze. Even during the war he had never witnessed such a grand and fierce struggle. Especially fighting aliens. It was unprecedented. I understand, Rogers said, snapping back to reality. Let's fight. Let's kill. Ha ha ha. Delight me. Let these lowly pathetic mortals die. The more the better. From the top of Stark Tower, Loki watched the scene below with a smug expression. Seeing the helplessness of the others under the Chitauri onslaught, a triumphant smile curled his lips. Thor appeared from nowhere, landing atop Stark Tower. He stood before Loki and pleaded. Loki closed the Tesseract. Stop this madness. You're being used. Thor, do you think I can be used? I'm about to rule Earth. Do you think you'll give that up to return to Asgard and face the judgment of that senile old fool Odin? Loki's temper flared at Thor's words. He roared in fury. Damn it. He was sick of Thor's condescending tone. In his eyes they were all just jealous of the immense power he had obtained. After I conquer Earth, you can tell the old man that I achieved what he never could. He should reflect on why Asgard's standing in the Nine Realms has dwindled, why it's held in such contempt. Loki, you're wrong. You're blinded by hatred and power. That's enough. I don't want to hear your endless preaching. I am a god. I will be the god who rules over all of Earth and its humans. Loki shouted in fury. The scepter in his hand blazed with light that illuminated half the sky, and a long-gathering devastating energy beam suddenly shot forth. With a clang, arcs of lightning danced across Mjolnir. Thor swung it and shattered the energy beam. Go back to Asgard. Don't stand in my way. Loki darted forward, the tip of his scepter gleaming as he thrust it at Thor. A crisp resonant hum rang out. Mjolnir knocked the scepter aside, sending Loki crashing to the ground. Loki, even with help you can't defeat me. Surrender now? Thor looked at the fallen Loki, his face etched with sorrow and self-reproach. He believed his own actions were largely to blame for Loki's rebellious nature. Is that so? You still haven't learned your lesson. Loki sneered, his expression turning sinister. Before Thor could react, a chilling aura surged from behind him. Thor dodged to the side as fast as he could, but the sharp scepter still pierced his armor. A streak of blood appeared on his body. Thor grimaced in pain, rolling backward and clutching his wound. You may have brawn, but your brain could use a tune-up. Loki taunted relentlessly. He then stomped on Thor and kicked him off Stark Tower. Farewell. No need to see me off. Loki watched Thor fall, smirking as he waved dismissively. Captain, I think your plan will have to wait. Chen Feng squinted at the colossal mechanical leviathan that had suddenly appeared before them, a strange smile tugging at his lips. Dr. Banner, now's your time to shine. Rogers looked at Banner with a glint of affirmation. I've been holding back. Banner spoke as he strode toward the distant leviathan. This should be interesting, Chen Feng remarked, a fleeting unreadable gleam in his eyes as he watched Banner approach the mechanical beast. With a thunderous roar, Banner's body swelled. The upper half of his clothes burst apart, leaving only his indestructible pants. The Hulk, glowing green, stomped the ground. Using the force of the impact, he launched himself at the leviathan. Debris flew through the air. Shockwaves rolled with heat. A thunderous explosion echoed through the sky. The violent air pressure, almost tangible, swept outward in all directions. Hulk threw a single punch, his powerful fist piercing straight through the colossal body of the mechanical dragon. With its head blocked, the rest of its body crashed heavily against it. Like a massive truck whose front wheels had locked, it suddenly flipped forward and began to fall. Watch out! Tony suddenly flew behind Hulk and fired a devastating armor-piercing shell at the mechanical dragon. A violent explosion erupted. The mechanical dragon shattered into countless iron fragments raining down from the sky. As the saying goes, you turned green, but you also became stronger. Chen Feng shielded Natasha, pulling her into his embrace. No sooner had the mechanical dragon been destroyed than another swarm of Chitauri soldiers converged upon them, endless and unrelenting. Hulk smash! Hulk's eyes burned crimson as he roared at the Chitauri, leaping from the ground and grabbing a flying Chitauri soldier. With a forceful twist of his hands, he tore the unlucky Chitauri in half at the waist. Damn it! Don't these aliens ever stop? After a long slaughter with thousands dead by his hands, Tony looked at the ever-increasing horde of Chitauri, exhaustion etched across his brow. Chen Feng's eyes were indifferent as he gripped the sword of swift wind. He waited for the Chitauri to cluster even closer, intending to slay them all with a single strike. Thor! But before Chen Feng could act, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly erupted like a bolt from the blue. Lightning filled the sky, spreading through the air. For a moment the entire space was consumed by terrifying lightning. The sky blazed as bright as day. Brilliant! The earth-shattering shockwave swept outward, and in that instant every Chitauri soldier was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. At that moment Thor descended from the sky and landed beside the group. "How's Loki? And the Tesseract?" Rogers immediately asked. "Do you even need to ask? Look at him, he failed or he wouldn't be taking his anger out on these bugs," Chen Feng said with a shrug, bluntly exposing the truth. This remark left Thor somewhat embarrassed. It had to be said. Every time he lost to Loki it was due to his own carelessness, just as Loki had said. Never learns. "Looks like Chen Feng hit the nail on the head," Tony chimed in. "Forget that for now, we're surrounded. Cap, what's your plan?" Natasha cut off Tony and Chen Feng's pointless banter. "Right now the priority is to defeat Loki and stop the Tesseract from radiating more energy. I've got a plan. They'll handle evacuating civilians and ground combat while you all take on the more dangerous missions." Rogers looked around at the team. Every one of them had unwavering resolve, showing no sign of hesitation, except for Chen Feng, who remained as relaxed and nonchalant as ever. Seeing the Avengers unyielding, Loki's eyes glinted coldly. He channeled even more energy from the Tesseract. With this surge of abundant energy, the portal expanded further, growing wider and taller, dispatching an ever-increasing number of Chitauri soldiers. In an instant the entire sky above New York was swarmed by Chitauri like a flood about to burst its dam, filling every heart with terror. Fear. Everyone was afraid. No matter who witnessed this horrifying scene, they would feel utterly powerless. If they all charged down, the entire city would be overrun by the Chitauri. Rogers began directing everyone, assigning tasks to each member. "Hawkeye, take the high ground and keep an eye on the battle's flow. Relay information to us. But be extra careful on your own, we might not be able to help you in time. You must stay alert to any enemies near you." After giving Hawkeye his orders, Rogers added a reminder. After all, Hawkeye was just an ordinary agent. No matter how skilled, he couldn't compare to the others. Standing on the high ground to fight the Chitauri was still fraught with danger. "Well, I can solve that problem," Chen Feng stepped forward. "What's your idea?" Rogers' eyes lit up at his words. Ensuring everyone's safety was his greatest wish. "I've learned some basic spells. I can cast one on Hawkeye that will naturally form a shield around him to protect him." Chen Feng explained quickly. "Time is short, I can only manage a few low-level spells for now. Higher level ones take too long." "That'll do. Please Chen Feng cast that spell on Hawkeye now." Rogers expressed his sincere gratitude, then turned to Tony. "Tony, hold the perimeter. Keep these aliens from breaking out of New York. We have to end this fight within the city." "Leave it to me." Tony's repulsors flared as he prepared to take off, but he glanced at Chen Feng. By then Chen Feng had already finished casting the spell on Hawkeye. Tony paused, walked over to Chen Feng and shamelessly said, "Chen Feng, cast one on me too." "Fine, but remember, you owe me another favor." Chen Feng shrugged. "But this isn't free. You'll have to repay it." "No problem, just one more favor." "Bring it on." Tony laughed heartily. He already owed Chen Feng several favors. What was one more? A few more wouldn't make a difference. This time Chen Feng cast spells on Tony to reduce his weight, decrease friction, and add a protective shield. With these enhancements, Tony charged confidently into the midst of the Chitauri army. Boom! Bombs and bullets rained down like a storm, painting the sky with countless trails of fire, beautiful as fireworks. "Thor, you're on cleanup duty near the portal. Stop them from sending in more troops. Eliminate as many as you can before they enter Earth." Rogers instructed Thor. This was the heaviest task, so it was assigned to the most capable, Thor. As the god of Asgard, his strength, durability, and endurance were unmatched by anyone present, except perhaps Chen Feng. "Leave it to me." Thor gripped Mjolnir and soared into the sky, reaching the tallest spire in New York in no time. Crackling. Thunder roared. Lightning arced across the sky and countless bolts of electricity were unleashed like divine light cleaving the heavens. Every Chitauri soldier that had entered Earth was struck by the lightning, their bodies overwhelmed by the immense power reduced to dust. Rogers finally turned to the other Hulk, paused for a moment, then said, "Your task is to cause destruction." Upon hearing this, Hulk's face lit up with joy. Causing destruction was his favorite activity and what he did best. Haha, Hulk likes this best. Hulk pounded his chest with both fists, then leaped forward, his eyes gleaming as he charged toward the scattered Chitauri. This time, without anyone to restrain him, he would revel in the carnage. "Romanoff, you and I will stay on the ground to fight. Chen Feng, you have a different mission." Chen Feng frowned, immediately displeased. Leaving Natasha on the ground was extremely dangerous. She was just an ordinary agent capable of handling 1 or 2 Chitauri, but 5, 6, 7, or 8. Chen Feng was far from reassured and would not agree to leave Natasha behind. Rogers, naturally sensing Chen Feng's concern, reasoned persuasively, "Chen Feng, you're the only one I believe can close the Tesseract. I need you to go to the top of Stark Tower to do this. Rest assured I won't let a single hair on Natasha's head be harmed. I will do everything in my power to protect her." Such heartfelt words would have convinced anyone else to agree for the greater good. But Chen Feng was different. He cared only for the safety of those he cherished. If the sky could fall, for all he cared. Before the battle in New York, he had sent Mindy to the safest place within S.H.I.E.L.D. to stay with Jane Foster. "Darling, you can enter the void anytime, can't you? If things get too tough here, I'll call for your help immediately. Don't underestimate me. Against these weaklings, who knows who will prevail?" A confident smile graced Natasha's face. Chen Feng paused, seeing the unwavering determination in her eyes. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Fine, I agree, Rogers. But Captain, if anything happens to Natasha, I will inflict all the pain upon you. Trust me, it will be far more terrifying than being buried in ice for decades." With those words, Chen Feng vanished before their eyes. Rogers felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. A bone-piercing cold seeped into him as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng arrived at the top of Stark Tower. Loki was still silently observing the battle below, appearing quite entertained. But the moment he saw Chen Feng, his face darkened completely. Loki, the memory of being brutally beaten on the Rainbow Bridge and defeated with a single sword strike at the party was still vivid. Even with the help of that being and possessing a scepter of immense power, he still felt utterly fragile and insignificant before Chen Feng. It was as if Chen Feng was his nemesis. "You can get down from your position now." Chen Feng's indifferent words revealed his domineering, world-dominating aura. It was a regal presence that compelled others to kneel. "Chen Feng, I can promise you this: after I conquer Earth, you and I will share this planet. You won't have to manage anything, you'll handle it all. You need only enjoy this supreme authority. How about it?" Loki said with a fawning smile. Unable to defeat Chen Feng through force, he would use his intellect to persuade him. He was not like Thor, who merely swung a hammer. "Well, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that," Chen Feng said coldly. Power and wealth, if he desired them, were his for the taking at any time. But he didn't care for them. Chen Feng stepped toward Loki, his expressionless face making it impossible to guess his thoughts. "Haha, we can still talk things over. Whatever you want, I can give it to you." Loki spread his hands, trying desperately to appease him while involuntarily backing away. A flicker of fear lurked in his eyes. Being humiliated by Chen Feng once more was something Loki desperately wanted to avoid. "Perhaps if you tell me how to close the Tesseract, I might let you off." Chen Feng stopped and spoke deliberately. "Close the Tesseract? It can only be opened, not closed, you know." Loki's eyes flickered, but he quickly steadied himself and replied with a smile. "Everything has a solution. Perhaps you're unwilling to tell me because you know that once the Tesseract is closed, you'll have no chance of victory and will fail completely." Chen Feng's casual words made Loki's pupils contract sharply. "No. Impossible. How could he? How did he see through my thoughts?" "A guess, yes, it must be a guess." Loki quickly averted his gaze, not letting Chen Feng detect even a hint of his unease. They remained locked in a standoff. Chen Feng awaited Loki's answer while Loki fell into silence as if waiting for something. "Attack him." Suddenly Loki leaped onto a Chitauri speeder. Behind Chen Feng, a large group of Chidari gathered, all their weapons aimed at him. In an instant, light blazed and converged in the sky. Boom! Boom! Countless energy rays were released, blanketing the area as they attacked Chen Feng. Yet in the next moment he vanished from his spot and all the attacks missed completely. Then Chen Feng reappeared behind the Chidari. A deep energy pulse swept out in a fan-shaped wave. It engulfed all the Chidari. Amidst countless agonized screams, the entire wave of energy along with the Chidari bodies vanished into thin air. Such was the terror of void energy. The fearsome power of the void instantaneously annihilated them, then returned to the void with their bodies becoming nourishment. Witnessing this, Loki's expression shifted dramatically. A deep-seated terror urged him to flee immediately. The sight of all the Chidari being consumed by void energy and disappearing from the world plunged Loki's heart into an abyss as if falling into an ice cellar. At that moment it felt as if he had arrived at the coldest place on earth. An icy wind pierced his bones and his entire body trembled. It was the terror of the soul. "I'll die. Quick! I must escape." At Loki's command, the Chidari hastily turned their ship and sped off into the distance. The terrifying aura emanating from Chen Feng frightened even these aliens. Instead of pursuing Loki and the Chidari, Chen Feng walked over to the Tesseract. Vast energy radiated from the Tesseract, sustaining the portal above New York. Closing the Tesseract would automatically shut the sky portal, preventing the Chidari from entering Earth. Boom! The void split open. Chen Feng reached out to approach the cosmic cube but was repelled by a surge of powerful energy. Had Chen Feng not been strong enough, that single blast would have sent him flying. With a sigh, Chen Feng was undeterred. After taking a deep breath, he mobilized the energy of the void and approached the cosmic cube once more. This time it worked. The essence of the cosmic cube was the space stone, its power being that of spatial energy identical to the power of the void. Thus these two similar energies did not repel each other. Chen Feng's right hand slowly neared the cosmic cube. Just as he was about to grasp it, an even more formidable force erupted from within, fiercely resisting his hand. At this critical juncture, Chen Feng clenched his teeth and heightened his void power, locking into a stalemate with the cosmic cube. Within a mere 3 seconds, sweat beaded on his forehead like pearls. With a bang, Chen Feng was once again sent flying by the cosmic cube's energy. Damn! My void energy is still lacking compared to the space stone's power. Chen Feng cursed under his breath. He yearned to instantly draw a hero of the void to enhance his mastery over it. Then it struck him: equipment. Just as Chen Feng found himself at a loss, the equipment system suddenly surfaced in his mind. With its enhancement, he could boost a hero's overall strength, thereby improving his own control over the power of the void. Quickly, Chen Feng entered the shop to select his gear: Rabadon's Deathcap, Laden's Echo, a fully stacked Magi's Soul Stealer, Archangel's Staff, Zonia's Hourglass, and Liandry's Torment. When Chen Feng once again stood before the cosmic cube, a confident expression graced his face. He thrust out his right hand, plunging it directly into the energy barrier. The surrounding space seemed to tremble, showing signs of distortion. Chen Feng's right hand, visible to the naked eye, gradually closed in on the cosmic cube. Suddenly the cosmic cube erupted with its most violent resistance. With a rumble, the heavens dimmed, the earth shook, and endless spatial force burst forth, causing the entire sky to riot. The portal above began to shrink. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, releasing the boundless void energy within him. The two forces intertwined, coiling around each other like great serpents, each claiming half the sky. A shocking wave of energy swept across. The void trembled as two immense, nearly equal energies clashed, locked in a struggle like a dragon and tiger vying for dominance. A stalemate ensued. In this clash of power, neither side would yield, each striving to overpower the other. Even with 6 pieces of equipment, Chen Feng could not subdue the cosmic cube. The energy contained within the space stone was astonishing, seemingly boundless and bottomless, its explosive force truly shocking Chen Feng. Even Chen Feng's expression turned to awe. If I can obtain this space stone, my mastery over the void will reach a terrifying height. Then all the realms of the universe will be mine to roam freely. At the thought, Chen Feng's heart stirred with excitement and his inner power erupted uncontrollably once more. It was earth-shattering. But at this crucial moment, a horde of Chidari soldiers, fearless of death, closed in on him. Their weapons flashed with searing light, unleashing endless energy rays that shot towards Chen Feng. At such a critical moment, even the slightest distraction could lead to irreversible consequences. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy. Stabilizing his energy, he swiftly withdrew his right hand from the cosmic cube's barrier. A pitch-black stream of void energy swept out, carrying a terrifying, unimaginable aura that devoured everything, inspiring sheer dread. Boom! A stellar explosion. All the energy rays were absorbed and devoured along with the Chitauri soldiers, all swept into that vast void energy. Seconds later, the void stream expanded further, then vanished from the world. Good. That stopped him from taking the cosmic cube. Loki, watching from afar as Chen Feng was thrown from the cosmic cube, let out a deep sigh of relief. Shock filled his heart. Loki knew full well the terrifying magnitude of the cosmic cube's power. Even as a god, he could not breach its energy barrier, let alone contend with the energy it released. Attempting such a feat would have resulted in Loki's death hundreds of times over. Even someone as strong as Loki could only harness the cosmic cube's energy, not command it. Where am I? At that moment, Dr. Eric Selvig, who had been knocked unconscious by Tony's tranquilizer dart, slowly rose from the ground beside the cosmic cube. He blinked his dazed eyes, staring at the cosmic cube before him with apparent astonishment. Dr. Selvig, get out of here. Chen Feng approached. An ordinary man, elderly at that, was closer to death with every second he remained here. Yet Dr. Selvig did not leave. Instead, he stared blankly at the cosmic cube and asked in confusion, "The cosmic cube. Has it been activated?" Yes, Chen Feng nodded, his priority being to get him away from this place. It must be shut down or the portal to Earth will remain open and aliens will invade. Dr. Selvig said, pale-faced and urgent, pulling at Chen Feng to stay. I know that. Look around, the Chitauri have already invaded. Do you know how to close it? Chen Feng asked impatiently. He was growing tired of this old man. Though he acted under Loki's control to open the cube, he was still the one responsible. A solution? Of course. If you get Loki's scepter, you can shut it down immediately. To Chen Feng's surprise, Dr. Selvig actually knew how to close the cube. Good, your mission is done. Consider this your redemption. Chen Feng quickly opened a portal and pushed Dr. Selvig through, sending him to a safe location. He then spoke into his communicator, "Hey, keep an eye on Loki and knock him out of the sky." "Lucky for you, Loki is right in front of me," replied Hawkeye, drawing an explosive arrow from his quiver and knocking it to his bowstring. With a whoosh, the arrow sped towards Loki at maximum velocity, aimed directly at his face. Seated on a Chitauri chariot, Loki caught the arrow with his hand, a mocking smile on his lips. But in the next instant, a red light flashed. The arrow exploded, blasting Loki off the chariot and sending him crashing onto a distant rooftop, his horned helmet tumbling away. "I did it," Hawkeye said. With that, he cut the communication and drew another arrow, taking down a Chitauri soldier charging at him. Standing at the pinnacle, one must face countless enemies' attacks, yet thanks to the magical shield provided by Chen Feng, the pressure on Du Yan has lessened. Upon receiving news from Du Yan, Chen Feng quickly made his way to the height where Loki was located. At that moment, Ko was atop the back of a mechanical dragon amidst a chaotic onslaught of attacks from the Chitauri. This person is too strong. All the members of my team in front of Ko feel as fragile as small children, unable to withstand a single blow. He arrived on the back of the mechanical dragon facing a Chitauri. However, the main objective was still to deal with the mechanical dragon below. Ko. The head of this beast is too large. Even allowing it to remain for one more second would result in a tremendous loss. After Hulk dealt with all the enemies that had come, he suddenly lifted a massive slab high above as if to crush them into the mechanical dragon's body. The electric arcs from Suer's Mengshin GC crackled across the slab, with lightning simultaneously piercing into the body of the mechanical dragon. In just 3 segments. The ferocious power evidently disrupted the energy within the mechanical dragon. With the power source of the dragon severed, it instantly plummeted from the sky, crashing down alongside Du Yan and Ko, who stood together gazing at the fallen mechanical dragon. Ko chuckled, saying, "Du Yan, big guy, our cooperation this time is unclear." However, Ko did not respond, his expression still showing a hint of disdain. "Big guy, don't you agree?" Before Du Yan could finish speaking, a large green iron fist struck down on Suer, sending him flying into the wall of the building. "What the hell are you doing? You said we would cooperate?" Suer exclaimed as he emerged from the wall, feeling a surge of frustration seeing that Ko didn't care about him at all. "Du Yan, big guy, wait for me." Du Yan hurriedly got up from the ground, feeling an overwhelming strength, having not sustained any injury. Boom! A muffled sound. Hulk suddenly appeared in front of Loki. Before Loki could rise, Hulk came crashing down like a tank, crushing through the air and directly sending Loki flying into the building. After Loki was knocked down, Hulk didn't give him a moment's respite, leaping into the air and hammering his fist ferociously into the ground, charging in. Seeing Hulk relentlessly pursuing him, Loki felt a surge of rage in his heart. Damn it! What do you think you are? I am a god, you piece of trash. Lowly human, you dare to humiliate me? Loki said, his expression grave as if he were an exalted king emanating an overwhelming aura. But before he could finish his fierce words, the scene took a turn. Hulk grabbed his right leg with one hand, lifting Loki as if he were a sack of sand. Hulk's grinning face held Loki, treating him like a rag, mercilessly slamming him repeatedly against the ground. Words could hardly express the brutality. The hard stone slab repeatedly struck by Loki's face was directly shattered, creating a pockmarked surface with cracks spreading in all directions like spiderwebs. It can be said that Hulk was performing a display of brutality. The scene appeared almost comical. After an indeterminate number of times, Hulk finally ceased his actions. Loki was left in a pit, his arms tightly wrapped around his knees, his eyes filled with terror. He looked as if he had been completely stunned. Stupefied like a mummy with lifeless eyes, he remained motionless. I, Loki, have been humiliated like this? I have no capacity to resist at all. Ku looked down at Loki on the ground, saying dismissively, weak, too weak. What a pitiful god, utterly pathetic. After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave the building. Meanwhile, Loki remained in the pit, unable to regain his senses. It seems you have already dealt with Loki. Chen Feng arrived at the building and saw Ku walking out. That guy is too weak, Hulk replied calmly. Loki. Go on. He is not weak. With such paltry strength, he is not even a match for Ku, far inferior to those Chitauri. You go help the captain and the others, I will have a talk with this guy. With that, Chen Feng flickered and entered the building, approaching the pit where Loki lay. So, as the god of mischief from Asgard, how did you get defeated by a mere earthling? With such strength you dare to seek to rule the earth? Chen Feng immediately began to question. Meanwhile, his gaze swept around and he found no trace of authority beside Loki. A sudden sense of foreboding struck. Chen Feng lifted Loki from the ground, fixing his gaze on him, demanding, Loki, where is your authority? I don't know, Loki replied, clearly referencing Hulk's earlier attack, speaking each word with difficulty. Indeed, he is a cunning one. Chen Feng's gaze darkened as he looked at Loki and immediately threw him aside. With such a cunning individual, it was impossible to find the whereabouts of the authority. When you attacked Loki, did you notice if he had a staff in his hand? Chen Feng quickly asked. Yes, I remember, it was in his right hand. That is his most powerful weapon. Loki always carries it with him. As the magic, I replied. Chen Feng fell into deep thought. Logically, the staff should definitely be with Loki. Even if Hulk had just beaten him, the staff shouldn't have suddenly vanished. Damn it. Who the hell took the staff? If I find out, I will definitely make him pay. Chen Feng's eyes darkened as he slammed his hand on the nearby table, causing it to splinter. Hey Chen Feng, the enemies are multiplying. You need to help now. The matter of the Tesseract might have to wait. Roger's anxious voice came through the communicator. The number of Chitauri entering through the main gate was overwhelming, even Su'er couldn't stop them. Consequently, the pressure on Rogers, Tony, and the others increased as they found themselves in a fierce battle. Consider yourself lucky, Loki. But you better find the staff for me. You know it's the only point of leverage you have. Chen Feng threatened as he suddenly vanished into thin air, disappearing before Loki. The staff. Loki's eyes flashed with a glimmer at Chen Feng's words. He was right. The staff is my only hope. As long as I find the staff and amplify the energy of the Tesseract, once all the Chitauri enter Earth, victory will be assured. Who cares about Thor or Ku? Even Chen Feng can't possibly defeat so many. With that thought, Loki hurriedly got to his feet, starting to search for the staff. It is Loki, but he won't find the staff so quickly, as it is not his weapon but one given to him by the gods. Damn it. Who the hell is it? Loki shouted in frustration, feeling powerless. His body moved. Chen Feng flickered to the side of Sha and Rogers, swinging his sword, and the Sword of Gale erupted, its sword energy devastatingly sweeping through the heavens, turning all the Chitauri in the vicinity into ashes. Take care of Tasha, I'm going elsewhere. Chen Feng finished speaking and vanished in an instant. A dense crowd of Chidari gathered, covering rooftops, the ground, and the sky. Everywhere the eye could see their figures filled the space. A vast surging sea of them. Chen Feng inside the building to the southeast. Countless enemies have converged. Tony's heavy voice suddenly came through the communicator. At that moment he was trapped by the Chidari and unable to break free, so he could only report the situation to Chen Feng, who was the strongest and fastest. Got it. Chen Feng nodded and leaped into the building. In an instant his entire body was encased in indestructible stone, like a rocky giant charging ferociously into the structure. The next moment a deafening explosion rang out, shaking the heavens. The entire building collapsed into rubble and all the Chidari inside perished. Chen Feng, northwest direction. Another voice came through the communicator. Chen Feng rushed over at once. In his hand a small vial appeared, emitting a pungent odor. Then with a powerful throw he hurled it into the clustered Chidari. With a booming explosion, thick blue smoke spread instantly, engulfing all the Chidari. This was the most corrosive substance, a drug only the golden alchemist Singed could refine. As Chen Feng rampaged, he caught the attention of other Chidari who surged toward him like a tidal wave. Dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sky. The world suddenly darkened. Chen Feng snorted coldly, indifferent, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as the endless tide of Chidari was about to reach Chen Feng, a rift suddenly tore open in the void, appearing before them. A chaotic burst erupted. The formidable power of the void surged forth, and these weak Chidari, unable to control their bodies, were all sucked into the void. In an instant the void rift closed. In just 3 seconds all the Chidari before Chen Feng were wiped clean, leaving only the azure sky. Silence. Dead silence. The scene was eerily quiet. The entire battlefield trembled. Yet even after slaughtering so many Chidari, more continued to pour out from the portal. Thor swung his Mjolnir with all his might, violent lightning roaring across the sky, slaying countless Chidari. Yet under such a fearsome assault it was like a drizzle to the Chidari, their overwhelming numbers rendered it ineffective. As Thor fought without pause, his energy depleted rapidly, his divine power plummeted, and cold sweat beaded on his brow. We can't keep fighting like this, there are too many enemies. We must close the Tesseract. Rogers urged urgently. With just a few of them they would eventually be worn down and exhausted by the endless Chidari horde. Rogers smashed a Chidari's head with his shield and asked anxiously, Chen Feng, have you found a way to close the Tesseract? There is a way, but the necessary item is missing. At these words Rogers' expression darkened. We can't delay any longer. So this is it, they'll have to rely on my own power to forcibly close the Tesseract. Chen Feng's eyes flickered. He had hoped to find the scepter, which might have taken time, but given the current situation there was clearly no time left for them. Helpless, Chen Feng had to use the most direct and difficult method, forcibly countering the power of the space stone with the void's energy. That's the only way now. Well, draw the Chidari away for you, go and close the Tesseract. A resolute gleam flashed in Roger's eyes. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he had to close the Tesseract, otherwise not just New York, not just the country, but the entire world, the whole Earth, would face a catastrophic crisis. Just focus on yourselves, I won't give these bastards another chance. Chen Feng leaped into the air. In a few breaths he reached the top of Stark Tower. Earlier, while contending with the Tesseract, he hadn't noticed these pests, allowing them an opening. But now, with Chen Feng prepared in advance, he would never give them another chance. His mouth slightly opened. Void energy surged within him. He chanted a mystical incantation and a semicircular energy shield instantly enveloped him. Not only that, but he also wielded the power of time. Any Chidari that ventured within dozens of meters of Chen Feng would be bound by the formidable temporal force, unable to move. At that moment, before Chen Feng could fully prepare, the boundless tide of Chidari swarmed forward, energy rays raining down from the sky. However, protected by the energy shield, these rays posed no threat to Chen Feng. I haven't even gone after you yet, you rush in to die. A murderous glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes and an icy aura swept out from him. The sky darkened. Above the heavens a thunderous roar suddenly resounded. A deep white dot appeared, growing closer and larger. It looked like a star hurtling down from the cosmos. With a deafening boom it crashed into the Chidari like a meteor, striking Earth, smashing through them with irresistible force. Accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion, a terrifying shockwave spread and all the Chidari were consumed and annihilated in the energy. Meteor. This was one of the most powerful spells Chen Feng could now cast after mastering the magic of celestial bodies. At the same time he annihilated the Chidari, Chen Feng had already set up this spell around himself. Now whenever an enemy approached, their attack would first be blocked by the energy barrier, then their movements would be trapped by temporal force, and finally the meteor would descend from the sky, killing them all. Under the combined magical incantations, any Chidari that dared to disturb Chen Feng were nothing more than cannon fodder. While Chen Feng remained undisturbed, the other Avengers below were in dire straits, all locked in a bitter struggle. An endless sea of Chidari surrounded the Hulk, their storm-like firepower completely suppressing the mighty giant. The Hulk would kill one only for another to immediately take its place. In this relentless cycle, even the Hulk's boundless stamina couldn't withstand such attrition. Soon his strength began to wane. Seeing this, the Chidari intensified their assault, unleashing even more ferocious firepower upon the Hulk. On the other side, Thor was also surrounded by a massive number of Chidari. The lightning on his divine weapon dimmed from bright to faint, the weakening radiance reflecting his dwindling power. At this point Thor could only fight hand-to-hand, relying on his incredibly robust body to withstand the Chidari's dense attacks. Only Tony Rogers and Natasha remained. Under the magical protection of Chen Feng he felt no significant oppression. Eagle Eye had already retreated from the tall building as all the arrows from his back had been exhausted. Without his bow, Eagle Eye's strength diminished greatly. Staying on the tall building would only make him a moving target. "Roger, help me out." Tony flew over and shouted loudly. Rogers immediately understood, positioning his shield towards Tony. Bang! Two beams of magical energy shot out from Tony's palm, sweeping horizontally around, unstoppable under the rebound of the shield. In an instant most of the Chidari were eliminated. "This won't do, Captain." Natasha threw her sharp blade, directly taking out a Chidari. "I know, but Director Fury, I can't reach him and I have no idea what he's doing." Roger's expression turned serious, realizing that with just a few of them they couldn't handle the endless Chidari. However, right now H-I-E-L-D seemed to be invisible, with not a single figure in sight. Inside the conference room, Fury looked at the senators before him and calmly narrated, "Gentlemen, perhaps we can use nuclear weapons to wipe out all the Chidari in New York." "Have they dispersed?" one senator immediately asked. "They have all evacuated. The entire area is now a ghost town. For the sake of the entire region, sacrifices must be made," Fury stated firmly, his tone filled with ambiguity. The room fell silent. "Then let it be decided, use nuclear weapons to eliminate all these aliens." After a moment all senators nodded in agreement with Fury's opinion. "Yes, H-I-E-L-D will definitely protect the Earth." Fury's expression was grave, as if declaring a sentence. At that moment, far away, the Avengers had no idea that a nuclear bomb was about to land in their vicinity. Chen Feng once again summoned the power of the void within him, his aura suddenly surging fierce and brilliant, akin to a divine being descending, rivaling even the god King Odin. If it weren't for the fact that each hero could only be equipped with 6 items and they couldn't be reused, Chen Feng's power would have already reached astonishing heights. At that time the space stone in his eyes was nothing more than an ordinary stone. Once this battle concludes, he must thoroughly explore the possibilities of this matter. A glimmer of hidden excitement flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as his right hand directly penetrated the energy barrier of the cosmic cube, slowly approaching the cosmic cube. A storm brewed. The cosmic cube suddenly erupted with a momentum akin to a raging tide, an overwhelming force of space spreading from within, matching Chen Feng's void power without yielding an inch. The two were once again in a state of intense confrontation. In a moment no victor was determined, and they were locked in a stalemate. "I don't believe that this space stone is so powerful that it cannot be resisted." Chen Feng was enraged. He roared, unleashing a powerful force from within, the purest energy propelling his arm slowly forward. However, the space stone would not yield easily. The entire cosmic cube shone with a deep blue light, and an intimidating force of space impacted everything. The world dimmed. The two clashed once more like an underdog facing a dragon, each exerting their utmost effort to attack the other. "Chen Feng, hurry! The Chidari are multiplying and we can barely hold them off." At that moment Natasha's voice came through the communicator, causing Chen Feng's expression to change. Others could be sacrificed, but Natasha was his woman and he absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. That said, he couldn't attend to both sides at once. If he were to leave midway, it would only create a situation of fighting a losing battle. But if he ignored Natasha and the others below, they might be overwhelmed by the endless Chidori before he could close the cosmic cube. No way. Absolutely not. Damn it. Chen Feng couldn't help but curse silently in his heart. His mind raced, needing to come up with a solution to the current situation. At this moment, Tony was knocked down by the Chidori from the air, surrounded by a large group of soldiers. Captain Rogers, Thor, and the Hulk were all surrounded by the endless Chidori, relying solely on their last ounce of strength to fight them off. As for Natasha and Hawkeye, the two could only hide beside others to ensure relative safety. Wait. Finally, he found a solution. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, and Chen Feng's expression lightened, saying, "You all hang in there. I'm about to summon my little brothers to deal with these Chidori." Chen Feng notified everyone through the communicator. Little brothers? The others were taken aback, feeling puzzled. They didn't understand how Chen Feng's little brothers could change the tide of the battle. As everyone was confused, Chen Feng entered the shop and decisively chose the Door of the Void. This item could open a gateway to the void and summon powerful void creatures. Unfortunately, the current shop only allowed one purchase, otherwise Chen Feng would have immediately created 6 doors of the void. This was just the beginning. In the next moment, Chen Feng extended his left hand and drew in the air, creating an even larger door. This was the ability of the Void Prophet Malzahar. From birth, Malzahar had a strong perception of the complexities and changes of fate, which led to some unwelcome entities invading and gradually infiltrating his subconscious. In his dreams, an evil spirit was calling to him, coming from the unknown beings of the void. Gradually, Malzahar could not resist this intense sensation and ultimately fell into the void filled with void energy. The earth will eventually fade away. The kings will eventually perish. The heavens will eventually fall. And they without exception will arrive in this place. From the depths of the void came unknown creatures. 2 doors opened simultaneously, and the heavens and earth along with the deepest regions of the void were shaken by the surging power of the void, gathering into a storm. All the Chidori were stunned. They were shocked by this immense power and turned their heads, directing their gaze toward these 2 doors of the void. At this moment, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, from within the 2 doors of the void, several creatures not overly large leaped out, resembling little bugs. Yet the power emanating from them was enough to make anyone take them seriously. Zing! Zing! The void creatures emitted sharp sounds as if locking onto their targets, rapidly dashing toward the distant Chidori like lightning. Just these few little bugs? Can they solve our current predicament? Thor looked at the somewhat cute void creatures and expressed some doubt. This isn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. The Hulk also chimed in. Everyone looked toward Chen Feng on top of Stark Tower, their eyes filled with skepticism. However, in the next moment, everyone present, including Fury and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents high in the sky were dumbfounded. They were astonished by the scene before them, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Countless void creatures surged from the 2 doors of the void like a burst dam, flooding out chaotically. This scene was akin to a mountain flood outbreak threatening to engulf the entire area. Everyone was taken aback by the shock. Suddenly Solran felt a sharp pain across his face, leaving him momentarily speechless. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly find a higher vantage point. We will be overwhelmed down here if we don't act now, Rogers commanded, directing everyone. In fact, as no one had prepared for the void beings, they all found themselves atop a tall building, watching the dense swarm of void creatures below, a chill running down their spines. Perhaps it was their first time emerging from the void. The void beings were unusually excited, which prevented them from attacking the Chidori immediately. Such a scene lasted only for a moment. The void beings quickly locked onto their enemies, unleashing their void powers as they vanished from the ground, rising into the sky. They pounced upon the Chidori. Their relentless attacks were like a storm. Perhaps because these void beings were still too young, their techniques were limited, they could only manage simple bites and the most basic applications of void power. Wait, could it be that my strength is still too low to summon more powerful void beings? Chen Feng covered his forehead, watching the scene unfold like a child's brawl, feeling somewhat pained. Forget it. I won't watch this fight any longer. It was simply uninteresting. However, Rogers and the others were excited as it was their first encounter with these void beings, watching with great interest. Everyone, let's join in. Seize this golden opportunity to eliminate these Chitauri. Sol raised his Thor's hammer, his red cloak billowing, filled with fighting spirit. With the help of the void beings, the tide of battle was turned and the numerical advantage of the Chitauri vanished in that moment. You have more, but I have no less. The overwhelming Chitauri and the void beings filling the skies formed a striking delineation between the two forces. At this moment, Chen Feng no longer focused on the other members of the Avengers. Having the summoned void beings to assist them was already sufficient. Hulk. Smash. Without the Chitauri surrounding him, Hulk unleashed an aesthetic of power and pure violence. He jumped directly into the fray. His fists landed heavily on the Chitauri, his immense strength taking down countless foes in an instant, their bodies piling up. Influenced by Hulk, others charged into the enemy ranks, coordinating with the void beings to take on the Chitauri. The two forces intertwined, nearly obscuring all visibility. The sky and ground were filled with various impacts and the roar of explosions. Chen Feng atop Stark Tower let out a deep breath. The void power within him surged once more, propelling him closer to the cosmic cube. However, the cosmic cube was not easily approached. Its latent energy surged with overwhelming power like a long-dormant volcano erupting. Once again, Chen Feng's progress was obstructed, his right hand blocked before the cosmic cube. Damn this space gem! Chen Feng squinted, feeling increasingly impatient as endless energy erupted within him. Suddenly the atmosphere shifted. A brilliant sun loomed above everything. It seemed a terrifying energy was being directed from the depths of the void into Chen Feng's body. At that moment, Chen Feng appeared to become a god of the void, freely mastering the void power. The spatial energy released by the space gem was firmly suppressed by the void power. As long as he could hold on a little longer, he would definitely manage to suppress the spatial power and close the cosmic cube. Gradually, the spatial energy connecting the gateway started to dwindle, with the vast rift shrinking from several thousand meters to merely a few hundred meters wide. The number of Chitauri entering Earth drastically decreased. Damn it! Loki cannot fail like this. I will not fail like this. Loki, still searching for the scepter atop the high rise, grew even more frantic upon witnessing this. I refuse to accept this. I absolutely refuse to accept this. Clearly there were already those behind him aiding him. He had gained such formidable power, and yet he could not allow himself to be defeated by these ants at a time like this. Loki leaped, vanishing from the high building. In no time he appeared at the top of Stark Tower, gazing at Chen Feng before him, endless fury igniting in his eyes. I will not let you have it. Loki shouted angrily, a sharp dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. He lunged directly at Chen Feng, creating a whistling sound as if a cold light flashed. As soon as Loki stepped into that range, he was bound by the power of time. The gleaming dagger was also pinned down by an energy barrier. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. A massive star fell from the heavens, crashing heavily onto Loki. The immense gravitational pressure severely wounded Loki, who collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. What a pity. I've completely failed. I didn't even touch the hem of Chen Feng's clothing and I've lost like this. Does this make me the most useless god of Asgard? Countless thoughts surged in Loki's mind. His confidence dealt a serious blow. A mage needing to rely on a bunch of machines for combat, is this really a comeback? Seeing Loki collapsed on the ground, devoid of fighting spirit, Chen Feng coldly remarked. After a significant amount of effort, he was finally close to the cosmic cube. Get up! Chen Feng pressed down on the cosmic cube, astonishing void power flooding into it, attempting to subdue the spatial gem's strength. The space gem is one of the 6 infinity stones. Its power and capabilities are incredibly formidable. Otherwise it wouldn't have attracted Thanos' attention. At this moment, under Chen Feng's void power, the spatial power slowly stabilized. Yes. In the next moment, Chen Feng directly pulled the space gem out, interrupting the energy reaction mechanism. The rift in the sky finally began to close. What? Who fired the nuclear missile? Tony suddenly pointed out, noticing a nuclear missile rapidly approaching their city. His expression changed drastically. Tony took off quickly, rushing towards the nuclear missile. What? Someone fired a nuclear missile at our city. What? Upon hearing this, Roger's face darkened, disbelief etched on his features. Are you kidding me? That is an ultimate weapon of planetary destruction, nuclear weaponry. Although Rogers was frozen in ice before the end of the war, it didn't stop him from knowing the power of nuclear weapons. If that nuclear missile detonates in our city, then the entire city will undoubtedly be reduced to a wasteland. Looking across the globe, who could withstand such a missile? Just its launch is enough to devastate. Needless to say, the future of the city will become a deserted wasteland, a horrific death zone riddled with radioactive decay no one will dare to approach. I've got it. Just as everyone was in a panic, Tony arrived beneath the nuclear missile, holding it up with both hands. He then dashed towards the still open gateway at the fastest speed. The only way to resolve this issue now is to send the nuclear missile into space. Otherwise, if it detonates in the city, it will cause unimaginable damage to the Earth. It won't be a matter of recovering in just a few years, decades, or even centuries. Rogers on the ground watched Tony ascend into the sky and shouted, "Tony, hurry. The gateway is already closing slowly." If Tony ran out of energy midway, he might never return. "Chen Feng, can you do anything to keep the portal open for a while until Tony gets back?" Rogers immediately thought of Chen Feng. Since the portal had closed, it meant the Tesseract had been shut down and Chen Feng's efforts had succeeded. Reopen the portal? Chen Feng's gaze was sharp and playful. Rogers couldn't fathom the meaning behind his words. Is it that troublesome? Then we're in trouble. But then Chen Feng's next casual remark completely baffled Rogers. This is too simple, Chen Feng said with a light chuckle. What? Open a space portal? Simple. At that moment Rogers even doubted if he had misheard, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. Only Natasha looked at Rogers with absolute confidence, knowing that if Chen Feng said so, he must have his reasons. Natasha reassured him, "Captain, you don't need to worry. Since Chen Feng says he has a way, he definitely does. We have no other choice now but to trust him." Chen Feng's strength was deeply etched in Natasha's heart, and after spending so much time together, they knew each other inside out. Therefore Natasha could vouch for him. When Chen Feng made such a statement, there was absolutely no problem. "Chen Feng, at this point I can only choose to trust you." Rogers nodded, a firm resolve rising in his heart. "I'm counting on you for everything now." Here it seemed no one else could confidently claim they had the ability to open a space portal. Even Thor, the god of thunder, lacked the power to traverse space. Otherwise the Asgardians wouldn't need the Bifrost to reach other worlds. Boom. The last ounce of energy in Tony's Iron Man suit was squeezed out as he finally burst through the atmosphere into outer space. On the other side of the portal lay the Chitauri fleet, their spaceship stretching for thousands of miles, a sight so vast it inspired fear and awe. Tony had no idea how many Chitauri soldiers there were, but if they kept pouring in, everything on Earth would be overrun. Go to hell, you vermin! Tony's eyes blazed with madness as he released the nuclear missile. Following its trajectory, the missile hurtled straight toward the Chitauri mothership. In the next instant, fireworks erupted. A thunderous explosion rang out as the Chitauri mothership shattered into pieces, obliterated completely. A terrifying shockwave swept through, destroying everything in its path. Meanwhile, Tony's Iron Man suit, its energy fully depleted, lost all power. Tony himself, having spent too long in outer space, began to suffocate and lost consciousness. He drifted aimlessly toward Earth as the portal was about to close. Given Tony's size, it seemed impossible for him to pass through the portal and re-enter Earth. But just at that critical moment, a streak of azure energy suddenly appeared, prying open the closing portal a little wider. Tony's body passed through the enlarged gap and fell toward Earth. How the power of the space stone is truly incredible, Chen Feng remarked, watching Tony re-enter Earth. After suppressing the space stone with his void force, he could clearly feel a degree of control over it. Moreover, space and void powers were quite similar, belonging to the same category of abilities. Though they competed, they could also accommodate each other. This was why Chen Feng could unleash part of the space stone's power after gaining a slight mastery over it. Chen Feng. He really didn't deceive me. Rogers gazed at Chen Feng atop Stark Tower, a wave of emotion washing over him. This man was far too powerful, like a god. So strong that he was unfathomable, with no one knowing the true extent of his limits. No wonder even Fury was desperate to recruit Chen Feng into the Avengers. Hulk leaped from the ground, soaring high, and swiftly reached Tony's side to bring him back. If the unconscious Tony were allowed to freefall from tens of thousands of meters, needless to say, he would have been reduced to a bloody pulp. At that moment, the remaining Chitauri in New York stood isolated, weak, pitiful, and helpless. The void creatures did not let these enemies off easily. In no time they wiped out the last batch of Chitauri in New York completely. All of you return. Chen Feng released his void force, recalling all the void creatures into the void. With the enemies eliminated, leaving them in New York would only cause chaos as great as the Chitauri invasion. Tisk, let's go see how our hero Tony is doing, Chen Feng muttered to himself. After recalling all the void creatures, he descended directly from the top of Stark Tower. At that moment Tony lay on the ground, his helmet removed and set aside. Everyone wore different expressions, but they all shared a look of sorrow. Tony before them had stopped breathing, a pall of death emanating from him. Hey, why so somber? We've already won. Chen Feng approached the group somewhat puzzled. It wasn't until he saw Tony lying motionless on the ground that he understood. Hulk, help Tony out. Chen Feng pointed at Hulk. Hulk looked baffled. He's dead, how can I save him? I'm not the Lord of Hell, I don't know resurrection spells. Just roar at him, that's enough, Chen Feng said with a hint of helplessness. Meeting Chen Feng's firm gaze, for some reason Hulk followed his instructions. A thunderous roar erupted, so piercing it threatened to burst everyone's eardrums. Luckily Chen Feng quickly covered Natasha's ears to shield her from the shock. But the others were utterly dumbfounded, this was pure torture. Oh, ha, Tony on the ground suddenly gasped, his chest heaving violently, curling up like a snail. Letting out a deep breath of stale air, Tony opened his eyes in bewilderment. Tony, are you alright? Rogers hurried over, supporting Tony with concern. For Tony, who had just saved Earth, Rogers set aside all past grievances. Now Tony was the world's savior and his actions deserved respect. Phew. I suddenly crave a steak from that nearby Arabian grill, Tony laughed, looking at those around him, saying something out of the blue. Chen Feng, Rogers, everyone, all of them stared blankly at Tony, bewildered. Seriously, you just cheated death and the first thing on your mind is food. I thought you were going to say something touching, but this is just disappointing. Remember the first time Tony returned from the Middle East in a mess, the first thing he craved was a delicious burger. Clearly after a thrilling adventure, Tony's first instinct was hunger. Alright then, tonight we'll hit that nearby Arabian grill and try the steak you mentioned. Chen Feng unhesitating agreed earnestly. In this battle he was the most relaxed, his strength spoke for itself. No one present could deny it. Everyone fell silent, speechless. The Tesseract was retrieved and the Chitauri fleet was defeated in space. Thus Loki's scheme was completely thwarted and his plan to conquer Earth utterly failed. For Chen Feng there was one more important matter, the Tesseract was now in his hands. The Void Force's control over the Tesseract and their relationship belonged to the same category of abilities. Even with brief contact this was evident. Given more time, Chen Feng would surely master the energy of the Tesseract even better. However, Chen Feng currently lacked a weapon to house the Space Stone, otherwise he would have crushed the Tesseract to extract it, just as Thanos would later do. Armed with an Infinity Gauntlet forged by a dwarf, Thanos would collect the Infinity Stones and become the ruler of the Marvel Universe. What Galactus? What living tribunal? What cosmic gods? One snap and they'd all kneel and sing surrender. The power of the Infinity Stones was beyond anyone's imagination. Randomly erasing half of all life in the universe, disregarding strength, treating all equally. With the heart of the universe it would be even more terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, a plan formed in Chen Feng's mind: gather the other 5 Infinity Stones and find a weapon to house them. Tony, get up. Aren't you going to that Arabian grill to eat? Why are you still lying here? Chen Feng looked around at the near-ruined Manhattan area, eager to leave. The dust and a nauseating stench filled the air, too pungent for Chen Feng to bear a moment longer. Don't tell me that Arabian grill is somewhere around here. Chen Feng scanned the surroundings swiftly, his sharp eyes fixed on Tony. Nearby? You must be joking. This whole damn area was reduced to rubble. Whatever restaurants, parks, buildings, or famous companies once stood here were all destroyed in the Great Battle. No way, if it were here I wouldn't have mentioned it. I'm actually glad it's not, Tony retorted with a resentful look. Clearly Chen Feng's suspicion displeased him. Don't you trust me that much? Am I not reliable? If Chen Feng knew Tony's thoughts he would definitely nod, not just distrust, you're utterly unreliable. Alright everyone, let's save the barbecue talk for later. Right now I just want to go back for a good shower and a nice sleep. Natasha stretched lazily, exhaustion evident on her face. This battle really wore me out. I'll go with you, Chen Feng said with a sly grin, walking over to Natasha and taking her hand. This scene instantly drew looks of disgust from the others around. Come on. When we're all single here, can you not flaunt your love? Makes it seem like we don't have girlfriends. But on second thought, apart from Clint and Tony, who had partners, Roger's love was over 90 and bedridden, while Banner's girlfriend Benny had left, not to mention General Ross standing in the way. So indeed there were two single men here. For a moment Rogers and Banner both felt a pang of bitterness. A cold song for ourselves. Stark Tower is wrecked beyond recognition. They'll head off first to deal with the aftermath, Tony said, activating the backup energy in his Iron Man suit and flying towards Stark Tower. I must return to the helicarrier immediately and report this to Director Fury. Rogers bid a hasty farewell. Captain Wade, I'll go with you. Clint called out from behind Rogers, quickly catching up. I'm going to find Loki. Hulk wanted some peace and quiet. Then Thor and Hulk both sped off in different directions. Now only Chen Feng and Natasha remained, as if the spot held something so dreadful that everyone else fled from it. Don't forget tomorrow's Arabian barbecue. Chen Feng suddenly called out before the others had gone too far. My knight, let's go home and bathe together. I need you to give me a good massage today, I'm so tired. Natasha leaned languidly on Chen Feng's shoulder, her breath warm against his ear. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. This enchanting little minx, when did she learn to be so alluring? Just wait until I get you home. Chen Feng reached out and grasped the air as if tearing cloth, and a rift suddenly tore open in the void, exuding a formidable aura. Chen Feng took Natasha's hand and stepped into it. The next moment they arrived at his home. Fortunately, Queens was some distance from Manhattan Square, and the Chitauri had been held back in Manhattan by MOE, so Queens remained untouched. The two of them slipped directly into the bathroom. The night grew darker, the air colder, but within the bathroom the temperature slowly rose. Aboard the helicarrier, Rogers stood before Fury with a grim expression, staring at him intently. Why did you launch a nuclear missile at New York? He demanded. Don't you realize that once it detonates, all of New York will become a dead, barren wasteland? Fury's eyes showed no ripple as he gazed at the already devastated Manhattan on the screen. If we hadn't launched that missile, New York would have fallen to the Chitauri. Then not just New York, but the country, the world, even the entire Earth would be occupied by aliens. Loki would rule Earth. Sometimes to achieve the greater good we must sacrifice the lesser, sacrifice a part to ensure the safety of the whole planet, Captain. Rogers, still furious after hearing Fury's explanation, retorted bluntly, you saw it too, we defeated the Chitauri without your nuclear missile. We beat Loki and drove them off Earth. You have to admit your mistake, Director Fury. If not, what was the point of assembling us? To be a distraction. Rogers' biting sarcasm left Fury momentarily silent. The situation at that time had indeed been too urgent. For the sake of the bigger picture, Fury had chosen to launch the nuclear missile, sacrificing New York City to completely eliminate the Chitauri threat. The argument between Fury and Rogers continued until nightfall before it finally subsided. In any case, Rogers was furious that Fury had launched the missile without informing them, yet Fury's explanation stirred a hint of forgiveness within him. He professed anger, but inwardly he had already forgiven. The situation had indeed been dire, they were all at a disadvantage, and after a series of fierce battles everyone's physical and mental strength was nearly exhausted. If Chen Feng hadn't summoned those void creatures to join the fight, the Chitauri might have overwhelmed them and claimed victory. The outcome would have been completely rewritten. New York would fall. The nation would fall. Then the whole world would fall. If that had happened, it's unimaginable what kind of apocalypse it would have been. Regardless, Rogers' steadfast sense of justice would not allow Fury to sacrifice an entire city to protect the nation or even the entire Earth. Because Rogers firmly believed in one principle: until the very last moment there is always a solution. After they parted ways in Discord, Thor brought Loki to the helicarrier. They imprisoned Loki. The security measures were at least more stringent and tighter than last time. Without the Tesseract and with the Bifrost broken, Thor couldn't return to Asgard. He would have to wait until Chen Feng arrived tomorrow to make plans. However, personally taking the Tesseract back to Asgard from Chen Feng didn't seem like an easy task, it was particularly troublesome. Thinking of this, Thor's head throbbed with pain. Elsewhere, Tony returned to Stark Tower and stared at the now dilapidated building, his face instantly darkening. A curse escaped his lips. Damn it. This is such a loss. This great battle had shattered months of his hard work, sending him back to square one. Even as the wealthiest man in the country, his heart bled with frustration. He was extremely displeased. That damned Loki. Bastard. He's my jinx. Tony roared, trying to vent the rage within him. After a long while he took off his Mark 7 armor, sat dazedly on the battered sofa staring at the wreckage on the floor, and finally sank into a deep sleep. Where was he? He had brushed death today, head sleep on it first. The next day all the Avengers gathered at the Arabian barbecue restaurant. Chen Feng had wanted to bring Mindy along, but Natasha stopped him. This involved matters beyond her reach. For Mindy it was still too soon and too dangerous. However, Chen Feng harbored an even grander plan in his mind, one he could only implement after Mindy came of age. Tony, I hope the barbecue here suits my taste. Remember, I've tasted Chen Feng's cooking, don't disappoint me. Thor sat grandly in his seat, brandishing his fork like a thug. Huh? Is Chen Feng's cooking really that good? Rogers glanced at Chen Feng, his eyes full of doubt. Having just awakened from the ice, he naturally hadn't had the chance to savor the god's culinary skills. Of course, Captain. Trust me, once you try food made by Chen Feng, you'll absolutely fall in love with it. When I first came to Earth, I was stunned by his exquisite skill. I never imagined another planet could have food more delicious than my homeland. Thor reminisced about the past, praising endlessly. Hey Thor, just love my cooking, don't fall in love with me. I don't care about your orientation, but mine is perfectly straight. Chen Feng, hearing the twisted implication in Thor's words, quickly defended himself. Thor was speechless and somewhat exasperated. Hey Chen Feng, what are you saying? Don't be so narcissistic. Everyone knows Jane Foster is my girlfriend. Don't slander me here. I'm Asgard's #1 straight man, straighter than steel rebar. What do you think? Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand. I was just explaining casually. You getting so worked up only makes others believe it. Thor's face darkened even more. He was about to retort when Tony interrupted. We're here to eat, not to discuss whether you're gay. And the barbecue here definitely won't be inferior to Chen Feng's cooking. This is from the food master Happy himself. Tony leaned back in his chair with a confident expression, crossing his legs. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Chen Feng turned to look at the bustling restaurant, a hint of anticipation stirring within him. Hearing you all talk, I really want to taste what makes this Arabian barbecue place so special. Rogers was curious, gazing toward the front hall with eager eyes. The others' appetites were whetted and they swallowed their saliva. No one can resist the allure of good food. Soon a large platter of Arabian barbecue was brought to the table. It looks good, Natasha said, sniffing the aroma, pleasantly surprised. If it followed this path, the food would surely taste excellent. But to match Chen Feng's level, I'll have to taste it first. I won't stand on ceremony. Thor directly speared a large piece of meat and wolfed it down. But suddenly he froze, his expression drastically changing as his brows and eyes contorted. He quickly bent over and spat out all the meat from his mouth. WTF? Is this a culinary disaster? Tony, what kind of place did you bring us to? This isn't barbecue, it's worse than Asgardian bugs. Thor raged. Damn, his expectations were dashed and even his tongue felt scorched. Is it really that bad? Tony speared another piece of meat, eyeing Thor suspiciously. Are you messing with me? Everyone give it a try. Maybe it's just not to his Asgardian palate. Tony gestured for the others to try. Rogers and Clint, unable to refuse Tony's goodwill, also speared a piece and put it in their mouths. Damn it, Tony, are you pranking us? Clint grimaced after chewing the meat once, his face contorted in pain as he questioned with a dark expression. Tony, this recommendation is terrible. It's not even as good as the milk and bread I had during the war. Rogers was more restrained but equally disliked the taste. Shit. It's all that damn Happy's fault. Tony spat out the meat and promptly pinned the blame on Happy. Since he wasn't there, he was the perfect scapegoat. Phew. Natasha let out a deep breath, grateful that Chen Feng had stopped her in time. What's going on, Tony? You said this could rival Chen Feng's food. It's worse than the lowest Asgardian fare. Thor, displeased, turned to look at Dr. Banner, who was still eating heartily. Good grief, Banner. How can you swallow this tasteless meat? Banner looked up sheepishly with an awkward smile. I lived in India before, in the slums. The food there was even worse than this barbecue. By comparison, this Arabian barbecue is acceptable. Tony, in the name of an Asgardian warrior, I issue you the sternest condemnation. Thor suddenly stood up, his hammer crackling with lightning as he pointed it at Tony. Tony shrugged helplessly. I told you big guy Happy brought me here. I got duped too, okay? When I get back I'm going to give Happy a piece of my mind. He calls himself a fruit expert. Damn. This is his standard. Can this Arabian barbecue joint really be called gourmet cuisine? You're kidding me? Air sneered dismissively, then pointed accusingly. Don't shift the blame onto others. You were the one who insisted on coming here. Tony, enraged, slammed the table. Thor, this is Earth, not your Asgard. And besides, I'm the one treating you tonight. I paid for this meal, so I'll do as I please. The others from the district watched Tony and Thor bickering like children, their faces filled with helplessness and headache. Hey, why don't you two just go outside and fight it out? I imagine in Asgardian tradition there must be something like warriors stepping into the arena for a duel. Chen Feng proposed an idea. Iron Man versus the God of Thunder, Mark 7 armor clashing with Mjolnir, that would surely be spectacular. That tradition. We actually don't have it in Asgard. Thor shook his head, then suddenly seemed to realize something and erupted. Wait, Chen Feng, are you implying that Asgardian warriors are all barbarians who solve everything with brute force? Thor's mind froze for a moment. Only then did he grasp the implication behind Chen Feng's words, feeling he had been mocked. Although Asgard still adhered to a dynastic system and wielded ancient spears as weapons, that did not mean it was a feudal empire. Nonsense. Asgard was the most powerful force among the 9 realms, surpassing Earth's technological level by countless millennia. Chen Feng, I challenge you, Thor declared with blazing fighting spirit. Tony, Natasha, everyone. At these words all were stunned into silence, their eyes wide and fixed on the two before them. A challenge? None had expected Thor to utter such words. Chen Feng's strength was beyond doubt fully displayed in the recent battle in New York. He was the one who could stand firm against the Chitauri horde and suppress the Tesseract, feats that even the king of Asgard might not accomplish. Though Thor was no pushover either, his Mjolnir capable of shaking heaven and earth and summoning endless lightning. But then again, last time in New Mexico, Thor had already been defeated by Chen Feng once. If he wanted to challenge him again, unless his power had grown immensely, he must be letting his temper cloud his judgment. Everyone had little faith in this duel. It seemed like an irrational invitation to suffer. Are you really challenging me? Chen Feng's face bore an expression as if looking at a fool. Yes, I challenge you. Thor's eyes blazed as he stared fixedly at Chen Feng, speaking without hesitation. Ha! I admire your courage, Thor. Go on, let us witness your heroic form. Tony clapped on the side, his expression unreadable. There seemed to be a hidden meaning behind it. Better not, New York was just wrecked yesterday. If you two fight today, this area might turn into ruins too. Rogers shook his head, opposing the duel between the two. Okay, 2 votes, 1 for 1 against. That leaves us 3. I'm in favor. What about you two? Natasha now became the arbiter of this duel. One had to admit, they sure knew how to have fun. Pointing at the other ordinary people in the restaurant, Clint opposed him against it. The captain makes a good point. There are many civilians here. If they get hurt, the consequences would be bad. As expected, Clint stood by Rogers from the start, his loyal follower. Yeah. Banner, what about you? Natasha looked at Bruce Banner, inquiring. I agree. Banner popped the barbecue into his mouth and continued eating. Okay, 3-2, you two can go out and duel. Natasha's beautiful eyes curved into crescents, her smile blooming like a flower as she spoke to Chen Feng and Thor. At this moment Rogers walked solemnly over to Thor and Chen Feng, admonishing, you may duel, but you must promise not to cause any harm to the civilians here. Otherwise this match will be terminated immediately. Chen Feng looked at the earnest Rogers and shrugged nonchalantly, no problem, they'll take care of Thor in one move. It won't cause any trouble. Those words were too arrogant. Defeating Thor in one move? Who did he think he was? That was a surefire way to draw hatred. Thor's expression soured. I admit you're formidable, Chen Feng, but taking me down in one move. Even my father Odin wouldn't dare say that lightly. Chen Feng, last time I lost to you it was because I had just obtained Mjolnir and was still mastering the power of thunder. Now I'm a world apart from back then. Don't underestimate me or it'll make things really awkward for you. This little guy sure talks tough. Look at a man with new eyes after 3 days parting, was that what he meant? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth, then strode out. Thor shuddered inexplicably, feeling a chill down his spine. It felt as though something had silently marked him. Don't underestimate me. I am Odin's son, Thor the god of thunder. Thor quickly steadied himself and followed angrily, Mjolnir flashing with dazzling lightning that illuminated the entire restaurant. No sooner had the words fallen than all the patrons around were utterly stunned. Like a frozen tableau. Silence. The whole place fell silent. Damn it, Thor, can you not be so flashy? Rogers muttered bitterly to himself. Having chosen the dueling ground, Chen Feng and Thor stood on opposite sides. They stared each other down. The auras emanating from both shifted abruptly as if they could pierce through the very heavens. Tony Banner and Natasha watched the two intently, eagerly anticipating the coming clash. Only Rogers and Clint observed with grave expressions, a flicker of worry crossing their eyes that this area might be turned upside down. Thor made the first move. A long afterimage trailed behind him as he closed in on Chen Feng in the blink of an eye. Surrounded by endless lightning crackling and booming. Boom. Mjolnir tore through the air with a deafening roar, the very space seemed to be engulfed by thunder and lightning. Chen Feng smirked, opening his palm, a blazing spark of lightning flickered like the brightest star in the darkest night, drawing everyone's gaze. That tiny spark instantly expanded countless times like a wildfire that could consume the heavens, devouring everything before it. That same trick again? Do you think he'll lose to you once more? Thor's heart sank, recalling how Chen Feng had used this very move to defeat him before. Lightning versus lightning? But this time I will surpass you. Mjolnir suddenly radiated a million rays of light. The entire sky seemed illuminated as if the sun had drawn closer to Earth, terrifying to behold. I have one lightning that can break all laws. The lightning in Chen Feng's hand began to condense, slowly shrinking from hundreds of meters to an arc only about 50 meters long. Yet within that short arc of lightning lay power no less than Thor's overwhelming thunder. Boom! A thunderclap resounded in the sky. All the lightning converged onto Thor's Mjolnir, which then hurtled toward Chen Feng with an earth-shattering, ghost-weeping force. But Chen Feng's calm, still eyes betrayed not a single ripple. Crackle! The explosion burst forth. The arc of lightning in his hand and Mjolnir collided violently. Boom! In an instant a deafening explosion erupted and an immensely powerful wave of energy swept outward. Yet it only expanded 10 meters. Immediately it was pulled by an invisible and terrifying void force into the empty space, swallowed whole, leaving no destruction behind. The two bolts of lightning clashed against each other. Like two dragons they bit and tore at one another. For a time they remained locked in a stalemate. Thanks to the power of the void, the mighty thunder did not affect any other area. Instead it crackled and flashed continuously around Thor and Chen Feng. Earth-shattering. His strength had indeed grown considerably. Chen Feng watched Thor, who was putting up a decent fight, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Suddenly, in the next second, Chen Feng's gaze turned cold as if he had become a different person. Space trembled and the very time around Thor seemed to be controlled. The flickering lightning like a slow-motion scene reflected in Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng's figure flickered as he dashed forward, his movement agile as he weaved through the dense lightning, reaching Thor in just a few breaths. Thor's heart jolted. The expression on his face too seemed to slow down, appearing frame by frame. Who do you think will win? Banner looked at Tony beside him. Who knows? Chen Feng's incredibly strong. But if Thor can give him a beating, or better yet they both get knocked out, that's the outcome I'd most like to see. Tony said nonchalantly. Win or lose didn't matter, none of it was his business anyway. But if both of them got injured and the fight was fierce, that would be quite entertaining. Tony had unpleasant memories with both Thor and Chen Feng. He wouldn't mind seeing them embarrassed, taking pleasure in their misfortune. Do you think my man would lose to Thor? Natasha's lips curved into a confident, charming smile, her expression full of certainty. She had great confidence in her man's prowess. From what we've seen so far, Chen Feng has the upper hand, plus he's beaten Thor before. Still, I hope neither of them gets hurt, and especially that no civilians nearby are harmed. Rogers couldn't open his mouth without mentioning civilians. A veteran from the World War II era, his mindset was indeed different from the others. It's almost over. Clint looked up at the gradually fading light, a glint flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the sky above. The thunder in the sky dissipated. The dazzling light faded. The two figures appeared before everyone. In Chen Feng's hand, a lightning spear pointed directly at Thor's throat, radiating unimaginable energy fluctuations that made those below tremble involuntarily. Powerful. Too powerful? Everyone felt utterly helpless. As for Thor, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, a sense of lingering fear in his voice as he conceded, "I lost." The crackling electric arcs contained terrifying might. Thor admitted his inferiority, his heart sinking into the abyss. If that struck him even with his divine body, it would be far from pleasant. If only he had said so earlier, wouldn't that have settled it? Chen Feng let out a strange laugh. Thor sighed in relief, but seeing Chen Feng's odd smile, he felt something bad was about to happen. And sure enough, just as the thunder spear retracted, a sudden arc of electricity leaped and struck Thor heavily across the face. Sizzle! 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 All of Thor's hair stood on end, making him look like a human hedgehog. "Sorry, my hand slipped," Chen Feng said nonchalantly. Despite his words, his tone lacked any sincerity, clearly showing he did it on purpose. "Chen Feng?" Thor muttered resentfully, but his face bore an expression of helplessness. Since the other had apologized without evidence, no one could help him. Even if he wanted to be angry, Thor knew he couldn't defeat Chen Feng. Damn it. So infuriating. Despite being a god, he felt so restrained and helpless before a mere human like Chen Feng. "And Tony, I heard every word you said just now." Chen Feng's voice, like that of a demon, suddenly echoed in Tony's ears. "Ahem, Chen Feng, you know me, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Honestly, I truly hope both of you come out safe and sound." Tony coughed dryly and quickly explained, forcing a flattering smile. "Damn. How could this guy have such sharp ears? I don't want to end up like Thor, turned into a crisp by lightning." Sparks of electricity flickered between Chen Feng's fingers, emitting a dazzling glow. He sneered, "Really? With your character, do you think I'd believe you? Chen Feng, we've known each other for so long, don't you know me by now? Of course you should trust me, we share a deep bond of camaraderie." Tony's face changed dramatically as he quickly stepped back, edging closer to Banner. At this moment, only Hulk had the strength to barely hold Chen Feng back. Unable to hold back any longer, Rogers finally intervened to stop Chen Feng's aggression. "This duel is over. Let's prepare to send Loki and Thor back to Asgard. As for the conflict between you two, you can settle it later in private." "What? Private? Settle later?" Hearing those words, Tony felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Damn it. Wasn't this a death sentence? No way. Absolutely not. He had to avoid Chen Feng from now on. Tony could already imagine the outcome of being alone with him. Pain, unimaginable pain. "Captain, why don't we resolve the conflict between Chen Feng and me right here? Maybe we'll forget about it later and you can all be witnesses. How about that?" Tony hooked his arm around Roger's shoulder, grinning broadly, acting as if they were brothers. "That depends on Chen Feng. I don't have the authority to decide. You've always preached about human rights and freedom, haven't you? I'm just following what you said." Rogers pulled away Tony's hand, his face full of disdain. "Don't worry, Tony, I've engraved this matter firmly in my mind. I won't forget. The captain is right, we'll settle our affairs slowly later." Chen Feng walked straight toward Thor, leaving a regretful Tony behind. Damn it. Why did I have to run my mouth? Why did I have to court death? Tony was on the verge of tears. He stood frozen, contemplating life. Banner walked past Tony, patted his shoulder and sighed. Natasha also passed by Tony, softly comforting him, "Good luck." Hawkeye walked past Tony with a resigned expression, shook his head and said nothing. This was undoubtedly the darkest day in Iron Man Tony Stark's life, bar none. After a brief rest, Thor's electrical injuries had nearly fully healed. With his divine body, such wounds were trivial. To what weighed on him more was a profound sense of powerlessness. Defeated by the same person twice with the same move. Anyone would feel immense humiliation and pain, especially a proud Asgardian warrior like Thor. "Thor, aren't you eager to take Loki back to Asgard?" "Perfect timing, higher-ups have arranged it. You can leave now," Rogers instructed. "Wait," Thor suddenly sensed something amiss. "You beat me up and now you're sending me back to Asgard? Is that how it works? What a blatant case of burning bridges. Well, where's Loki?" Thor pondered for a moment and agreed. Indeed, he needed to return to Asgard quickly. His father Odin must have been waiting impatiently. After all, Odin had used every resource to send Thor to Earth, and now Asgard's defenses were at an all-time low. Every second Thor delayed, something earth-shattering could happen on the other side. As for Loki, I've already asked Director Fury to bring him over. He should be here in about a minute. Rogers gazed at the distant sky awaiting Fury and Loki's arrival. I understand. Thor glanced sideways at the stunned Tony. By the way, is Tony alright? Chen Feng changed the subject, shamelessly explaining to Thor, he's fine, probably just lost in thought. You know how scientists are, their minds are always buzzing with ideas, what they call a flash of inspiration. He might be pondering something important. Banner, Rogers and Hawkeye rolled their eyes, their expressions screaming, if I believe you am a fool. What utter nonsense. Chen Feng could turn white into black. Is that so? Scientists' minds are indeed terrifying. Dear Banner, do you ever experience that? Thor suddenly turned to Banner and asked. Banner was at a loss for words, torn between responses, and fell into deep thought. They're here. In the tense atmosphere, Rogers' eyes lit up as he announced. At that moment, an F-35 fighter jet descended from the sky. It landed before the group. Fury, accompanied by a shackled Loki, disembarked and approached Thor. Fury pushed Loki toward Thor, his expression grave. This bastard is your responsibility. Make sure he never escapes Asgard and endangers our planet again. Next time he won't be so lucky. I'll keep a close eye on him this time. He won't leave Asgard again. Thor nodded, suddenly recalling something important. Chen Feng, could I take the Tesseract back? Otherwise we can't return to Asgard. Thor hesitantly reached out, hoping to take the Tesseract. Having just been thoroughly beaten by Chen Feng, a shadow of fear now lingered in Thor's heart. If he weren't so weak, Thor would have roared at Chen Feng, snatched the Tesseract and walked away without a second thought. Without the Tesseract you can't return to Asgard. That's a problem. Chen Feng stroked his chin. How about this? I'll reluctantly open a passage to Asgard and send you back. Chen Feng, could I bring the Tesseract along? Thor asked again. Sorry, the Tesseract is non-negotiable. Even if you offered Mjolnir in exchange, it's a no. Chen Feng refused without a second thought, his tone resolute. Chen Feng, you should hand over the Tesseract. It's too dangerous on Earth. Loki's attack with the Chitauri wasn't his alone, there's a far more powerful force backing him. The one behind Loki is after the Tesseract. For some reason they can't come to Earth themselves, which is why they sent Loki. The Tesseract may be powerful, but the danger it harbors is beyond what you, this country, or even the entire Earth can handle. Thor refused to give up, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng as he spoke earnestly. He wasn't acting for himself or even just Asgard, but for the whole Earth. Hearing Thor's heartfelt words, Director Fury wavered slightly and turned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, maybe we should give the Tesseract to Thor. Let him take it back to Asgard for safekeeping. S. H. I. D. L. D. S. Phase 2 was still in testing, far from completion. In the near future it was best to avoid trouble at all costs, certainly not attract any more aliens. Chen Feng, I agree with Thor. Asgard is better equipped to protect the Tesseract than Earth, Rogers added. Compared to Chen Feng's overwhelming power, Captain America was more concerned about the safety of Earth's people. Asgard is stronger. They can protect the Tesseract. Chen Feng couldn't help but scoff. Fury, Captain, have you forgotten who drove Odin back the last time he attacked? Chen Feng's disdainful tone jolted the others, reminding them of the events in New Mexico. There stood a majestic man, sword in hand, proud and aloof, whose single sword strike vanquished all foes. One man. One sword. Enough to counter an army. Enough to slay gods and demons. Enough to shatter the heavens and earth. He was a grand swordsman, an immortal swordsman who slew all, or perhaps a sword god from the depths of the cosmos, the most adept with a sword in the entire universe. At that moment everyone who looked at Chen Feng felt as if a razor-sharp sword had been unsheathed, piercing straight into their hearts. Dominance. Invincibility. This was an overbearing aura that looked down on all. He towered above all beings, surveying the world. The entire crowd was moved. Silence. Rogers, Director Fury and Thor all fell silent, not uttering a word. Now do you still think I'm unworthy of safeguarding the Tesseract? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, his calm tone carrying an undeniable authority. This was supreme dignity, a majesty that brooked no refusal or objection. A minute passed before the others snapped back to reality. "I'll open a spatial gate for you. Take Loki and go back," Chen Feng stated plainly. In his palm a force of spatial energy coalesced and then a beam of light connecting heaven and earth descended, landing beside Thor. Thor stepped into the beam with Loki, then suddenly turned his head and asked, "If something happens in the future, how do I return to Earth?" "I will arrange everything, you need not worry about that." Chen Feng walked over to Thor and placed a wooden token in his palm. Thor took the wooden token, gripping it tightly, and his figure slowly vanished within the beam of light. "If Earth is in danger, inform me immediately." As he departed, his final voice echoed from within the beam. "It seems Thor cares quite a bit about his little girlfriend." Chen Feng squinted. "So it appears you know his little girlfriend too." Natasha suddenly appeared beside Chen Feng, her calm words carrying a hint of chill. Chen Feng was taken aback and explained helplessly, "I just met her once in New Mexico, a female astronomer." "Don't overthink it, darling." Women were truly complicated creatures. Even a completely unrelated person could be seen as a potential threat. Wasn't he getting along well with Mindy? A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. After seeing Thor off, everyone returned to their normal lives. Dr. Banner stopped running and stayed at SHIELD to continue his research on gamma rays. Captain Rogers grew more accustomed to modern life and became a pillar of SHIELD. Tony repaired his Stark Tower, constantly improving his Iron Man armor. He eventually sent Chen Feng a Mark 7 armor, but Chen Feng no longer needed an Iron Man suit. As for Natasha and Chen Feng, they were together every day, always accompanied by the little girl Mindy. As time passed, Mindy grew much taller, shedding her girlish immaturity and gaining a hint of womanly allure. Chen Feng often pondered that scene in his mind, feeling pleased. But the time was not yet right. Mindy was still only a little over 14. Chen Feng wouldn't force things, seeking both their consent was the best course. But judging by the current situation, that scene was drawing nearer. When the three of them were together, Natasha and Chen Feng always stayed up late into the night. Every morning Mindy's gaze was filled with a mix of resentment and longing. Inside SHIELD. A bespectacled man took a sip of his coffee, a strange glint flashing in his eyes as he inquired, "How is the research on the scepter progressing? Any results?" A man below answered, "Sir, we've detected immense power within it. We can proceed to development and testing in the next step." "Excellent. After years of patience, it's finally time for us to take the stage." The bespectacled man's eyes were cold, a sinister smile spreading across his face like a demon. Yet on the surface SHIELD appeared peaceful and tranquil, with everyone diligently executing Phase 2. They were utterly unaware of the undercurrents surging in the shadows, ready to erupt into a violent earthquake at any moment. When that time came, the entire SHIELD would be in danger of destruction. Even the whole Earth. The calm before the storm, perhaps that was the best way to describe the current state of affairs. Some time after the Great Battle in New York, the world regained its peace and everything returned to normal. The fame of superheroes spread far and wide. The entire country and even the world came to know the Avengers. Although Chen Feng wasn't a member of the Avengers, he was known by the citizens of New York, who would cheer and shout whenever he went out. "Chen Feng, I want to have your baby." "Chen Feng, you're so handsome." "Chen Feng, are you free tonight?" "I am." "Chen Feng, I want to eat your noodles, can you come to my place?" No one was home. Without a doubt, these shouts from female fans always made Mindy and Natasha roll their eyes at Chen Feng countless times, staring at him like resentful wives. Then they would pull him away quickly, leaving the place. This led to Chen Feng having to disguise himself as other heroes to hide his true appearance whenever he went out with the two women. "Chen Feng, I never realized you were the swift-wind swordsman. All this time we've been fighting crime together and I didn't recognize you. Am I going senile?" Inside the hall, Peter lounged casually in a chair, speaking half-jokingly. Since sending his grandfather back to China, Chen Feng had inherited this hall. The daily foot traffic was astonishing. Fortunately, Chen Feng limited the portions of food, preventing the hall's doors from being crushed. It was only after watching the New York battle that Peter connected Chen Feng to the swift-wind swordsman. Chen Feng brought over a portion of his signature steak and asked Peter with a smile, haha, I didn't want to reveal my identity before and I also wanted to have some fun with you. But Peter, how's college life? It's pretty good. The aroma of the steak wafted into Peter's nose, a hint of emotion on his face. College life? It's just so-so. I'm always working with my advisor, so it's more tiring than for the average student. You have no idea how strict my advisor is. Even if I miss a single base pair in a gene sequence, he'll chew me out. Thinking about it gives me chills. If he weren't so brilliant in biology, I would have quit long ago and refused to work under him. When it came to college, Peter's talkative nature fully emerged and he endlessly vented his dissatisfaction with college life to Chen Feng. Peter, you really haven't changed a bit. Chen Feng dug at his ear, a look of resignation on his face. This is definitely you, no doubt about it. By the way, Chen Feng, can you get me into the Avengers? I really want to join your team. Peter looked at Chen Feng expectantly, his eyes almost popping out. Sorry Peter, I can't help you with that. I'm not a member of the Avengers, so if you want to join you'll have to talk to the person in charge. Who? Is it Iron Man, Tony Stark? Peter asked excitedly, clearly admiring Tony. It was understandable though. Tony, as the richest man in the country and a brilliant scientist, was naturally someone Peter, who loved scientific research, would look up to. Well, Tony is one. You could also talk to Captain Rogers. He's a good man, easier to get along with than Tony. Chen Feng thought for a moment and reminded Peter. Tony's personality is still a bit arrogant, his playboy nature hasn't completely faded. In comparison, Rogers is much better. I'd appreciate someone willing to protect the country. Thank you, Chen Feng, but I think I already know the answer in my heart. Peter looked delighted and ate a large piece of steak. Peter sighed, Chen Feng, your cooking keeps getting better. It's delicious. Peter, how's Harry doing lately? How's his company? Chen Feng suddenly thought of Harry and asked. Peter was eating the steak with gusto, but when Chen Feng mentioned Harry he hesitated and stammered, I met Harry recently but he didn't look well. Maybe his company is facing some difficulties. He didn't tell me the details, just said not to worry. Not well? Chen Feng frowned, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Chen Feng hadn't seen Harry for a while and had no idea how he was doing. He decided to visit Harry at Oscorp when he had the time to see what was really going on. In just a few moments the palm-sized steak on the plate was completely devoured by Peter. Burp. I'm so full. Peter patted his stomach, looking content. Chen Feng, you'll get going now or my advisor will start calling me again. Peter rested for a moment, then stood up to leave. Chen Feng, since you know people in the Avengers, put in a good word for me. Tell them about my achievements, let them know how powerful Spider-Man is, okay? Peter turned around at the door and said to Chen Feng. No problem. Chen Feng gave an okay sign and Peter left looking satisfied. Of course, given Peter's current strength, having only defeated some common criminals and wiped out a few vampires, he still had a long way to go. His abilities still needed time to grow before he could reach the level he was meant to achieve. In a secluded street in New York, a bearded man wearing 10 rings sat at the head of a table staring at a screen before him. Is this the guy in the armor who destroyed our men and weapons in the Middle East? The bearded man popped a grape into his mouth, his voice low and eyes filled with anger. Yes, boss, that's him. He killed our men and destroyed our weapons, a muscular man beside him said. These were the 10 rings who had kidnapped Tony in the Middle East, and the bearded man was their leader, the Mandarin. The 10 rings on his fingers were his most powerful weapons and the source of his dominance in the Middle East, allowing him to kidnap the country's richest man. No one who opposes the 10 rings will have a good ending. From today onward, keep a close watch on this man. I will make him pay with his life and destroy everything he cares about. The Mandarin slammed the table, rising to his feet with fiery eyes, and shouted loudly. His gaze was fixed on Tony on the screen, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Inside Oscorp, a group of people gathered silently waiting for the test results. After a long while, Norman, your physique enhancement project has failed. We have no choice but to terminate our partnership. A man in a military uniform approached Osborn. Norman blocked Laurie's path. He said hurriedly, General Laurie, give me one more chance. I will succeed next time. Oscorp has thoroughly researched human physique enhancement. We just need one more opportunity and we will definitely succeed. Damn it. If the military gives up now and ceases cooperation with Osborn Group, the loss will be far more than just hundreds of billions of dollars. More importantly, Osborn Group would have nothing left to stand against Stark Industries. Now Osborn Group, already at a disadvantage, was hoping to turn the tables with this collaboration. Norman, I've given you countless chances, but you failed to seize them. The military's patience and mine have long been exhausted. If not for our partnership, today's meeting would never have happened. Laurie spoke coldly, shoved Norman aside, and strode out. His reprimanding words left the entire laboratory in dead silence. No one dared to speak. All watched Norman's expression in silence. Only after Laurie and his men had left did Norman snap back to reality. He grabbed the chief scientist by the collar and roared, "Why did it fail? Can you tell me why?" "Huh? Aye. The chief scientist panicked, unable to meet Norman's piercing gaze, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled for an answer. "Father, perhaps our equation was wrong. And without Dr. Connors, that might be the root cause of the physique enhancement experiment's failure," Harry suggested from the side. The airborne weapons project in collaboration with the military was proposed by Harry before Norman recovered. They had believed that with Dr. Connors the human physique enhancement project would be easily breakthrough, but then that incident occurred midway. The appearance of the lizard monster completely disrupted Harry's plans and ultimately led to Dr. Connors leaving Osborn Group, resulting in this failure. Even without Connors, we can still succeed. Now get back to work immediately. Find the errors and complete the physique enhancement experiment within 3 days. Otherwise, you useless lot can pack your bags and leave. Norman roared at all the researchers before storming out of the lab in fury. "Everyone, please focus on your work. I'll talk to my father." Harry comforted the researchers. These people were the elite of Osborn Group. Firing them would make it impossible to compete with Stark Industries. With that, Harry also left the lab to catch up with his father. The lab staff finally breathed a sigh of relief and shook their heads helplessly. "Chen Feng, are you free next Friday? Want to go to the Times Square Carnival together?" During lunch, Peter fiddled with his chopsticks and looked at Chen Feng. "Carnival? I want to go." Mindy raised her little hand before Chen Feng could answer, shouting eagerly. "See," Mindy agreed. "Let's all go together." Peter reached out to pat Mindy's head, thanking her for taking his side, but she dodged, leaving him feeling awkward and embarrassed. Seeing Mindy so excited, Chen Feng had no reason to refuse and agreed. Carrying out a bowl of boiled beef, he asked suspiciously, "Peter, you'll bring Gwen, right? Just the two of us going together, aren't you afraid it'll be too bright?" Smells great." Peter sniffed, his tongue darting out, and immediately swallowed. "Actually, I wanted your help with the last level. How do I get through it?" With Mindy nearby, Peter spoke, vaguely worried the child might be affected. After all, he was still a novice, inexperienced in such matters, especially shy around women, and had never broken through the final barrier. Noticing Peter's evasive gaze, Chen Feng immediately understood and flashed a reassuring smile. Although Mindy often sought Tasha's advice on the matter, she was still an inexperienced child and naturally didn't grasp the true meaning. "Hey, what are you two talking about? What last level?" "A game. I'm great at it. Just ask me." Mindy, confused by their conversation, grew angry and stood on a chair with her hands on her hips. "It's a little secret between men, just like the one between you and Sister Tasha," Chen Feng soothed her. "Kid, I'll teach you myself later, how to get through the last level." Peter felt a bit awkward too, regretting bringing it up in front of Mindy. "How's the modification going? Any effect?" At night, Norman returned to the lab, now alone with the chief scientist. "The errors have been corrected, but we need animal testing to see the actual results," the chief scientist said, pointing at the machine before him. "No time for animal testing. Start human trials immediately," Norman countered, firmly stating his opinion. "But without animal testing, we can't control the unknown risks. It could lead to death." The chief scientist's face filled with horror as he tried to dissuade. As a scientist, he understood how terrifying an untested research product could be. So what if someone dies? Huh? If we don't win back the military quickly, our company will be swallowed by Stark Industries. Then you'll all be unemployed, understand? This is the priority now." Norman glared coldly at the chief scientist, pointing and yelling. "It'll be the human trial subject. Prepare it." Norman turned and walked toward the machine only to find the chief scientist still frozen in place and enraged. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Startled, the chief scientist finally snapped out of it and nodded, rushing to the control panel. The Human Physique Enhancement Project was designed to enable the body to withstand the weight and pressure of airborne weapons. Much like the super soldier serum taken by Captain Rogers, it could greatly enhance the body's limits, transforming a weakling into a super warrior. And now Norman Osborn, to regain military support, chose to test the experiment on his own body. Begin. Norman entered the test chamber fully restrained and shot a commanding glance at the chief scientist. With no room for doubt in Norman's tone, the chief scientist hesitated no longer and quickly activated the machine. Instantly, a thick green mist erupted. It enveloped the entire test chamber, obscuring Norman's figure. After a long while, the mist gradually dissipated and Norman closed his eyes as if falling into slumber. Seeing this, the chief scientist panicked and rushed to Norman's side, fumbling to press the button that would release the restraints. The moment he touched Norman, the latter's eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing like blades, fixed intently on the chief scientist. Cold and ruthless. A terrifying, almost tangible aura radiated from his entire being, suppressing the whole room like a demon from hell as icy killing intent permeated the air. The atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. In an instant, Norman broke free from his restraints, one hand gripping the chief scientist's neck, veins bulging as he applied full force. Bones cracked. The chief scientist's eyes bulged. Before he could even struggle, Norman snapped his neck. With a face red and purple, he lost his breath and went to meet his maker. At that moment, Norman's body underwent a transcendent transformation. Blocks of robust muscle emerged as if he had suddenly become decades younger, radiating a vibrant, vigorous energy. "Ha ha ha. It worked. I succeeded." Norman discarded the chief scientist's body like trash, raised his arms, and laughed uproariously. Simultaneously, Osborn Group's alarm system detected the murder and a swarm of security personnel rushed toward the lab. "Quick! Quick! Quick! Grab him! Don't let him escape!" A large group of security guards arrived just in time to block Norman's exit. "Get out of my way!" Norman sneered coldly. His face was expressionless, devoid of emotion, striking fear deep into the hearts of the security guards. A chill ran down their spines. Trembling with dread, they involuntarily stepped back, some even shaking uncontrollably, their faces drenched in cold sweat. It felt as if a demon had set its eyes on them, sending a shiver down their backs. "Father, did you kill him?" At that moment, Harry arrived, staring at his father in disbelief. Norman said nothing. He wouldn't admit to murder. As long as he didn't confess with his power, he could easily smooth things over. At most, he'd pay off the witnesses, give a large sum to the dead scientist's family to prevent a lawsuit, and finally bribe the police. He'd have an accidental death certificate issued. Everything would dissipate like smoke. Seeing Norman's silence, Harry knew the truth, and disappointment flickered across his face. His always gentle and refined father, how could he have become like this? Cold. Bloodthirsty. Harry couldn't accept it. Norman patted Harry's shoulder and left the lab amid the terrified gazes of the security guards. The next day, Osborn Group's shareholders decided to remove Norman as chairman and reclaim his authority. They wouldn't report the matter to the police, as it would only damage Osborn Group's reputation and ultimately hurt their own interests. Before ensuring everything was foolproof, stripping Norman of his position was the safest choice. "Just you all wait. There will be no regrets for today." Norman pointed viciously at the shareholders, gnashing his teeth. Since transferring part of his shares to Harry, he could no longer dominate the company as before. Now, facing united opposition from the shareholders, he had no chance of turning things around. "Norman, you've gone too mad. You need time to calm down and lead Osborn Group on the right path, not through crooked means." An elderly man with white hair stood up, speaking earnestly. As a company veteran who had been with Osborn Group since its founding, he naturally didn't want to see Norman destroy his own promising future. "Humph. Don't lecture me with that condescending tone." Norman turned and snapped.